today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
For over 30 years, Replenish Landscape provides the finest compost and hardscape products from bark, mulch, top dressing, and playground materials. Replenish products are perfect for flower, veggie gardens, and top dressings for your lawn. Visit ReplenishCompost.com. Replenish is good stuff.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag Utah Jazz.
5 on the clock. Right back to Tom J inside. Tough bucket and the foul. Half the shot clock on for Cloud. Around Tom J. Already up to 16 points. Tanjay puts his head down. Oh, patience inside. Hand off McGee. 15 to shoot. Drive and kick. Tanjay loads it up. Oh!
Utah Jazz selecting former Wisconsin Badger star John Tanjay with the 53rd overall selection in the NBA draft. He scored 37 points, had 4 boards and 4 assists against BYU in the NCAA tournament. Tanjay to Utah. We'll see if the 53rd overall pick can stick.
Oh, well, Tanjay's the right way, let me tell you, man. Stick it? He can stick it. What do you mean, can he stick? He's going to be sticking it. Scored 47 points against the Cougars. Oh, Maron. I remember that game very well.
Jazz keep drafting shooters. You can see what they're prioritizing. Guys who can score it. Now, ESPN reported that Ace Bailey's camp told at least one team in the top 5 not to draft Bailey or he would not report. ESPN fanned the Flames. Jay Billis claiming during the second round last night that Bailey skipped a press conference in Utah. It was never scheduled or planned. Did they not plan it or schedule it because they knew he wasn't coming?
Yeah, I watched a good portion of that. And right afterward, after the draft ended, they do a tease to their sports center, and one of it, what's going on in Utah? And I thought, oh, crap, now I got to watch it. Took about 20 minutes before they got into it, but I did watch it, yeah. And, they danced around it. Mm-hmm. They didn't say specifically, oh, he's not showing. But, oh, wait, Clayton Jr., he came out to Utah. So they kind of inferred it, left you out hanging. And I couldn't sleep all night.
Yeah, but you never sleep at night. You're always waking up.
I know, but this is even worse.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I want my ace in the hole.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And now what's going to happen? I'm going to head out to the airport Monday as soon as the show's over. I may spend all day Sunday out there.
Questions up on our Facebook page, DJ and PK. Lots of noise surrounding Ace Bailey. Will he report to the Jazz? Hit us up on Facebook. Hit us up on Twitter. What is going to happen?
Send up smoke signals.
The NBA just lives off the drama.
Send me a fax.
Here we
go. Telegram.
A telegram.
Call me.
Text it. Do you remember the text line?
I remember it, yeah. Do I remember the number? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I don't. I never remembered the number, but I remember the text line.
Hey, Yak, do you remember the number?
You
575
46632? No.
I don't remember.
I mean,
64636.
you said
there
it
you
a
go.
million times.
It's
That was
57500 now.
That was your job. It wasn't my job.
Yep.
Yeah, but I certainly remember the text line was fun.
Yep. No text line. Hit us up on social media. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
Nico, piggybacking off that, are you hopeful, optimistic that by drafting Cooper, some of the anger that had been directed at you personally will subside now?
I'm hoping so. I'm assuming so a little bit, maybe.
I would assume no, but
Why?
whatever.
He didn't draft him. The NBA gave him to him.
Yeah, he's the number one pick. You got lucky. You didn't
No,
do
yeah,
anything. You
no.
didn't make a genius move.
Not at all. No.
And you still traded Doncic.
The only
So
thing
people
you
are
could
still
say
mad.
is that if they had kept Doncic, maybe they wouldn't have been in the lottery. Maybe they would have
Win a
been.
few more games. Yeah, I can see where you're going with that.
So that's the only thing I could think of. But I don't
Well,
think
we
that.
certainly wouldn't have been in that
let's
spot.
trade Doncic so we can get in the lottery and get Cooper Flag. Ready, break.
Was not the plan.
Yeah, I don't think that was the goal, or the plan, certainly.
Second round of the draft. You care about anybody? Creighton's Ryan Kalkbrenner, 34th. Johnny Broom from Auburn went 35th. A few names you
Well,
know
there'll
from
be
college.
players there.
Yeah.
And
somebody somewhere.
Talking to people in Phoenix, they're all excited about the dude they got. So, the Jazz got Flipper at that point early in the second round last year. I thought if you graded on a second round pick, I think it grades out very well. You only do that for
At the very start.
Yeah. 3-4 years in, is he helping you win games? It doesn't really matter where you're drafted.
The player is the player. That all wears off.
Right. But so far, they picked up a nice player at that, what was it, second or third in the second round or whatever it was. So I'm sure, though, somebody's going to stick, as you said.
Lakers guard Austin Reeves declining a 4-year, $89 million contract extension. Some pretty big money to walk away from right there.
Well, that just means he's getting bigger
Getting bigger money, right?
Good for him, though, man. Undrafted. I mean, we just you asked me about second rounders, and then we go right to Austin Reeves, who was a third rounder. And they don't only even have a third round, but essentially he was a third round pick. So that everybody loves those types of stories. I think. I do.
Kings reportedly have interest in adding longtime veteran guard Russell Westbrook. Despite trading 5 first-round picks and a first-round swap, Bridges reportedly back on the market. The Knicks dangling him on the trade market. Wasn't the star they thought he would be.
No, he's a nice player. I don't think he's a star. I think he's a do-everything, show-up, play every game kind of player, hustle guy. I wouldn't list him as a star, but I think he's a fan favorite because he's got a high motor. And Westbrook, man, I'm going to call him the roach, the cockroach. He just can't be killed.
He cannot.
He just keeps bouncing around.
He does. How much longer is he going to play?
Good for him.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NFL.
I think for me and what I've been through, I've been carted off the field. I've been booed. I've been an MVP.
Yeah.
I've been a starter. I've been a backup to Herbert. I'm like, dude, I don't throw some me. Like, you're not going to phase me if we start off like 0-2 or suck. I'm like, dude, it's going to be fine, So that's why I was so excited about that opportunity or any opportunity. And I think going into it, I got to continue to get to know the guys. We were talking about earlier. I'm still a rookie. I may be older, but I got to earn the respect of everybody and do my job. So,
yeah.
Donovan Shuka possibly starting as quarterback for the Saints.
Now, did he use
a
a word that rhymed with his last name? Because we were bleeping out some stuff there.
Maybe.
Did it come in already bleeped?
It was already edited.
It was already edited.
Oh, yeah, we got
Oh, yeah, I'm just going to play it unedited. Come on now.
No, I didn't know if you had to do it or if it was provided you already done it.
No.
I know you have high standard, Jock. We all understand
our
that.
system don't allow that stuff. Remember all the times you tried to email me with those words? They get bleeped out.
Really disappointing. Former Ravens kicker Justin Tucker received a 10-game suspension for violation of the NFL's personal conduct policy. He'll be eligible to return to action November 11th after he was accused of sexual misconduct by 16 massage therapists from 8 different spas or wellness centers. See if somebody wants to pick him up. He's coming off the worst year of his career kicking, 75% success rate on field goals, so see if anybody wants him, but can't play until November. A performer at Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl halftime show in February has been arrested after holding up a Sudanese flag with the message, Sudan and Free Gaza, Louisiana State Police announced. The man, 41, was booked on charges of resisting an officer and disturbing the peace. Was found to have deviated from his assigned role at the game. Didn't know about that. Seems like this is late breaking news. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Sacramento State's waiver request to play as an FBS independent beginning in 2026 was denied this week, but the school said they intended to play FBS football next season regardless and have hired NCAA, he's labeled an anti-NCAA attorney, Jeffrey Kessler, to review the case. He's worked on numerous lawsuits against the NCAA. Never heard of an anti-NCAA lawyer.
Eligibility, NIL. He's represented a ton of people against the NCAA.
Sounds like a very specific line of work. Might be lucrative, though, so what the heck? Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Texas State in the process of formally accepting an invitation to join the Pac-12. Seems to be drawn out here. The Board of Regents will meet Monday. They'll have a formal vote, and they'll accept the invitation to join the league. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
The pitch is sent high in the air into deep center field. Going back, Waters looking up, and it's gone! Brandon Lau with a home run, and it's 3-0 Rays.
And Smith lines in over the leap of the shortstop Turner in the left. Around third Paredes, and he will score without a throw. Cam Smith pumped up at first base. Astros lead it 2-1.
Torres at the plate. He swings. It's a high fly ball to right, deep. Going back, Rooker at the fence, looking up, and it's gone! A home run! That ball just kept carrying to right.
Highlights from around Major League Baseball. Clayton Kershaw inching towards 3,000 career strikeouts. He's just 3 away after a 3-1 win. The Dodgers beat Colorado.
What does he do in the postseason? That's what you told me when I brought it up last week.
Yeah.
You just dismissed him.
I did.
Padre boy.
Shouldn't do that. 3,000 strikeouts is a lot of strikeouts. My bad. Those career numbers seem more elusive than ever with the limited number of innings pitchers get to go. Bees beat the Aces 14-3. Game 4 in the series tonight. First pitch, 7:35. Tony Parks on the air, 7:20. You can listen to the game on 1280 The Zone. DJ PK.
Hashtag RSL.
Real Salt Lake back in action after a week off. They will be in Kansas City tomorrow night. First kick at 6:30. It's the return of William Agata and Johnny Russell. First time they will face their former club. Can they score a goal or maybe two and power RSL to win on the road? Kansas City coming off a win Wednesday. Those two will kick it off 6:30, pregame at 5:30 here on The Zone. Pablo Mastroni will join us at 8:30 this morning to look ahead to that game. All that, facing your old team, you're going to be super hyped. We can ask Pablo about it, but he was talking about when he returned to Colorado after he played there for a long time, he felt nothing. Zip, flatlined.
The kind of way I feel on most things.
Was it really? Just zip, flatlined?
I'm an empty dude.
Pablo coming up at 8:30. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
I've kind of forgotten that we won the lottery. It's really about picking at 4. And, it's like someone would say to you, oh, you got all these picks and second rounders. And I say to people when we have those picks, pretend it's like the only pick you have. Don't get in the thought process of going, we got so many, we can give it away. No. Picks are hard to come by, and you've got to really focus in on what you have and really get into the range of players that are there and value one pick at a time. So I'm over the giddiness, I think, of winning the 4, and now we're at 4. Let's go to work.
That's Bill Armstrong, Utah Mammoth general manager. They moved up 10 spots. Tonight, they make the pick. The NHL draft starts at 5 o'clock. Our NHL draft show will begin at 5 with JJ, Alex, Hans, Scotty, Yock, Jay Stevens, and Kevin McCloskey, all on the round table throughout the evening. You'll hear that on 97.5 The Zone, and the Bees will be over on 1280 The Zone.
Okay.
There it is. Press conference scheduled for this afternoon with the NHL and the NHL Players Association set to announce that they've agreed on a 4-year extension of their collective bargaining agreement, with the regular season set to be expanded to 84 games. Contracts are going to be limited to 7 years at most as part of this new pact. No more 8-year deals. 7 it will be. And that's what's trending. Brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz, joins us at 8 o'clock. Pablo Mastroni at 8:30. And have we got more tickets to give away, Yuck? You are awash in tickets in there. X Games, Salt Lake City. We got tickets to give away, including access to tomorrow night's concert featuring Sublime. We got a couple pairs of tickets to give away. We'll do that in the 8 o'clock hour. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
You want to allow some extra time getting into Parley's Canyon this morning from Salt Lake. Crash on eastbound I-80 at the quarries. Traffic backed up for more than 3 miles. Traffic is getting busy on the other major freeways, as you would expect early on this morning. This update is brought to you by our good friends over at GoPave Utah. Whether you park it, strap it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered. Go to GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today or once again visit them at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jay Cash here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
BYU jumped into the Big 12 for their own game, and they're going to get theirs. And they got their money together, and they got the recruiting together, and they came in all cute and happy, like, we're just grateful to be a partner. Oh, our broadcast, oh yeah, we're one of 2 in this country that can run our own broadcast. Hey, we'll be cool with it. Whatever bone you can throw us. And, oh, what's that? 4 years integration to full revenue? Okay, that's fine, whatever. And then it's like, bam, we're going to take the number 1 recruits. We're going to sign 5 stars. We're going to get in the game with money, and we're going to compete. We're going to go from a 13th pick to the number 3 team in the Big 12, and we're here to make this nasty. So what do you know about Amway? Can I sign you up or what?
Can I get 3 people under you and let's all make some money?
Because I'm looking for diamond status. I'm here to freaking compete.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Black Desert Resort, you can truly indulge in luxury your way. Whether you choose a sleek studio or an expansive 4-bedroom suite, you're just moments away from teeing off on a championship golf course, savoring top-tier dining, relaxing poolside, or exploring the rugged beauty of southern Utah. Whatever thrill you seek, it's right outside your door. Your journey awaits at blackdesertresort.com. Get lost and find luxury.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
Take a moment to listen, really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, My Hearing Centers. Changing lives through better hearing.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you want your air conditioner to last, keep a clean filter, rinse the outdoor unit off occasionally, and have it serviced each summer. Small things can help you avoid unexpected breakdowns. But if it does break down, Any Hour technicians service all brands and will never pressure you into thinking that replacing it is your only option. And remember, every week this summer, Any Hour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer as part of our Coolest Summer Sweepstakes. No purchases necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
You've built the dream, the home, the lifestyle, the legacy. Now it's time your windows and doors reflect that same $1 million standard. Whether you're designing a stunning custom home or upgrading the one you've loved for years, Peach Doors and Windows is here to bring that vision to life with precision, style, and craftsmanship.
The Peach specialty? High-end custom windows and doors that don't just fit your space, they elevate it. From sleek modern lines to timeless elegant finishes, they offer the kinds of craftsmanship that truly complements a $1 million space. And with Peach, the process is easy. No pressure, no gimmicks, just knowledgeable experts helping you find solutions to turn your someday project into right now.
Visit their spacious showroom, get inspired, and create something beautiful together. Peach Doors and Windows for the $1 million home you live in and the $1 million feeling you deserve. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or call 801-566-1255 today.
That's Peach Windows and Doors. Give them a call, 801-566-1255.
This 4th of July, make your barbecue the star. Kenny J's Barbecue has pre-smoked half-pound Utah-raised prime brisket burgers. Just finish the cook at home. Pre-order by July 3rd, pick up on the 4th. Call or text now to reserve yours. 801-230-5396. From the first bite to the last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at kennyjsbarbecue.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where smoke meets flavor.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
20 years and still going strong. Utah's #1 sports radio show for over 2 decades. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Annie's 12 years old, and tomorrow she'll be a whore. Nobody ever told her it's the wrong way. Don't be afraid with the quickness you get laid. For your family get paid, it's the wrong way. I give her all that I have to give.
People everywhere who have businesses, do you want to make more money? Well, of course you do. Well, all you got to remember is very simple. You take the P, you take the K, you put it together, and you got PK. Then you text 57500, and the sales staff is going to take care of it. What I want to do is endorse your business. Now, I'm getting very, very ornery because I need somebody to text that right now. You don't want to get on my bad side. You want to get on my good side. And you get on my good side, you know what's going to happen? You are going to have a very, very Merry Christmas, a beautiful New Year. President's Day is going to be awesome. Spring break, Easter, Memorial Day, and July 4th for that matter. Everything.
That's spring bake or break.
We're going to have a bake sale is what we're going to do over spring break. We're going to combine the two.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
I want to endorse your business. Let me help you, please, for your own good. Just text PK to 57500, and we will make beautiful magic together. Of that, I promise you. Text PK 57500.
Take that spring bake idea to Colorado, and it'll have a slightly different connotation there, Yak. And it'll give you something to
Vegas,
work
Colorado,
with.
California.
Question of the morning. Lots of noise surrounding Ace Bailey. Will he report to the Utah Jazz?
He's reporting for duty. He's not going to go AWOL.
I'm with Frank. Frank says, of course he will. Money is money. May not be his first choice, may not be his second choice, may not be his third choice, but money is money. But can't guarantee it. Seeing the reporting out there, Brian, I think Brian's overboard here. If he doesn't, he may ruin his career before it gets started.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No, there's been tons of drama in the NBA. If you got talent, a little drama, you didn't want to report somewhere. There's lots of ways it could still work out. So I'm not into his ruining
He's going to get his
career.
money either way. I don't think that's an issue. He's going to play basketball. The issue is if he forces the Jazz to trade him and trade his rights, essentially. And so that would be the way to go. If he's just dead set on not playing for the Jazz, that's, as I see it, his only option, and the Jazz could trade him. That's why it was great that they picked him. There's no doubt it was the right. I mean, I had heard that all along this last week, that if they had him available, they would take him. And it didn't matter what the other circumstances, it didn't matter what his folks were saying. Folks, I don't mean just his parents, his handlers and all that. Advisor is probably a better word.
Agents, whatever.
So all those people could say whatever they want, but if he was available, they were going to take him, because now they have the leverage. His only leverage, should he use it, and I don't even know if he's going to use it. He may just show up, put his head down, and go to work. But if he doesn't, and they makes a stink about it, then that would be, well, then trade me. And so the Jazz can just sit on it. And, you know, with these youngsters, first and second year players, the league basically starts next week, you know, with the summer league and all that. And it's not crucial if you don't play in that your career is going to go sideways by any stretch. But the kid's 18 years old. This is all he's done is play ball. And you have an opportunity to play ball, and you're passing it, and you're going to get itchy to play. And then you got going into August is sort of a dead time, but then it ramps up as we get toward Labor Day. And I think that teams would like his services. That's why it was great that they drafted him, because I think they're dealing from a position of strength, and teams would make offers. Now, you could argue, well, it's a little bit of weakness because you have to trade him. But
what you have to balance,
they don't have to trade him.
But what you balance that against is that weakness doesn't matter if there's multiple teams that really want him. That would balance out the power again.
Yeah, let him sit there.
Mark says, nope, he's going to be included in a deal to Boston for Jaylen Brown. I know what Austin Age said, but since when did we start trusting NBA general managers at this time of the year?
Well, I neither confirm or deny rumors.
But I will this one.
So I can't speak to that. Jaylen Brown. Yeah, I think Boston would probably make that trade. Now, there'd have to be others involved to get the money and all that stuff.
It would be a bigger deal.
Yeah. But I think if he chooses not to show, which I don't think he's going to, that it's still the right move. And this is a worst case scenario. I'm never going to wear a Jazz uniform. As letter carrier said 40 times. And they can still get value for that player that can help the team. To me, that's the good thing. Now, it becomes a headache, obviously, and you don't want that. You want him to come in here, play, get in the system, work with Will Hardy and his guys and all the stuff that the Jazz have to offer. I believe whatever other teams have to offer, the Jazz have to offer. And who gives a flying you-know-what about the weather? What difference does it make, the weather? You're not here to go sit on the beach. You got plenty of time to do that. You're here to work. And your job is basketball, which is pretty sweet unto itself. So I want guys who are dedicated and want to work. The work is the form of basketball, which includes weightlifting, conditioning, dieting, all the stuff that goes into it that leads to success out on the floor. You have to be totally committed to everything, A to Z, in that process, and then you'll see the results manifest themselves out on the floor. And if that's what this kid wants, then he'll have a successful run right here in our very town.
And there are people who believe that's how it's going to play out. Tyler, Givony is a bleep. He's happy. He'll be fine. When he has 10,000 people cheering for him in a couple weeks at the Huntsman Center, that'll help him realize this is good. Now, blaming the reporter, there's something out there. Don't you think there's something out there?
Blaming the who?
Givony, Givony, the
I thought that
basketball
was some
writer.
kind of Italian cuss word.
No.
Oh.
Jonathan Givony, yeah.
Is it soft Givony?
I've heard it both ways.
Yeah.
My Givony.
He covers a lot of the youth, the elite youth basketball.
So what the hell did he say?
He's the one who has the report, whose byline on the ESPN story saying Bailey, dancing around what you were talking about.
Well, that he's not going to report or what?
Leading up to the NBA draft, that Bailey's representatives informed a team drafting inside the top 5 they didn't want that team to select the
who's
Rutgers
the team?
wing. Well, they didn't say.
Well,
everyone's
how do you even know that it's
dancing around
relating
it.
to the Jazz?
Because allegedly he didn't show up. And they...
Yeah, but how do you know that he wouldn't have shown up to any other? I think we're making a lot of assumptions here. So you're connecting dots that said that was to the Jazz. So the Jazz had intel that I will not report to your team, and then they still drafted him? Is that what you're saying?
That's not what the story says. It's somebody in the top 5. I know.
Okay, but it's only 3 teams because it wasn't going to be
one or
Mavs
two.
or
Right.
Spurs.
It's
So
just
we can
Philly,
top 5, forget them.
Philly, Charlotte, and Utah
And
would be the 3.
And you're putting the dots together that it was Utah? My question stays the same.
I don't know that. There does seem to be some type of issue with him coming to Utah, but it might not be a big deal. I mean, I don't think there's nothing there. I don't think we've talked about this for 10 minutes because there's nothing there. I mean, Travis told us yesterday their reaction wasn't good. So can we connect these dots? Yeah, we could. I mean, maybe he told Charlotte. Maybe he didn't tell Utah. I don't know.
He didn't tell anybody.
I don't get why he'd only inform one team inside the top 5.
Because he didn't mind going to the other 2.
If he really wanted to go to Washington, you'd think he'd have to inform 3 teams.
If he really wanted to go, yeah, obviously. So just because Gavone reported it doesn't mean make it true. Austin was up there telling us that there was no truth to the rumors of Jaylen Brown, and we all saw them. So this kind of stuff gets floated around. Especially
so he shows up
there's
Monday.
no attachment to it. There's no names to it.
Right.
So, I mean, it's just out there in space. Anybody could put that out there.
And it's NBA drama season, so why not
And the
throw a
world
little
of
drama
media
in?
in which we live today, that's what exists. Sources say up and down. There's no such thing as attachment to newsmakers. It's just sources, and we're supposed to believe it. And the public doesn't believe anything anymore. You turn on the television, it's all entertainment. They're all designed to make a muck. This is what I think. Oh, we hit those things. No, you didn't hit those. Well, the ones who don't like the guy, you didn't hit them. The ones who liked him, you nailed them dead on. I mean, we already know this. So, and it extends across all forms of media now. So, Gavone or Jabone or whoever he is, say whatever he wants.
The thing you posted, lots of noise surrounding Ace Bailey. I think that is an accurate depiction of what it is. It is hard to define what the noise is, but until he sits down and does a press conference, you can't completely discount this stuff.
Well, Austin said he did talk to him, and he did answer questions the other night. The thing that leads it to some form of credibility is he's basically initiated it by not showing up for workouts or canceling the one or not wanting to do it, and then his answers, I'm control what I can control. He's like reading a script. Somebody wrote a script for him, and he just says the same thing over and over again.
Yeah.
So from that perspective, his burgeoning NBA career is not off to a good start. where I got Clayton over here who's virtually crying and just so overwhelmingly pleased at the opportunity to play in the NBA, and it happens to be the Jazz. Great. It could have been Milwaukee. It could have been Denver, the Clippers, on and on. Great. This is all I want to do. I want a shot to prove that I can be a very good player in the NBA. The team that gives me the shot, good on them, but it doesn't really matter to me. This is my job now. I'm going to work. That's what we all want to hear.
That is
Bailey's not saying that because he's got a little leverage over here. And there was a guy years ago, he said, you got to have leverage.
And it turned out I was right.
Most of the stuff you say is right on that stuff, so that's no surprise to me.
I think on top of that with Bailey, it's that he was drafted Wednesday, and at least as of now, there's no press conference scheduled for today. And there's plenty of rookies who are getting to their teams, this year or any other year by now. And if there was something scheduled today at 2, or if he had something going on in his life, it's like, well, it's kind of weird, but we're going to have a Saturday 11 a.m. press conference, then all of this would go away. But the fact that hasn't happened suggests there's at least some truth to this. Now, I don't know that today's that big a deal. I mean, to your point about next Monday, you start having practices and getting ready for Summer League the week after that. That seems like
Monday's a big day. Next week is
stuff.
a big week.
Right.
As far as this issue goes.
If he flies in on a private jet tonight or tomorrow or Sunday or whatever, well, that was a segment of radio we won't get back, but oh well.
The situation with that is because the media has to cover it, they could have it at 8 o'clock Saturday night. They could have it at 8 a.m. Saturday morning.
Yeah.
Or Sunday morning, for that matter. They can have it whenever they want, and people are going to show up.
Yes. Especially given the fact that it didn't happen Thursday.
Because no one checks with us, hey, can you make it?
Never.
Yeah.
It's not how it works.
I don't even get the freaking emails anymore. Shows you what they think of me.
Yeah.
You think you get I don't get them.
Yeah, but I have a little bit of higher stature than you.
I'm just saying, don't look at me.
I'm not looking at you. You looked at me. So I kind of think I deserve a little bit more respect than that, but so be it. But they'll show up and report it. So once it happens and he says, I'm good to go, then it's a non-story. You're absolutely right. And if I were his folks, that's what I'd tell him to say. Why bring yourself some grief? For what?
To leverage yourself to what you think is going to be a better situation.
And underscore think.
Right.
Which is why you emphasize that word.
It is.
I know.
Because I don't see how he can know, and I'm not sure why he's prioritized the teams he's seemingly prioritized, but whatever.
But he's never come out and said that either.
No, they've been very careful. It's what you said. It's like there's a script, and he's stuck to it, and there's nothing you can really hang your hat on, but there's a few actions. And we all know the cliche, actions speak louder than words. And there's more than one action. Okay, I'm not working out here. Can be balanced by, well, he was at the combine and he did talk to people. And he's not the only person who's ever said, hey, I'm not working out for this team. That happens all the time. I mean, if for no other reason than working out for 30 teams is exhausting, so you just try to narrow it down and work out for the teams in the draft range that you think you're going to be picked in. So people always say no. But now it's balanced by the fact, okay, well, the clock is ticking. The draft was Wednesday night, and it's Friday morning, and nothing's happened and nothing's scheduled. That's just kind of odd. Usually in a day or two, there's a press conference. Occasionally, there's some reason something's going on and something can't happen, whatever. People have stuff going on in their lives.
Okay, but they haven't had one for Clayton.
Is that because it would call attention to the fact they haven't had one for Bailey? I mean, this is where we just chase our tail forever.
Well, if they just have Clayton sit up there, no one's going to ask him about Bailey.
No, but it's going to make it obvious that Bailey hasn't shown up, which it isn't exactly squelching the story anyway.
Well, I mean, if he's not here, then it's already obvious. You can't. There's no such thing as more obvious. Either it's obvious or it's not.
I think there is actually something about more obvious.
No. Obvious.
It would be more apparent.
Obvious is obvious.
Obvious is obvious. That's like very unique. Wait a minute. You were unique. How can you be very unique? So it'd be more apparent. Because sometimes something's apparent to some people, but it's not apparent to everybody.
Now, if AA sat there, or Jay-Z, or the owner, whomever, then they would get questions about it. But if you're so intent on that, then just have
the player come out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it could just be, you don't even have to put him on a podium. He can walk out of the locker room.
Yeah.
And
stand around and talk to him like it's
super
the
informal.
1900s.
Yeah. And just, and my gosh, he's already made his opinion known about it anyway. I'll drive out there if you want me to. That's the impression I get of him, that he wants to just play in the NBA and show people what he can do. And Bailey he was anointed through his talent.
But he was anointed
before he even went to Rutgers. Right. Clayton had to go 4 years of college.
And he had to play at Iona before he went to Florida.
Yes. Right. So he's had to scrap every step of the way. I love those stories, man. I hope he comes in here and lights it up. Yeah. He's a guy who obviously people weren't beating down his door if he's going to Iona. But he let him get the last laugh. That's a great story. He's going to be as hungry as could possibly be. That's awesome. I'm looking for big things out of this kid here, because it seems like he's got the determination and listening to him speak. Yeah, Bailey is another story. But that's the system that has been created around Ace Bailey. Ace Bailey didn't create it. The world of social media and just the immediate attention. He's known for at least a year, if not two, that he was going to play in the NBA. So does he have a sense of entitlement?
How could you not?
But I can't go that far. I can't go.
Why
yes,
not?
Because that just means I'm arrogant. I'm expecting things. I'm bigger than the team. All those types of things.
Yeah, and he
that
may
go
be
in
getting
there.
some of that.
I don't want to go down that road.
He may
yet.
be getting some of that projected onto him by the people around him.
He's an 18-year-old young man. He's just got so much to develop in his life, in his game, but mostly in his life and his level of maturity. At 18, there's only so much experience you can have in the world. It's just obvious. So I am not even close to ready to crack on him thinking, what is he doing? What's the bald guy's name on ESPN that does the Sports Center? Scott
Van Pelt.
Yeah, so that's when they did the thing that said, what's going on in Utah? And I thought, I got to watch this, right? And it was 20 minutes later, and that guy's great. He's a great, just the way he conducts himself, the Scott. One of my favorite media personalities. And so they got Windhorst there. He's over there in New York, on the screen, and Scott's in the studio. And I think I'm quoting him inaccurately, I should say, is that he basically said, why the hell is he doing this, in the sense, and I think that's exactly what he said. What has he done to have this level of stance on what he's going to do and where he's going to do it in the NBA? And there's something to that. I thought that was legitimate. It was a loaded question, but he intended it to be loaded. Like, who is this kid? How dare he do this? I understand that.
I get that logic, but I go back to what we were just talking about is I don't think a 17 or 18-year-old walked into a room with adults and said, this is what we're going to do. I don't think that's how it worked.
Right. I want to cut him as much slack as I can until I see and hear differently. But I haven't heard and seen differently. And I just know what the Utah Jazz have to offer. And I believe they have to offer everything you could possibly want to be successful.
Everything you want and need to be really good. Yeah.
And I really think Boozer, call him up. Now you may, Boozer, man, he played when? No, Boozer's sons are in the same group as Ace Bailey. So I guarantee you Bailey knows who Carlos Boozer is.
Right. And Boozer's resume will snap your head around if you're not paying attention. This guy was an all-star, and he played for the U.S. in the Olympics. What?
Yeah, and his kids.
That resonates.
Cam is going to be a top.
Exactly.
Cam is basically Ace Bailey next year.
There's a decent chance that they've been in gyms somewhere together at some point and crossed paths.
Right.
The elite, all these guys know each other. That's why we complain about the NBA being too clubby at the end of games.
Right, and it starts at 14,
very
15
early.
years old.
Right.
So they get together, and all those guys who played on that elite team with Flag and there was a slew of those guys. Yeah. They've been playing together for years. And so they're
to your
buds.
point, Carlos should just say, dude, you're missing a big point here.
Yeah,
just get in here, go to
get
work.
Get over here, big guy.
You're really
Give
good.
him a head noogie and say, listen, man, I'm the Johnny Cash of NBA. I've been everywhere. And look where I am now.
Yeah.
Because I want to be here. Because I know what the ownership, the people with inside, then that's changed since Carlos played, right? But what hasn't changed is the adoration and the love and the commitment and the attention that you will receive playing here. You will love it here, man. And just give it a chance. And I really believe it because there's a long track record of all the dudes who've had a chance, gave it a chance, and they loved it. And who was I listening to? I gotta write down everything. I know I was in the car, and I got the satellite. Oh, I know who it was. It was Eddie Johnson. And I remember, I'm bringing this up tomorrow.
Eddie Johnson, the 80s, 90s sharpshooter. Phoenix is where I remember him, but he played for several teams. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Seattle.
Hit a huge playoff shot in Houston.
Yeah.
Beat the Jazz
I mean, he was
a
gunslinger off the bench, right? And I think he does Suns TV or something, but he also does NBA radio. And they played the interview that the NBA did with Ace Bailey yesterday. Or 2 days ago. They played it yesterday, replayed it. And so I'm driving on the freeway, coming down I-15. I'm stuck in traffic. It's about 4 o'clock. And I'm listening to it. And he says, Eddie, then after the interview, he says, well, that wasn't as negative as I thought. Because he's heard all the noise around this situation. He said, I got to know, and he names about 10 Jazz guys. All the guys of his era, right? The Statues, Hornacek, on and on. And he said, not once did I hear anybody complain about having to A, live in Salt Lake, B, play for the Jazz. And so he's given an endorsement right there, and he's basically telling the kid, get your butt out there. You're going to love it out there. I have experience. I played there many years against them, and I know many people in the organization who played there. And he said, not one guy. Come on, man. That's who you're going to be.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
I-80 eastbound has almost 7 miles of mostly stopped traffic from 700 east all the way to the quarry in Parley's Canyon, where the crash has now been moved over to the right shoulder. There's obviously going to be residual delays for quite a while in that area. I-215 northbound also stopped approaching 45th south of Mill Creek into the canyon as well. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions. From system installs to fast fixes to delivering award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services, call the Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Watching an unlikely champion like the Florida Panthers, they sucked forever. One of the most irrelevant pro sports franchises of the last 2 decades until 2022. They're the 8th seed and they end up making a run to the Stanley Cup final. And ever since then, they've dominated this league. It takes time. The Panthers had to be patient. They got the right guy to lead it. It all came together for them. So now we're dreaming of a Stanley Cup here because we have an NHL team. You watch the Florida Panthers do it. The Stanley Cup going places that that no one ever thought it would be. Why not here? Why not in Utah? You're thinking about, okay, what could the Utah Mammoth do to make this happen? And now it's a reality. Like, this is something the Mammoth can go do. And I think that Ryan Smith is going to be highly motivated to provide the resources to do it. And I think you got a general manager who could build a Stanley Cup championship team. The parts are in place here to be able to do something like this.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Jay Stevens, host of the Utah Puck Report. Thanks to our sponsor, Larry H. Miller Toyota in Murray, where you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. And when you are part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Right now, get a new 2025 Toyota Tundra for only 2.99% APR for 72 months. Visit them in Murray or online at LarryHMillerToyota.com. 72 monthly payments of $1,519 for every $1,000 financed. On approved credit through Toyota Financial Services. Price plus tax, title, license, and a $299 doc fee. Offer ends 6/30/25.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals, also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
This 4th of July, celebrate red, white, and wow at Monster Jam World Finals, the biggest family event of the year. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place. And the biggest festival-style pit party of the year, all included with your ticket. Monster Jam World Finals. First time in Salt Lake City, July 4th and 5th. Rice Eccles Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission and BKD Tires.
So it says here you released from the factory with your top down.
That's right.
You want to speak to that?
Well, I'm a Jeep. I'm a Wrangler. You can't tie me down. Am I a little on the spicy side? Sure. Are kids going to stare at the school pickup? Absolutely. But I helped build this country, doggone it. You ever hear of World War II?
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through June 30th. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
If you want to save a lot of money on your fireworks this year, go to SomeDudesFireworks.com and watch our semi-famous, somewhat rednecky Chuck It video, and you will never buy your fireworks anywhere else. Some Dudes Fireworks, Lehigh High School parking lot, 10 to 10 daily.
The guys you know and trust, talking about the teams you can't live without. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
band of the day today is Sublime. It's brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts events in 2025, check out livenation.com. We have tickets to see tomorrow night's concert featuring Sublime, part of the X Game package. We'll be giving those tickets away in about 1 hour. Guess who just lined up with Eddie Johnson? This is lining up across the decades. Old school. And the current players.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
No, it's a current player.
Was it a current player?
Current player has just waded into the Ace Bailey noise.
What'd he say?
Here's a quote. You're walking in with a question mark on character. You're walking in with a question mark on work ethic. This is an active player.
Draymond Green.
Yes, exactly.
Because he loves to talk.
Yes, he does love to talk, and he said it on the Draymond Green Show.
He's a marketing genius.
He is, absolutely.
He's going to have, when he retires, he's going to have like 10 opportunities.
Nonetheless, if I'm Ryan Smith, Austin Ainge, Danny Ainge, I'm sitting in the office like, this is awesome. This is great. Let the pressure grow.
Say it again.
If I'm
Draymond Green.
Draymond Green's quote, you're walking in with a question mark on character. You're walking in with a question mark on work ethic. That's Draymond Green on Ace Bailey's pre-draft process via the Draymond Green Show.
Oh, so even before?
Even before the draft, he didn't like it. It's basically like everybody gets drafted. Most people don't get to go where they want. You know, you grow up with a team, your hometown. Eventually you can. But at this point in the process, just go through the process like everybody else.
When
why are
you're
you
a
special?
whopping 26 years old.
Why are you special? Yeah. Why are you special? We all did this. We got drafted. I mean, the Warriors now are a marquee franchise, but when Draymond Green started, they were not. They'd been a disaster for 20 years.
Well, he helped make them.
Yes. There's 3 guys went in there and turned that thing around.
Yeah, I can't argue with anything that Draymond says. Sometimes he says a lot of stuff.
He does.
Some of it is actually stuff he says is usually stuff that I agree with. Some of the stuff he does, like I can do without the antics. I don't want to see antics. Don't make the game a clown show. The game is awesome in and of itself, and the way when he's moving that ball like it is, and the ultimate team player, you could argue, is Draymond Green. When he's got his head on, he's a fun player to watch. He had a triple-double once, and he did not score 10 points.
That's crazy.
That's about as awesome as it gets. So when he's saying this stuff, yeah. But I don't know how you sit in front of the Ainges and the owner and just what they have to offer, and you wouldn't sell your soul for the opportunity to have that. That would just be the most incredible moment. And we saw so many guys this year. Seems for whatever reason, this year's draft was highly emotional on kids showing their emotion. Like, I can't believe this is happening. It's like when I got my radio gig. I just had a hard time. Now, I paid some serious dues to get it and was much older, so I had the level of maturity. But still, career job-wise, it literally was a dream come true for me. And I was working for practically peanuts back then.
You were?
Yes. But I just wanted the shot.
I know. I worked for peanuts, and we'll have Locke on here, and we'll joke about how little he offered me.
And so to be able to do this, and it's worked out better than I ever imagined, and so fortunate. And I think that's the way he has to approach it, is that this is the chance of a lifetime. And you're so young, son, that you can play for whoever you want to play, but you don't even know that that's going to work out. Mitchell want to play for the Knicks. Well, there wasn't an opportunity. So go make the best of it in Cleveland. And sure, you wanted to play there, and that's happened. And Reggie Miller, did he want to play for Indiana?
I don't see why.
Yeah.
I can't imagine.
Right.
Growing up in Southern California, the Pacers were his dream spot.
Yeah. And look how that worked out for him. He's pretty much Mr. Pacer.
Yeah, the only thing I disagree with is pretty much.
Well, there might be some ABA guys that I'm missing and stuff that people back there have.
I can't imagine.
I don't have the connection at all.
I can't imagine he'd have a much tighter bond.
Yeah, and there he is on the front row of the home games and wearing jerseys and blah blah blah.
The way he talks about him, the
revered.
way, the way
George Brett in Kansas City.
Yeah,
guys walk on water there, and they gave everything they had. And the franchise gave everything it had, and the fan base gave everything it had back to them too. So they just don't do this. Don't bring on grief. And what are you going to do? Because then you're going to have a big target on your back at that point. You're going to stand out in a manner that you don't want to stand out. You can stand out, but it's got to be for your accomplishments. You know, I hate the people who go to the games and they're loud and they want attention and they think they're funny. Any fool can do that. Any fool can get a Great Dane. You're not special because you got a Great Dane. You got a big dog. You're special because you have a big TV. Yes, that's different. You got a big TV. It's massive.
It's really not.
I peeked in when the guard was looking when they were changing guards.
There are no guards, and it's versus a little phone.
You got a big TV.
Selectively edited.
Is it selectively edited?
I got a big TV.
That is not selectively edited.
He's the editor. He's the editor.
Do you want the full clip?
You're questioning his credibility right now.
Do you want the full clip?
No.
You're questioning his integrity. That's like the lowest blow.
It isn't about his integrity.
It is
it's
too.
about
You said it's selectively edited.
It's his desire to mock me. I think
Paycheck
his
is why I live in
integrity.
Utah.
Which is even worse.
I think his
now
integrity is good.
Now he's a bad human being.
Well,
he wants
that
to put
part
you
I agree.
down.
That part I agree.
Oh, okay,
I always had problems with reality.
I'm not questioning your integrity, but you're a bad human being. Don't you feel better, Yak?
Yeah.
Feel great, let me tell you.
You do, actually. I've lived in Utah too long. I don't know what to tell you.
And I haven't lived here long enough. I do know what to tell you. I love some of my best friends. You know who they are?
People who live in Utah. David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz, joins us next. Pablo Mastroeni, RSL head coach, joins us at 8:30. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
It is the last weekend of June. You realize that? And you also realize that means that 2025 already is half over. I'm not sure I put away the wrapping paper on the floor for my Christmas gifts yet. And already the year is half over. What am I talking about? Time blows by, and you got to get ready and be prepared for it, particularly the future, because the future is going to be here very, very soon, hopefully for you. And when it comes to your retirement, you want to enjoy those times that you have. That's why you need to call Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today. They are your local trusted financial fiduciary. And what you can do, you can schedule a complimentary introductory meeting to learn about all the things that Trajan Wealth has to offer. Trajan Wealth's core philosophies, they include low expenses. Everybody wants that. Manager tenure. They'll be with you every step of the way. Tax efficiency. And guys and gals, those are just a few of the key qualities that differentiate a Trajan Wealth portfolio from all the other ones that are out there. Call them today. That local phone number for your local trusted financial fiduciary is 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600. The offices in which you can meet with them, conveniently located. Doesn't matter, north or south, we got you covered. Farmington and Draper, that's where the offices are. And you want to be covered even more? Get as much information as you can handle from their website. TrajanWealth.com is the website, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down with inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
For over 30 years, Replenish Landscape provides the finest compost and hardscape products from bark, mulch, top dressing, and playground materials. Replenish products are perfect for flower, veggie gardens, and top dressings for your lawn. Visit replenishcompost.com. Replenish is good stuff.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Take DJ and PK wherever you go. Find every moment of every show in podcast form by searching DJ and PK on your favorite platform. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join JJ and Alex Wednesday from 3 to 6 at Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Order half-pound burgers in time for your 4th of July barbecue, pre-smoked by Kenny himself. DJ, PK, and David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz, joining us. David, good morning.
Friday with DJ and PK, and a Friday of draft week. My goodness, things don't get any better than this. Oh my gosh, how are you? And I haven't gotten to talk to you in like 2 weeks.
It's been the longest 2 weeks of my life.
I missed you.
Yeah, I missed you dearly.
I know. Okay, what's up, my guy?
Well, there's a whole lot of noise around Ace. Is he going to show? Is he not? Is he trying to force a trade? What is going on? Are the Angels going to stand their ground? What is being said behind the scenes? What do you think? What do you know? What do you suspect? What do you expect? Take it and run with it, David.
All right, so I need some clarity here because I just was like searching the internet. So Tony Jones writes in The Athletic that reports surfaced Thursday that Ace Bailey, like, who can't get where the report came from. Do we have this?
ESPN, as near as I can tell.
So Jay built this stupid thing about press conferences?
Well, that's a factor. I mean, there's a story posted by Jonathan Givony and Tim Bontemps
that says that, okay.
that they informed a team that they didn't want to select the right
A team,
which we already talked about. That's weird because wouldn't he tell Philly,
Then why
Charlotte,
wouldn't you just say
and
it?
Utah? Why wouldn't it be 3 teams? Well, maybe they weren't told that. Maybe it was, and they haven't been told that.
And it could have been Charlotte.
It could have been.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
He wasn't going
I
top
just think
2.
This whole thing is so weird.
I agree.
And I'm trying to figure out what of it is actual. I'm going a little like old guy with gray in his hair here for a second. Of like, how much of this is just that we have to talk all the time about everything now, and that there's just so many different outlets and this and that, and then there's everything's aggregated and AI grabs everything.
Okay, that's part of it.
And
that's part. But he didn't work out for some teams, and we're now 2 days after the draft, and there's no press conference announced or scheduled.
I don't think that's that weird. And here's the way I can say I don't think that's that weird, but I might be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I looked at last year, and we did the presser, I believe, if I have my notes right, the Monday afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
And just to back that up, I am talking to you from San Francisco right now.
Okay, but Walter Clayton came out. That the press conference is whenever it's held, but Clayton, according to Windhorst, is here. So there is something there, even if it's just
all right.
slight
I mean, there may
smoke.
be some. I'm just trying to figure out what's. I guess.
Oh yeah, we all
I'm
are.
not saying there's nothing. Like, I'm not saying there's nothing because clearly his age, his man. It's not may not even be his agent, right? Sarah Todd did a bunch of stuff yesterday. Like, he's not a registered agent, so it's not his agent. So the person who's conducting him definitely was trying to control the draft and didn't control it the way they wanted to.
Right.
Right. So that I think is factual.
Yes, and that is seconded by Travis Hansen, who was on our show yesterday, who said that their table was right next to that. And he says their reaction when they're selected, they were not happy. You can go listen to that wherever you get your podcast. You can listen to Travis's specific quote, how he said it, tone, all that stuff, wherever you get your podcasts.
Yeah. Okay. I feel like that's the story. And then everything else right now, I just feel is noise.
That he wasn't happy.
If that makes sense.
Is that what you're saying when you say that's the
yeah,
story?
that they tried to dictate the draft.
Okay. Yeah.
Overplayed their hand. They didn't get what they wanted. We still don't know what it was, right? Was it Washington? Was it, and if it was really Washington wanting that badly, then Washington should have moved up to go get him, right? Like Washington should have made a move.
Right.
Like, it's kind of on Washington if you're like dictating this whole thing for Washington.
When you're one spot away,
Yeah, when everyone wants to go to Washington, it's just the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my whole life. Like,
agreed. Thank you.
I mean,
only politicians
so
want that.
Yeah.
Right. It's so weird. I mean, maybe we'll end up having our basketball players get the inside scoop in their tax, and their net worth can increase the way our Congress people do it, and maybe that's the reason to go to Washington. But
nice.
I mean, like, it's just the craziest thing. Like, it's so bizarre. So yeah, I guess the bigger issue, and this is the first step in it, is this whole not wanting to go to Utah thing. We have to run a franchise that ignores that fact, and 2, we've got to find a way to like get over this because it's just absurd at this point. I mean, it's just absurd.
Yeah, I think in this case it might not be that he doesn't want to go to Utah. It's
right.
Because of Utah. It's that he didn't want to go to fill in the blank because he wanted to go to fill in the blank, as opposed to I don't want to go to Utah.
This isn't I don't want to go to Utah. This is I didn't want to go to Philadelphia. I didn't want to go to Charlotte. I didn't want to go to Utah.
Right. Yes, I think that's true. It doesn't help us, though, that the headlines are Utah right now.
Agreed. It doesn't. And I think that there are Jazz fans. Well, I don't think. I think we all know there are Jazz fans out there like, okay, so the kid wants his money, so he shows up Monday. He isn't happy, but he works hard, and he is good, and he gets better, and I'm going to go to the game and cheer for him because I cheer for all the Jazz guys. But when he gets 7 years out, which PK's head's going to explode that we're worrying about something that's still 7 years away that may or may not happen, he'll be really good, and he'll want to leave. Now, that may be ridiculous to one person, but there's some Jazz fans who are like, yes, that's obviously going to happen. Can't you tell? Why do we have to go down this road again? there's that. I mean, this all plugs into that.
Sure. Right. And we've got to get over that. Like, because you just got to run a franchise. And hopefully, Ryan Smith is doing the best he can to try to make Utah a little hipper and a little more exposed and make it and talk about the positives of it rather than the negatives. And, all of his national appearances that he does on various shows are very important in this regard. And, I think is helpful. And maybe the other chance is this is the kid who comes here and actually likes it and figures out it works for him and has success. And we build something here. And, Oklahoma City is a hellhole.
But they have a champion.
Be careful. I can get back to him.
Fine. Tell them it's the worst place I've ever been. I'd never go there on my choice. Never once by choice would I ever go there.
Save that yacht for when we have Trammell.
It's just there's nothing about it that's appealing to me. People are nice. But Jalen Williams isn't talking about that right now. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander's not talking about that. I'm sure Chet Holmgren didn't want to go to Oklahoma City.
Right.
I promise.
I didn't want to start my newspaper career in Casa Grande, Arizona. Get over it.
Right. Yeah, right. Right. So, seriously, Oklahoma City's the worst place I've ever been.
There are.
That's too harsh.
That is too harsh. I'm glad you at least said the people are nice. That was good that you.
God is great.
Well, it's not their fault.
Beer
they
is
live there.
good, and people are crazy.
Right. It's not their fault they live there.
Yeah.
We can't blame them, Pat.
There are reactions coming out. Draymond Green with the whole pre-draft workout saying this, question character, question work ethic. This is you're entering the league with a strike against you. And then PK's got a story. He heard Eddie Johnson, the longtime NBA sharpshooter from the 80s and 90s, give him that story.
Yeah, I heard him on NBA radio, and he was talking about this was after the draft, and so he knew that Bailey was being drafted by the Jazz, and he said, yeah, I've been there obviously many times over, and he said every single guy that I talked to were essentially his peers. And he went through a list of Jazz guys, the statues, Hornacek, Mark Eaton. He loved Mark Eaton. They were really close, blah, 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 blah. He said never once did any one of those guys complain about having to live in Utah and play for the Jazz. And you look at Boozer back here now. I mean, come on. I just don't – I think common sense will prevail, and this will be a non-story in a couple of days. And maybe that's just fantasy by me.
I think that's kind of where I think that's a little bit where I am on
so
this.
My thought for you is what type of player do you think they have? Because I think they got somebody that they can develop.
Right. I agree. And if you really want, if I have anything that's jumped out to me, if we're just going to try to find something to make controversy out of something, how useful he is. And maybe even the word immature. In I've got something for Giannis and Kevin Durant. I'm going to be an all-star I want to be an all-star. So that's happened 5 times in 30 years. I love the bravado, but to me, it's more of just a sign of, we're really young. We got a long way to go here. And I think there was a quote, what'd they get? They got everything. Oh gosh, I kind of love it. But on the other, I'm boy, this is so hard. I hope we know how hard this is. Because I really want you to play well and be good. And what the jump that you're about to take is so mammoth and so hard. And I've watched his game, and there's a lot to like, but there's a lot that's going to get really exposed in a rough and tumble first 30 games in the NBA if he's getting time. It's going to be ugly at times. So I just, if there's anything that's been said in the last few days that I actually think matters, it's the things Ace Bailey has said, one of which that he clearly has a good energy and he's positive. And he said, let's take for a second they are this upset about it. He did a really good job of faking it, right? That's actually a skill. That's pretty impressive for an 18-year-old kid. I couldn't have probably done that at 18. But then some of the other stuff, just the on-court stuff, and I don't know what you're really supposed to say, but those things have jumped out to me of I think his quote yesterday was, I want to be rookie of the year and an all-star. Okay, that's great, but oh my gosh, I hope you know how much work that is.
What do you think of the other draft picks?
They're super Boston-esque. So I do know that they really did want – they proved it, right? They went up 3 spots to get it. They really wanted Walter Clayton Jr. They really liked – his shot making is ridiculous. He's a little older. Picks in the top 20 that are 22 or have not panned out particularly well over the years. But he really can shoot it. And so in that sense, they're Boston-esque. And then the kid out of Wisconsin really kind of matches the Sam Hauser, Luke Cornett. Who's the other kid? Drew Peterson, Baylor Shireman. I mean, if you go through the years in Boston, like they've been drafting that kind of kid. Matt Ryan, over the last 5 or 6 years, 6-7 years, they've had older 3-4 year college players, 5-year college players. This is the first 6-year college player who can shoot it and maybe lacks something in their draft profile that allows them to either go undrafted or go into the late second round. And then Boston finds a way that it works for them. And we've seen that out of Cornett and Shireman and, well, Shireman, we haven't seen it yet, but Hauser and then Matt Ryan a little bit. And this Drew Peterson kid got some time last year, and then we'll see if Baylor Shireman comes around. So in the last 6 years, there's 5 examples of very similar draft picks at Boston.
Do you see these draft picks having an effect on players that they now might move, guys who've already been on the roster?
Well, we've got, ignoring yesterday's addition, the second-round draft pick, because I'm going to guess he's on a two-way. If you keep Lowry in the rotation and keep Walker in the rotation, then you have 8 other players, the oldest of which I think is Walter Clayton Jr., right? Isn't that the irony? Isn't he older than every single player we've drafted? Yeah,
I think so.
But right? So you've got your point guards are Clayton and Collier. Your shooting guards are Keontae and Sensabaugh. Your wings are Bailey and Cody. Your power forward is Lowry and Taylor. And your centers are Walker and Kyle. Like, that's 10 guys right there. And that doesn't count John Collins, Colin Sexton, and Jordan Clarkson yet. So
something's going to give is what you're saying.
Yeah, that's just a lot of guys. Either that's your 10, and you're not going to be manipulating minutes in any way, shape, or form to work on draft picks, but you are going to keep your draft pick with that roster. You might need some more veteran presence to it. I think it would be hard. It's going to be hard for them to run the Sexton Clarkson duplication again. I think they'd probably have like to avoid doing that. John Collins, to me, doesn't seem to be a big impediment on minutes there. Like, I just don't know that we know that Cody or Ace or Taylor are going to be really ready. And since Lowry can slide to the 3, you have John on your roster. I think you're fine. You could end up, if Taylor isn't entirely ready yet and Ace isn't, youthfully ready and Cody isn't there yet, you could end up with a real gap with that 10 I just talked about. So having someone like John Collins could still be really, really valuable to you. So I don't know what the next move is. Honestly, I thought the biggest quote of the week, it's funny that things that like are said, like was Brian Windhorst's quote about the Jazz. And it might not have been wrong, but that that the Jazz have the least talent of anyone in the NBA. Like that was, I thought that might be true actually right now. And it just tells you where we are and what a process Austin Ainge has to go through to get us to where he wants to get us to.
Yeah, I guess I would have to think about that more, and maybe he's already thought about that as far as that goes. And with the idea of Austin saying that they're not going to tank on, not going to lose on purpose, what do you think that means as far as the roster composition?
I think he said there were 2. I think the comment he really said was that there were 2 things that players want. They want to try to win, and they want hope, right? Wasn't that kind of what he said? Are we on same page?
All right.
And so I think you can lose a lot of games while still instilling some hope. And you can be trying to win and lose a lot of games.
Sure, yeah.
And I think that's where the Jazz are. If you're going to bypass a 1 through 8, a pick that's 1 through 8, you're going to just bypass a pick at all. And in the case of this case, it would be the only way we get it is if it's 1 through 8. So you're just giving up a first-round draft pick. It better be really worth it. Not like sort of worth it, like really worth it, right? First-round draft picks are incredibly valuable, even more valuable now under this new collective bargaining agreement. So unless we're going to be a top 10 team in the NBA next year based on some moves we're about to make, I can't see it being worth it. Like, it's certainly not worth it to be the 18th best team in the NBA, and it's certainly not worth it to be the 22nd best team in the NBA. That would be a disaster.
Right.
So,
but they would be if they played the veterans, though.
Yeah, that's
No,
where
they wouldn't.
that's where I disagree with Windhorst.
Wait. They would be what? Let's make sure we're on the same page here.
They won 17 games. They'd win at least 10 more.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you thought they'd be a top 10 or top 15 team.
No. No, they'll be just good enough to draft 10, 12, 14, maybe 16. I don't even see that. But they'll be good enough to draft 10, 12, something like that, and it'll cost them the draft pick. They'll end up with
I'm not sure. I'm not sure the veterans are that good.
Well, I think other teams are going to tank and drop games.
Who?
And there's
That's
lot of
so interesting to me. Wait, let's get into this.
Philadelphia.
The biggest story of the week.
Philadelphia. I mean, I had
you
no
think
idea
Philly's
they
gonna
were
tank again.
I had no idea. No, I'm just saying Philly last year was the example. I had no idea Philly was going to tank. I thought that, if they're healthy, they'll be pretty good. But they had injuries early and just decided, never mind, and they tanked. I don't know that you can identify the teams now, but whoever it is who isn't doing well is going to look at the talent in the draft and think, yeah, let's go get some talent and try again next year.
Well, in one of the most insane moves I've seen on an NBA draft day, like, I'm not trying to be hyperbole. I literally have never. I've tried to research it. I spent some time trying to find it. It's hard to find things like this, but New Orleans moved to move 10 spots and give up an unprotected first-round draft pick in the next year. Oh my God. I do not understand what they're doing. It's like literally, I think the draft capital, by the way, of moving from 23 to 13 should be the 27th pick of the draft. That's like, on those charts, like 10 spots is worth a first-round pick in the bottom 5. That's kind of what that move is. But that just means New Orleans just eliminated themselves from tanking.
Right.
So there's only one team in the Western Conference that might be not winning games next year.
Jazz?
Yeah.
Phoenix?
Portland's traded for Drew Holiday.
Phoenix?
Phoenix doesn't have their pick.
No, you said not winning games.
Right, but they don't have their pick, so they're going to be trying
Well,
to win.
he's just missing my thing about tanking on purpose. They won't have any. They may just be terrible and lose games.
I'm not saying they're tanking.
I just think we're just not going to have a roster that's. I think we're going to have a roster that's not equipped to win basketball games next year, but it is a roster that can instill hope for the future.
I think
let's take a positive approach here for a second. So let's say Keontae matures, clicks in, plays a little more defense, understands shot selection, and all the skill he has comes together, right?
Right.
And Walker continues to make strides. And Walter Clayton Jr. is Peyton Pritchard. And Ace Bailey's showing signs. And these guys are looking around the room, and they're like, oh, we can do this together. Like, Oklahoma City wasn't good 4 years ago, but they had some hope, right? They were looking like, oh, Shea's good. Now they get Jalen Williams and they get Chet Holmgren, and then they look around the room and they're like, oh, we can do something. That's what what's trying to be built here, is that these guys can look around the room, and while maybe they're going to be 10-40, they still feel that, oh, we're going to all get better together, and we got something here. That's hope. That's, I think, what Austin Ainge is talking about. We're not going to go manipulate games and sit guys and have this weird thing where we're trying to figure out who's playing on what night anymore. But it doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to, win next year. I think he's looking I still think we have a long telescope look on the process of what we're going through as a franchise.
David, we'll pick this up again next week. Glad to have you back. And I don't know what will happen, but
I'll also make this comment, by the way, on this.
Go ahead.
I kind of hope that's true.
What?
As hard as that is, but what we just went through as a fan base last year, just doing it for 1 year is not really the route by which that leads to success.
I agree.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Crash in Parley's Canyon has been cleared, but residual delays remain on both I-80 eastbound and I-215 northbound trying to get into the canyon to head towards Park City. Lane restrictions on westbound I-84 also causing occasional slowdowns as you head into Ogden. This update is brought to you by UTA. Take UTA instead of driving and actually enjoy your ride. Try UTA and see the difference. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I told you we went to this country writers thing in Nashville where you saw these different people that write hits. But mixed in the middle was this old timer. He sang a song about his dog dying. I'm not kidding. Like there were people going, play a happy song, like yelling at this guy.
Be happy.
Be happy. Guy played like 3 songs and everybody was like, oh, I'm so depressed. Yeah. You know what? Read the room.
Yeah, right.
By the way, and he said before he sang the dog dying song, he's like, nobody's picked this one up. I can't figure it out. I can. The song was called For Pete's Sake, and the dog was named Pete.
It's a little on the nose.
I'm just coming to this theater to rock out on some country I barely like, and they gotta sing about a dog dying.
Dying dog, for Pete's sake.
Oh, it's so bad. So bad, dude.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hi, this is Jay Stevens, host of the Utah Puck Report. Thanks to our sponsor, Larry H. Miller Toyota in Murray, where you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. And when you are part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Right now, get a new 2025 Toyota Tundra for only 2.99% APR for 72 months. Visit them in Murray or online at LarryHMillerToyota.com. 72 monthly payments of $15.19 for every $1,000 financed. On approved credit through Toyota Financial Services. Price plus tax, title, license, and a $299 doc fee. Offer ends 6/30/25.
Hey guys, Alex Curie from the KSL Sports Zone here. I'm here with Blair today. Blair's also been on the program at SLC Fat Loss. Thanks for coming in, Blair.
Pleasure to be here.
Awesome to see you. So let's get down to it. How much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just
That's
60
awesome.
days.
But I guess more importantly, how do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk to me about this scale for a minute. Were you surprised how quickly that number came down for you?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
And what are the biggest benefits that you've seen now that you've worked with SLC Fat Loss for a while?
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Blair, thanks for sharing your success with SLC Fat Loss. To learn more about the secret of losing up to a pound of healthy fat a day, just like Blair, get a hold of the folks at SLC Fat Loss. That's slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary. In a game, getting hit just means hitting restart. On the road, not so much. That's why visibility matters. Pedestrians, make eye contact and use your phone flashlight in crosswalks. Cyclists, turn on your front and rear lights and keep your head on a swivel. In reality, you only get one life. Be seen, be safe. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
This 4th of July, celebrate red, white, and wow at Monster Jam World Finals, the biggest family event of the year. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place. And the biggest festival-style pit party of the year, all included with your ticket. Monster Jam World Finals. First time in Salt Lake City, July 4th and 5th. Rice Eccles Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission and BKD Tires.
Don't miss the Best of the West, July 9th through 12th at the Ute Stampede Rodeo with extreme bulls, car shows, carnivals, flying cowboys, food, live music, and plenty of excitement. Special pricing available at UtestampedeRodeo.com.
If you want to save a lot of money on your fireworks this year, go to SomeDudesFireworks.com and watch our semi-famous, somewhat rednecky Chuck It video, and you will never buy your fireworks anywhere else. Some Dudes Fireworks, Lehigh High School parking lot, 10 to 10 daily.
One of the coolest stations in the world.
Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio show for over 20 years.
Everyone's listening.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your chance to win big every week on The Zone. This week on Win Ticket Wednesday, you can win tickets to The Sandman, Adam Sandler, the You're My Best Friend Tour, October 26th at the Delta Center. Listen to The Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. DJ, PK, and we're joined now by Pablo Mastroeni, RSL head coach. Pablo, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
You've had a couple weeks off, and when you haven't been playing, the big story has been the academy. Everybody is all sorts of fired up. From 15 to 19, there's so many prospects who play so many different positions. I'm wondering how fired up the head coach is, though. I mean, you are playing an 18-year-old in Gozo, and he has just scored in a win. But coaches tend to like veteran guys. How long before 15 to 19-year-olds can really help the first team, help RSL?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I think every player is going to have a unique journey into the first team. You know, I don't think there's you can throw them all in one pile and say like this group or that group, you know. And I tell my story a little bit where I don't think I came into the wholeness of my game until I was 24, 25 years old. You know, so if you would have given up on me at 20 and I didn't have an opportunity, then I probably would have never had the career that I had. And so I think everyone learns at different rates. Everyone gets different opportunities at different times. The one thing I'll say about this generation of players, though, is that they're a lot further along tactically. They're a lot further along with understanding their bodies, and because these academies are elite, right? And so they have great coaches. And in our under 16s, you know, Jordan Allen has done a fantastic job, a former player for RSL who's now done a fantastic job of you know helping develop these young players and winning these two huge tournaments. And in the process, you know, guys like Gozo and Aiden Herzakani who have been with the first team now regularly for the last, you know, few months, continue to impress. And so I think there is a lot of talent, but as to when and how they're going to contribute to the first team, I think that's all to be decided. And a lot of that has to do with, you know, the opportunities, you know, with the first team. In other words, you know, if we need a certain position is depleted, you know, then the next guy steps up, and that you might have to dig into the academy to find that player. And if he trains well for that week and, you know, has been playing well with their the under 18s or the Monarchs, then they'll get a chance. And if they take that chance, then the whole story changes. And so I think a lot of it has to do with timing, opportunity. But the one thing I will say is they're very, very talented.
How much are they aligned philosophically with what you're trying to do? So when the time comes that it is a natural transformation and just process.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. You know, over the last, you know, couple of years, you know, I think Jason's done a good job. Jason Christ has done a good job of kind of aligning the academy with the first team and applying the same principles. You know, some teams play slightly different, but the principles are the same. And so when I went out in December and watched their tournament out in California, it was really interesting to see them playing the same way that we do, moving the ball the same way that we move the ball. And obviously, certain players on the front line have different skill sets that are different from the first team, but the overarching style of play is pretty consistent, and along with the Monarchs. And so I think it makes it an easier transition for these younger players to move up to the Monarchs and then move up to the first team, given that we all play the same way.
Got a game coming up Saturday night. You're playing Sporting Kansas City. You got two former players who are going to be going home, in William Agata and also Johnny Russell. And we all know former players tend to have big games. They want to show them and all that. It's kind of a natural human emotion. When I brought that up with you earlier this week, you're like, yeah, that's not how it was for me. Explain how it was for you when you went back to a team that had let you go.
Yeah, I think you're really excited to go back and kind of play in front of your old fans, but when you get there, it's a little bit different. You're obviously going to receive all the adulations from the fans for the career that you've had, but at the end of the day, now you're playing on the other team, and so there's this real mixed feeling. There's this real, it's very unique where you see your old teammates, and it's just all these different emotions come flooding in, because some of those teammates you experience some of your greatest times in your career, and now you're on the other side, and now you're representing RSL, and you want to go back home and show them that they should have kept you on longer. But it's almost in that wanting to show them you're doing more than you probably should, and then the emotions get the best of you. At least that was my experience. But I've seen it the other way, where players go back and they kill it, and they're so dogged in their determination to prove to everyone that they still had it at that respective, at their older club, where they have knockout performances. So I just don't think it's as simple as everyone kind of assumes, that they're just going to go back and really give it to them, because there is a flood of emotions that are contradicting, especially as you get into warm-ups and you start to think about where maybe your family sat in the stadium, and like crazy things kind of go through your head that wouldn't naturally be there if you were just playing another game.
You have these breaks throughout the season, and as the season progresses during these breaks, are you trying to accomplish different things as opposed to like if it was earlier in the season and where you are now, just getting past the midway point?
Yeah, great question. I think it's a little bit of both, PK. I think we want to continue, because it's really interesting in coaching where if you focus on one aspect of your game, you'll get better at that part, but then the other part starts to wane a little bit. And so then you realize you have to touch on that as well. So I think, the two areas that I think for me are the most important part of a soccer game are winning both boxes. So defending our box and, obviously scoring in our opponent's box. And so we've really focused on the attacking piece, and obviously made a couple tweaks with Goza going up front, which has given us a lot more stretch, ability to play in behind defenses, which then opens up the midfield for guys like Diego Luna and Diogo. And so I think we kind of found a really nice balance with the new way we attack. So we've been really working on that and finding ways to be more vertical in the way we attack our opponents. And I think the DC game, I think Gozo's goal, the second goal, was a good example of that. And so those are the areas that we've been working on, given the tweak. But throughout the season, we're always making sure that we're touching on every aspect, every phase of play, to make sure that the understanding is still there. And then obviously with the summer window coming up, I anticipate a couple players coming in, and we'll have to kind of go through this whole thing again and expedite their understanding of the way we want to play. So I think you're forever trying to improve the areas that you've been deficient in, but also maintaining the overall style of play so that everyone stays fine-tuned in all the different areas.
The RSL organization is pretty open, but everybody has limits. I don't get to sit in meetings, and I imagine, though, that in a meeting you're in there begging them to bring in players before July 1st. You get 3 weeks to train with them and get them up to speed, as opposed to bringing them in right when they're eligible to play, and you need to play them, but you don't really want to play them because they haven't trained with the team. Imagine that puts you in a quandary.
Yeah. No, you're exactly right, DJ. I think, we've learned from the past windows, and, we've started this process probably a month and a half ago, identifying players that we feel can jump into our team and make an impact. And I think we're a lot closer than we were in years past to making sure that they're here on the ground training with the group for a couple of weeks before the window officially opens. But you're always at the mercy of their situation as well. So you're not going to always find free agents, and free agents are easy, right? You sign them and they come now and they can spend a month. But we're also looking at players that are, some players are currently playing even this weekend, and we have to wait till that season ends, and so that we can bring them over, and then there's a negotiation piece. And I think that's always the toughest one, is because the negotiations are so long, and everyone wants to get the best deal, and it's how do you get the best a good deal whilst getting the player here in time. And so I think that's what we're kind of working through. But I think we're ahead of the curve in comparison to the last couple of years for sure.
Where do you stand on schedule change for MLS?
Yeah, PK, I don't know. I really don't have an opinion, because I don't know what that would look like in the United States. I know that, playing games in Minnesota, New York, Toronto, Montreal, even Columbus, Cincinnati,
Kansas City,
just warm,
or Utah. So, like a lot of the teams have some really tough conditions heading into December. And whilst it would be really nice to have a summer break, because we end our season and it's freezing. I think that would be the from my standpoint, anyways. I think everyone would enjoy 6 weeks of summer, or 4 weeks of summer versus 4 to 6 weeks of winter. But as far as how that looks, I have no idea how. Would the fan turnout be good in December with all these different teams playing in these cold climates? I don't know.
Yeah.
But I do know that the summertime in Salt Lake is really important for our fans, our fan base. Yeah. 4th of July game. There's a lot of reasons why the schedule is the way it's been for 25 plus years, is because it's accommodating to the way we celebrate sports in the U.S. So it's a tough one. I don't have the answer.
I don't know how fireworks would work in January.
Awesome. Fireworks are always awesome.
Yeah, but
kind of a
you've never had them in January, though.
I have.
Not in cold weather.
I have. New Year's Eve.
That doesn't count.
Well, it was January. It was 10 seconds into January, and they fired them off downtown, and it was cool.
Well, but then who's going to be there to see it, right?
That's an excellent question.
If fireworks are let off in the forest,
would anybody hear them? All right, Pablo, last thing before you let you go. I'm old enough that I grew up when the Olympics were the USA versus the USSR, and it was beyond national pride. It was so intense. We had to win. I mean, oh my gosh, it was so ramped up. And I cannot imagine rooting against the United States, but there might be a few RSL fans who would root for Costa Rica to beat the U.S. just to get Diego Luna back one game earlier. For RSL, it would cost the U.S. a couple games in the tournament, but one weekend earlier. You played for the U.S. national team. Can you imagine rooting against them, and if so, would it be Sunday?
No, I couldn't imagine. I think, because then 2026 comes around, and then we're looking back at this game here against Costa Rica and going, we should have done better with that game. So I'm always rooting for Diego Luna. I'm always rooting for the U.S. and I think they have a great opportunity. And Costa Rica is a very difficult team, by the way. It's going to be by far their toughest match. These guys are playing extremely well. They have a new coach who's actually from Mexico, and he's got them firing on all cylinders. So we need all the support we can get for the U.S. team in this match. And then whatever happens, if Luna comes back, we're blessed. But I think it's important to make sure we put all our positive energy in helping this team get to the next round of the Gold Cup.
Yeah, Costa Rica's qualified for multiple World Cups. They're good. There's no doubt about that. So,
yeah.
All right, Pablo, we appreciate it as always. Good luck in Kansas City. We will talk to you again in a week.
Thanks, guys. Great talking to you.
Pablo Mastroni, RSL head coach, joining us right here on The Zone. DJ and PK, we have tickets to the X Games and to the Sublime concert to give away, and we will do that right after the break. Stay with us right here on The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Length of delays on both I-80 and I-215 getting into Parley's Canyon are easing slightly heading towards Park City, but also not a lot of other problems on other roads across the Wasatch Front, but be aware of that if you're trying to get up into the canyon this morning. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. After Graber window coverings, high-end quality with the best warranty. Save 30% off when you mention KSL. Go to advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
BYU jumped into the Big 12 for their own game, and they're going to get theirs. And they got their money together, and they got the recruiting together, and they came in all cute and happy, like, we're just grateful to be a partner. Oh, our broadcast, oh yeah, we're one of two in this country that can run our own broadcast. Hey, we'll be cool with it. Whatever bone you can throw us. And, what's that? 4 years integration to full revenue? Okay, that's fine, whatever. And then it's like, bam, we're going to take the number one recruits. We're going to sign 5 stars. We're going to get in the game with money, and we're going to compete. We're going to go from a 13th pick to the number 3 team in the Big 12, and we're here to make this nasty. So what do you know about Amway? Can I sign you up or
Can
what?
I get 3 people under you and let's all make some money?
Because I'm looking for diamond status. I'm here to freaking compete.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Attention RVers. In 57 years, Motorsportsland has never had a sale like this before. We've got over 100 new models coming in and our lots are already almost full. We've got to clear out inventory fast, so we've selected over 100 new travel trailers, fifth wheels, and toy haulers to sell to you at or below dealer cost. Like our 2024 Encore Venue off-road travel trailer, MSRP at $30,000, normally priced at $25,000, dealer cost at $22,400, and this week only priced to you for below $17,000 with amazing financing options. Or our 2024 28-foot Stealth toy hauler fifth wheel, MSRP at $99,330, normally priced at $83,500, this week only $67,743. Save more than ever before on your dream RV. But these deals are disappearing quick, so visit a Motorsportsland RV Center today.
Let Motorsportsland help you get away.
Motorsportsland.com.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Dick's epic 4th of July sale is on. Get summer ready with 25% off select Stanley drinkware. Get 20% off Igloo coolers and water bottles and select bog bags. Buy one, get one 50% off DSG coolers, canopies, chairs, and water bottles. $200 off Callaway AI smoke irons and TaylorMade QI10 drivers. These deals won't last. Stock up for summer now, in-store or online at Dicks.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
In today's digital world, outdated technology can slow you down. Les Olson IT is your business partner with top-tier office technology. From copiers, advanced IT, hardware, and security services. More than products, they're your partner.
Les Olson IT.
When it comes to the biggest moments in Utah sports history, say ah. These guys have seen it all. This is DJ and PK. DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. X Games, Salt Lake City. We got tickets, including access to tomorrow night's concert featuring Sublime. And we will give away one pair of tickets right now. Caller 12, 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. Caller 12, you get X Games, Salt Lake City tickets and Sublime tickets. One pair right now. Caller 12, go. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. The question of the morning. Lots of noise surrounding Ace Bailey. Will he report to the Utah Jazz? Scuba Chewy, I'm asking the impossible, but how about the media zip it until the story becomes a story? Until he no-shows, it ain't a story. There's a certain amount to that, and I get the NBA and celebrity and drama. And if he's at the first Summer League game, do you care about anything else? That's good enough?
Is he allowed to come in, or is he buying a ticket?
He's playing in the game. He's playing in the game, and you're up there calling a quarter.
Yeah, that's all that matters.
There it is.
Yeah. I mean, show up. Be here.
Be here. And all of this
get
will
your
be
practice gear.
All of this will be details and footnotes.
Go practice. Be part of the team. Yeah, it will be. Yeah. And I'm not going to worry about 7 years from now. That's ridiculous. Makes no sense.
It's a long way out, and a lot of stuff happens.
Yeah.
Worry about it when he gets here.
That is most likely 50% of his NBA career.
14-year career is a long one, so
Yeah.
I get your point.
Right. Who knows? He can meet a sweet spirit here, marry her. You just listed all the RSL players.
Multiple RSL players have married Utah girls and stayed.
When you think about it, all the people associated with RSL, you're the only one who says, I've lived in Utah too long.
That was for radio shtick.
You said what you said.
I did say it. I did say it.
It's not selective editing. You freaking said it.
Yep. There it is.
But
provide context, Kinahan.
Context being, get here, go to work, man. You have a high-paying job at 18 years of age.
Awesome.
And
could he have it in Washington, please? No.
But whatever you want professionally,
you can get here.
Yes. If you're good enough, you literally can get it anywhere.
It's true.
Any team on this planet, if you are good enough, you will be the man. Simple as that. Man, that has happened throughout the history of sport.
Yeah. We just had Pablo on that talking about young players playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're good enough.
Right.
Coaches want to win and keep their jobs.
And certainly the Jazz as a coaching staff and as an administration, want you to develop as much as possible, as high as possible. Your goals are completely aligned with their goals.
It's true. You're all in the same boat.
Yes.
Grab an oar and paddle.
They're not conflicting whatsoever. They want you to be the man. They want Clayton to be the man. They want George to be the man. But you are the only one who can get it. Will Hardy is not going to stand in your way. He's not. This guy's had enough of losing.
Oh, he was such a good soldier last year.
Yes.
He was such a trooper, whatever expression you want to use. It pained him.
So there's really no logic behind what whomever is advising Ace Bailey. The argument is just complete. If there's an argument, is completely full of holes. It has no foundation. It's not even built on sand.
Not that would be good enough, because it wouldn't.
It's built on nothing. No. Unless you just decide, I hate Utah, and I do not want to live with them people. I want nothing to do with it, which makes no sense. You've never been here, so you have no clue. That there's nothing that adds up into where, okay, I can see that point of view. Absolutely nothing. I'm trying to figure it out, and there's nothing there.
And we touched on this when Locke was with us, and you can go back and listen to that wherever you get your podcasts. It's available round the clock. Why Washington? Why does he want to go to Washington?
To build his capital.
That didn't make... Oh, wow. Wordplay. That was good. I just think they haven't been good in forever. Is there somebody there you want to play with?
But you want to be the man. You don't want to go to Philly. They're a veteran team. Embiid, you're going to get stuffed behind him and George, and Maxi's a developing player, and blah, 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 and we'll see who else.
So LaMelo's going to have the ball all the time in Charlotte?
There we are, talking about it right now. Yeah, sure. You got Brandon Miller and the other guy, Bridges, and now you got Con Knipple, although you wouldn't have had him if you would have been taking him. They would have taken you. I understand that. So is your basketball goals and aspirations, without question, absolutely can be achieved here. No one can tell me any different. And every single person, from the intern to the ownership, wants you to be developed as much as you possibly can develop yourself.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Yak, you got more tickets? You got a winner?
We got a winner. Ryan just won our first pair.
We got another. All right, after the break, we'll do it again. More tickets to the X Games and Sublime right after the commercial break. Stay with us.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of a dollar going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months OAC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
You're stubborn. Okay, be stubborn. Don't admit you have hearing issues, but they won't go away. You'll just suffer with them. But you don't have to suffer. My Hearing Centers will fit you with a high-tech hearing aid that's powerful and barely noticeable. So if you're suffering from hearing loss, or if you have a hearing aid but it's 3 years or older, you owe it to yourself to schedule a free consultation at My Hearing Centers by calling 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, be smart, not stubborn, with My Hearing Centers.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Whether you're building your $1 million dream home, giving your current home a facelift, or just trying to get it out of the minor leagues, Peach Windows and Doors brings the big league look.
Modern style, energy efficiency, clean lines, tough builds, and curb appeal that hits like a home run. Not sure what you need? No sweat. Peach has the coaching staff to get your home in the game. No pressure, no gimmicks, just solid game plans and pro-level results to help you knock it out of the park.
Come see for yourself big, beautiful windows that bring the outside in. Visit Peach Windows and Doors showroom, big enough to spark ideas, small enough to feel right at home. It's time to step up your game and make your house the MVP of the neighborhood. Why live in the minor leagues when you can swing like $1 million? Peach Windows and Doors, because real homes play like champions. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or call 801-566-1255 for your free consultation.
That's Peach Windows and Doors. Give them a call, 801-566-1255.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
25 Utes Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bulls in Nephi, Utah, happening July 9th through the 12th at 8 p.m. nightly at the Juab County Fairgrounds. Flying U Rodeo, the City of Fun Carnival, Country Star Cole Hartley, Heritage and Mammoth Parades, Lions Club Chump Wagon Breakfast. Get your tickets at UtesStampedeRodeo.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Number 20 years and still going strong. Utah's #1 sports radio show for over 2 decades. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And he's 12 years old, and tomorrow she'll be a war. Nobody ever told her it's the wrong way. Don't be afraid with the quickness you get laid. For your family get paid, it's the wrong way. I give her all that I have to give. I'm gonna make it hard to live. Salty tears running down to her chin, and it ruins up her makeup and never wanna give. A cigarette pressed between her lips, but I'm staring at her. It's the wrong way. Strong if I can.
Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at KSLSports.com/contest. Listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals.
DJ and PK, we got 2 more tickets. X Games Salt Lake City and to the concert featuring Sublime. You can go to both. Go to X Games and go see Sublime. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. Caller 12 gets a pair of tickets to X Games Salt Lake City and the Sublime concert. Well, during the break, PK, we watched a segment of Take Two. Stephen A. taking a day off, so he is not there. But they had a former NBA player, Danny Green, there. They had a former front office person. They had a couple people we don't know. And basically, Ace Bailey's just getting ripped. There's a little for. There was one guy saying, "Hey, if you can control your circumstances, control your circumstances."
The dude in the purple is saying he has no problem.
Right.
If you've got the juice to do it,
do it. Because he said there are teams that do not develop young players the right way. Now, the irony, as another panelist pointed out, is, well, yeah, Brooklyn, Washington, New Orleans. The teams you want to go to have not been developing players the right way. They haven't been winning. Who are the young draft picks who came in and blew up there? It's not happening. They were on the irony. And then Danny Green was asked, point blank, are older players going to resent this, or the veterans? And he's absolutely. So as much as, what do the media think and what do the fans think, Danny Green, as a former player, is basically saying, oh, yeah, they definitely know who you are and they don't like it.
And we're holding up Eli Manning and John Elway as the examples.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They're quarterbacks, which are far more important than any position in all of sports. So just by virtue of being quarterback, you have more leverage than...
You do get a ton of leverage at quarterback.
Yeah.
There's no doubt.
Right.
Especially when you're... And those two guys...
No other position.
Right. Number one pick.
Yeah. Maybe in the history of the game, Lawrence Taylor.
Well, the only thing really that would compare is a basketball player like, LeBron is coming out number one. You have total leverage. Everyone's looking at you thinking, well, you're going to win a championship. I got to get you. Because that's what they think with quarterbacks. You're going to win a championship. I have to get you.
Yeah. And
there's very few people who have the leverage, and Ace Bailey doesn't quite have it.
No.
He's the third pick in the draft. He's not number one.
The thought of where am I going to be developed?
Theoretically, he was the third pick.
Third best talent from at least on paper. We'll see in 5 years from now where we're at. Your people, I hope, if it's just an argument's sake, you don't come here. I hope your people then did extensive research, not just sitting on the couch. Oh, I think, no. You have to have conclusive proof that the Jazz administration will not develop you to your full potential. And that, if you had that, I would vehemently disagree.
Danny Ainge's track record
argument's sake,
yeah,
at least I can buy it.
Well, and they brought up the case of Eli going to New York, and it got into a whole thing. Well, who says he couldn't have had that success in San Diego? When Eli wouldn't go to San Diego, they'd had a terrible decade, and they didn't look like they knew what they were doing. Now, I'd have to check the years exactly, but it's about the time they brought in Marty Schottenheimer, he didn't win in the playoffs, but he did know how to build winning teams. And it became a different thing because it was kind of like Andy Reid going to Kansas City. They'd really been struggling, but they brought in a guy who'd had a bunch of winning teams, and they got things straightened out pretty quickly.
And good for them. But
right, but I think
you're a quarterback.
But the thing is, it's like, so whether it's Andy Reid or it's Schottenheimer or it's Danny Ainge or whoever, if it's an executive with a track record of developing young guys and building winning teams, whether they're championship teams or not, but building winning teams. Now, in the course of Ainge, he has built championship teams. Then why not trust that person? But it seems like part of what has me a little, and not just me, but a lot of people, is like, you wanted to go where?
I thought it was because you wanted to be the man. It wasn't necessarily.
Okay, but if you do your research, you could be the man here. Are the veterans really going to stay here? And even if Markkanen, who's been the leading scorer, stays here, he's not give me the ball, I'm running all the pick and rolls guy. He's catch and shoot guy. So you still get the ball and you get to be the man.
Yeah. I think that, to me, winning trumps everything.
You'd like to think.
That was, and Jake Scott, if you're driving, that was Magic Johnson's run. And that was his whole deal. We're going to win. You want this. The way to get this, and this is winning.
That was it.
And that's how he got them. There was enough food at the table for everyone to eat because they won. When they were going on, they were the hottest show in sports.
Most of the people who win, I think,
so it's about winning.
Yeah, most of the people who win figure that out.
Yeah.
And if you can't figure it out, you don't win. There's a very select group, and really Kobe and Shaq's probably the best example of where they won, but they were fighting about how they won, which made it such an interesting story.
Well,
so
yeah,
bizarre.
but I think that I don't necessarily think they were fighting about exclusively. I think they were fighting. One guy wanted to play games, and the other guy gave his heart and soul to winning.
That was part of it.
The other guy was interested in being an entertainer.
Yep. And gained 50 pounds.
Right.
And like, we're not going to win 6 in a row if you keep doing that.
Right.
And he was right. They didn't win 6 in a row.
So I think winning was at the crux of the disagreements.
I think there were, I think shots, points, and credit were also in there. But you're right about that. They were very good identifying each other's flaws.
And that's an unusual situation.
It was very unusual. That's why it's so memorable. They did.
So
they did. And then they both went on and won separately after that.
Here with this guy coming in, do your research. Don't just give me. And the one dude that was on the screen, I don't know who he was saying, quote unquote. Now he did couch it with quote unquote worst place.
Yeah.
I want to scream when I hear that. This is by far not the worst place. And I don't care who the worst place is because that means I'm comparing this place to another place. Mm-hmm. Get past that. You're going down in the mud when, we're better than OKC's just a city. No, forget that. Because then you're changing the argument. Talk about all the stuff that this place has going for it. Don't even dignify the argument by comparing to Charlotte or Milwaukee or whomever. I don't care about that.
The question is, what do you want and can you get it there?
Promote what we have to offer. What we have to offer. And obviously when I say we, I'm not talking about specifically the Jazz because I'm not we for them. They're them and I'm me.
You're talking about the state.
I'm talking about all the stuff that this place has to offer. It's pretty freaking sweet.
Yes, and there are players who can speak to that. I'm just reluctant to go there because it gets away from the winning. What is the goal?
That's an issue.
Kelly Olynyk I think it was KO, on an off time was asked about this. He says, I've heard about the mountains, but I don't have any time.
Okay, but
I don't have any time to go hiking in whatever canyon.
I'm not talking about Ace Bailey. I'm talking about the dude who just went, quote unquote, it's the worst place. Because that stigma is still out there. So that's not from the player perspective. That's from the media perspective. Go out and attack that, saying, and he did quotes, so clearly he was using it loosely.
He didn't. Right. I think he didn't buy it, but he knows everyone's saying it, and so he's acknowledging. I know you're saying this.
Right. So, and I think Hatback is doing a great job at that. He's constantly promoting the city, the state, and everything that it has to offer.
Someone in Ryan Smith's circle has to tell him about the Eddie Johnson quote. He has to get access to that, and they have to amplify that.
That is like, so old.
Ryan
that just bugs the crap out of me.
I get it, but Ryan can say it all he wants, but he's a white guy from Utah who owns the team. Of course he's going to say that. Eddie Johnson is not a white guy. He's not from Utah. He doesn't own the team. And he says it, that's way more powerful.
I just constantly hate how you constantly bring up race. It just makes me so uncomfortable.
You do not.
What just happened here?
You're hung up on race.
Good point. It's Friday at 9 o'clock.
Okay, it's Friday.
I don't get it with you. Everything is literal black and white.
It really isn't.
I mean, jeez. Promote everything that was good, everything that is good. This is just a great place, man. And it's a great place for you to come here and be a part of what can be something really, really cool. And my goodness gracious, man, the night that they win the title, if it's 100 years from now or if it's 10 years from now, you have the chance to be something unlike anything that was done. Who can't win a title with the Lakers? Who can't win a title with Boston? That's the way they look at things there.
It really is.
Yeah.
I mean, that LeBron,
right.
We can get Larry the Laker on. In the history of the Lakers, Larry the Laker's going to dismiss LeBron.
Right.
Who went there and won a title.
And it was a bogus one at that.
It was a bizarro title. It was totally bizarro. But nonetheless, it's like that. If LA can think of LeBron like that, then they can think of you like that, whoever you are.
Right. You can really stand out. And if you have the personality and are engaging, I see Holmgren and these guys doing national commercials, if that's what you're looking for. And Hayward was caught up in all that. And
okay, but
blew up in his face.
SGA's in Oklahoma City, and their big three are doing commercials.
That's what I just said. Holmgren's doing it. So if Holmgren's doing it, obviously SGA.
I had my wrong Holmgren. And I was wondering why you brought him up. I'm in the wrong Holmgren, sorry.
Well, because he's a young guy.
Yeah.
In about the same generation.
Yes, he is. He's there. Yeah,
and he's not the best player.
He's not.
So SGA is the best player,
honestly,
so of course.
Honestly, I think of that as an SGA commercial, and then I realized, Holmgren was the guy standing next to him. But
that's what my point being. They're winning,
the three of them
and he's not the best player, but yet he's still getting it. That's the point I'm making.
There you are.
Obviously, SGA is the best player, and so he's going to get that. He is MVP. People know who he is. If that's important to you, I don't even know that for everyone. I don't know anything about the kid to know that that's something that he's seeking. And there's literally, and I feel like I'm chasing my own tail here, is that everything you want out of life, everything you want out of job is right here, ready for you to seize it and come here and get it done. Don't run to some other place where you don't know what's going to happen there. There's no guarantees. And good for Manning and Elway that they made it. Great for them. Great. But who's to say that wouldn't happen other places? But they were quarterbacks, man. Who else very few can get away with that. And like Danny Ferry tried to do it. And didn't he go over to Italy or something for 1 year? Mm-hmm. And then, who the hell was Danny Ferry? You know what I mean? As a ball player. Did it really work out? Ace Bailey has this opportunity to, in 2 or 3 years, to be the best player on an emerging team, just like SGA. That's the blueprint, is go freaking ball. Don't bring yourself all this grief and negative spotlight. Negative spotlight is just that. No. And I have to believe that common sense is going to prevail.
Do you like to think that this all blows over and by Monday he's here?
Come Monday, it'll be all right. Come Monday, I'll be holding you tight.
Sing it. Let's go.
And he'll get here and all will be well. Isn't that yuck? Isn't that like a big tune? All is well. All is well.
Yeah, come ye saints.
Come ye ace.
Oh, okay.
All is well. All is well.
It's Friday, Yak. Just roll with it.
I know. This is
here where you will rise with the mountains.
No toil nor labor fear.
Right. All is well, Yak. All is well, AB.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Stay with us. Everything you missed in this show, next.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
First slowdowns of the morning on I-15 are northbound from Midvale to 5300 south in Murray. Expected to delay of 15 to 20 minutes on your commute into Parley's Canyon if you're coming for either eastbound I-80 or northbound I-215. This update is brought to you by UTA. Take UTA instead of driving and actually enjoy your ride. Try UTA to see the difference. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Watching an unlikely champion like the Florida Panthers, they sucked forever. One of the most irrelevant pro sports franchises of the last 2 decades until 2022. They're the 8th seed and they end up making a run to the Stanley Cup final. And ever since then, they've dominated this league. It takes time. The Panthers had to be patient. They got the right guy to lead it. It all came together for them. So now we're dreaming of a Stanley Cup here because we have an NHL team. You watch the Florida Panthers do it. The Stanley Cup going places that no one ever thought it would be. Why not here? Why not in Utah? You're thinking about, okay, what could the Utah Mammoth do to make this happen? And now it's a reality. Like, this is something the Mammoth can go do. And I think that Ryan Smith is going to be highly motivated to provide the resources to do it. And I think you got a general manager who could build a Stanley Cup championship team. The parts are in place here to be able to do something like this.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals. Also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
An Australian hiker travels to the American West to walk a wilderness trail.
Wasn't afraid to be out on his own.
But Eric Robinson vanished in the high Uinta Mountains.
I remember thinking, Eric, what were you thinking, mate?
I'm Dave Cawley. Join me on my podcast, Uinta Triangle, where I travel the world to answer the question, what happened to Eric Robinson? Follow Uinta Triangle. That's UINTA Triangle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
This 4th of July, make your barbecue the star. Kenny J's Barbecue has pre-smoked half-pound Utah-raised prime brisket burgers. Just finish the cook at home. Pre-order by July 3rd, pick up on the 4th. Call or text now to reserve yours. 801-230-5396. From the first bite to the last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at kennyjsbarbecue.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where smoke meets flavor.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Take a moment to listen, really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George. Forge, My Hearing Centers, changing lives through better hearing.
Are you ready for the ultimate baseball experience? Introducing the Cage Baseball, Utah's first high-tech entertainment-based batting cage. Just the fun parts of baseball. Whether you're a rookie or all-star baseball player, everyone can experience the thrill of hitting a home run. Swing away with friends, families, coworkers, maybe even a date night. The Cage Baseball, just off Redwood Road around the corner from the Maverick Center. Use code THEZONE for 10% off your 1-hour session. Step up to the plate at the Cage Baseball.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nico, piggybacking off that, are you hopeful, optimistic that by drafting Cooper, some of the anger that had been directed at you personally will subside now?
I'm hoping so. You know, I'm assuming so a little bit, maybe.
9 a.m. Slacker Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit the website at TrajanWealth.com. DJ and PK, there have been many topics this morning, but Ace Bailey has taken up most of the oxygen in the room, PK. They're talking about him nationally. We're talking about him locally. Is he going to report? Is he going to force a trade? Is he going to hold out? Or is he just taking a little time to adjust to the fact that he didn't get what he wanted Wednesday night? And
I didn't get what I wanted Wednesday night. I was here Thursday morning.
You wanted Cooper Flagg. You knew for a while, though, you had time to adjust mentally. That wasn't going to happen.
I had to do the show from 8 to 9. I wanted to do it from 6 to 7.
Aha!
But I didn't whine and pout. I came in here and gave you everything I had from 8 to 9.
Had a kid. We had David Locke on talking about this. Wherever you get your podcasts, you can download it, listen to it at your convenience. Usually people want the money and they show up. And when we come in here Monday, that will have happened, right? For all of this speculation and curiosity.
What will I do if it doesn't happen by Monday?
You're gonna do the old radio DJ thing, climb up on a billboard and stay there.
No, I'm not.
Until he shows up.
I'm not a radio DJ. Although I did interview for a job doing that once. I didn't really want it. It wasn't what I was looking for. But I did. Sierra Vista, Arizona. Below Tucson, real close to the Mexican border. I'll have to think about that, man. I'll have to do something outrageous to have gain the attention of my fellow New Jerseyan. I am surprised DA hasn't called me. PK, I need your help. I need to go jersey to jersey on this guy.
You think that would work?
Oh, when is it not?
I'll have to think about that. Somebody from Jersey you haven't been able to get through to.
Yeah. I'll use words that would make your mother blush.
That a kid.
That wouldn't never have made my mother blush.
You learned from your mom.
And
slow down, Mom. You're going too fast. I'm writing these down.
What are your issues, young man? Let's hash this out and figure it out, and we'll come to a consensus here, because that's what I believe will happen. They'll come to a consensus, and he'll see, and who's ever around him with the influence will see the light. And I just don't see where the grass is greener. I can't buy any other one.
Well, if it actually gets to the point where he's forcing the trade, and if Austin Ainge decides that's a good idea, it's not to accommodate him, it's to get the best value back. Now, I suppose the other team has to know he's going to show up.
You want us to go to Brooklyn?
Brooklyn, Washington, New Orleans are the three places that have been mentioned. What he really wants, how he would rank those.
Demon's in the conversation if he wants to go to Brooklyn.
Yes.
Couple other players that I like over there. Everyone has 2 or 3 players that you like.
They'd want Yegor plus something.
Oh, obviously.
Whether it's draft ad, it's like, hey,
Danny Wolf.
We had the 5th pick. This is who we wanted. You had the 8th. You'll give us more.
No, I want a player.
Yeah, Danny Wolf.
No, player, not 2 rookies.
Oh, you're talking about like Cam Thomas or something like that?
Johnson?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Cam Johnson, you're right.
Yeah.
Or you figure they're going to keep messing it up. You want one of their future first-round picks? I don't know what their draft status is if they have guys they can trade. Or picks they can trade, I mean.
I'm giving you a really good player. So, but I don't see it coming to that. But there's plenty of stuff that you don't see.
Bring him in on Monday and blame it all on the media. There was nothing to this. You blew it all out of proportion.
And that's fine. That's what the media is there for.
Yep.
Be kicked on and spit on and blah, blah, blah. And it's okay. The thing about the media is they're on to the next thing. Just say what you say, and then
who will win the NFC East?
By Tuesday and Wednesday, and then it's July 4th. Who cares? You know what I mean? It just goes on. That's the thing about everything. Everything goes on.
It's true.
You know, there's nothing really that would be cause for just, oh my gosh, this is just ultimately disastrous.
I think the people who remember it longest will be the veterans, because we've heard Draymond Green and Danny Green, the former NBA player, weigh in on it. They seem more wound up about it, as wound up as anybody.
To talk about, and what else are you going to talk about? What is current right now?
That's it.
Yeah, right. And they have stock in the NBA and ESPN, right? They did the draft, so it's their product. So they're promoting themselves while doing this. That's what you got. You got to understand everyone's agenda.
They've moved down now to which team makes the biggest leap: Mavs, Rockets, or Spurs.
And those are all fine discussions. They're also, in a sense, meaningless. But what the heck? What are you going to turn on the news and get that crap?
Talk sports.
If you like sports and you're sitting at an auto dealership and your car's being repaired and you're in the waiting room.
This is good.
Yeah. I think it is.
I've done it.
Something to pass the time.
The phone comes out and away we go.
Yeah. I want to be entertained. I don't want to be brought down.
John Tonje, 53rd overall pick. Who's to say?
This is as good as any other.
Yeah. He can shoot it and he can score it. They're valuing somebody else might prioritize, we've got to get big guys in here and see if we can we've got to have the longest, most athletic team, or we got to have a 7-2 guy who will really protect the rim. But boy, this is just one scorer after another. 3 picks, 3 guys who can score.
I think the Jazz now have a fair amount of athleticism. Yeah. Hendricks, Williams,
Ace.
These guys are athletic.
Yep.
Markkanen is athletic.
Size and length.
And obviously Kessler gives you size. As long as Bailey comes and starts getting into it, I think that this has been a good week. I feel way better about the team today than I did at the end of the season.
Had time to get away from the losing, and now they've added some new names to the mix.
Right.
And Austin Ainge said they're not going to tank on purpose. We're done resting 23-year-olds who don't need the rest.
Right. And so it seems like
we do have more roster moves. More roster moves coming, though.
I would think so.
Move some of the veterans. They're taking up the playing time for the young guys, and they're going to win too many games.
Yeah, I don't know that winning too many games is anything that I'm worried about. Why am I worried about that?
Because they'll win 30 games, they'll have the seventh
you
worst
and your
record.
Stupid pick.
And they'll drop to ninth.
And whoop-de-doo, Phoenix. Oh, they don't control their pick until the year 3000, and they got 2 first-round picks. So,
but you're not going to get one of the top 8 in a loaded draft. And if you don't mind that, then don't worry about it.
And Phoenix got the number 1 guy they wanted. They wanted Malwatch. They wanted size. They didn't have no size.
Mm-hmm.
Then they got now they got that. I mean, there's ways around it. Oh, this contract, it's untradeable, and the guy's been traded 4 times. I mean, nothing is never and always. So, and if you miss a pick for 1 year, and you got expiring contracts, and then you can go out and get somebody who's better than that player you would have drafted. And I don't even know. Maybe they don't win the games and they get it. I mean, you can't go base your life on a bunch of what ifs.
Lakers guard Austin Reeves declining a 4-year, $89.2 million contract extension.
It's the dangest thing.
What if he gets offered more than that?
Well, he will. That's why he did it.
That's why he did it.
That's just standard business. That's why they do that.
Bridges is available. Knicks are looking to move him. 5 first-round picks and a first-round swap to acquire him, but I guess they didn't get what they wanted, or maybe the coach who wanted him is gone. Whatever it is, Bridges is on the trade market. Not the star player that they thought he would be or something.
You got to look at the situation, because right now it's bridges over troubled waters.
So sing it.
And I will lay me down. Go ahead. Lloyd doesn't like silence.
Well, then let's sit here quietly. We don't like the cold. Lloyd, come in and fix it. It was fixed. It was warm in there.
Oh, I'll get it fixed by noon. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I know, right? It was not. Not when I was in here, it wasn't. It's freezing cold.
I know.
I got asked the other day walking out, what are you wearing a hoodie for? Go stand in our studio. You wonder why I wasn't wearing 2.
I got asked that a couple of weeks ago in my men's league.
Yeah.
Because it's butt freezing cold in there. That's
why.
I'm peeling them here.
It's 11:30 and I haven't warmed up yet.
I got my shorts in the back seat. I'm going to go in the restroom and change. Everything's good. We're fine.
It's in the deep freeze.
Yeah. I feel like Rocky Balboa. I'm going to start taking punches at meat.
It'll take a while to thaw out here.
That's all right. Keeps me awake. I have enough hot air that comes out of my mouth.
If you'd held that in, maybe you wouldn't have been in the deep freeze. NHL draft tonight. Utah has the 4th pick. What will they do? They're going to use it on another young guy?
If they do, I know Bill Armstrong is going to get somebody who's tough.
Oh, he thrives on that stuff.
Kyle
Whittingham, Jerry Sloan, Bill Armstrong. Your Mount Rushmore of tough sports figures in Utah.
You put Jerry in there?
Jerry Sloan, Kyle Whittingham, Bill Armstrong, and we got spot for a 4th. Who else putting up there?
I mean, this guy, we bleed on the ice. That's what hockey players do.
And Yak had the bite from him earlier. I'm done with the excitement of moving up to 4. The reaction, that was then. Now it's get a good player.
Yeah.
I've kind of forgotten that we won the lottery. It's really about picking at 4. And, it's like someone would say to you, oh, you got all these picks and second rounders. And I say to people when we have those picks, pretend it's like the only pick you have. Don't get in the thought process of going, oh, we got so many, we can give it away. No. Picks are hard to come by, and you've got to really focus in on what you have and really get into the range of players that are there and value one pick at a time. So I'm over the giddiness. I think of winning the 4, and now we're at 4. Let's go to work.
Yeah, I mean, his sleeves are literally rolled up right now.
Big day. Got a chance to add a core, another young player to the core who could be really talented. And he was talking when it happened. It's like the difference in talent between 14 and 4 is massive. That was a huge break they got.
I'd say he's winding down his work. He's going to go get in a workout, sweat like a pig, shower up, and then go draft a stud at 4.
JJ, Alex, Hans, Scotty, Yock, Jay Stevens, and Kevin McCloskey will all be on the NHL Draft Roundtable starting at 5 o'clock throughout the evening. Utah will pick fourth.
And I think Mario Lemieux might be there, too.
First round today, and then the rest of the draft tomorrow.
We bleed on the ice.
You can listen tonight on 97.5 The Zone. And Tony will have the Bees game over on 1280 The Zone.
That has changed, actually, in the last 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Breaking news.
Bees will be streaming only tonight. We'll have both signals for the NHL Draft Roundtable.
Oh.
Move over, baseball.
The NHL.
The NHL has arrived.
The Roundtable. Sweet.
New plan. Bees streaming. Hockey on both sticks, as engineers like to say.
I think they should put it on 1160, too. In 102.7. Blow them all out.
Clayton Kershaw, 3 strikeouts away from 3,000. You were looking up. How many guys have 3,000 in the history of the game?
19.
And how many are in the Hall?
15. 2 players are active. Scherzer and Verlander.
Can't be in the Hall yet. Presumably will be.
I think they would be, yeah.
Clemens is not in.
And Schilling.
Why isn't Schilling in?
I don't know.
For giving weird interviews? That's not a good reason.
I mean, he's out there.
Okay, but that doesn't...
But give him the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you good on the biggest stage in the World Series? Checks the box.
Multiple times.
Were you good over the length of your career? 3,000 strikeouts. Checks the box. What else is there?
You know, we were talking about 2-word phrases that will live on. Bloody sock.
Bloody sock, yes. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Your feedback coming up next. People have lots to say about Ace Bailey, and we'll get to that next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
You should really write these crazy letters that in 250 years, people are like, this Jake Scott lived the craziest life. Like, they'll be like, you listen to his radio show and his life was pretty flat, but man, these letters are colorful.
Nowadays, that's how you get arrested. Because nobody writes letters anymore. So, like, if you start writing some unhinged letters, like, Zodiac. People are showing up at your door. Yeah. You could send some unhinged emails, and people will dismiss it. You write out an unhinged letter and mail it to somebody?
No fly list.
Yeah, immediately.
This guy bought stamps. Let's keep an eye on him.
I mean, honestly, I could say whatever I want to over the radio, and nobody's there going to give it a second thought. But I write that thing down.
He meant it. This guy meant it. This is a threat.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Spring has sprung, and you probably got a lot to get done before Memorial Day. Tim Hughes here again with my friends Greg and Mike from Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Of course, you hear us talk about Replenish Compost being so much different than anything else that's out there on the market. Greg, why is that?
Well, it's a great balanced material that's been around for 31 years. It's dark, it's rich, it feeds the plants, it works as a great mulch to suppress weeds and retain water.
The other thing is, it just looks great when you put it down. A lot of people use it just as a top dressing. You can, of course, come by here in Murray and pick it up yourself, or you can have it delivered, right, Mike?
Yeah, we can deliver it in a super big bag or in bulk or in the small bags.
They've been beautifying Utah 1 yard at a time, and yours is next. Give them a call today at 801-262-5142. You'll find them at 4660 South 200 West in Murray or online at replenishcompost.com. Replenish. It's good stuff.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home. It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites. The raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm with Dale. He's also a client. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Why did you join the Salt Lake City fat loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What was your goal with your weight loss?
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Were you able to meet that goal, and how were you able to do it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it, so I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What helped you be successful at losing weight with Salt Lake City fat loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
Would you recommend the Salt Lake City fat loss program, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Wow, another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Going into F1, I knew I was going to get a great action film from Joseph Kosinski, director of Top Gun Maverick, and I did. I spilled my popcorn on one of the turns. It was so intense.
I kept trying to grab a seatbelt. Knowing Bruckheimer's attached, you know what kind of ride you're going to get.
It is an absolute blockbuster, heart, humor, a whole lot more. F1 the movie from Apple Original Films and Warner Brothers Pictures, now playing only in theaters and IMAX. Rated PG-13, may be inappropriate for children under 13.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
This summer, when you purchase a new air conditioner from Any Hour Services, you'll automatically be entered into our weekly drawing to have your air conditioner paid for, up to $8,750. No purchase is necessary. See official rules and schedule a free estimate at anyhour.com.
At Larry H. Miller Toyota Murray, you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. When you're part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Visit LarryHMillerToyota.com.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Early in the morning, rising to the street, light me up that cigarette, and I'll strap shoes on my feet.
Man, if jazz fans are getting tired of this, I can't blame them. I'm getting tired of it. But nonetheless, if the number 5 pick doesn't show up, I guess it's a story. Update, PK, update.
Oh, yeah. I turned my computer off, but...
From NBA Central. Via, well, it looks like the original source is Brian Windhorst on SportsCenter.
Correct.
Quote, the Utah Jazz drafted him with the number 5 pick after he declined to work out for them, and the Jazz were very excited to welcome him to Utah over the weekend, and that hasn't happened yet, so he did not go there. Their other first-round pick, Walter Clayton Jr., flew to Utah on Thursday and is getting ready to go. Ace Bailey did not, and there's been minimal contact with him and the team.
Well, it's not the weekend yet.
The question is Ace Bailey going to report, and what would happen if he didn't? Windhorst asked. That's not a crisis yet. What the Jazz are saying is he's not expected in Utah until the weekend. Really what he needs to do is be there by Monday when the training camp for Summer League starts. If
Come
he's
Monday,
there,
it'll be all right.
And if he's there, no problem. Hope his Jazz career gets off to a good start. If he's not, let's see what actions go from there. So that's the latest from Windhorst.
Well, if he's not, clearly they sell the team and move it to Seattle.
We have a guy who tweets that at us all the time. Here's a list
Worst
of things.
case scenario.
Here's
throw your hands up or out.
Here's a list of things that aren't happening. List some other stuff that isn't happening.
Okay, Ace Bailey not showing up.
Maybe that won't happen. I would still find that mildly surprising. Maybe just because I've watched the NBA and guys have had preferred destinations, but they're there. Who holds out? Who's held out and forced to trade? Off the top of my head.
Well, they do it when they're veterans and their free agent contract is impending.
Right, but as a rookie, who's done it?
Danny Ferry.
And you're going back 30 years.
But
I got nothing in the next 30 years, so I guess you have to go back 30 years.
That's the Tim McGraw song, in the next 30 years.
Sorry about that. Didn't mean to tread on your territory over there. Take over your shtick.
He's talking about how he's going to make changes in his next 30 years. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. And the thing about it is that he'll have everybody against him.
Yeah.
You got to stretch to say this is a good move. This is the right thing to do. And I can argue anything, and I would have to really, really stretch.
To argue that Ace Bailey should do this?
That this is if this is what happens, I would really have to stretch myself to argue this is in his best interest.
I mean, Ainge has dealt with this before. Both of them have. When they were in Boston, I think it was, but not to this level, I think. But I think it was Tatum who didn't want to work out for them, right?
Oh, I don't know.
Who cares? And then you draft the guy and he shows
Those
up.
Workouts.
I know.
Not when if you're drafting later, but not this high. You've seen this kid play so many times. I've seen him play so many times, and it's not my job. The talent isn't an issue here. So work them out.
Nope.
No, they need to let the dust settle and then have people who are around him, Ace Bailey, say, this son, get on a plane and go ball. You have the world by the tail. Now go capture it, man. Because if he's not holding out yet because there's nothing to hold out to, but given the fact that Monday is when they gather, and when's the first game? The 3rd?
No, it was the 5th.
5th?
5th, yes.
Okay, but they're going to gather, and I assume over the weekend the Jazz will release a roster.
Correct. That's expectation.
15 guys or whoever's going to be there, and because that's what they do. We've done this many years, and then at that point, go. And even if he doesn't play in the game, as long as he's here, but you need to be here, man. I can remember walking out of the Huntsman Center when they played there that one year, and it was getting towards us, and when we were calling the games, and we each split a quarter, and you couldn't talk to him yet, but walking in the parking lot was Joe Johnson. Okay, well, it's obvious why Joe Johnson was there. Right?
I can't put two and two together.
Yeah, well, Joe Johnson got his butt out to Salt Lake City, and Joe Johnson was an accomplished player at that point. You can get on a plane, and if it's private or first class,
Joe,
and they'll fly you out here.
Joe, what's it like to live in Salt Lake City? Yeah. I don't know. I live in Deer Valley.
Yeah.
True story. He lived up in Deer Valley.
Yeah.
Good gig.
And he was walking by himself to his car.
Yeah.
And he can do it here, and then he ends up signing, playing here, hits the winning shot in game 1 of the playoff and all that. You can do it. And you're just buying yourself so much grief that you don't need. And it's not like, if you want to go back to Manning and Elway, okay. A, they're quarterbacks. B, one's dad was in the NFL. The other's was a coach. So they had a lot of connections and all. And they knew that they could swing it. And, you can make those trades. And
yeah, Elway had leverage. He had the Yankees.
Yeah, he was a professional baseball player.
Yeah.
Yes. He comes in relief in Dodger Stadium his senior year and just mows down Crenshaw, and they win the city championship. That had Darryl Strawberry on that team. That had Chris Brown on that team. Guys who played in the big leagues. And Elway, and they can do that. And opened the door for a friend of mine, Mike Pagel, that I knew pretty well, ended up being the starting quarterback for the Colts.
So it worked out.
Yeah.
Rob in the feedback says, I think it's well documented. It's Bailey's camp making him look bad. It's not really who he is. Let's hope that is what is really happening here.
I don't know what he is because I don't even know if he knows what he is. He's 18 years old.
And whatever is at 18, he'll be different at 22 or 25. It says everybody who was 18, 22, and 25.
When I was 18, I knew I wanted a job in sports. And by then, I knew I sucked at baseball and I had no chance to play third base for the Dodgers. I mean, guys, the reason why I didn't play third base for the Dodgers is because they had Ron Say. Let's call it like it is.
I see what you did there.
Wow.
Right. If Penguin wasn't there.
Classless Skip says most of the Ace Bailey talk across the country is just big click hunting. Bloggers, podcasters, beat writers. I'm sure Ace will be at a presser on Monday, then play Summer League, and away we go.
I don't know that, but I hope that, yeah. Logical. And if they told him you don't need to be here till Saturday, then what's the sweat?
Jimmy says this is what the Jazz tanked for. Couldn't have been a worse player to take. Only have themselves to blame after knowing this is how he would act. Johnson was the obvious choice. Have to trade him now before this gets out of hand and nobody wants him.
They didn't know this is how he's going to act. Let's clear that up.
I think you take the best player.
He hasn't acted like that yet.
Exactly.
To know how he would act.
Exactly. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's funny that whoever posted that is assuming things and blaming the media for assuming things.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Perfect analogy.
Welcome to America 2025. I don't know what to tell you.
So you're doing the same thing that you're accusing others of doing, which often is the case.
Rock, yes, he will report. For some reason, the national media does not want him to. Actually, the national media, off what we've seen so far, is criticizing him for not doing it.
That Kevin O'Connor guy, who's a national guy, I just read you the thing. He's getting bad advice.
Needs to fire his representation.
Yeah. Danny Green's top 5 states to play in: Texas, Florida, Arizona, California, New York. I wonder why he looks at Arizona. Is it weather?
I guess.
They're not exactly a bastion. They used to be, but not now, of stability.
Well, maybe in his day it was so good he
hasn't
let go. You're right.
I read
He's
you
third
that
on the
because
list.
that's your no state tax. I'm feeding into your argument.
Yeah, there it is.
You
Texas
finally
and
won
Florida. I love it when you make things a thing.
What? Yeah, that was a thing for you. And you won the argument after all these years. Is that not sweet? The last show on a Friday in June, and you win the argument. That's been 15 years. That's like a century-old argument, and you're winning.
I'm going to go home and watch my big TV. All right, we're out of here.
In a state that you've lived here too long.
DJ and PK. That's not too long. I'm going to be back Monday. I don't know if Ace Bailey will be here, but PK will be, and I will be, and we'll see you then. Jake and Ben are next. I've lived in Utah too long. I don't know what to tell you.
I got a big TV.
Party time!
You have a great weekend, okay, buddy?
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Did you know there are more ways than ever to save with Allstate? Like adding more cars to your policy means you could save more. Same with bundling home and auto. More savings. Oh, and staying safe on the road? Ding, ding, ding. You guessed it, more savings. So check Allstate first, and you could save more today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Potential savings and prices vary, including based on how you buy. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Selling or buying a home, you're losing a lot of money if you're not using the Bank Buster loan. This is Rod with the Save Right Realtor team at RealtyPath. Nothing compares to the Bank Buster loan. Home sellers, you get a quicker sell and a higher net price. How? The buyer of your home gets a rate as low as 4.75% with a payment that saves them hundreds every month. The ultra-low Bank Buster rate is not a seller concession that comes out of your pocket. It's all thanks to our affiliate lender, Save Right Mortgage, and their Bank Buster loan. Hire the Save Right Realtors when you sell or buy a home, and you automatically get a preferred lender and a Bank Buster loan. Buyers, you can start with a rate in the ones. Don't lose tens of thousands of your hard-earned money. Sell and buy your home with a Bank Buster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Are you ready for the ultimate baseball experience? Introducing the Cage Baseball, Utah's first high-tech entertainment-based batting cage. Just the fun parts of baseball. Whether you're a rookie or all-star baseball player, everyone can experience the thrill of hitting a home run. Swing away with friends, families, co-workers, maybe even a date night. The Cage Baseball, just off Redwood Road around the corner from the Maverick Center. Use code THEZONE for 10% off your 1-hour session. Step up to the plate at the Cage Baseball.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for making us a part of your day. That's pretty cruel for Christian to open the show
Rub it in
playing
her face.
Katy Perry. That is cruel. Just lost a relationship. She's unable to go to the Bezos wedding, which apparently was her dream. I feel bad for Katy today.
She can't go.
She can't go.
You go on one space flight,
and then
it ruins your whole life.
And then you follow every tabloid picture of your ex there having the time of his life with Tom Brady. Anyway.
So we'll give her some play here.
Okay. It's to make her feel better. Got it.
Hopefully she listens.
Ben is riding high today. I mean, riding high. Because as I put out on the Snap Talk, we're broadcasting from Ben's childhood dreams today.
You're not lying.
No, I know.
I've been to Hawaii one time. I sat inside the entire time and watched the X Games. I'm not kidding. I didn't go out on the beach. I sat inside the hotel and I watched the X Games because I was geeking out on the fact that we had access to cable, and I didn't have it as a kid. So we are live at the X Games at the fairgrounds at the State Fair Park, and it is awesome. It hasn't started yet. It starts at 2 o'clock today. Public will open up a little bit later today. But, yeah, this is truly a dream of mine. This is very cool.
The setup is pretty bananas. It's pretty wild to see this sort of thing in person. You realize like the scale of it, because we talk about what translates to TV and all that. I don't know if the scale of what these athletes do really truly translates to TV
at all.
And then you see it in person, it's like, wow, they're pretty high up there.
I just looked at the motorcycle course where they're doing like the big jumps. It's insane. I mean, these things are 25 feet tall. You know what I mean? And these guys are going 55 miles an hour, and the gap is 150 feet. It's just like, if you were looking for something to do this weekend, I'm telling you, this is going to be the place to be. This is going to be extremely cool, and it's an experience you're not going to forget.
Yeah, no kidding. And it's so accessible, and the fairgrounds are super accessible. It's actually the perfect place for an event like this. Just because, I mean, really, the size alone is just perfect, and the facilities are great. And we're currently in an air-conditioned spot, which is nice.
Pretty good. But you can get tickets online, xgames.com.
All the info you need. In fact, the schedule, what's going on when, is all right there. It's actually it's really easy to kind of find if you want to come down for the whole days, the whole event. Obviously awesome, but if there's a couple things you might want to see, check it out and time your trip around it.
Surprise your kids. Come on down this weekend, 27th, which is today, 28th and 29th.
Would this still qualify as a way to make you look cool in front of your kids? Like, I'm not quite there with the teenage, those kids. I'm looking over at our buddy Joe. Yeah, is the X Games still a way where your kids are like, okay, dad's still pretty cool? Is this pretty cool?
Joey's talking to us. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah,
he's got it.
Yeah, right. This is still a way, like if you showed up with X Games tickets and you're like, hey, kids, we're hitting the X Games. Like, they're going to think you are cooler than they did, like, the 5 minutes before.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Look.
Well,
motorcycles are cool. BMX bikes are cool. Skateboards are cool. It's cool. Kids want to be around this stuff.
See, I always look at, how to manipulate the situation my direction.
Yeah.
And, like, it could be a thing down the line where you're like, remember when I got us X Games tickets?
Clean your room.
Hey, yeah,
Make
exactly.
your bed.
It's like, well, guess what? It's time to mow the lawn. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, cool. Well, xgames.com, all of it's right there. It's going to be an absolute killer weekend. So if you're looking for stuff to do, if you're looking for, seriously, a world-class event that is happening right here in town, the X Games is here this weekend, and we're excited to be here, Ben, broadcasting and talking about it. We're hoping possibly some athletes dropping by. So I don't want to jinx anything, but that's always super cool. And then the show is really packed today. I mean, this is one of those Fridays, Ben, where the news is just wild, including stuff you were in the middle of last night as you did your special broadcast for the second round. 4 minutes, way too much.
Should we get to the top story?
All right, it's time. We're going to do top three stories today at KSLSports.com right now because we have Steve Bartle at 10:30, Cole Bagley at the top of the 11 o'clock hour, and then Graham Hall, who covers the Florida Gators for 24/7 Sports, will be on with us at 11:30. So there's a lot to do. Let's dive right in. Time for the top three stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the very finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. Christian, back at our studio at Broadcast House. What are we doing at number one?
Number one.
It's Jake's birthday. Happy birthday, Big Jake.
We don't need to mention that.
Happy birthday, big guy.
That's not necessary.
I'm going to tell all the athletes who come over today that it's your birthday.
Oh, let's really not do that. Let's really not do that.
We should have had a cake. We should have had an X Games cake.
No, not at all. Although your parents brought me a pie for my birthday once, which was pretty awesome.
You're an apple pie guy.
I do love apple pie. Yeah, it's my jam. I'm not even a big dessert person, but I do like apple pie. And your parents brought me one on my birthday. That was such a thoughtful thing. Well, thank you very much
You're
for
welcome.
the birthday
I didn't get you anything.
wishes. No, good. God, I'm glad.
Happy birthday. Christian, what's 1B?
The real number one story. Sorry, Jake. The other number
Thank
one.
you, Christian. Thank you for that delightful tribute. What was that
Ben,
instrument? Was
tell
that the
us how
xylophone?
big of a story this Ace Bailey deal really is, because ESPN seems to be blowing it way out of the water.
ESPN does love this story, and look, it's an old classic, right? Star athlete, state of Utah. Are they going to fit? Or are they going to not fit? And this was almost the perfect scenario for them because this was building up even before the Jazz were in the picture. You know, where's Ace Bailey going to go? Would Philly just draft him? Would Charlotte just draft him? He wants to go to 6, 7, or 8. Specifically, it sounds like now he was hoping to get to Washington. And what happens next? And ESPN and Jonathan Givony, Draft Express on Twitter, reported that, hey, this was not in his preferred plans. Apparently his agent, Omar Cooper, who I think has done an absolutely atrocious job through this pre-draft process and now after the draft as well, apparently told Jonathan Givony or one team in the top 5 that if they drafted him, he wouldn't report. I don't get the impression that that's the Utah Jazz, and I don't even know if it actually happened, but that was the report. And then ESPN reported yesterday that Jay Billis reported, even though Jonathan Givony had previously dismissed that this was the case, Jay Billis said that the Jazz were supposed to have a press conference yesterday, and all the rookies had shown up, and Ace Bailey didn't show up. And I can just tell you 100% that's false. Nothing about that is true. The Jazz weren't ever going to have a press conference yesterday. That was never the plan to have the press conference yesterday. I believe it's going to be this weekend. They start practice on Monday. Avery Bradley, who now works for the Utah Jazz in their front office, former NBA player, said yesterday on his Zoom call after the second round that they expect all the players to be here, including Monday when camp starts for the Salt Lake City Summer League. So that will be the day I would monitor more closely, and I would watch starting this weekend if some of these players start to arrive because they don't want to wait too long. These guys want to get here this weekend to start getting ready for that. But I wouldn't panic yet if I'm a Jazz fan, and panic's even a bad word to use. I wouldn't worry at all right now that Ace Bailey's not here because I don't think any of the rookies are here.
Who reported that?
What did you say, Christian?
I saw somewhere that Walter Clayton has flown in. I don't know if you are able to confirm that.
I was told as of yesterday that was not the case.
Okay.
So unless he flew in this morning, it's possible. But I heard yesterday that was not the case.
Who had the press conference news?
Jay Billis.
Well, that guy is #fake news. You can disregard anything Jay says.
The weird thing is he said it on a broadcast right after Jonathan Givony, like right after, and they were in different rooms. But Jonathan Givony said the Jazz have a introductory press conference scheduled for later this week. And that's when we'll be watching to see if Ace Bailey shows up. And then Jay Bayless, the next sentence, says, it's weird they were supposed to have a press conference today, and he didn't show up. It's just, it's awkward.
Well, and that seems to completely disregard the fact that he did have a small Zoom conference, which you can go listen to on our podcast page.
And he has met with Lauren Green, the Utah Jazz sideline reporter. He's said all the right things. He jumped on our station and implied he was going to be coming here. So a lot of this does feel like national speculation that's a little bit out of touch. But because Jazz fans are fueled up and we're covering the story, I would tell you just watch for this weekend for these guys to show up.
Because he has to. He doesn't have another option. So all this song and dance, because I'm sure that's what it is. I'm sure somebody is feeding this garbage to ESPN to try and do some. I don't know. But unless they're going to cause the entire league to lock out to change the rules, then there's nothing that they can do.
Right. He can make it awkward. He can try
make
and
it
force
weird.
a trade.
Yeah.
If he says, I'm not going to report.
But he can't force a trade. He doesn't have – what was it that your guy, President Trump, was yelling at Zelensky, the head of Ukraine, where he's like, you don't have the cards.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? It's like, Ace, all right. I don't know what to tell you, dude. You don't have the cards. Yeah.
You can simply not ever be an NBA player and pass up on $40 million and everything that comes with it. And guess what? Your sponsors are not going to sponsor you if you're not in the NBA. These companies that are signing on with you to endorse you are going to pull all their contracts because they're contingent on you being in the NBA. So you've probably made $3 million, $4 million by being a college basketball player, maybe a little bit more with some of his sponsorships. And maybe you're set. Maybe that's it.
So – yeah, and he can't force a trade. What are the Jazz aren't even trying to win? What? There is no leverage. He has no cards. And by the way, blame
Correct.
the veterans in the lockout of 98 who absolutely sold out the rookies for all this rookie scale stuff.
Yeah.
Because they were jelly of the rookies coming in and getting these huge deals without even playing a dang game.
Right.
And so they created this rookie scale in that lockout. And you know what? I hate to always say this, but it is what it is. There's no way to change it. It's either show up or don't be an NBA player. And in this case, the Jazz don't have to. It's not. I never understood why the Chargers just automatically traded Eli Manning. Danny Ainge or who was? No, it was John Elway. Because Danny did go play baseball, but it was John Elway who was like, "Well, just play baseball."
I'll go play for the Yankees.
He had another.
He did have an out.
He had another out,
Yeah.
so it was like, "Well, this guy has somewhere to go." Ace Bailey doesn't have anywhere to go.
Right. And here's what I do want to also clarify, because I fear setting this narrative. I don't think this is Ace Bailey versus the Utah Jazz. I think this is Omar Cooper, his agent, who has done things strange throughout the entire process, including apparently was trying to get money for every TV interview Ace Bailey would do. Apparently, my sense that I've gotten entirely in this process, and again, this goes back, I first heard about this guy when his son Sharif Cooper, who was a very, very fringe NBA player, had a crazy season his 1 year at Auburn, but also shot 39% from the floor and 23% from the three-point line as a guard. Just because he scored a lot of points was not a guarantee that he was going to be an NBA player. And his son did not make it. His son got a chance. I think he ended up with Cleveland, didn't make it in the NBA. I think he may have even got drafted by Atlanta, whatever it was, and didn't make it. And I just get the feeling now that this guy, Omar Cooper, is taking it out on the NBA, and he's using Ace Bailey, who has done nothing but come on this station, talk to the Utah Jazz, do an interview with ESPN, and say, I'm happy to do it. I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to be in the NBA. I can't believe this is real. I'm happy to do it. Wears the Jazz hat. Post the photos on his Instagram page. And it seems like the weird in-between is his agent.
I don't know much about this guy, but this is a very agent-y move where you throw things to the national news outlets to create a narrative to somehow manipulate somebody into something. But there's so what? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
totally.
Are you not going to play or are you going to play?
Yeah.
And I'm guessing he's going to play. Now the Jazz are probably going to have to deal with this bozo for not Ace.
Ace, yeah. The agent.
The agent for the foreseeable future, which I'm sure they're not looking forward to. But it's like you can't flex muscle you don't have. Giannis can demand a trade, sure.
Yeah, right.
Absolutely. But a fifth pick cannot. There's no, Jimmy Butler wrapped up in his trade demand or whatever was a contract extension. You had contract leverage.
Right.
Are you going to lose him for nothing or are you going to lose him for something? There's leverage created there. He doesn't have any of that.
No, he doesn't.
Do you want to ruin your career
Right.
or do you want to show up to Utah? And he's going to make the right decision. I'm not. All this is just delicious soap opera.
Yeah, but that would be my concern, that honestly he's got an agent that seems to be playing pretty reckless with his career. And I hope he distances himself from this guy just for the fact that you hope 18-year-olds get to make good decisions that are the best for their life. Because this week should be the greatest week of Ace Bailey's life, and it's just drama, step after step after step.
But honestly, there's only so much damage he could do. I mean, that's another great part of this. There's only so. I mean, he's going to get the contract he's going to get.
And
there's no.
I fully expect Ace Bailey to end up in Salt Lake and playing and being
There's
here
no
for
way
Summer League.
he won't. That's why I think all this drama is not relevant, frankly.
Do you feel confident enough to say by Monday?
No. Because, look, the
At some
leverage
point,
can be
though.
we're not coming to play in Summer League, right? If you're really trying to force the issue. And, again, it's just such a bad step.
Even Summer League wouldn't be that. I mean, it might be till camp, honestly. When does he start getting fined? Camp?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
If the guy's
he has to sign his contract before he gets fined.
Yeah, right. So
he can wait as long as he wants. He's just not getting any money.
All right. What's next?
Number 2, we've got the NHL draft tonight.
After trading for J.J. Peterka on Wednesday night, it sounds like everything is still on the table for the Utah Mammoth going tonight. It sounds like Bill Armstrong and staff with the Mammoth are very active in trade talks with this number 4 overall pick, may make the pick. Again, they're kind of in this funny spot where I wouldn't say they're the hinge point of the draft, but we know who the top 2 picks are going to be. A lot of eyes are looking at what they're going to do at number 3, and then I guess it comes where the Utah Mammoth and the decision they make whether to even make the pick or trade back. Because, again, when you win the lottery like this and you have as much talent as they do, they're not operating from the same standpoint as the rest of the teams all around them. They've got a lot of flexibility here.
Yeah, flexibility is the name of the game. I mean, I was talking to a pretty optimistic Mammoth fan yesterday, and honestly, if you want to look at timelines or whatever in hockey, like, things are setting up pretty nice.
Extremely well.
I mean, with these like-aged guys that are developing, at a fairly rapid rate together. You throw in, I mean, let's say they keep the pick. You throw in the 4 pick in that. 2 years from now, you're looking at, real dudes in their prime.
Oh, yeah. I've talked to people about this pick with the Mammoth, and they said, this is where you get the Logan Cooley's of the world. I mean, this is where you get the star future faces of your franchise, and you've got that opportunity to get it here. And if they decide, you know what, we're ready to, I don't want to say skip steps. I don't think they're at the point anymore where they're skipping steps, as they showed with Peterka, who's a 23-year-old coming in to be a top 6 player. And I'm excited to talk to Cole Bagley about what these moves have been so far, coming up later in the show. But, if you go out and trade this 4th pick for a proven star who's going to come in and just raise your level even more, I mean, you're not just talking about the playoffs, you're talking about potentially making a run, and then you still have all this young talent who's coming over, and you still have the T.J. Ginlas of the world who are waiting to declare. So, or I should say to move up to the AHL and the NHL.
So we're going to talk to Cole Bagley coming up at the top of the 11 o'clock hour about maybe what to expect and what is the latest. And Cole's going to be on our draft show tonight, yeah, starting at 6 o'clock?
Starts at 5, I believe.
Oh, 5 o'clock. Apologies.
Jake Hatch will be hosting it along with Jay Stevens and Kevin McCloskey, and then Cole Bagley is going to be checking in. We're doing a roundtable show similar to what we just did with the NBA draft.
That's awesome. Pulling out all the stops, Ben. Number 4 pick. No big deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just hope they draft as many just bruisers as they can.
That seems like what they're looking for. It seems like the goal right now is to get a bully.
Like, pick the guy with the nickname Tree.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What's his nickname? Mountain.
Yeah.
Draft that guy.
Yeah.
All right. What's next?
And number 3, the NBA draft is all over. The Jazz have filled out the rest of their roster.
John Tonji picked with the 53rd overall pick last night, a 39-year-old out of Wisconsin. Truthfully, he's 24 years old.
But he's a salty vet, huh?
He's a tough guy. Man, I went back and watched the BYU game last night where, he almost single-handedly erased that huge deficit and came back with Wisconsin. But, yeah, he is. He's a bruiser. He has a funny style of play. It is really stripped-down 24-year-old basketball. This guy is not trying to pretend he's something he's not. You leave him open, he's going to shoot a 3. You close out, he's going to run and throw his huge 225-pound frame into you and get to the bucket and get to the foul line. I mean, that's his game. Shoot it or drive it. Actually, you know who he looks like when he moves? He looks a lot like Dylan Brooks, which you want a tough guy. That's how you carve your rollout in the NBA. I don't think he's quite that big of a psychopath, but
I think I'm going to like him.
I think you are going to like him.
Yeah.
I think this is a guy who's going to push a bunch of people around at the Summer League coming up next week. We got to talk to him last night after the draft. He was very nice. So I think a nice kid who has a real edge on the court. I mean, he dunks on guys and he's yelling at them the way down the court. I think he's the guy you want to have on your team. He's not the guy you want to play against.
So he's the guy yelling in the hotel, you guys need to grow up.
Yeah.
Try to get some sleep.
Well, yeah, he's the oldest guy on the team now. 24 years old.
Come on.
But a shooter. If you look at anything, the through line for the Jazz's 3 draft picks was shooting. Ace Bailey can really shoot. Walt Clayton can really shoot. And John Tonji has some of that as well.
All right. There you go. Top 3 stories of the day. Coming up right around the corner, we're going to talk the latest and greatest with the University of Utah with our buddy Steve Bartle, who makes his Friday appearance. Cole Bagley at 11:05. And then Graham Hall, who covers the Gators for 27 Sports, the Florida Gators, that is, will join us at 11:30. Although there aren't that many other Gators out there, I don't think, for schools.
Yeah, I don't think so. Just like the things you put on your sunglasses.
Yeah, I do love those.
I have some now. Yeah, you do.
All right, stay tuned. Live from the X Games. We're here at the Fair Park. Right off North Temple, of course. The public it's open to the public coming up at 2 o'clock. There's tons of events. Go to xgames.com. You can check out the schedule, pick out what you want to see, but it's going on all weekend long. It's a huge deal. So make plans this weekend. The X Games at the Fair Park, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Watching an unlikely champion like the Florida Panthers, they sucked forever. One of the most irrelevant pro sports franchises of the last 2 decades until 2022. They're the 8th seed and they end up making a run to the Stanley Cup final. And ever since then, they've dominated this league. It takes time. The Panthers had to be patient. They got the right guy to lead it. It all came together for them. So now we're dreaming of a Stanley Cup here because we have an NHL team. You watch the Florida Panthers do it. The Stanley Cup going places that no one ever thought it would be. Why not here? Why not in Utah? You're thinking about, okay, what could the Utah Mammoth do to make this happen? And now it's a reality. Like, this is something the Mammoth can go do. And I think that Ryan Smith is going to be highly motivated to provide the resources to do it. And I think you got a general manager who could build a Stanley Cup championship team. The parts are in place here to be able to do something like this.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tim Hughes back again with Greg and Mike at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. And Mike, we talk about Replenish Compost itself, but it's your soil blends, I think, that most people should have in their growing areas because it's going to help immensely.
It will, yeah. We have a variety of soil blends, a topsoil blend, a Ute-like garden mix that adds some soil conditioner in it to keep the soil loose, and garden box blend.
And Greg, it doesn't matter if that means flowers or maybe your vegetable garden, it's going to work in both spots.
That's right. Everything regarding success in the garden or in the yard starts with the soil, and you won't find any better soil blends than what we carry.
And of course, as we have told you before, you can pick it up here yourself in bag or in bulk, or Mike, you can have it delivered.
Yeah, we deliver it in bulk or bag, or the super big bag as well, the 1 cubic yard bag.
You can always find them at 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. Give them a call at 801-262-5142 or go online at replenishcompost.com. You know it, Replenish. It's good stuff.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
Hey guys, Alex here. I dropped 65 pounds on the Salt Lake City Fat Loss program. The maintenance plan has been phenomenal, and you can have that same success. JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. What are you waiting for? Go to saltlakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of a dollar going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months OAC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Aloha! Dreaming of sandy beaches and ocean breezes? JTV's Tropical Treasure Sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win a fabulous Hawaiian getaway for two with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of at least $99 when you opt in for emails. Don't miss out. Visit jtv.com/sweeps and enter by August 3rd. JTV, where paradise awaits.
Discover
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, broadcasting live from the X Games. This is so cool. We're here at the Fair Park. It's going on this weekend. It is a huge, huge deal, so make it a part of your weekend. Get down here. Tickets are easy to get. Just go to xgames.com. They'll show you the schedule, what's going on, the athletes, profiles, everything you need, xgames.com. Ben, being the expert on the X Games that you are, Oh, very nice, Christian. What event would best fit our next guest?
Bartle? Oh, this is Moto X best trick, right? We're talking 100 feet in the air, double backflips.
That sounds like Bartle's speed. He's kind of one of those.
Bartle's a madman.
100 feet in the air.
Yeah, Bartle's a lunatic.
He covers the Utes for KSLSports.com. He's Steve Bartle with us on Jake and Ben. What do you think, Steve?
Oh, man, big half pipe guy. The big air, big half pipe guy. Always, grew up playing Tony Hawk on the Nintendo 64. That was the game, so that's where you'd find me.
Steve, let's talk about the latest with the Utes. It appears they've had some recruiting success lately. Tell us about it.
Yeah, there's been quite a bit. And, every program has sort of had a little bit of success, over the month. And this, month of June is really the big month of recruiting for football programs now. It's just been, kind of amazing how the calendar has evolved over the last couple of years with, with everything going on with the transfer portal, early signing day, and all that sort of stuff. It's really just impacted the calendar. We're now June, which used to be a pretty quiet period, a pretty low-key period for, all of us in the industry. It's now the busiest month of recruiting action for football programs and those of us that cover recruiting. So, all football programs welcomed, a large number of visitors to their campuses this month, and Utah is definitely one of those programs that I think they brought in about 40 players this month and have gone on a bit of a run this past week with, the final group of official visitors that they brought in last weekend. And so it's been a good week for Utah on the recruiting trail, and it seems like things continue to trend positively for, a handful of their top targets, which is really going to be the key to this class. I think Utah's done a good job of, building the foundation and securing the bulk of their 2026 recruiting class, where they've landed what you expect of what we've come to expect from Utah, right? The 3-star players that they've identified early on before, other programs get involved, and then develop them into really good players once they get into the program. And so that's included guys like 3-star defensive lineman Javion Ramon, who's out of Lubbock, Texas. He's a 6'6", 250-pound defensive lineman who just, he flew under the radar. He had 3 offers from Baylor, UTEP, and Utah. He officially visited last weekend and committed earlier this week. A couple other guys that kind of fit that mold. Major Hitchens committed earlier this month, and then a handful of other guys that fall in that category. And so Utah's done well to, like I said, to secure the bulk of their class. They're now up to over double digits, and now the focus shifts to some of their top targets on their board, which includes, the number one player in the state, Celeste Moa, out of Fremont, the number one player in Idaho, Kelvin Obot, who's a big-time offensive tackle, and then the Pula twins, Jaron and Kennan, out of Lone Peak, who are, who just decommitted from UCLA and officially visited Utah last week. So things are trending positively there, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more recruiting news later today with a JUCO tight end out of San Diego who's down to Arizona, Oklahoma, and Utah. Things seem to be trending positively there for the Utes and Josiah Jefferson. So a lot of action going on, and it's definitely been a really productive month and productive week for Kyle Whittingham's program.
Steve, has the ship sailed on? Is it Felix Ojo, the recruit, the tackle out of Texas?
That's going to be interesting. So Felix Ojo, he was obviously the headliner last week when news broke that he was going to take his official visit. I wouldn't say that the ship has sailed, but I think you kind of understand what you're going up against when you're competing for the number one offensive tackle in the class. And when you have Texas and Ohio State at the forefront of the conversation for him, Utah only officially offered him earlier this month and were able to secure his final official visit last weekend, beating out Oklahoma to get that final visit. There's been positive movement here, but I think, Utah understands where things are at with his recruitment and where they kind of stand. But given his experience last week and just sort of the interaction that the program and Ojo had, him and his family, Utah has felt, in talking to sources, Utah's felt optimistic and motivated to continue their pursuit. Now, obviously, there's a long ways to go in terms of gaining the ground that they need to be more at the forefront of the conversation. But given what how things went last week, like I said, Utah seems pretty motivated to at least just continue to push for him. And given what they have with Spencer Fano and Caleb Lomu, where not only do you see the development of those two, where they've now being talked about as potential day one, day two type draft picks, but there's also going to be opportunity, and that's going to be the case, for Obot as well. So, Utah's going to continue to push, but certainly a long ways to go in that one.
Steve, I hope this question makes sense, but back in the day, recruiting used to be an assistant coach goes out into the wild, makes a relationship or has a relationship with a young prospect. They come in for a visit. They get assigned a couple of veteran players. They go mountain biking and then go to a party at the Kappa House or something, and then, commits happen. I'm curious with so many people, like the budget being so big, recruiting coordinators, there's so many more people involved now. I guess my question is, what does recruiting look like anymore? What's different about the process?
With that, it's interesting because there is so much that has changed from, even 5 years ago. It's changed quite a bit, as the transfer portal has become, a bigger and bigger source for, roster construction. That's certainly impacted, programs how much emphasis they put on high school recruiting. So there's been an impact there. Obviously with NIL, and now revenue sharing, that's also changed sort of the conversation and your ability to, how much you need to invest, where it used to be just all about, how much time you spent, how strong your relationship was, your program reputation. You can make a significant jump for recruit after, a simple conversation over money now and revenue sharing, right? So there's that big X factor. But, with high school recruiting, it's still, the bread and butter is still player development. It's still, what does the University of Utah or BYU or USC or the University of Oregon, what does it do for the student athlete? It still highlights the strengths of programs. You're still bringing in kids to, show them a good time, to highlight the strengths of your program. That's still present and still, the meat and potatoes of recruiting. But there are certainly a lot of different things that have come into the equation that can influence it and impact it pretty dynamically. So, it's certainly evolved, but, Utah and other programs have evolved with the times, and they've added the staff that they've needed to address all of these different things. When these guys are on campus for the 48 hours of their official visits, they're able to meet with counselors. They're able to meet with people to discuss, future business opportunities. They're able to talk revenue sharing now. They're able to go out and experience the city, experience, other areas of the community and all that. So all of those things still play a big role in recruiting. So it hasn't changed that much. But like I said, there are certainly new dynamics that have entered the equation with it all.
Steve, thank you for all the latest and greatest. We really appreciate it. And as always, we'll follow along at KSLSports.com. Thanks, man.
Yeah, appreciate it.
There you go. Thank you, Steve. Steve Bartle.
Recruiting's got to be easy now. You just take them to the bank. And you say, this is our account, and you take some of this. And if this is not too much, this is not enough, then we'll get you back on the plane.
Certainly a lot different than it used to be.
But thanks for coming. Here's the mountains.
That's why I wanted to ask Steve about it. But not
Call
only
us in 12 months when you're in the transfer portal.
But not only that, it's not just the assistant coaches. They've got an entire staff that's dedicated to recruiting.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just so much different. There's just so much more.
You've met with the financial planner, right? You've sat down and talked to somebody. I mean, you're friends at Trajan Wealth, right? It's got to be what it's like. It's like sit down and talk about what your options are, and this is how much money we think we can help you generate, and the types of doors we can get you in, and we'll work from there. Also, here's where we play football. What number do you want? We'll try and get it for you.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
You're going to love it.
What position do you play?
Yeah, right. Want to remind you to join Hans and Scotty coming up next Wednesday from noon to 3, and JJ and Alex from 3 to 6 at Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Order half-pound burgers in time for your 4th of July barbecue, pre-smoked by Kenny himself. Listen, Ben, there are a lot of reasons these days which we've got to fatten you up, but because you make me look bad on camera, first and foremost, your skinniness. But we're all worried about you. But frankly, if you were a little heftier, maybe we'd get remotes like the barbecue place.
Yeah, that's
true. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, they're not going to – Kenny's not going to recruit the, scary thin guy to be –
chubby guy like Hans, a soft body.
Well, Hans and food is a different story. And we don't need to call Hans that because you're putting your – personal health and
life at risk.
And I am not implying per se anything about the other hosts other than you're just too thin.
That's kind of what it sounded like.
No, it's just like Christian. Honestly, would you appreciate Ben's recommendation on food in any way, shape, or form?
I think it would be a great marketing opportunity to say, "Hey, let's get this guy Ben Anderson out
What's
here."
What's our text line?
Show.
Yeah, what do you text? Text JB.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, where we can make it an event, a promotion out of putting weight on Ben. I think we can make national news for that too, depending on what we set our goal at.
Hey, if you're a restaurant and you like our show and you want us to endorse you, send a text JB 57500 57500.
As in Jake and Ben.
Jake and Ben. JB.
JB 57500. If you want
in the meantime, go to Kenny J's.
If you want to help get Ben up to a cool 320 pounds.
Get my Guy Fieri on.
Have you been to that? I know we got to go, but have you been to that Heart Attack Cafe on Fremont Street in Las Vegas?
No.
I can't go in, but I've definitely seen it. I've eaten across the street from it and wondered, could I go in a place like that? I don't think so.
Like that?
All right, stay tuned. More live from the X Games. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Joined now by Rafael Barlow, Director of Scouting for NBA Big Board.
So excited for college basketball to start around here because the AJ DeVance is going to play for BYU. This year a lot was made on tanking. I think we're going to see it again. What do you think?
I spoke with a college coach that was at the Team USA camp. He said that AJ has taken it up to another level. My question was, do you think he was bored in high school last year? He said, absolutely. He said AJ should petition the league right now because he would be the best player in this draft if he entered right now. I'm not a fan of tanking, but it does make sense to tank, especially for a talent like that. If you're a fan base like Utah, you may not want to do it again because you haven't had much success with it. But AJ's special.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Ben just mentioned during a serious conversation about sports and, of course, when it comes to the vast amounts of money that these athletes make, well, you better believe that the smart ones are getting advice from people that really know what they're talking about. And Trajan wants to be a team of expertly skilled people to do the very same thing for you. We're in the middle of summer, right? You know, it's kind of vacation season. What do you want your retirement to look like? Do you want it to be like a summer vacation, a permanent summer vacation? Well, you can work towards that goal. Do you want to play a lot of golf? Do you want to have a boat? Do you simply want to plan to leave for the next generation? Well, Trajan wants to help you with all of that. Give them a call, 801-899-7600. They'll sit down with you for free. They'll show you exactly what they can do for you, how to set those goals I'm talking about. You can go to TrajanWealth.com as well. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement. It's TrajanWealth.com or 801-899-7600.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days, and that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, Sunday 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
What's that? Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are live from the X Games. We're here at the Fair Park on North Temple. Let's give away some tickets, Ben. Come enjoy the festivities this weekend. Caller number 12, 801-575-ZONE. You're going to win a pair of tickets to the X Games tomorrow, including the concert, Ben, featuring Sublime.
Oh, Sublime, all right.
I have seen Sublime in the last, well, I guess, God, I'm getting old. I guess it was like 7-8 years ago.
Yeah.
Still rocked.
Yeah.
It was like an awesome
Good.
show. I saw him at Saltaire. Seeing him down here, that'll be worth it.
The X Games is awesome. This is not something that goes city to city and they set up shop and tear it down and go like this is rare. This is not something that's going to be in Salt Lake a whole lot. So this is your chance to see it. Come on down.
xgames.com. And events going on today, tomorrow, and Sunday. So big time stuff. Make it a part of your weekend. Ben, you want to set up some sound?
Yeah, so there's been all this concern about Ace Bailey not reporting to the state of Utah and reporting to the Utah Jazz. Here's the other thing we haven't said enough about his quote-unquote agent, Omar Cooper. He's not his agent. He is not a recognized agent by the NBA. So he actually isn't even allowed to negotiate contracts. He's not allowed to sign the rookie contract deal for Ace Bailey. So they actually do have to go and get no punches pulled, a real agency to represent Ace. And that is now going to be GSE, which is a big agency and has a lot of athletes. And I think they do more football, but they've got NBA athletes as well. This is their president, Andrew Whitlieb, who runs GSE, discussing Ace Bailey and how they feel about the Jazz.
And yeah, no, he's thrilled to be going to Utah. Obviously, it's an honor to be selected in the top 5 of the NBA draft. And, we think he can do a lot of great things out there. He certainly should get a ton of playing time, and he'll have a lot of chances to show what he can do. So we think it's a great situation for him basketball-wise.
What was sort of some of that thought process going into the draft process?
Yeah, I mean, we focused, again, this was led by his longtime manager, Omar Cooper, who we're partnering with on this. And Omar really, focused more on fit rather than going third in the draft kind of thing. He wanted some place where Ace could have the best possible basketball fit for his game. And we think Utah is one of the best places he could have gone.
Well, Andrew, I'm curious, what went into the process of Ace not working out with teams? I mean, obviously he was selected by Utah that he didn't have a workout with, but what went into the process of that? Because I felt like that was the biggest talking point as a result going into last night.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that was a story that was blown out of proportion. So many teams pick players that don't work out for them, frankly.
So that was from Front Office Sports, FOS on Twitter, and it's a show that focuses on interviewing agents.
The business side.
Side of it. I have a lot of takeaways from that 1 minute. What were your thoughts?
Well, he sounded like an adult, which was nice.
Yes.
Like a rational adult that has experienced things before.
This
in a very mature way. Yes. I mean, that's an agent that knows the score of the game.
Yes, exactly right.
And I do think it was funny that he did throw Omar Cooper under the bus as much as
100% did.
As much as he possibly could. Not like as much as he possibly could, but as he couldn't have been more aggressive than that. And still retained his client. You know what I mean?
You ever been at a party where someone's like one of your friends is being a little unruly and you realize, and you go and you put your arm around them and you make it look like they think you're being your friend, but really what you're doing is you're like, I've almost got you in a headlock. We're buddies. You need to leave this party right now.
Or significantly improve your behavior.
Significantly change what's going on. I'm in control of this situation now. I've got my arm around you so it looks friendly, but recognize you are no longer in control of this situation.
Listen, Omar, you're not going to screw up this commission, dude.
It does feel like emergency PR. Again, he has an actual agent now that is not Andrew Whitlieb here. He's the president of this company. First of all, the president of the company jumping on is what tells you this is a PR move, right? This is the face of the franchise of this GSE representation that's going to come on and say the right things. And he's going to put distance between the nice thing. This is where I'm just thanking my lucky stars today if I'm the Jazz. Oh, we're going to be dealing with you guys, and you deal with Omar. And we're not going to deal with Omar anymore. We don't want to hear from Omar.
The problem is that Rich Paul started out as Omar.
He did.
And LeBron.
Hello.
Yeah. Which is fine. Rich Paul obviously is not a dumb guy.
No, he's done very well.
I mean, don't get me wrong, but like these Omars of the world tend to have a lot of influence, and then how do they spin that influence or capitalize on that influence? LeBron made it a priority in his career that he was going to take the people that were around him in his formidable years and empower them to become stars as well. Yes. There's like 4 guys that came up with LeBron that have known him since he was 12 or whatever that are his immediate circle.
Yeah.
And he met Rich Paul when when LeBron was like 17, and Rich Paul was selling T-shirts out of the back of his car. And then LeBron signed with an agency, but part of his deal with that agency was you teach Rich Paul how to do this.
Right.
And then Rich Paul has now created his own career, where whether you like it or not, again, I don't think you could argue that he is not a smart person.
Yeah.
Because he obviously is that. But a lot of times athletes, that's the big example, and you could actually call that successful. But a lot of times they skip the whole, learn how to do the business thing. And then Omar, who's not qualified in this case to operate in this world, is operating in this world simply because he has the ear of the player.
And the difference being, what does Rich Paul have that Omar does not? LeBron James.
Hello.
Right.
A different caliber of basketball player with a different amount of power.
And Adele.
But LeBron had a true cabal, and Worldwide Wes is in that, and all these guys that you're talking about, yes. Even Wendy, was in this conversation of guys who came up with LeBron. The other thing I thought was funny, where actually there was a little bit of arm twisting, was I'm sure he's going to get plenty of playing time in Salt Lake City.
Oh, sure.
That was one of the first reports.
Well, he's still an agent.
Yes, absolutely. And that's where you negotiate, right? The Jazz, he can be like, well, he's got to want to play. We want to give him the opportunity. And the Jazz say, yeah, we drafted him number 5 overall. He's going to play a lot. And that's the end of the story. But anyways, I thought that was funny to have him go on Twitter today to shoot this video so they can put it on Twitter and put it on YouTube to say, like, the grown-ups are in the room, we've taken care of this.
Well, because the best agents, in my opinion, know that it's a partnership. It's not an adversarial relationship per se. It's a partnership. If the Jazz do well, Ace Bailey does well. If Ace Bailey does well, the Jazz do well.
Yeah.
The Jazz were more than happy to give Donovan Mitchell all the money he wanted.
Correct. It was good for them, too.
It was good for them, too. That's the relationship. It need not be adversarial, especially on things that players have no – it's one thing to arm twist over a contract or something, but if you don't have any leverage, what's the point?
Yeah.
You're just arm twisting to arm twist?
And that doesn't have any other NBA players. It's not like he can twist the league's arm. There's no one else he represents.
When Draymond Green says you're coming into the league with a strike, that's probably bad.
And that will be the thing. I mean, Jeff Teague was on on his podcast talking about how bad this is. Everybody is saying, hey, dude, this is a bad decision. And Ace Bailey will see that. I'm sure he's had players from the Jazz reach out and say, like, just show up. Just come on. Like, for you. I promise you, we're looking out for you. Just start making the right decisions. Over and over, you got to ignore Omar. So we'll see where this goes.
Imagine how funny it would be if the Jazz assigned him to the Stars.
And he might. He certainly might.
He might.
Yeah.
Could you give someone like Omar a fake number? I got a new number.
Call me here.
Give me a call. And by the way, I'm not living in Salt Lake. I'm going to live in Price. I've looked into it. It's lovely. Just several hour drive from the airport. All right, stay tuned. We're going to talk to Cole Bagley. It's draft day here on the station, NHL draft day. We'll talk to Cole about what to expect from the Utah Mammoth. That's coming up straight ahead. We're live from the X Games. We're super excited to be here at the Fair Park on North Temple, of course. It's going to be going on all weekend. You can check event schedules, everything going on at xgames.com. You can get your tickets there as well. More Jake and Ben coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
You're stubborn. Okay, be stubborn. Don't admit you have hearing issues, but they won't go away. You'll just suffer with them. But you don't have to suffer. My Hearing Centers will fit you with a high-tech hearing aid that's powerful and barely noticeable. So if you're suffering from hearing loss, or if you have a hearing aid but it's 3 years or older, you owe it to yourself to schedule a free consultation at My Hearing Centers by calling 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, be smart, not stubborn, with My Hearing Centers.
The 2025 Utes Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bowls in Nephi, Utah. On July 9th, it's a wild Wednesday in Nephi. As 40 of the best bull riders in the PRCA will be trading big dollar blows with bulls from Flying U, Diamond G, and Andrews Pro Rodeo. It's your chance to come and witness the hardest hitting and most exciting sport in the PRCA. The Cowboys will be letting it all loose to grab their share of $35,000 and a spot at the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo in Las Vegas. Get tickets at UtesStampedeRodeo.com or 435-623-5608.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-770-0850. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-770-0850. 800-770-0850.
Attention sports fans! Elevate your 2025 finances with a Gold Tier checking account from Hercules First Federal Credit Union.
Score big with up to 4.25% APY on balances, rewards points for everyday spending, and perks like Ultimate ID credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage, all with no monthly fees. Join Gold Tier today and watch your savings grow. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet. But we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
If you want to save a lot of money on your fireworks this year, go to SomeDudesFireworks.com and watch our semi-famous, somewhat rednecky Chuck It video, and you will never buy your fireworks anywhere else. Some Dudes Fireworks, Lehigh High School parking lot, 10 to 10 daily.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You can win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to the Sandman, Adam Sandler, the You're My Best Friend Tour, October 26th at the Delta Center. Tickets go on sale today at noon, or you could listen all day next Wednesday for your chance to win. We are live at the X Games. Find out all the info you need, xgames.com. We're super stoked to be here. It's going to be a huge, huge weekend. Ben, I had you do this for Bartle. Let's have you do it for our next guest. If what event would best fit Cole Bagley?
Let's see. Cole is super cool. He's super reserved. I don't mean quiet, but Cole keeps it calm. I'm gonna go with Vert. That's where Steve said he thought, but you got to be a kind of a cool, calm demeanor. Those guys actually aren't the wild people.
See, I was thinking like the what do they call it? The street events.
Okay.
Because don't you have to be kind of cool to pick your different things, and don't you have to like strategize that so you get the most in at the right time?
You have to be a little bit of a lunatic. Those guys are crazy. Those guys are truly crazy, and Cole's not.
Well,
crazy.
Cole likes hockey. I mean, hockey
Cole
isn't
does like hockey.
He's
You're
not
right.
the sanest sport in
You're
the
right.
world. He covers Utah Mammoth for KSLSports.com. He's our buddy Cole Bagley. What's going on, Cole? Happy draft day.
Yeah, same to you. I think Ben nailed it there. I do love hockey, but that's about as crazy as I get.
Cole, I get the feeling that Bill Armstrong feels like a kid in a candy store. I feel like he got the shackles off, and he's walking out of the pipe from Shawshank Redemption, and he raises his arms in the air, and now all of a sudden he can actually do things and spend money and make moves that benefit the team, because my understanding is Arizona was just so restrictive, and the ownership group just did not allow him to go and make big moves and make big swings. Everything was about getting smaller, trading away your good players, getting more things for the future. And now they're going out and making huge trades days before the draft. They did the same thing last year when they got Mikhail Sergachev. They've got the number 4 overall pick. They just feel like they're in an extraordinarily advantageous position.
Yeah, I mean, Bill Armstrong's been let loose. And, I actually was thinking about it this morning. Arizona never would have traded Josh Stone. Never. But, now that this organization's in Utah and they're looking to compete, tough decisions have to be made. And if you want to get a great player, well, you're going to have to give up, a sizable package, to go and get that guy. And that's what they did in acquiring J.J. Peterka, was, giving up Josh Stone and Michael Kessler. Now, I do think that, Utah, off of, first glance, initial reaction, that Utah did win that trade, but they did have to give up, a legacy guy in Josh Stone. And like I said, Arizona would have never done that. But now, now that the shackles are off, like you said, Bill is just feasting. He is making deals left and right. He is improving this team, it seems like, every week, whether that's, bringing up, his former draft picks, Daniil But and Dmitry Simashev, whether that's, being blessed by the hockey gods with the 4th overall selection, or making trades like he did to acquire Peterka. Utah has arguably the most momentum of any team in the National Hockey League. Maybe aside from the Florida Panthers, who just can't stop winning. But in terms of younger teams who are trying to establish themselves as contenders down the road, Utah's definitely up there.
You mentioned that the Mammoth won the Paterka trade. Dive into that a little bit more. Why is that? Why are they coming out on the best side, and what is he going to bring on the ice?
Yeah, I mean, if you just Google JJ Paterka and you look at all the headlines, whether it's ESPN, The Athletic, Sportsnet, NHL Network, everybody is saying that Utah won this trade, and I think they're right. Obviously it takes years to really break it down and see who won the trade. But off just the initial, knee-jerk reaction, it looks like Utah won this because you gave up, Josh Doan, who, he's a good player. He's got a lot of heart. He's got a very complete 200-foot game. But it was almost like, when you look at the roster, where does Josh Doan fit in here? That this was a guy that was, not seeing as many minutes. He was stuck on that third line. And not that was a bad fit for him, but what did the future look like? How was Josh Doan going to contribute to this team? And then you look at a guy like Michael Kesselring, good defenseman, but not an asset that you couldn't afford to lose, especially with bringing up Dmitry Simashev, and you've got Maverick Lamoureux down in Tucson. This team is totally fine and set in terms of their, defensive depth. Obviously, as long as everybody stays healthy and they don't repeat what happened last season. But in terms of what JJ Paterka brings, this is a guy that is 23 years old. He had 68 points a season ago, career highs in both goals and assists, and has continued to just improve every year. From when he made his NHL debut. Over the last 2 seasons, he's seen a 36-point increase, 18 points each season. And it just kind of looks like sky's the limit for this guy. And so you're adding another player to your forwards who's going to fulfill exactly what you need. Bill Armstrong said, once the offseason starts for the Mammoth, they need size and they need scoring. Well, they got their size in Daniil But and Dmitry Simashev, and now they've got their scoring in JJ Paterka. And so, this team, where they're at even now, I think is a playoff team, and they're still not done. I still think there's moves to be made. I still think there's acquisitions to be had. But they're definitely bridging that gap for an organization that was only 8 points out from a playoff spot. Now that you've added Paterka and these young prospects, you have the 4th overall pick. You can keep it, you can trade it, and there's still free agency ahead of you next week. I think this team is not. I don't know if I necessarily see them dominating the division, but I definitely think that I think your floor is a wild card spot for sure.
Cole, before we get to the draft, quickly on Paterka, if he's moving into one of those top 2 lines, whose job is he taking? Who's he pushing out?
Well, I think Bill was smart to do this because Utah they've got quite a few players that are going out the door, right? You're losing a couple guys to free agency that they don't plan on bringing back, and that's Carcone, that's Nick Bjugstad, that's Robert Bortuzzo. I know that they're looking to trade Matthias Michelli. And so, the second line was an interesting one for Utah last season. It was almost a revolving door. They tried everything and everybody to figure out that line. So I don't know that he's necessarily taking anybody's job. Like I said, that line was constantly moving around. It was always, inserting guys and switching them out. So I don't know that he's necessarily stealing anybody's job. But it'll be interesting to see, does he fit on the top line? Does he fit on the second line? Now, what I would expect is to start the season, he's probably on that second line, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's Nick Schmaltz, Barrett Hayton, and JJ Paterka on that second line while you have Clayton Keller, Logan Cooley, and Dylan Gunther on the top. Now, of course, like I said, lines are ever changing, but that's what I would expect going into the season.
So let's get into the draft a little bit. What do you think? I know we're going to hear the best player available cliche all night, but what are actually the needs for the Mammoth do you think that they need to address?
Well, I think that, stereotypical answer of taking the best player available, that really kind of rings true in the NHL just like it does in Major League Baseball, right? These are guys that are going to go and develop for a few more years before they're ready to jump up to the big club. And so, you take that best player available because you don't know necessarily what you're going to need 2 or 3 years down the road. But with that being said, size and centermen are really tough to come by in the NHL, especially, top 6 centermen. And so I anticipate that that's what Utah's looking at. That's what a lot of people are kind of speculating and reporting on here in the last few hours before we do see who they pick. And so I would keep an eye on guys like Caleb Desnoyers, Jake O'Brien, maybe Brady Martin. I think 4 is a little high for both those players. But as well, if you're simply just looking for size, a guy like Porter Martone comes to my mind. He's had comparisons to the Kachuk brothers. He's 6'3". He's got a lot of individual brilliance. And the same thing with Caleb Desnoyers. Now, Martone is a winger. Desnoyers is a center. But I think those are really the two that I think will be available when Utah is on the clock. And I would expect them to be heavily considering those players, just given their positions, their size. They're both big guys, and just how good they are offensively.
How confident are you that they make the 4th pick?
I would probably say 80, somewhere between 70 and 80%. Not because they're hesitant to make the pick, but just given Bill's mindset. He told us yesterday after we talked to him about the Peterka deal that, look, anything's on the table. We are, that Utah is constantly looking to improve their roster and doing whatever it takes. Now, obviously, they're not going to move guys like Cooley or Gunther or, Sergachev or Keller or something like that. But I do believe that if an organization jumped on the phone and became really desperate and said, look, we've got this player, he fits your timeline, he can help you now, he can play now, he doesn't necessarily fit our team, similar to what we just saw with Peterka, where he wanted out of Buffalo and he didn't fit that organization anymore, so they gave him up. That, to me, is the type of deal that Utah would have to be approached with in order for them to move off the 4th selection. So I think it's more dependent on how desperate, teams are to maybe jump into that top 5, and if there's a guy that they really like. But with that being said, I do think that Utah does just end up making the selection.
Cole, I know I've asked you questions like this in the past, but I think it's helpful as we have fans out there that are getting to know hockey a little bit better. But, if they do keep the pick at 4, make the pick, how long is the timeline of development until they're producing for the Mammoth at Delta Center?
Yeah, generally, unless you're the first overall selection, you're going back to the juniors or you're going back to college. And sometimes the 2nd and 3rd pick, can be that good. It depends on the class. With the 2025 draft class, I do anticipate that the first overall selection, who I believe is going to be Matthew Schaefer, will probably play in the NHL this year. And then given the fact that San Jose and Chicago are both, very bad teams who have a lot of youth, I wouldn't be shocked to see whoever they pick, whether that's Michael Misa, Anton Frondell, James Higgins. I think those guys are going to have a chance to play. But for Utah, it's a good draft class. It's not a great draft class. And I think when you get to 4, and just given the fact that Utah has so many young players on their roster already, and they already have a deep prospect pool, I don't suspect that this is a player that you're going to see for probably a year, 2, maybe even 3. It just depends on how they develop, because these guys are 17 years old. A lot of them weigh 170 to 180 pounds. They're not ready to go up against the Brady Kachucks of the world, the Sam Bennett's who, are well over 200 pounds and, standing, between 6 and, 6'3", 6'4". So I think it's probably 2 seasons away from seeing this guy play.
Do you get the impression that, the big splash has been made by the Utah Mammoth, or do you think even after adding Peterka that there's maybe a major move still in the pipeline?
I think the biggest splash has been made. Given how much cap space they have remaining, I believe it's about $15 million, which is a good amount, but you have to remember they have to extend Logan Cooley. And yeah, his contract that new extension doesn't kick in until next season, but you have to consider that. Now, obviously, the cap is going up, which bodes well. But I think with the extension that they signed to Peterka to, the fact that they have to extend Logan Cooley, they want to extend Jack McBain, I don't think that you're going to see Utah in any of the major sweepstakes for guys like Mitch Marner or Sam Bennett or even, Nicola Ehlers or Brock Besser. I think those conversations have maybe gone away. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see another, decent splash in terms of moving the 4th overall pick, or, maybe finding another trade, or maybe there's been a lot of reports that Utah is interested in adding a guy like Brad Marchand as a veteran to this squad. And I know that there's a lot of people that go, well, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But I think, in my mind, a guy like Brad Marchand would be a perfect veteran contract to take on, because if you listen to Bill Armstrong, this team is not going to be competing for Stanley Cups for probably 4 or 5 years. Cooley and Gunther and Peterka, they're all in their early 20s. And as Armstrong said, you're not competing until you're 27, 28, 29. And so there's experience to be had. This is a team that hasn't even made the playoffs for a long time. So if you could bring in a guy like Brad Marchand, yeah, he's 37, but if you could sign him to a 2 or 3 year deal, and you allow a guy to come in who, yeah, he's a smaller player, but he plays so big and he's so obnoxious and he knows what it takes to win. And he can teach your younger players like Cooley and Gunther and Peterka and these prospects how to replicate his style of hockey. I mean, that would set you up once his contract's up to really start to step into that competitive window and compete for Stanley Cups.
Cole, we know you're going to be covering the draft tonight, top to bottom, jumping on air with our draft show here on the station, of course, covering it at KSLSports.com, and we appreciate you jumping on with us in preparation. So thank you very much, Cole.
Of course. It's an exciting day. It's my first ever NHL draft, so I'm happy to jump on and feel really lucky to talk about hockey all day long.
Yeah, enjoy it, man. Draft coverage is super fun, so we'll be glued to it. Appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
There you go. That's Cole Bagley. Oh, yeah, first draft. That's a big moment.
It is, and it's a good one. Did you get the 4th overall pick? This is exciting. This isn't, wait till the second round and they'll have their first pick tonight, at 38. No, you get the 4th pick. This is a big
fireworks are going to hit early. So we'll be obviously watching Cole close. Big thanks to him for jumping on with us. We are live at the X Games, Ben. Go to xgames.com. They're going to be going on this weekend. It's a huge deal. In fact, we just found out we're going to have an athlete with us, Ben, a legend, I'm told.
Bilko.
Goes by the name Bilko.
Blake Williams, motocross.
Big motocross star is going to be on the show a little bit later on, so we're really excited about that. We'll have more Jake and Ben. We'll get back to the Ace Bailey situation coming up right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
BYU jumped into the Big 12 for their own game, and they're going to get theirs. And they got their money together, and they got the recruiting together, and they came in all cute and happy, like, we're just grateful to be a partner. Oh, our broadcast, we're one of 2 in this country that can run our own broadcast. Hey, we'll be cool with it. Whatever bone you can throw us. And, what's that? 4 years integration to full revenue? Okay, that's fine, whatever. And then it's like, bam, we're going to take the number 1 recruits. We're going to sign 5 stars. We're going to get in the game with money, and we're going to compete. We're going to go from a 13th pick to the number 3 team in the Big 12, and we're here to make this nasty. So what do you know about Amway? Can I sign you up or what?
I get 3 people under you and let's all make some money?
Because I'm looking for diamond status. I'm here to freaking compete.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of $1 going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months OAC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are 2 very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
At Black Desert Resort, you can truly indulge in luxury your way. Whether you choose a sleek studio or an expansive 4-bedroom suite, you're just moments away from teeing off on a championship golf course, savoring top-tier dining, relaxing poolside, or exploring the rugged beauty of southern Utah. Whatever thrill you seek, it's right outside your door. Your journey awaits at blackdesertresort.com. Get lost and find luxury.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W Beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W Beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W Beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
If you have a lot to get done and get growing this spring in your yard or garden, let our friends at Replenish Landscape Garden Products help. Tim Hughes here with Greg and Mike. As much as we talk about Replenish, I want everybody to know, Greg, that no matter what part of their landscaping they're changing, and maybe they're looking for something that provides them with no maintenance or low maintenance, you have other materials that can help.
That's all right. We have 4 different natural barks. We have 4 different of the colored wood mulches. We have rock, we have gravel, we have sand, 22 different products here.
You may never have to pull weeds again. Mike, there's a reason why professional landscapers and even school districts and others use your products.
Yeah, it's a great proven material. We get a lot of school districts and municipalities that use it as well, and landscapers.
You're going to find it all right here in Murray at 4660 South 200 West. Call them at 801-262-5142 or go online at replenishcompost.com. Remember, Replenish. It's good stuff.
This summer, when you have Any Hour Services give you an estimate to replace your air conditioner or you purchase a new AC from Any Hour, you'll automatically be entered into our weekly drawing to have your air conditioner paid for by Any Hour Services. No purchase is necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Who's got it better than us?
Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, live from the X Games. We're here at the Fair Park on North Temple. The X Games are going to be going on, all weekend long. Doors for today open at 2 o'clock. Want to remind you that Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth will be live in studio with Hans and Scotty coming up on Monday. He's going to help you with your retirement plan. Tune in or visit retireteton.com. Let's talk a little NBA draft, Ben. Let's talk a little Walter Clayton Jr., shall we? Joining the show now, he covers the Florida Gators for 247sports.com. He's Graham Hall with us here on Jake and Ben. Graham, thanks for a few minutes. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me. It's my pleasure to be here, and especially to talk about someone as fantastic as Walter Clayton Jr., both as a player, of course, and as a person.
Yeah. Before we get into the basketball player on the court, what can you tell us about him off the floor? Who is he? He obviously won the draft with his daughter out there. Everyone seemed excited by her. But what can you tell us about the person?
Yeah, it was a great sight to see him be picked because I mentioned this on Twitter. You're not going to see that much emotion from him too often. I mean, he's such an even-keeled guy, especially when he's in public. And especially when he's on the court, you know, he doesn't really let his emotions get the best of him. But him off the court, this is a funny guy, South Florida type kid, which some people out there may know what I mean by that from a personality standpoint, but just a really, really funny guy, well-liked by his teammates. He's not arrogant. He's humble, willing to work as hard as he possibly can, take feedback well. He's very coachable. This is someone who I couldn't say enough good things about him. I've never heard a bad thing said about him whatsoever from people who know him. Obviously, I think that some of the way that he has been seen on a national stage, not smiling, kind of having this stoic demeanor at times and being a little bit nonchalant about some serious things, people have kind of assumed that he's someone who doesn't care or he's arrogant, and that couldn't be farther from the truth. This is someone who is humble. He's been counted out his whole life, and he's motivated to prove everyone wrong, but he's couldn't be more of a down-to-earth guy. You wouldn't tell from talking to him that he has a chip on his shoulder. He's been willing to do whatever it takes to get to this position his entire life, and those who know him, seeing his dream become a reality, as you saw with how overcome with emotion he was hearing his name called in Wednesday's first round. This is someone who has worked his whole life, been told that he never would be able to reach this point, and that validation was just beautiful to see, in my opinion.
What do you think about as far as value at 18 goes? Do you think the Jazz got a good player considering where they were picking?
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially for a team like Utah, and no disrespect to the organization whatsoever, but you guys know they're coming off of a pretty dismal season in a sense. They have a lot of really promising pieces from, Collier and Keontae George and, big fan of Lauri Markkanen as well. But he's coming into a backcourt that is going to not really have sky-high expectations, and he has a chance to see the floor in abundance during his rookie season. And I think that is a fantastic position for him to be in. But in terms of the value overall, this is someone that we had heard consistently was going to go higher than I think a lot of people expected. He wasn't in the first batch of green room invites, gets in the second batch. And that's a pretty good indication that, barring something behind the scenes that people don't know about, that you're going to be selected within the first 25 picks. So there were a lot of people in Gainesville and in Florida overall that wanted him to end up at either of the two franchises in the state. The Orlando Magic made that trade for Desmond Bane where they gave up their number 16 pick in the draft. And when I saw that happen, my first thought was that any chance of Walter Clayton going to, less than 2 hours away and be close to his home and, Lake Wales and go to Orlando was off the table, because I didn't think he would last until the Magic had their second pick at number 25. And the Miami Heat was an organization that everyone was speculating that he would go there. He grew up a Miami Heat fan. There was an interview back at the NCAA tournament where if he could, have dinner with anyone, he put Eric Spoelstra at the top of his list. And so I think that was a very likely destination for him. And if he had lasted all the way to 20th overall, the Miami Heat probably take him rather than taking, the guard from Illinois, whose name unfortunately I'm not going to try and pronounce right now because I don't want to butcher it and embarrass myself. I do think that was where his value was, a guy who maybe wasn't a lottery-type talent, because so much that those first 14 picks, there still is a belief that take the guys who are 18, 19 years old, 20 years old, still scratching the surface of their potential, and that they're going to be better value for teams, especially when you get into the contract stuff of negotiating, rookie contracts after their first couple of years and how they do. They could be more favorable for a team where a guy is maybe still blossoming and they could save a little bit of money there. This is a guy that I always thought was going to go between 15 to 22, 23. We heard the Utah Jazz were not just interested in Walter Clayton, but interested in Elijah Martin, bringing them both in for, private workouts. Once he had that workout after with the Miami Heat and then he canceled all his other workouts, I think it became pretty clear to a lot of teams out there that he was going to go no later than 20. And so that Utah Jazz trade with the Washington Wizards was done to ensure that they had a chance to actually take him, which I think speaks to, of course, how highly they view him, but also how much his stock has just gone up in the last year. This is a guy that at this point last year, we're talking about potentially being a late second-round pick or going undrafted. Just what he showcased this past year and how he performed in the NCAA tournament made him arguably the biggest riser in the draft. And so I think it's really good value, but he's going to have to continue showcasing that he's worthy of being that top 20 pick. And I think that everyone around Walter Clayton is confident that he's going to be able to do that. But the NBA, of course, is a different beast, and he's going to have to work on improving some things defensively and get better as a little bit of a playmaker. He played as Florida's primary point guard this past year, and I thought he was really good as a facilitator. Needs to cut down on some of the risky decisions and avoid some careless turnovers, but his shot-making ability, his ability to create his own shot and score off the dribble, find open teammates, and what he's going to bring to the second unit for the Utah Jazz, I'm really intrigued to see, because I think of all the guys that you look at in the top 20 picks, he has the best situation of playing some serious minutes, I believe, from the jump, which isn't something you say too often about these guys who fall outside the lottery. I think that's a really good situation for him, and I think it's good value for the Jazz there.
Hey, Graham, thank you very much for jumping on with us. We appreciate it. Great info.
Yeah, great stuff.
And we're certainly excited to get the opportunity to cover him like you have. So thanks for jumping on. We appreciate it.
Take care out there.
All right, there you go. That's Graham Hall, covers the Florida Gators for 24/7 Sports. Throw on that headset. Let's do this. Joining the show now, it's not often, Ben. We get a genuine celebrity. You know, you and I like to pretend like we're celebrities, you know, on the show. But joining us now, Blake Williams, but of course you may know him as Bilko. What's going on? Hey, thanks for joining us. This is great.
Stoked to be here for another X Games. I kind of enjoyed a little more on the sidelines after years of smashing my body, but there's definitely giving me no shortage of sending it this year. So. Happy to be on the mic and announcing the events, watching all my mates ride, and, yeah, everyone's in for a real treat.
This is the X Games' first trip to Utah, I believe. I don't think it's ever been
I think
here
it's
before.
the first trip here, yeah. It was L.A. for a long time, then Texas, Minneapolis, plus the random stops around the world.
But this is a huge event. I mean, this is not common. This is not something that goes city to city. If you haven't been here, this is going to be a unique chance to come down and see these athletes.
Yeah, you literally only get one chance to see it. There's usually only one per country, and it's usually only the USA. But a couple of years ago, they did 4 different countries. Yeah, Munich, Brazil, and Germany. So, yeah, the only place to see it is in the USA.
I know this is kind of a silly, cliche question, but the X
Games... How many bones have I broken?
No, but the X Games is...
Well, while you answer it, yeah.
How many of you? Yeah. Right. No, the X Games is the highest level, right? I mean, we talk to, like, NBA players, we talk to NHL players, and it's always interesting to talk to people who've competed at the highest level. So what is that like, as simple as that question is? What is it like to be up there, to be, preparing for a run and be like, this is the brass ring?
It's pretty insane. I mean, it was kind of weird. My first ever X Games was 2006, and being in Australia, not having cable television, I didn't even watch it on TV the year before, and then the next year I was in it. So I was kind of, not overwhelmed, but I really didn't know the scale and the hype of it. I knew it was big, and it was just, so much going on. It was also the same year Travis landed the double flip, so... Yeah, that was quite the introduction to the X Games, and then throughout the years, competing in freestyle and best trick, it's a wild ride for sure, and not just freestyle motocross. I like to watch every discipline, like BMX dirt. It's one of my favorites, and it's just a lot of people in freestyle motocross literally grew up on a farm. That's kind of how we get into it, and I might sound a bit biased here, but the Australians kind of dominate freestyle motocross now. So there's 6 of the 8 riders in best trick are Aussie, and I think they've won 80% of the medals since 2010.
You talked about Travis Pastrana's double backflip.
Yes.
And Tony Hawk does the 900 at the X Games. Like, it is a point where people realize, like, this is the peak. Like, this is, all the eyes are on me. This is my chance to take it to that next level, get to that next step. And fans can expect to see that when they're here.
Yeah, it's a lot harder to keep a secret these days with social media, but a lot of guys out here will be doing tricks for the first time, and freestyle motocross, they're that gnarly that they usually won't even do them in practice, or, they've been doing them at the foam pit back of their house or to the airbag, and then on the day just send it. And if they land at the first jump, you probably won't see them do it in the second run because they're just happy they got away with it. So, and yeah, for the fans, it'll be something that they've never seen before too.
Young people wanting to get into this sort of thing, is it simply just find a machine and a place to ride it, or...?
Freestyle motocross is probably one of the hardest. Obviously, you need the space, you need the dirt bike, and then the level of riding now for entry level is just insane. Like, double backflips are a common thing now. So much so that no one will be doing double backflips here, I'm pretty sure, but it's front flips now because they're even gnarlier. But so double backflips not even considered good enough to be in the best trick contest. So that's the level it's at. But there is a lot more shows and opportunities now with the airbag landings for just regular demos in all different places. So the entry level for that's pretty decent, but you still have to learn to backflip a motorcycle, which is not easy within itself. So Yeah, I
No,
mean, it's easy for
not.
me.
I'll tell you, the science of the front flip doesn't make any sense at all.
It's pretty wild, and you'll actually notice that they are barely just getting the rotation around. They're using everything they got, hitting the front and rear brakes to try and stall it off the ramp. And when they try and put combinations in with that, you're obviously extending out from the bike and changing the center of gravity and opening up, and it slows the rotation down more. So as compared to backflip variations and combinations, it's a hell of a lot harder to do them in a front flip because all you're going to do is land looped out, and it's pretty wild to watch.
What type of accessibility do fans have when they come? What should they expect to see if they've never been?
You can see every event up close and personal. The dirt bikes, you're literally right at the fence, and even if you're a little bit further back, we're flying through the air so high that you can see everything. They'll have the big screen replays, and got some great announcers on here on site, so everyone will be well informed. Even if you've never seen the X Games before, it's broken down into to keep it basic, and then for your hardcore action sports fans who know everything to look for, they're going to be blown away too, because as you mentioned before, this is where everyone brings their elite tricks, stuff that they've been hiding as much as they could. So you want to wow the judges, so you got to do something that's never been seen before.
Is it hard for you to watch? I know you're involved in calling the action and all that stuff, but as a former competitor at a high level, is it hard to watch, or do you like it?
Not really, because I know how much these guys are sending it, and I know how much I sent it back in the day, and I got the limp to prove it. So it's I still do gnarly tricks or whatnot, but it's nowhere near good enough for a best trick contest. And for a best trick contest, you're rolling the dice for the months leading up, trying that gnarly trick into the foam pit or the airbag, and I just like to ride every show for the year. I don't like to go all out for contests like I used to, but I was pretty I didn't have a very good approach back in the day. I was either podium or ambulance because I sent it too hard. So that kind of messed up my longevity in the sport as far as competing goes. So I kind of took a backseat on the competing, but I still tour full time with Nitro Circus and stuff, and that's more than enough to keep me busy.
Yeah.
And then get to hang out with the monster guys at all these events, and all the riders are my friends. So it's a good little thing to be a part of.
I think that's what's one of the cool things about the X Games and these types of sports. Well, there's competition, and it's a competition. Everyone wants to place and get the gold medal. It's camaraderie. I mean, everyone's rooting each other on, right? And everyone's trying to one-up one another in a friendly way. And it really creates it. I think it brings the best out of everybody.
Yeah, and it's different to like if you're racing cars or racing supercross and motocross. Like you're allowed to talk to the guys with other sponsors. Like we all literally hang out together, and it doesn't matter if someone's got a different hat to you or whatnot. Like you keep your tricks a secret, but if the jump's a little sketchy or something, you'll say, hey, watch out, that ramp's a little kicky. You don't want to say, I'm not going to tell him, so he might crash and I'll beat him. So, we all look out for each other. We've all been there for one another when the other one's got hurt, the other one's, looking after you, and vice versa. So, and then when we do the shows throughout the year, we're usually traveling together and, no pressure, and we have a hell of a lot of fun doing that too. But, this is where it gets serious, but we've all got each other's backs, and it's kind of cool to see. It's like one big happy family.
Ben here was a competitive skateboarder at one point in his life. And I want to know, Ben, was your attitude podium or the ambulance? And if it wasn't, that may be why you're not doing it now.
So what held me back was I legitimately was afraid of skateboarding and falling, which is the fatal gene in skateboarding and any extreme sports. The guys who reach the top don't have that. There is I'm sure you got to
block it out.
You got to block it out, and I didn't. And I thought, what else can I do with my life? And I made the decision when I was 18 years old to change.
Nerdy sports writer for me.
That worked for me.
Yeah, you almost have to be like, that sounds like dickish in a way. You have to be cocky and overconfident, because if you second guess yourself, you don't go around blabbing that, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. You just tell yourself in your head, I've got this, I'm going to land it. Even though there's a good chance you're going to crash. But if you start thinking about that, you will crash. You will crash. So it's just sit up on that roll in. And best trick for me was always one of the worst, because you sit up there and in the meantime they're going to TV commercial breaks. You don't know how long you've got, and you're just sitting there waiting, looking around, and then the guy's standing in front of you with his hand up, and you're like, how long? He's like, just doesn't know, doesn't give you any communication. All of a sudden he hits your front fender. He's like, go. You're like, all right, here we go. And then if you don't take off within a couple of seconds, he hits it again. Like, hurry up, we're on live TV. And so they give you a 10-second count or a 5-second count. It's just all of a sudden he turns around and he's whipping you to get to drop in and do this gnarly trick that's been scaring the hell out of you for months.
Send it. Wow. That's why they say you got to
Just send it.
What a feeling. I'm sure. What a rush. Well, Bilko, it's a pleasure to meet you.
very
Thank you for
cool.
dropping by the show.
Thanks for having me.
We love being a part of this event, even though a small part. It's
That's
really
right.
cool. This
Every
is
bit
here in
counts.
Utah. Yeah, you bet. So thank you very much.
No worries. Thanks for having me.
All right. Well, more next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bangs! Cheap bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Are you ready for the ultimate baseball experience? Introducing the Cage Baseball, Utah's first high-tech entertainment-based batting cage. Just the fun parts of baseball. Whether you're a rookie or all-star baseball player, everyone can experience the thrill of hitting a home run. Swing away with friends, families, co-workers, maybe even a date night. The Cage Baseball, just off Redwood Road around the corner from the Maverick Center. Use code THEZONE for 10% off your 1-hour session. Step up to the plate at the Cage Baseball.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for janitorial services. The attention to detail will keep your office spotless. Serving Utah for over 30 years with unbeatable integrity. AllProUtah.com. Call in the pros. All Pro is here for you. AllProUtah.com.
At Larry H. Miller Toyota Murray, you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. When you're part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Visit LarryHMillerToyota.com.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airways, talking sports. They got him Matrix and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This segment brought to you by Peach Doors and Windows. Amazing home transformations begin with Peach, where 5-star reviews are the norm. Call them today for your free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255. Peach Doors and Windows. We're here at the X Games, Ben.
It's extremely cool.
At the Fair Park. This has been really great to be out here. This is a big major sporting event coming to Utah. The brass ring, we just talked to Bilko about it. These are athletes competing at the very highest level, and it is really cool that it's here in Salt Lake City this year.
And truthfully, some of the most famous moments in these sports history do happen at the X Games because, again, this is not a weekend. This is not an every weekend thing. These aren't guys preserving their bodies. This is your moment to come and make a name for yourself. We talked about Travis Pastrana's double backflip or Tony Hawk's 900. This is it. This is the peak. This is as good as it gets right now. So a really cool opportunity to have this in our backyard.
And it's going to be going on all weekend. Today things get started at 2, but they'll be going all day Saturday and all day on Sunday. You can get a complete list of events, the schedule, everything up at xgames.com, which, by the way, might I add, is an extremely manageable website, which is nice.
It just works well.
You can get tickets there. Well, I'm just on the page right now. I mean, the schedule is just
right there.
Bam, right in front of you.
Yep.
I mean, it's really easy to figure out what you want to come to and when. And my personal opinion, the fairgrounds are like tailor-made for this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because they're huge and they've got all these separate buildings and you can have the events separate and manage the crowd really, really well. So this is the perfect place for this event and really exciting that it's here, and we're certainly really excited to be a part of it today. So that was fun to talk to Bilko in the last segment. Those guys are just –
it's a different breed.
Yeah, it's just a different –
I was trying to be nice, but I don't have the gene to not care to risk my whole life to do these tricks. It was truly a separator. You know, the guys who make it like he does. And I wasn't anywhere near as talented as those guys. I'm not pretending that, but you have to be crazy to think I'll jump a motorcycle off of a building. What?
Why not?
Oh, and you want to do a front flip? That doesn't make any sense. Hey, quickly, the Jazz Vegas Summer League schedule was announced.
Okay.
And when you draft Ace Bailey, you're going to get primetime games and primetime matchups. They're not going to bury you against bad teams. Coming up Friday the 11th, so 2 weeks from today, this is in Vegas. This is after the Salt Lake City Summer League. The Jazz are going to play the Charlotte Hornets. The Hornets, of course, had the 4th pick where they drafted Con Knippel. Sunday, the Jazz are going to play the Warriors. That's maybe their throwaway game. Coming up on Monday, so a second night of a back-to-back, they're going to take on the Spurs with Dylan Harper, the 2nd overall pick. And then on Wednesday, their final scheduled game, which they could play an extra one, I think, if they go to the playoffs.
I think it's 2, but yeah.
They will play the Wizards and Trey Johnson, the 6th overall pick.
I think it's double elimination. I think you have to lose twice.
Yeah, everyone plays several games. I think you automatically have a couple of games built in beyond your 4 scheduled games.
And then, if you're fortunate enough and everything breaks the right way, you can be Summer League champ, which I always thought was an underrated title.
Except everybody wants to go home at that point because you can't do Vegas for 2 weeks.
In 115-degree heat? No, you cannot.
And teams do purposely throw games to make sure that they can go home and
that
start their summer.
Yes.
Because free agency starts on the 1st, and it's going to be crazy, and it's going to be, hectic. And then you get into Summer League, and then everyone wants to go see their families and not be around each other anymore for a little while, and totally understandably so.
It's a lot of basketball in Vegas. If you ever get a chance to honestly go to Summer League, it is really fun. If you're a basketball fan, it is super cool. But it is hot, and it does last for a long time if you keep winning. So, all right, Ben, again, big thanks to the X Games for having us out. It was a blast. Make sure you take advantage of this being here coming up this weekend. Ben, you enjoy your weekend. It's been kind of a wild week. Things went fast. Draft time is always crazy.
I'm excited for the draft tonight for the NHL. Be curious to see the Ace Bailey press conference coming up this weekend. And, back to Summer League starting week from Saturday.
And then next week, the NBA offseason truly begins, which I really like.
Yep.
So that's going to be it's going to be a fun month for the show.
Busy
there.
season.
See what the Jazz do. All right. Hans and Scotty G are coming up next.
Happy birthday.
We will talk to you on Monday.
Thank you, Christian.
On the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
This 4th of July, make your barbecue the star. Kenny J's Barbecue has pre-smoked half-pound Utah-raised prime brisket burgers. Just finish the cook at home. Pre-order by July 3rd, pick up on the 4th. Call or text now to reserve yours. 801-230-5396. From the first bite to the last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at kennyjsbarbecue.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where smoke meets flavor.
Home sellers, do not lose money selling your home the old way. Make more money when you sell your home with a Bank Buster loan. This is Rod with the Save Right Realtor team at Realty Path. Average interest rates are in the mid to high sixes, but Save Right Realtors will market your home with a fixed rate as low as 4.75%. The ultra-low Bank Buster rate gives buyers monthly payments that are hundreds less than comparable homes. When your home is much more affordable, you get a larger pool of potential buyers who can buy your home. When buyers compare homes and see your home is hundreds less per month, you'll get a quicker offer and a higher sale price. Do not lose money selling your home the old way. Sell faster and make more money. Sell with Save Right. Sell with the Bank Buster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Take a moment to listen, really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, My Hearing Centers, changing lives through better hearing.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability.
Nice.
Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, high noon, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time to get it, folks. Hope you're all having a great Friday. Let's kick it off in style, and we are live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. That's Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, and Jake isn't messing around. He's here to move some vehicles.
You can hear him yelling in the background. Jake's after his staff. He wants all hands on deck. Anybody that comes in here today is going to be treated like family. And I've seen Jake desperate. I don't know if I've seen him this desperate. So I think that he's in a mood and a place where you can really take advantage of him. If you need a new car, just come in, ask for Jake or ask for anybody, and just say, look, here's the deal. I've got this trade-in, or I've got this down payment. I need to hit this number and this interest rate.
Yep.
And Jake is going to work magic to make it happen for you.
If there's anything that we have just noticed in the last minute, is that Jake's ready to make some deals.
There's no question. To the point where he'll throw you keys and say, you know what?
Jake's ready
to
go.
You
He's
just
ready
go.
to go.
So come in. He needs the business. He needs you to buy a car. And it is a beautiful weekend. Like, this is the classic weekend to come in, test drive, jump in the car with your wife, or jump in the car with one of the sales staff down here. Take one of these Mazdas out and see why Scotty and I have completely converted
to Mazda.
You
know, I think somebody would be one of these sales guys would be really excited to jump in a car with you right now and get away from Jake.
Maybe parts and service department too. You know what? Let's get the biggest vehicle we got and get the third row.
The parts and service guys are like, hey, we'll take you for a test drive.
How's Jeff doing back there? Jeff.
I love it. You know, that's the great part. That's why I love coming down here, though. I mean, this is just a big, giant fraternity, man. They're going to treat you like one of the dudes. They're going to love you up, and you're going to come away with a vehicle that you're absolutely going to love to drive. I drive Mazdas. You drive Mazdas.
Yeah.
We're a Mazda group here.
This is our family down here, so come down, say hi to us, and let's talk some sports, man. Come down. You got some questions? You want some insight, like behind-the-scenes info? Come down, say hi, and we'll just have a great day. It's a Friday. You made it into your work week. We're headed off into a beautiful weekend. I'm going to be doing some boating tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where are you heading?
I've got a buddy that's got a really nice surfing boat, so we're going to go surfing.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Throws a massive wave almost to where you can get in the tube. What do they call that? Where you get into the wave?
Where you gleam in the cube?
You're gleaming the cube. I'm going to go gleam the cube.
Nobody gleams the cube anymore.
Yeah, everybody gleams the cube. You're going to be calling me Gleaming Cuba Gooding Jr. I'll be Christian Slater, but behind a boat.
Yeah. That was I was all fired up after I watched that, and then got on a skateboard and realized a chubby redheaded farmer kid cannot move on a skateboard at all.
Oh, that's the truth. I traded my I got a skateboard. I got one of those skateboards that had the handles on it.
That's called a scooter.
For Christmas. No, it was the skateboard.
Yeah.
And it had the handle. So kind of like a scooter, but you had the handle and it was a skateboard. And I couldn't even skate on that. I traded that because it was my Christmas gift.
Yeah.
I traded that for one of those G.I. Joe mounted battle stations. Ooh. It was the massive firing gun that came off this mobile battle station. And I traded the whole thing for that G.I. Joe masterpiece. I won on the trade.
Yeah, I'd say you did. Big time.
Skateboard fell apart. That was with Jared, too.
I too, wanted to be pulled behind a Pizza Hut truck.
Yeah, we all did. We all wanted to hook onto a vehicle. Between Back to the Future,
yeah.
You wanted to hook onto a vehicle and just be the stud of the neighborhood.
Yeah.
But then you do that, and then the board goes out from under you, and you turn into complete hamburger on road rash.
Yeah. When you just got braces and those braces go right through your lips and you look like yeah, not good.
The braces through the lips. Yeah, I was just listening to Jake and Ben at the X Games. We were not X Gamers.
No, they did not. There's a reason we were not invited to the X Games.
Do you know, I know the age I was when I turned 200 pounds. Do you know I haven't seen 200 pounds since about 2-3 months before my 13th birthday. That was when I turned 200 pounds.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I could safely say that anybody over 200 pounds when they're 12, 13, you're not going to be skateboarding. You're not going to be X-gaming. You may watch BMX movies like Bandits or Rad and think that you can hop on a bike and dance your bike to Send Me an Angel with Lori Loughlin and
with Aunt Becky.
Aunt Becky, and you may think that, but that's not how it works.
It ain't gonna happen.
No, I fatted all over the handlebars. just boy boobied all over the handlebars.
Boy boobied all over the handlebars.
It was embarrassing. Yeah. You need a pump? Yeah, man, I need a pump, man. I need you to...
Oh man.
There we go.
We are off and running on a Friday, man. Oh, my
Picture
goodness.
Scotty and I on one of those banana seat bikes. Do you remember the banana seats?
Yeah, we had a banana seat.
Perfect for the pump.
Yeah.
Banana seats didn't come on a 10-speed.
No. Nope. And, the one thing, too, is, sometimes when you really need to get that bike going and you stand up and
huff.
And then you'd really like, okay, no more of that.
No noises, Lloyd.
Yeah.
We don't need it. Don't do it. I did have the tassels when I was younger.
The sides, that came out of the handles.
That came out of the handlebars. And then you and I grew up with the pedals that when your foot would slip off.
Oh, it would shred this.
It would eat your shin.
Yeah. I'm surprised Achilles didn't get torn up on those.
Like busted.
Yeah. Because, you would, if the back of your shins weren't crazy bloody, you weren't doing it right.
One of the worst accidents I ever saw, you're just talking about how you stand up and you would, you really start pumping and move those handlebars. They had just repaved. This was when we were at West First down in Weiser. They'd repaved the city road. Remember, they just lay the sheet of blacktop, and then they would pour the gravel on top of it. My brother was on his BMX, and he was coming down the road, and he was doing that pump thing.
Oh, no.
And the handle grip slipped off the bar. And he just went face first into this new gravel.
Oh.
He had gravel planted into his forehead and into his hands. Oh. It was like, oh, man, I don't think it was worth going fast.
Fawn's in there with some needle nose pliers picking out gravel out of his face.
It's true, actually.
Oh.
It's true. My brother had some bad accidents. He was riding a four-wheeler, went off a jump, and his arms relaxed when the front tires hit. And the handlebar hit him on the underneath part of the teeth. Mm. They couldn't find his front 4 teeth. They thought that they'd knocked out. The dentist did an x-ray. All 4 of his teeth were shoved up into his nasal cavity. So they had to go up in the nasal cavity and extract the teeth down because it hit so square down, it just shoved him right up into his skull. It was a horrible accident, and he had his jaw wired.
Wow.
I know.
Ryan's been through it. Now, did they save the teeth? Or those
They
teeth?
did.
Oh, really?
They saved the teeth. Now, he had them removed about 3 or 4 years ago. But this is back when he was like 18 and I was 13. And it was a bad deal. The other thing I remember, we had a cool fort in the upper part of our garage. and we had just watched Indiana Jones, and he thought that he could grab like baling twine and swing down. So he wrapped his hands around baling twine, and he jumped out of the fort to swing down onto the cement floor, and the baling twine went through his fingers and went all the way down to the meat, or all the way down to the bone on all of his fingers. It essentially stripped his skin off of his fingers. He had to have surgery to fix that.
Wow.
He was accident prone.
Holy smokes. Now, look, we had
But man, my parents loved him more than me.
We had
that was a hard pill to swallow.
I know. You have him, you have Ryan, I have John.
Yeah.
It's just how it goes.
Yeah.
We had this big weeping willow tree, and I would get on that top, one of the lower branches and grab a big bunch of vines and think I was Indiana Jones, and then I'd jump off and then snap, 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 and then just like, oh, that didn't happen in the movies. Well, Indiana Jones wasn't 220 pounds in the movie.
Indy was doing 130, 135 at the time when he was swinging on a – and he had a little help from Spielberg.
Yes, yeah. All right. Hey, we got a lot to talk about. Smoke, is there fire with Ace Bailey? We are going to break it down from every angle, what to expect. This is a big weekend coming up. I know a lot of people he has not joined the Utah Jazz yet. Well, of course not. Not supposed to be here until this weekend. So let's maybe calm down a little bit. If you should be concerned, if you should not be concerned, the latest with Mr. Bailey on your starting lineup.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For me, it is my understanding that all of our draft picks are going to be here this weekend and preparing for Summer League. So, yes.
That is Avery Bradley. By the way, it's so cool. Avery Bradley is part of the Utah Jazz organization.
Awesome. Yeah.
And he's like, hey, our expectation is that they will all be here.
Yeah. Avery Bradley isn't going to say that if the writing is on the wall and the demands have already been made. But, Scotty, I know you have compiled a bunch of things. I have compiled a bunch of things. We've been working on this because we want to be as accurate as we can possibly be, because I think a lot of Jazz fans are unsettled. 17-win season sucks. The draft lottery goes against you. That sucked. And you're kind of feeling like you're picked on and you're below average and it's just all miserable. Don't let all those feelings influence this. Don't forget that Ace Bailey is 18, and Ace is still being guided by adult voices. He's still being guided by what I think is a handler that is giving him some misdirection. Mm-hmm. He's still being guided by family members that probably aren't as sturdy as they need to be when it comes to the way to manage yourself in the NBA. And I just want people to understand, Ace Bailey is 18. I've listened to a couple of different podcasts, and I've talked to some people that have had conversations with Ace Bailey, and then I was a part of a conversation with Ace Bailey on draft night. And I can safely and confidently tell people Ace Bailey is a very good kid. He's got great intentions. He's a committed individual. He wants to play basketball at the highest level, and he wants to have a fan base love and adore him, and he wants to win. And don't confuse that. Ace Bailey is a great kid.
That is everything that I've heard and then some. Because ultimately, you have got a kid. Now, this is what I want you to think of, is when you were 18 years old, and I'm not talking about you, Hans, I'm talking about all of us at 18. When you were 18 years old, just how much were you dependent on people around you to guide you and to direct you in terms of how you need to act, how you need to live your life, all of those things? You are such a big mold of clay.
Yeah, you're a sponge.
That you're just needing some kind of advice. You're doing the work, you're doing you're the player, but at the end of the day, contracts, negotiations, stuff like that, that's way above your head. And so you are desperately leaning on anybody that you feel like you can trust or has your best intentions, and you're going to be like, hey, it's all in your hands. When he said to you and Coach Cleveland on draft night, and he said in multiple press conferences, hey, I'm just here to focus on basketball, and I'm going to let everybody else deal with that other stuff, he's 1,000% correct. That's not a misdirection or anything like that. He's being sincere, because what you want out of Ace Bailey is to focus on Ace Bailey, the basketball player. Now, you hope the adults in the room have his best interests in mind. And that's ultimately what I think it boils down to is, are the people close to Ace that are advising Ace, that are giving Ace that insight, that information on how to proceed. You hope that is in line with what's in his best interest.
So I know Lloyd's got this cut, and I want to play it for our listeners because I think it's an influential voice. This is actually the top kind of CEO of the agency that is representing Ace Bailey. And he had some comments earlier today in regards to Ace, his handler, and his situation. Here's that conversation.
And yeah, no, he's thrilled to be going to Utah. Obviously, it's an honor to be selected in the top 5 of the NBA draft. And, we think he can do a lot of great things out there. He certainly should get a ton of playing time, and he'll have a lot of chances to show what he can do. So we think it's a great situation for him basketball-wise.
What was sort of some of that thought process going into the draft process?
Yeah, I mean, we focused, again, this was led by his longtime manager, Omar Cooper, who we're partnering with on this. And Omar really, focused more on fit rather than going third in the draft kind of thing. He wanted some place where Ace could have the best possible basketball fit for his game. And we think Utah is one of the best places he could have gone.
Well, Andrew, I'm curious, what went into the process of Ace not working out with teams? I mean, obviously he was selected by Utah that he didn't have a workout with, but what went into the process of that? Because I felt like that was the biggest talking point as a result going into last night.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that was a story that was blown out of proportion. So many teams pick players that don't work out for them, frankly.
So there you go. He obviously brought up Omar Cooper, and Omar Cooper is the one that's working directly with Ace Bailey. And Scotty, I've listened to a lot of podcasts, and I'm also talking to people that know some stuff with Ace Bailey's situation. I don't get a lot of good feedback about Omar Cooper.
Well, we asked the Rutgers beat writer, asked him specifically about Omar Cooper and how concerned should Jazz fans be about his representation and his involvement. And I don't know Omar Cooper. I've never had a single conversation with him, but I do know that he has been with that family pretty much every step of the way, from AAU to arranging his placement at Rutgers. And so that family is really tied at the hip with Omar Cooper.
And very reliant.
Yes.
On his advice. And that makes you a little bit nervous because this is what I can tell you from experience. What you can get away with in high school is not what you can get away with in college. And then what you can get away with in high school and college is a far cry. I'm talking a far cry from what you get away with in professional sports, with ownership, with management, and with coaching. I know you're a first round pick and you're a multi-million-dollar player, but you don't come in and dictate terms to me.
No.
You don't tell me that I've got X, Y, and Z family that would like percentage in ownership or would like, great plots of real estate, or you don't do that. Like we draft you, we own the rights to your contract and to your playing ability. That's it.
That's it.
So what exactly are you trying to leverage here? Like, it's a slotted amount. It's a slotted pick. What are you trying to leverage here? Well, we're just looking for the right playing field. Like, we want to be in an area, in a community. We want to be in a place where we can win. It's like, wait a second. No, we'll provide that for you at any NBA stop. We're going to give you everything you need to be a winner, to be a champion. So that's not really that's not the fit. That's just not how it goes. You don't dictate to me. Either does Omar Cooper dictate to me. Either does Ace Bailey's family dictate to me. When I take you at number 5, you're mine.
Yeah.
And if I see you uncommitted, if I see you sloppy, if I see that you're going to be a problem, it's not going to be a real fun venture for you or I. It's going to get really ugly.
Yeah, you're messing with a guy who does not give a bleep about what you want in Danny Ainge. And Austin Ainge was raised in that family, and I guarantee he's got the same belief. This is the one time. Now, the NBA is very slanted towards its players and allowing players to have leverage. But that comes after year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5. The longer a player plays and the better he gets and the better his numbers and the accolades, the more leverage he gets, to the point where at one point a player will have all the leverage. But right now, coming out of college, 1 year in college and 18 years old, you have zero leverage. And you'd be like, I'm not reporting. I'm okay. All right. Well, then we're not going to play you.
It's a really bad idea.
We want to be traded. And I'm not, by the way, I'm not saying that this conversation's been happening. I'm
not
just saying,
at all.
Not at all. I'm just saying, worst case scenario, if that were to happen, whether it be Ace or somebody else, and they're like, we're not showing up. All right. Okay. What are you going to do?
We still in your rights.
Yeah, we still have your rights. And because you can't go back to college. You can't go overseas. You can't do anything else. Like you cannot you cannot make money anywhere on the planet playing basketball other than with the Utah Jazz.
Which, leads us to one thing, and that is he shows up on Sunday and he reports on Monday.
Yep.
I mean, that's what I fully expect. The kid shows up on Sunday, he reports on Monday, he puts a Jazz jersey on, he becomes a Jazz man. And I don't expect, and I will not report on anything else.
Yeah.
That's the full expectation. I expect him to show up on Sunday, report on Monday. I expect pressers and all this other stuff. The national spin on this has been really intriguing, where, he's avoided media. Wait a second, man. He was on our post-game show. Our post-draft show.
Yep.
And he was very available.
Yeah, he met with Lauren from the Jazz on their broadcast. He did all the media obligations.
He did all the media obligations. And I know that you can grab a picture or an image of anybody in a given TV set and say, he looks unhappy here. The kid is trying to deal with all kinds of emotions.
Yeah.
Now, maybe Omar Cooper said, hey, don't worry, son, we got this fixed. It's going to be Washington. And, we've already told Charlotte, we told Utah, he may have fed this kid full of all kinds of information. But what Omar Cooper doesn't understand is he doesn't run the NBA.
No.
He doesn't have the power that he's got with AAU or with college basketball. When it comes to NBA, man, it's a stopgap. It's you got to be the working relationship between the two of us, but understand, we hold the power until we don't.
I was in Jake's office before the show started, and Jake and I were talking, and because I like to go in his office and love him up before the show and stuff. And
we all do. We all do.
And but anyway, he gets an alert on his phone. He's like, Ace Bailey. And the report was, and I don't know what national media who he has getting sent to his watch, and it said Ace Bailey has not yet reported to the Utah Jazz, and like it was a big story. Well, yeah, because they're not supposed to report until this weekend.
Yeah, it's so dumb.
Sunday.
So dumb.
Yeah, no kidding. None of the rookies have reported to the Jazz because the Jazz haven't asked them to report yet.
Right.
It's Sunday for Monday.
Yeah, it's so dumb. It's dumb what the national media is trying to do. And I think that when it all boils down and when the dust settles on Monday, I think he shows up on Sunday. I think he reports on Monday. I think that he is going to be happy to be here, and I think he's going to be greeted with open arms.
Oh, yeah.
I think Jazz fans are going to go bonkers for this kid.
Yep.
Because, let me tell you, if you don't, and he becomes what a lot are projecting him to be, and he has to think back to when he showed up in Salt Lake City to low fanfare, low interest, and people that were upset about the way his agent handled things, then you could lose him.
Yeah. And I would say if you as a fan are nervous about it, the first time there's any kind of public appearance with Ace Bailey, be there.
Be there.
Be there and be loud.
Yeah, be there. And I think that, this state has done an amazing job.
Yeah.
I mean, well, that's why I really think that the Mammoth are in good footing.
Oh, yeah. And they were on good footing on day one.
They were good footing day one. And, you just got yourself a nice acquisition, and you can feel the excitement in the air with NHL players. I still think NBA players understand that this is a great destination. And if I'm a young 18-year-old kid and I'm looking for a place to build, I look at Oklahoma City and I'm like, wait a second, what happened there? Small market. Well, it came down to one guy. It came down to one guy winning an MVP, turning an organization around, a couple of other draft picks, one or two other acquisitions, and Shea Gilgeous-Alexander takes them to a championship.
Yep.
If I'm Ace, I'm like, well, I'm the next Shea.
Yeah.
And I'm going to build it here because I've got every resource available to me. Every freaking resource. I can win here. I've got the support here. And when he shows up at the airport and there's 5,000 Jazz fans waiting for him, screaming his name, he's going to be like, oh, I'm going to win for this crew.
Yep. I can be Tyrese Halliburton. I can be Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
Right. Any kid with any level of self-confidence is going to feel like I can do this in this market.
Yep.
So I don't like what's going on because it's really simple. It's really, really, really simple. Having played at the professional level, it's very simple. He's going to show up on Sunday, he's going to report on Monday, and he's going to be a good foot soldier, and he's going to win. If he doesn't, the Jazz have all the leverage at this point with him. The Jazz are going to be like, oh, yeah, we'll release you. Oh, yeah, it's an easy deal. You go where you want.
Yeah.
That's not how that works.
Well, in college, they let you out of your national letter. Guess what? That's not how it works here.
I love how you put it. So you're going to push Danny Ainge around, huh? Yeah. You're going to get the best of Danny Ainge? You might think that you can get it over on Austin Ainge. Austin's got 20 years of experience in front offices. Austin is fresh, and he is ready to battle. You're not going to get anything special from either one of them. So don't get into that. Yeah. And I'm speaking to Omar Cooper. I'm not speaking to Ace Bailey.
No, Ace Bailey's a good kid. That's ultimately whatever happens in the next 48 hours. Just know Ace Bailey's a good kid.
He's a great kid.
Yep. Hands and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake's hanging out with us. The man, the myth, the legend. He is ready to go for you. He is. He's got the workout clothes. Whatever he's got to do to get the deal done, he's going to make it happen.
These guys.
You will jog for people's business.
These guys.
Or a brisk walk.
Yeah. You use jog loosely.
Yeah.
It's really loosely, especially when you're talking Jake and jog.
I love it. How you been, Jake?
Good, man.
Man, you're looking good, though. You got the hair on point.
Oh, boy.
What you benching nowadays?
Nothing.
Come on, man. You're throwing up at least one of these 90s. Getting under the back axle of a 5.
See, it's just clowning, man. Now you guys are just clowning. Now you're just clowning.
You know what Jake does to me, by the way? In the middle of a segment, he has that 30 come driving right by.
Yeah, which right there. That actually looks – is that a custom color?
Yep. Yeah, well, it's a new color. Yeah, that's the CX-30 Turbo Premium Plus.
Shoot.
That's a good-looking car.
That's the cat's meow right there.
Turbo?
Yep, Turbo.
This
Premium
one
Plus.
Right here is a 30 Turbo?
Yeah, the one that's like that
gray
cement color.
I love that. I love that color.
Yeah, well, Scotty picked it out, so.
Oh. Something you're needing to tell me here, Scotty?
I'm just saying it's a beautiful-looking vehicle.
Driving home with a new car, eh?
He's definitely driving home in a 30.
So, with that in mind, hey, you got 20. You got 28 cars to sell. You're up against it.
I got to sell 28 new cars by Monday night. The lion's share will be done today and tomorrow, with a few stragglers on Monday. But I'm for the next 28 new cars. I'm willing to do crazy things. And to put that into perspective, I can't really just throw out a number, but, because everybody's different. It may be I'm buying down interest rates. It may be I'm discounting thousands of dollars off the new car, like thousands and thousands of dollars off the new car. It may be that I'm discounting thousands of dollars off the new car and giving you thousands of dollars more on your trade and buying down the rate. You know what I mean? I'm going to do whatever it takes to sell these 28 cars. We have a quota that we have to hit with Mazda, and we're not close. So the 28 cars is to get us close, right? So that we can be able to get that money from Mazda. And all I'm doing with that money is I'm basically paying it out before I get it. So in hopes that we get there. Mm-hmm. So yeah, anybody who's listening out there that's in the market, or even maybe not be in the market, but you're looking at something maybe in the next year or two, don't pass on this opportunity, because I am going to absolutely do whatever it takes to move these cars.
And when Jake says that, Jake's not messing around. Yeah. And it doesn't matter if you got credit issues, you're upside down, whatever the case is. You can negotiate pretty much any kind of deal to get people where they need to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't matter whether your credit situation, doesn't matter whether you're negative in your car, because guess what? Everybody's negative in their car.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It doesn't matter if you have 2 years left on a lease, 2.5 years left on. It doesn't matter. Don't think that this doesn't apply to you, because this does apply to you. So, give us an opportunity to show you what we can do, because I am going to absolutely do whatever it takes. And I'm going to be sitting on the desk, open to close today, tomorrow, and Monday. Yeah. To make sure that I'm touching every single deal that goes through that office.
I love that. That's why you're successful. That's why this place is incredible. Come down and ask for Jake. You can deal with Jake. I mean, Jeff and everybody else, Chris and everybody is just incredible here, but come in and just make a deal. And if you're unhappy in your current car situation, don't be unhappy. Come down and put a smile on your face, and you can drive a great car in a Mazda. You can get a great interest rate. You'll leave here thinking, all right, Jake did me right.
Yeah,
that's how that works.
Absolutely. I'm going to do everything to make sure that you feel like you had the best deal possible and you left here happy, and you're going to be telling all your friends and family about it. And here's the thing. Anybody who wants to refer anybody in for a car deal, you know what I mean, that maybe you may not be in the market, but somebody who does, I'll pay you $200 if they buy a car. You know what I mean? So all you got to do is whoever you send in with the name and an address that you sent them in, I'll pay you $200.
Love it. You come to work for Jake.
That's right.
Jake will make it happen. Man, I love it. And I love the crew down here. You're going to be in good hands. I've sent family members down here. I've sent friends down here because I know you're going to get taken care of. Please stop by, and we'll talk more about the Mazdas specifically, because they're beautiful vehicles. This 30, you don't get to take that one. I'm going to be driving that. But other 30s you can have and take a look at as well.
Absolutely.
All right. It's all right here. Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
So you're a Forester? Yep. Seemed like a good car. Describe your dream job.
Work stinks, but I love commuting.
Lease a new 2025 Subaru Forester at Doug Smith Subaru for only $298 per month. MSRP $31,850. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. $3,199 due at signing. No security deposit required. JF2, SLDA, C8, SH5, 30755, OAC, valid through June 30th, 2025. No one knows Subaru like Doug.
For a lot of us, saving up a down payment can be the biggest barrier to buying a home. So Rocket Mortgage is lowering down payments to 1% for eligible home buyers with ONE+. Because everyone deserves their shot at the American dream. Call 800-4ROCKET or visit rocket.com to get a head start on your starter home.
Rocket Mortgage, LLC. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
O'Reilly
Stay cool this summer with AC Pro Refrigerant at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro Refrigerant products that include a hose and gauge. If your vehicle's AC is blowing hot air, beat the heat with AC Pro. Visit your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or shop online at O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This 4th of July, make your barbecue the star. Kenny J's Barbecue has pre-smoked half-pound Utah-raised prime brisket burgers. Just finish the cook at home. Pre-order by July 3rd, pick up on the 4th. Call or text now to reserve yours. 801-230-5396. From the first bite to the last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where smoke meets flavor.
Les Olson IT is trusted for businesses providing state-of-the-art printers, copiers, managed IT services, and licensed security systems for Utah. Work smarter with Les Olson IT.
Les Olson IT.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's
right. Yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I know we've already talked to him once this week, but Kurt Heelan's going to join us coming up at 1:05. We will chat with him and get his thoughts on the latest, what he's hearing on the Ace Bailey front, what he's hearing across the board as we continue to get you ready for what should be an interesting week next week as the rookies are expected to show up. By the way, the Jazz, it's an interesting situation with Tonje being the Jazz pick at 53. I called a bunch of his games. He started at Colorado State.
Yeah.
And I was texting with the Colorado State.
4 years at Colorado State, right?
Yeah, I was texting, the Colorado State play-by-play guy. And I'm like, did you see him taking off? Because he was just a guy at Colorado State. But he was surrounded by a lot of really good players and that are now playing in the league. David Roddy's in the league and a couple others. And so he was a nice role player for that team. And then he ends up transferring out and becoming a really, really good player at Wisconsin. But it was like, wow, never in a million years would I have taken him being drafted. I had a chance to chat with Craig Smith, former Utah State head coach. He recruited Max Shulga, who played a lot of good years at Utah State and then went with Ryan Odom to VCU. And now he just got drafted 53. So congratulations to Max, really good kid. He's the one that was we were at Colorado State when he's from Ukraine. And the Colorado State student section started chanting Rush in the middle of free throws.
Not cool.
And by the way, he knocked down those free throws and won the game for him.
Yeah, and then said, relax. Like,
exactly.
He wasn't burnt up about it.
No.
He wasn't seeking retribution and people being suspended and needing apologies. Even though an apology was extended, it was like, nah, dude, whatever. It's college basketball. We'll be all right.
And I remember talking to him, and he had family that was right in the middle of it. Like right in the middle of it. That they were checking on, and there were some talks with some representatives to try to perhaps get his family out of the country, and they're like, no, we're staying here. We're Ukrainian. This is where we're at. And there were a lot of things going on behind the scenes with him and his family. And so here he's going through one of the worst things in his life, worrying about his family while trying to play Division I college basketball. And he's got a fan base that starts barking at him. And I don't want to – look, Colorado State's a great fan base. They just had a couple knuckleheads in their student section.
They got really loud.
They got loud, and
there were a couple of people around him that joined.
Yeah, and you know what happened? He's like, you know what? We're all students. We all do dumb things. I say dumb things. They say dumb things. We're good.
He handled it as good as anybody could handle it. But this guy is at the very least, he's intriguing. He's kind of a bowling ball. He's a more stocky, more well-built basketball player than you're going to see typically coming from the college ranks into the pro ranks. Stands 6'5". He's about 220 pounds, and he is very mobile. And then you talk about his time with Wisconsin. The only memory I've got of him, because I didn't watch him a lot with Colorado State, and he didn't really stand out in my mind in any game, but the only memory I've got of him is whatever he scored 35 or 38 points or something crazy like that against BYU.
Yeah.
In that tournament game. He was crazy.
Yep.
He was really good. And I was impressed at that point, and I'm actually a little bit shocked just that it winds up being the Utah Jazz pick in the second round, but I'm excited to see what he can do. I'm not saying that he's going to be the next great second-round pick that blows the doors off and but I do think he's got potential.
Yeah, I think he's got a lot of potential. Just a really good shooter. Last year, shot 38% from the three-point line.
Almost 39.
Yeah, was one of the best in the country, 91% from the free throw line. He draws fouls. He gets to the line. These are all things that, and again, I called 4 of his years when he was at Colorado State playing Utah State, and I did not see that coming. Absolutely did not see that coming. But, hey, good for him, and that's awesome because, he leaves Colorado State, he goes to Missouri for a year, gets a little bit better, and then goes to Wisconsin and just puts on a show.
It's just pretty incredible that the NBA draft has come and gone, and the Utah Jazz just picked and picked. Now, they jumped up to 18, and they gave away one of their second-round picks, but they took their other second-round pick. So, once again, they show up to Summer League with 3 new draft picks that they are attaching to this roster. And I would say out of the 9 picks now, if you include this second-round pick, but I would say of these 9 picks over the last 3 years, the one I'm most excited about is Ace Bailey. Now, he's obviously got the controversy surrounding him, not because of him, but more because of Omar Cooper. There's a lot of interest and excitement and conversation, and there's obviously maybe some bad feelings. Understand that's Omar Cooper. I am the most excited to see what Ace Bailey can become. I think he's got the most upside, more than Taylor Hendricks even, who, when people were talking about drafting Taylor Hendricks at 9, it was like, well, you wait 3 years from now. Well, that injury is going to really curb him. It's going to take some time for us to see what he's all about. Isaiah Collier came in. He was extremely exciting. Keontae George in his rookie year was like, oh, man, what do we got here? Nothing even comes close to comparing my excitement for Ace Bailey and what he could potentially be as a rookie and what he could potentially be in this league. I think he's got the most upside of anybody. Now, obviously picked at number 5. He's the highest pick out of any of them. But I think he's got the most upside of potential of anybody that the Jazz have taken. All 9 that have been taken in the last 3 years.
Outside of – and look, I think his ceiling is higher than Dylan Harper's. Outside of Cooper Flagg, I don't think there's another player in this draft who has a highest ceiling as Ace Bailey does. I really don't. I don't think Edgecombe has that ceiling. I don't think Harper. Knipple certainly doesn't have that ceiling. It is only Cooper Flagg and Ace Bailey. And that's, I think he's got the opportunity to be a perennial all-star and a guy who puts a team on his shoulders and is a top 5 player in the league. I think that is his raw ability. Now, whether or not he lives up to that is going to depend on him and his work ethic and his maturity and all that other stuff. But in terms of just God-given, holy crap, the human body should not be able to do the things and be built the way that body is built, that is Ace Bailey.
Yeah. He'll get it together. I think people are just all bothered because of all the false reports of he didn't show up here and he's denied this and he's doing this. Just, you got to set that aside and you got to understand he's working on his game. He's going to be here on Sunday. He'll report on Monday. They didn't need him to report any time before Monday. He'll report on Monday, and we're going to see him in a Jazz jersey. And I don't want people to grudge against him and be like, well, he sure has an ego for an 18-year-old. He doesn't know what anybody was talking about. He doesn't know. When I was 18, I was graduating from high school, and I was just worried about what college I was headed to.
Yeah.
So was everybody else out there. They were just graduating high school, and they were just trying to figure out, well, what college am I going to? This guy is just getting a $56 million bonus, and he's trying to understand what's up and what's down. He might not even know much about NBA teams. When I left high school and I jumped into college football, I didn't even know what the Pac-12 really was. I just knew the teams that were after me. I didn't really know the head coaches.
Yeah.
I'd heard of a couple here and there, but I didn't really know the head coaches. I would sit down with head coaches and presidents and quarterbacks of colleges on my recruiting trip, and I'd be looking at them like, who are you? And if I had management that was trying to work deals on my behalf, and they would call me and say, hey, don't even worry about Coach Paterno. Hey, don't even worry about Coach Edwards. We got that under control. I wouldn't even know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
What do you mean you got it under control? Don't worry about it. I got it under control. Don't worry about the draft. I've already told Charlotte we're not going to show up. You don't need to go work out for these teams because teams don't really need to see you work out. Your potential is already high enough. Don't worry about not going top 3 because we're going to find the right fit for you. Don't worry about showing up or having a conversation with the Jazz. I got you. I got this. And as an 18-year-old, you're like, okay, I'll just be here doing the basketball stuff.
Yeah. And
tell me where I need to be.
Yep, 100%.
And when I need to be there, I'll be ready.
Yeah.
The thing that makes me really sad is if you don't have the right voices working in your corner, it's really hard not to hold it against the kid because ultimately he's Ace Bailey. People aren't going to remember the name Omar Cooper. He's a shadow.
Yeah.
He's a nobody. This agency that you just heard from their head scout, this agency, they're a nobody. They live in the shadows. They don't do anything. It's going to be on Ace. So it makes me kind of sad, but Ace can square this away. And you know what will help? When he sits down with Danny Ainge and Austin Ainge and the Jazz brass, and he's like, so what was going on the back end of this thing? Oh, well, we requested workouts and there was no availability, or whatever the conversation is. And it'd be like, oh, man, you know what? I would have came in here. Yeah, we honestly didn't really need you to, Ace.
We loved you from day one.
Yeah, we loved you from day one, and you're going to have a chance to show us what you got here in Summer League.
Yeah.
So we didn't even need you to. We were going to take you regardless.
Yeah.
Nobody was going to move us off of you. I know that there was this underlying rumor that you wanted to go to Washington. We didn't care about Washington, man. Like, we know that you are the next greatest thing. So we love you, and we know that wasn't you. You're fine.
Yeah. And guess what? Even if you did have your sight set on Washington, guess what? We are going to make – what do you want? What do you need? Because we can provide all that for you.
Yeah.
Like, that's the one thing about Ryan Smith. And, in the time that we were part of the Jazz organization, now we're part of Bonneville. But Ryan Smith said essentially to Quinn Snyder back in the day, you go down the list of all the managers there. It's been like, hey, what do you need? Because we will provide anything. Everybody want their own private chef? Boom, you got it. You need this? Yes. Oh, you want underground parking? Okay, we'll throw $1 billion into the arena so that you don't have to have your car out in the snow while you, after a game. Like, these are the things that are being done for these players.
Yeah.
The practice facility is state of the art. Everything that you can possibly have is available for these guys.
That's why when Ace Bailey shows up and he sees the fans.
Yes.
And because the fans are going to be there. I mean, the fans were there for Al Jefferson, for hell's sake. It was like 3,000 people for Al Jefferson.
I think it was probably because everybody was tired of Boozer at that time.
Yeah, that's actually true.
By the way, the Carlos Boozer Redemption Tour, how about that?
Yeah, he's awesome. He really is. He's putting on a big smile. And
yeah.
He's got this kid that's a big deal, right?
Oh, yeah.
But
two of them.
Yeah, Boozer. Boozer's all acting like, I've always loved Utah, man. Utah loves me, and I always loved Utah. It's like, all right, Booze, we'll be on board with you. You got that smile.
Just bring your kid with you.
It's $1 million smile. Yeah, bring that kid with you. But people, there were 2,500 people that showed up for Mo Williams when Mo Williams got off a flight here in Salt Lake City. There better be 8,000 people that when Ace Bailey steps off an airplane, it's like, whoa, this is the Delta Center here at Salt Lake City International, huh? Because you want him to feel like, I tweeted out, like, make the Days of 47 parade feel like his parade.
Yeah, like Karl Malone back in the day.
Like,
thought it was for his birthday.
He thought that the Days of 47 parade was his draft day and his birthday, and he was showing up all excited and, wow, this city really loves me. Look at what he ended up doing.
Yeah.
Stayed for 20 years and brought you a finals appearance.
Just call it the Days of 4. He wears number 4. It's the Days of 4 parade.
The Days of 4. For 7 years minimum.
Hey, isn't that what AD's jersey is, Lloyd? Adrian Dantley? Are they going to have to unretire that number? I'm just saying, like, Adrian Dantley, sorry, buddy.
I was there on his number retirement. I don't know if he's going to be.
He really wanted that. And it was salty because Larry wasn't about to give it to him. And then finally, those guys got whatever issues they were resolved, and they put his name up there.
That was a cool retirement.
It was.
But I could tell in the moment of it, it's like, that jersey will never be touched. I would call Adrian and be like, hey, Adrian, man, what's up? I love number 4. I would fully expect Adrian to be like, oh, good. Well, 5 is good number 2. 3's good.
Yeah, Boozer's kid's going to need that next year. So
Dantley seems like an intense fella.
He is.
Even nowadays seems like an intense fella.
What you may have missed coming up next, we're live here at Tim Dowley Mazda Southtown. You need a vehicle, they're here to help you out. You're just looking around for a new vehicle, they're here to help you out. They need to move 28 new vehicles. Now, look, I know this about Jake. When Jake needs to get something done, he's going to find a way to get it done. You know who's going to benefit from that? You. You're going to get a deal today, tomorrow, or Monday that you will not get on Wednesday of next week. Take advantage of it now. Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown on Automall Drive, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Jay Hill, defensive coordinator for BYU, joins us. When I look at your group, so many of the guys have experience. So it seems like it's not a lot of holes, and the holes that you do have, you're filling them with experience.
I love the transfers we took, and I love the guys coming back. The corners right now are the most inexperienced group on the defensive side, but they're one of the most talented. There's always going to be things that you're working on and trying to build depth, but I do like the roster a lot. I think we're way bigger inside than we were last year. The linebacking core is as good as there is in the country. I'm excited to see how this defense comes together and how they gel. That's such a critical part of good defense, and that's what we had last year. We had the sum of the 11 was pretty special.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans, you know what I did last night?
What'd you do?
My kids wanted nachos.
Kids wanted nachos.
Holy crap. This candy's going to kill me.
Did you take a Starburst in the wrong way?
All right, Bar W beef. So my kids wanted nachos, added tube of ground beef that was left over from Saturday, and I didn't cook up. Just threw that in, a little cumin, a little cilantro, stuff like that. Boom, we had taco meat ready to go. You, my friend, took it to another level.
I did. I did a New York steak last night, and I paired it up with a sweet potato with a little bit of butter, a little bit of cinnamon sugar. It's just the ultimate classic meal. And now I've got my steak frying pan. It's just a cast iron pan. It's well seasoned. I put a little bit of olive oil in it. I throw 2 cloves of garlic. I put just a little bit of salt and pepper on it. I do a sea salt and a really nice fresh ground pepper.
Yeah.
And I'll sear it each side about 2.5 minutes. I'm going with rares now on my New Yorks. On all of my Bar W stuff, I go rare. So I put a hot, heavy sear on. I leave it rare, let it sit for about 5 minutes, 6 minutes out of the pan, and it's like butter. It's just eating like a smooth, salty, kind of a garlicky butter. And that New York steak, every bite, too, you know that little strip of fat that goes down the edge of a New York? A lot of times you have to cut that off because it's bristly. On their steaks, because it's a 14-day dry age, that is just a buttery, melt-in-your-mouth fat that pairs so good with the beef. And it's juicy. It's the best steak your taste buds will ever get a hold of. And all you got to do go to barwbeef.com and you can get it ordered and sent to your house.
So moral of the story is whether you just need a quick meal and some ground beef or whether you want to knock it out of the park with a steak, you need a roast for Sunday, they've got it. barwbeef.com.
Roast is $5.69 a pound.
It's ridiculously low. This is the thing. You're getting like box store prices on high quality beef.
We'll talk about the 80-20 beef that you fried up.
Yeah.
It's $4 a pound.
It's unbelievable. barwbeef.com. Get there now. That's barwbeef.com.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Going into F1, I knew I was going to get a great action film from Joseph Kosinski, director of Top Gun Maverick, and I did. I spilled my popcorn on one of the turns. It was so intense.
I kept trying to grab a seatbelt. Knowing Bruckheimer's attached, you know what kind of ride you're going to get.
It is an absolute blockbuster, heart, humor, a whole lot more. F1 the movie from Apple Original Films and Warner Brothers Pictures, now playing only in theaters and IMAX. Rated PG-13, may be inappropriate for children under 13.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Yeah, I take the Pop-Tart over this.
That's the Pop-Tart, but without
the cream in the middle.
Scotty and I are always trying the latest and greatest in protein.
Look at that. It's all hollow in the middle. You can just jam-pack that thing with the strawberry stuff there.
Yeah, that's exactly what you should do.
Yeah.
And just call it a raspberry stuffed donut.
Yeah.
We got a protein donut, and it's good. It's good.
Yeah, I'd get the Pop-Tart above that one.
1 out of 10 as far as protein goes. I'm going to give it a 6.2.
Yeah, I go 5.5.
I'll give this Pop-Tarts a 7.8. The blueberry one's a 7.9. The strawberry one's a 7.6. I do like these protein foods, though.
I do too. And my family hates it when I make because I'll make protein ice cream and protein pudding.
Oh, yeah.
They think it stinks up the house. I'm like,
no,
don't smell.
No.
Hey,
keeps Dad fit.
Exactly. All right, so Thanks a lot, BYU. Thanks a lot, Arizona State. You just brought down a yearly tradition. You single-handedly wrecked it for everybody. And what do I mean? Well, after last year when BYU was picked, 14th? In the preseason, 13th in the preseason poll. Arizona State was picked dead last.
16th.
In the preseason poll. And BYU went on to finish, 3rd? And Arizona State won the whole thing. Well, Big 12 ADs and coaches have decided to do away with the league's preseason media poll. It's done. They killed it.
Nah, it's not even partly dead.
It's dead.
It's
dead. All the way dead.
Is it dead? They're killing the preseason media poll?
Yep. It will be the Big 12 and the Big 10 are the only conferences without league preseason polls. And Big 12 Media Day is coming up July 8th and 9th. You will be there in Frisco, Texas.
You and I are going to organize it then.
Yeah.
And we'll just go around and collect ballots.
Yeah.
We'll hand out ballots and collect them, and we'll make our own.
That'd be funny, actually. Let's do that.
We should.
Scotty.
I'll send you down with some stuff, and you give it to Eskridge and all your buddies that are on the broadcast crews.
I'll go hand it table to table. I'll go give it to all of them.
Yeah.
And just be like, let's do our own.
Yeah. We don't need this stinking conference.
Yeah, don't need a sanctioned Big 12. They rig it anyways.
Oh, yeah.
It was them. We actually turned in ballots and had it very accurate.
Yeah, you had Arizona State 1.
Yeah.
You had BYU 2. I know they slipped to 3. But,
which I was way off.
But that's
and
all right.
Iowa State 3.
And you're more than happy to admit that.
What's funny is the Big 12 media poll is going the same route as the 60 and 60.
Yeah.
Because
I guarantee that's why they did it. They're just like, we don't know.
I'm just telling you, man, college sports, you just throw your hands up now and say, I don't know if they're going to be good. I don't even know. I don't know if he's going to be good. He just moved from such and such. Okay, well, you got this UCLA guy that he was a third-string quarterback at UCLA. Well, yeah, but we have a lot of confidence in him. And then they come in, and all of a sudden, they're all Big 12, and you're like, where did this guy come from? Who knows about this Stanford kid, this Bear Bachmeier?
Yeah.
Maybe you throw him in the mix. Maybe he's the next great thing at quarterback. I don't know. Either does the Big 12, and either does any of the media that's voting on it. But this is how it went. So Arizona State was picked 16th. They finished first. Oklahoma State was picked 3rd. They finished 16th. Utah was picked 1. They finished 13th. And it's just the same across the board. Colorado was picked 11th. They finished 4th. BYU 13th. They finished 3rd. Iowa State 6th. They finished 2nd. Baylor 12th. They finished 5th.
I mean, honestly, you could put a mirror up. It's almost
it is.
It's crazy.
TCU 10th. They finished 6th. Texas Tech 9th. They finished 7th. Kansas State picked 2nd. They finished 8th. And all of a sudden, all of your top teams kind of reverse and all your bottom teams reverse. So the Big 12 was embarrassed. The coaches were probably like, this is the dumbest thing in the whole world. And it was probably a phone call from Deion Sanders that said, hey, kill it.
Kill it. Put a bullet in it.
Or I leave. Kill it or I leave.
I take Louis with me. All right, 103. We're live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Jake needs to move vehicles, and you get a benefit from it. It's really simple. You stop on by here today, tomorrow, or Monday, and you are going to get an amazing deal. And I'm telling you right now, ask for whatever you want. You ask for your payment to be at this number. You need your interest rate to be at this number. You need this, this, and this. You just go through it and beat these dudes up because they kind of have to take it. They got to move 28 new vehicles. You have all the leverage. You're like Danny Ainge with Ace Bailey's representation. You have all the leverage here. So you make the deal that you want to make. Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown on Automall Drive. It's all right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Attention sports fans! Elevate your 2025 finances with a Gold Tier checking account from Hercules First Federal Credit Union.
Score big with up to 4.25% APY on balances, rewards points for everyday spending, and perks like Ultimate ID credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage, all with no monthly fees. Join Gold Tier today and watch your savings grow. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
So it says here you released from the factory with your top down.
That's right.
You want to speak to that?
Well, I'm a Jeep. I'm a Wrangler. You can't tie me down. Am I a little on the spicy side? Sure. Are kids going to stare at the school pickup? Absolutely. But I helped build this country, doggone it. You ever hear of World War II?
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through June 30th. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Don't miss the Salt Lake Shred. Take on the Oakland Spiders Friday, June 27th at 7 p.m. at Zions Bank Stadium. High-flying, fast-paced, ultimate frisbee. Grab your tickets now at SaltLakeShred.com. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Number one.
Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hanson Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, I know you're used to hearing that music earlier in the week, and you already did hear that music earlier in the week. But hey, all hands on deck. NBA draft in the rearview mirror. Ace Bailey. Do we need to send him some nightlife shirts from a few years ago? I don't know what we need to do, but let's got to get him out here to Salt Lake City to help make sense of it all. Kurt Heelan from NBC Sports and ProBasketballTalk.com. Kurt, how are you?
I'm doing well. Hey, anytime I get to talk to Hans twice in 1 week, it's a good week,
Let's go. You just can't get enough of it. This is good times. When the draft rolls around, Kurt, all good feelings. And you can tell Ace is just happy and fleeting and can't wait to make his way to Salt Lake City.
I have zero doubt that is exactly what he's going to say when he shows up, by the way. And what are you talking about? What's the question? I was always going to come here. So, yeah, my guess is that, was it Monday or he gets there by Monday? Is it Tuesday they were planning the press conference? Whenever it was, it'll be all smiles and love. He
has, especially you'd never want to play a game of chicken with Danny Ainge.
Yeah.
But he's got no leverage, does he?
No, absolutely not. That's ultimately, look, he's got factions within his representation that could be pushing him a little or whatever. But at the end of the day, he's not going to play for anybody else. And he's not going to get paid by anybody else, right? Like, if you don't show up and you don't sign the contract, you don't get paid. It's a pretty simple process. He can't, if he plays for another country, he could go, I'm going to go play in Italy or whatever, Australia. Yeah, great. They keep your rights. As long as you play professionally, they keep your rights. Your only option to switch teams ultimately is to sit out for, as you guys know, you sit out a full year and you can re-enter the draft if you don't play anywhere, which is going to hurt his draft stock, and he wouldn't do it anyway. So,
is there truth to the story that Steph Curry's dad tried to persuade Golden State to not take Steph?
I would not be shocked. And I believe there was. Now that you mentioned it, when I think back on it, but you got to remember, pre-Lacob, when I think it was Cohen was the name of the owner, he might have been the Warriors owner. Might have been like the worst, second worst owner in the NBA. Donald Sterling sets the bar kind of high.
Yeah.
But he was that was a terribly run franchise. And so, yeah, I'm sure that they were like, man, we don't want to send our guy there. But new ownership changed the vibe there, and ownership, and obviously the situation in Utah is a little different. And the thing is, ultimately, like, what he wants is a path to stardom. You get all the touches you want. It is an all-you-can-eat buffet in Utah next year. You're going to get your chance, man. So, I don't quite understand it.
All right, so let's take the drama out of it and just talk about Ace Bailey, the player. The Jazz are able to get him at 5. Was that just the no-brainer pick of the night? I mean, we kept hearing Fear's name pop up a little bit, Trey Johnson, but if Ace is available at 5, you have to take him, right?
I think that's the best play, yeah. Like, Ace Bailey has the highest ceiling of any of them. In fact, the second highest ceiling, I think, of anybody in the draft. Like, his behind flag, he would be, like, if everybody could live up to their potential, he's that guy. And the concern has just been whether and not in Utah, but, like, period, whether he'd be able to. The reason that VJ Edgecombe and some guys kind of slid past him on some boards was simply like, I think maybe the ceiling isn't as high, but I think he's more likely to reach it. He's going to, but the peak of Bailey, can play inside, can shoot the 3, put the ball on the floor and get to the rim, long, athletic. He is a prototypical wing who checks all the boxes. And it's hard to pass that up. I mean, that's just a position where, look, there's just not many guys there's not many guys like what Ace Bailey can be if he lives up to that.
Do you know much about this representative of his, this Omar Cooper?
There are factions within his representation. There's GSE, I think, is the name of the company that actually represents him, because Cooper isn't an agent. He's been the spokesman. He's kind of been the front guy. And he doesn't have another NBA client. Nobody's spoken that's dealt with him has spoken particularly highly of Cooper, and I think he was the guy trying to get him to Washington or Brooklyn or whatever the target exactly was. But again, I feel bad for the guys in the front office who are going to have to answer his phone calls for a few years. But at the end of the day, he doesn't have that much leverage at this point. Like, You're on your rookie deal, and frankly, the way this thing is structured, your second deal is going to be with this team. Like there are trades for rookies, guys on rookie contracts certainly, but it's more the exception than the rule.
There was obviously it's all about Ace Bailey here, but And look, I'm a big fan. I call a lot of college basketball, so I like the college game probably more than most NBA fans. And we were all glued to our TV in March and saw Walter Clayton do his thing for the University of Florida. You can't help but not be excited about what his prospects look like at the next level. An older guy that can come in and probably help contribute right away. What were your thoughts of the Jazz there at 18?
No, I thought that was a great pickup there. You like you said, this is a guy who's proven on a bright lights, big stage that he can step up and make plays, and that's huge because every night's every night's a test in the NBA. So the fact that he could pull that off was fantastic. Played, like you said, played in a big time program, and I think at 18 that is a great get, as well as the fact you touched on it. This is there's much more of this once you get past 15, 16 in the NBA anymore, which is, okay, if I think I'm going to go late in the first and maybe into the second, I'm just going to stay in college and get my NIL money and come, make myself better and try to come back next year. Like, the fact that you get paid means that borderline sophomores and juniors are out and seniors are in, and that's been good for the teams who need somebody, like you said, to step in and play tomorrow. Clayton could step in and play from day one and give them rotation guard minutes, and that's important for a lot of teams. I think it matters more to teams, like teams up the ladder teams looking to compete for a playoff spot next year. The fact you can draft this guy and he can come in and give you minutes now really matters because it helps your cost effectiveness and your bottom line. But it's going to be good for the Jazz because this kid can play.
Give me your top three winners in the draft out of the West. Top three winners in the draft out of the West.
All right. Well, I'm not going to get to New Orleans. Look, obviously Dallas, just because they got flagged.
Yeah.
As I kept saying on the top of on a video that I had done, was it a no-brainer? Was it the pick everybody would have done? Yes, sure. It didn't take any brilliance, but you got the best player. So at the end of the day, you get to be a winner.
Number one.
Running through it, I think the Jazz could absolutely be on that list just because, like I said, they grabbed the rebuilding team that grabs the guy with the highest ceiling is a great spot to be, right? Is to get the guy who can be that good. And I'll probably throw the Spurs in as the third one off the top of my head. I feel like I'm not looking at the board. I'm not skip somebody off the top of my head, but like I know there was a lot of consternation about, Dylan Harper, they've already got Fox and they've got Castle, but take the best player, figure it out later. Like, get the best player, get the most talent on board, and then, man, if Harper pans out, he's on Wemby's timeline, and you're set. And you can always trade Fox, or you can always trade Castle. Like, you can make this work. So get the best guy, and I think that I'm kind of high on Harper. He seemed to really be able to control the game. Played smart at Rutgers, and also just. He looked like he could absorb contact and handle that, which is going to be a step up because the NBA gets a lot more physical than it does in college.
I know it. You kept saying it was going to happen, but, man, just seeing it happen surprised me a little bit. Colin Knippel actually goes number 4.
Yeah.
Kind of give us the thought process Charlotte was going through in making that call.
Look, he really shot up boards, and with Con, you're getting – I don't think you ever go wrong taking the best shooter on the board, right? Like if a guy can shoot the rock like Con can, good. Let's get him in here, especially playing off LaMelo Ball, somebody who can run to the arc and space the floor. And he also gives you good defense. He gives you secondary playmaking. He's done a lot of things at Duke that really raised his profile beyond pure shooter. And with that, I think they looked at this as, again, when you're looking at Bailey was telling people not to pick him, whatever. if you look at Kahn, you can think, hey, I feel much better about it. Again, I feel safer taking him because I think he's going to fit my system, and I feel better about his chances of fulfilling his potential than Bailey, right? And I think that was where a lot of teams were, which was Edgecombe and Kahn are just guys who can, like, I trust them to be there. And Bailey, it's a little more of a risk, and I think he needed to land somewhere Bailey needed to land somewhere where not only was he going to get the ball in his hands, but he needed a good player development program, which fortunately Utah and Will Hardy have.
I know that Yegor Damon is going to be a really good NBA player, and so I'm going to set his pick aside, but do you think that the Brooklyn Nets are sitting there today with a little bit of buyer's remorse, taking all 5 first-rounders and not packaging anything, just drafting and then taking 4 guards and 3-point guards, or do you think that they're extremely happy with how things went?
Boy, that feels like a numbers game play, doesn't it? Like when they were done with it, like we're just going to see how many guys we can get, and we're going to throw them against the wall and see what sticks. And it's kind of an interesting way to go. And again, I think taking Igor is a good play for them, a rebuilding team. Like that's another guy with, boy, if he develops a shot, if he really learns how to score, then like the passing's there and he's 6'8" as a point guard, like the potential is there. But I'm with you. I'm a little surprised they did that. Everybody was waiting for them to package 2 or 3 of them for something. And I guess there wasn't a trade out there that worked enough for them because they're rebuilding. They weren't going to want a veteran. They were going to want young guys, unless they can get, that Giannis guy, that they were going to go after younger guys. And we'll see. That's just, doesn't it feel like, hey man, we just drafted everybody. We're going to see who it sticks.
Yeah, for sure. Were you surprised? I mean, there was plenty of movement in the draft in terms of up and down a little bit, but there wasn't that big player movement. Giannis didn't go anywhere. There wasn't any of that monumental stuff that we see every now and then. Were you surprised that none of those fireworks happened?
I thought there'd be a little more than there was, but the Giannis thing is, I still don't think he gets traded this summer. I know that there's certainly media members trying to fan the embers, trying to keep them burning. And it's certainly possible he looks at the situation at the end of the offseason. We get into mid-July and he's like, man, we're not close. But I think in that East, we'll see where they land and what they do with their free agents and how they get. But like just having Giannis in next year's East gets you a long way, man. He might look at this situation and go, I'm good. But I thought I didn't think he'd get moved. And we saw the salary dumps came before from Boston and Kevin Durant was already on the move. And I wasn't sure that there was anybody else really available. I wasn't sure that the big names were going to go. And that might have played what hurt that, like we were saying, just not in the top 10. Philadelphia shopped that pick hard, like looking for something. And at the end of the day, they just took their guy and lived with it.
All right, Kurt, tough question coming from me. And if you got to take a second to think about it, then go ahead and do it. But where do you place the blame for the Halliburton Achilles rupture?
Ooh.
And if you have to distribute it percentage-wise, because somebody's taking heat, and Scotty and I had a big debate about this, but I'm just curious, because you don't just rupture an Achilles on a $100 million man and it just all goes away.
No, and throw. I don't want to say throw a year away, but that's part of why the East is wide open. I remember being at the finals thinking, man, Indiana's just got to be the favorite next year in the East, and now obviously they won't be. I'm still gonna put 60% on Halliburton himself. He's the guy who pushed for this, and there's a certain level of the team needs to protect a player from itself. But he is your best player. You are not winning this without him. And it's Game 6 of the NBA and then Game 7 of the NBA Finals. That is That is a brutal situation. As much as he wants to be out there, that is a tough spot for a team to go. And it's easy in retrospect to go, well, Kevin Durant showed us. That's a tough spot to say no when you legitimately have a chance. And he looked fine in Game 6, and you come into a Game 7 and you've got a chance at an NBA title. He's got to. If he wants to be out there, it's hard for me to lay too much blame at the feet of the team. If this was just simply which it was supposed to be just a grade 1 calf strain. If this were more severe, then that's a different story. But I don't know. Where did you guys land on that? That's a tough one.
Well, it was funny because we got into, and we don't get into a lot of arguments on this show, but we actually got into it before Game 6. And my thought was, if my trainers say there's a chance that he could tear it, I shut him down because I'm looking long term here. And Hans said, that it's got to go back to the player, and if the player wants to play, then the player should play. And I'm like, no, I take that decision out of his hands because I'm looking long term as a businessman. Hans is a former player, and I'm putting words in your mouth, but is a competitive SOB. So
yeah. No, it pains me to agree with Hans, but at the end of the day, I feel like that's again. If this were even the first round, I feel like it would have been of the playoffs or second round. This might have been a very different conversation. But I think you've got to trust the player as much as they want to be out there. You've got to, if he can move well enough in Game 6 and then Game 7. And by the way, he hit 3 huge threes.
Oh, yeah.
And he was not afraid of the moment. And, man, all of a sudden you were like, are they actually going to do this?
Oh, it looks so good to start.
And yeah, he did. And then to have that happen, it was just heartbreaking. But I don't know that I could have told him to avoid the risk, because if you've spent your whole career trying to get to this moment, and this isn't, this isn't a game against the Jazz in August, or in August. August is vacation, Kurt. Remember vacation? In October, December. It's a very different. It's Game 7 of the finals, man. I just don't know how you keep him off the floor if he can move well enough to be out there and wants to be there.
I like how you had to work the Jazz in there, Kurt. You are on here in Salt Lake City.
I did.
Throwing out
well,
there.
no, I mean, I don't mean as it nothing.
No,
as
I
it
know.
Just
I know.
as in any game. I usually use Orlando because that's my least favorite stop on the board. But I got to warn you, Orlando's going to be good next year.
Orlando's going to be a big problem.
Mm-hmm. Bain was a great pickup for them. So yeah, unfortunately, I may have to go there now.
Well, I'll tell you what, we got a ton of ice cream sandwiches available for our guy Ace Bailey when he shows up, and I think that will probably put it over the edge.
I think there's nothing his training staff wants more than the pounded ice cream sandwiches. No.
Well, if it gets him out here to Salt Lake,
it's one of those cities where, the other one that gets this sometimes to play, I don't want to go to Toronto, and then they get there and they're like, oh, this is great. Like, he's going to be fine. He's going to love Utah.
Yeah.
He'll get there. And by the way, that's going to happen at the press conference, which is, I always wanted to be here. I was always going to come. This was just outside noise. So
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's that media blowing things out of proportion again.
Yep.
Yep. Media.
Yeah. And I will say that, we can do that. But in this case, they brought it on themselves.
Yeah. Kurt, you're the best. Thanks for double dipping this week. We appreciate all your help.
Thanks, Kurt.
Anytime, guys. Take care, buddy.
There he is. Kurt Heelan, NBC Sports, ProBasketballTalk.com, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. He thinks that, look, the facts are the facts. Ace Bailey, even if Ace's representative is saying, we don't want to go to Salt Lake, we're not going to go. Guess what? You have no leverage.
You're going.
You're going. You're going to go.
And guess what? When you get here, you're going to like it.
You're going to like it.
Yeah, don't fight it. Don't fight it because you're going to like it.
Yeah.
How could you not like being here?
I enjoy it.
It's a great place, man.
And you will have this fan base eating out of the palm of your hands.
Now, it's going to take 3/4 of his contract to buy a house here. But
that's true. That's why he might need to cut his representation loose just so we can afford the house.
So we can afford a house.
Yeah. You can't. Look, I can't give you 3%.
It's gotten so spendy here. Even Posty put his house up for sale.
I know. He can't make this work.
Posty's moving into West Valley.
He's Lloyd's new neighbor.
Facts.
Lloyd's taking him in the basement.
Yeah. He's like, hey, we got a spare bedroom. Go ahead. Xavier, get out of there. Hey, we are live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Here's the thing. We joke because everything's going up in prices, right? You're thinking, oh, my goodness, this is going up. This is going up. This is getting tariffed. Well, they've got an incredible amount of vehicles here, pre-tariff pricing, and they are going to work out a deal specific for you. Why? Because they have to. And here's the thing. Jake isn't going to mince words. He's not saying, hey, you know what? Just out of the goodness of my heart, I've decided to cut the prices on everything here. He's realizing I got to move 28 new vehicles by the end of the month. 28. So what does that mean for you? Well, that means you get to come down here and say, oh, I understand you've got some vehicles you'd like to move. Well, guess what? I'm in the market, but you're going to have to earn my business. And watch this man go to work because he's going to work the magic. It doesn't matter how upside down you are. It doesn't matter if you got some credit issues. They're going to find a way to get it done. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. These are beautiful vehicles, Hans. Look, yeah. I drive them. You drive them. It's one thing to get into a vehicle that you can afford, but then it's another thing to get into a vehicle that you can afford that you actually love to drive, and these vehicles check all those boxes.
Yeah, you're going to love the cars for sure. The thing that Scotty and I can guarantee is you're going to love the people here.
Yes.
And when you drive that car off the lot, you're going to feel like, okay, I'm good. I'm in a good situation. I've got the right interest rate, or I've got the right payment, or, I got the right money back on my trade-in. It's so hard when you go into a car dealership. You don't know the people. You don't know the reputation, and you drive away thinking, am I going to hate this in a month? You aren't going to do that coming out of here.
Yeah.
When we're talking about Jeff and Jake, and we're talking about even parts and service with Andrew and financing with Chris and Kurt, and like these are the guys. Come down, buy a car, and you're going to love the Mazda. Scotty and I and our families love them.
Hans and Scotty, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown on Automall Drive. Get here now, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
What the Jazz didn't do last night is they did not reach on Ace Bailey by any means. The guys drafted right behind him, Trey Johnson, Jeremiah Fears, Yegor Tehemen, they probably don't have as much just natural skill as he has. Plus, he's got this physical body. Like, the Jazz didn't just draft a physical freak with no basketball skills. They got a good combination of skills and measurables.
They don't have to sell anything with Ace. When they drafted Trey Burke, they really had to sell it that he's a winner.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't really good at anything.
Right.
Dante Exum, you had to sell that he's going to learn to shoot. There's really nothing that you have to, sell it with this dude. The ceiling is there. He's super skilled. He's huge.
No, this isn't the Jazz trying to be smarter than anybody in the room. In fact, I think they're just not overthinking it. It's a huge player with a ton of skill. Great. That's the sell. That's what you're excited about.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your top 60 and 60 watch list as Hans and Scotty get you ready for the start of the 2025 college football season by highlighting the most influential players on their team for the upcoming season. And now, get the call, baby! Come on, let's go! Here's today's newest addition to the watch list.
It is your top 60 in 60 watch list as we add another name to the list of players that we will be keeping a close eye on this upcoming season for our postseason ranking. Yes, this year we rank at the end of the year because with all these transfers, we have no idea. We don't know much about this guy. We do know a little bit about this transfer, though, Hans, as Carson Ryan taking his talents to Provo from the University of Utah.
Carson Ryan, extremely athletic as a tight end and physical. I think sometimes because he's committed to being physical and blocking, your temptation is to put him and leave him at the line of scrimmage because he can control the line of scrimmage, blocking D ends and D tackles and moving up to the second level. But his ability to run routes and catch the ball is something where we can use him quite often as an H-back or even a slot receiver. So when you have someone that's like that, that's a complete package, it's going to be a lot of fun. And for A-Rod to put him in a lot of different areas. Coach Gilbride's been really, really excited and high on him and his ability, and we're looking forward to some big plays that he can make for us this season. In spring ball, he had an amazing spring, and so that's why we felt more comfortable trying to get him to, and his ability to learn the new offense and trying to get him to learn different things and try different positions. I think it's going to be really good for us, just the versatility that he has as a complete receiver, receiving tight end and a blocking tight end.
So Carson Ryan, we didn't see a lot out of him at Utah, but Kalani Sitake thinks he could have a big role on this BYU offense.
Seems to be a pretty good fit with what Roderick's trying to do. And Coach Gilbride, I know, is thrilled to have him.
Mm-hmm. And we don't say his name a lot. What are your thoughts on him?
You know, I think he's fit in really well with the staff. I know if you were to ask anybody on the staff, like, who's your favorite coach on staff, everybody's going to say Coach Gilbride.
Really?
Yeah. He's that guy. Everybody loves him. You know, he's big time when you got a recruiting house because he's built like a house. He's got a big old gregarious smile and a great handshake. And Yeah, he played at BYU when I was there. So I know Kevin, and I think he's great. And I know that he loves Carson Ryan. You just hope that he can be what they need at that position. A couple of years ago, Isaac Rex was a critical key piece in that offense, and he was such a beautiful possession tight end. And even then, didn't peak out his senior year. He didn't hit the level that you would have hoped. But last year they had so many great blocking tight ends, really good blocking tight ends, and they were playing 13 personnel. They would have at least 2 or 3 tight ends on the field at all times. And they'd be motion H, and they would be hook block. They would chip. They would start disconnected, and they would motion to a connection. But that was not a primary target. So I don't know exactly what to think of Carson Ryan as a primary target, but I do know he's going to be blocking a ton.
Yeah. I would love to see him get involved in the passing game. And I would love to see BYU go to the tight ends as much as the University of Utah has. In terms of now, whether or not they have the horses to be able to do it is going to be an interesting question. But I would like to see, Utah was, we joke about all the time, where tight ends would go to die for so many years. And then all of a sudden it flipped the other way. And now they're producing NFL guys right and left. And it's a huge part of their offense. I would love to see BYU get more into that game.
Well, when you think about what BYU is losing. Remember, they thought that they could get Keanu Hill going as a possession tight end.
Yeah, and you called that right away. You knew that wasn't going to work.
Yeah, it didn't work. It didn't work. And I actually saw a formation a couple of times during a game, and I was like, oh, look for Keanu Hill, and it was a target to Keanu. One was like a 2-point conversion, and it just wasn't working for one reason or the other. But they also lose Mason Fakahua, and they lose Ray Paulo. Those are kind of the 3 tight ends that they needed last year. And they've got a real need for help. So Carson Ryan, whether he's catching passes or blocking, he's going to be playing a lot of reps. And you're right. I would love to see it just because I love to see a possession tight end. They're my favorite thing on a football field offensively. When they get going, it's fun. To see the big old dudes catch a ball, safety try to make a tackle, they shake them off like a pair of pants, and they go find 5 or 6 critical yards and stretch out for a first. I love that. I don't know if that's Carson Ryan. We'll see. Fall camp's going to tell us a lot. I'll be out there watching and get a sense for how they're going to use him.
All right, time for your good, the bad, the ugly. Let's get to it. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
All right, it is your good, it is your bad, it is your ugly. All brought to you by RGS Exteriors. Tim and the crew ready to help you out. Call RGS right now. If it's the outside of your home, they can get it squared away. 801-280-3110. This is something that I did not know of, and I'm a baseball fan, but I'm not a diehard baseball fan. But Cal Raleigh, playing for the Seattle Mariners, leads the league in home runs with 32. That's putting him right there on pace with Barry Bonds and Sosa and McGuire in their infamous years.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, he is racking up the home runs right now.
He's on pace.
And the fact is he's doing it as a catcher, which is ridiculous. Lloyd, I had no idea that your catchers are not necessarily your big home run hitters, but he's doing that as a catcher. But this is the well, there's 2 reasons I wanted to put him on the good, because he may have the best nickname of all time. Lloyd, do you know Cal Raleigh's nickname?
No, what is it?
The first Derby appearance, he's going into the home run derby, by the way, for the 28-year-old known as the Big Dumper.
That's awesome.
The Big Dumper.
That's awesome. And now that leaves your mind open to a lot of interpretation.
It's actually exactly what it is.
Is it really?
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, so it's a clubhouse name.
All right. Well, apparently he's done a lot to earn that name.
Well, it might be more so about the caboose.
Oh, okay. A little junk in the trunk?
Yeah, a little junk in the trunk. So I guess not exactly what you think, but,
but
close enough.
Because that is not what we thought.
No, sorry. No, I think it might have to do with the caboose.
He is the first catcher and first switch hitter to reach 30 home runs before the All-Star break. And here's the cool thing. His dad, Todd Raleigh, will be his pitcher in the home run derby, and his brother, who is a 15-year-old, will be serving as the catcher.
I'll serve him up, Todd.
Okay, here you go. Cal Raleigh's nicknamed the Big Dumper due to his large posterior.
Oh,
so there you go.
Thought he might be related to OC
Catchers,
or something.
Stop. Catchers, are typically known for their posterior.
Well, and apparently Cal took it to another level.
The Big Dumper.
The Big Dumper, leading the
How would you feel
Baseball.
if you were a superstar and your nickname was the Big Dumper?
Hey, Big Dumper! Like, oh, can't we think of something better?
Just call me Junk in the Trunk.
Yeah.
Call me Lady Lumps. Like, call me anything.
Because I'm telling you, posterior is not the thing I think of when I hear the name Big Dumper.
Yeah. Call me Childbirther.
Okay. We're not. Is that what we're going to call a member of our staff now?
Oh,
Big Dumper?
Yeah, for sure.
Come on, dumps in your trunk. What?
For sure.
What?
What? All right. There's.
Let me see a butt.
What?
There's your good. Let's
Size
get.
like. Okay, go. Sorry, Scotty. Cisco, man. Was Cisco not our hero back in the 90s?
It was the best. That video, too.
Yeah.
All right. There's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
Well, I don't understand how you explain this to anybody, but Justin Tucker, who has been accused of sexually harassing 16 massage therapists, has been handed a 10-week suspension. So how do you explain that to somebody? Oh, yeah, he sexually harassed 16 people. 10 weeks.
10 games.
It's like, well, no, if you sexually harass 16 women, put them under a jail cell. Like, if you've got evidence and it's confirmed, it's 10 weeks is no justice here.
No.
You know, we go, I actually had to go look this up. If you're comparing this to the guy that Cleveland Browns took, the moron.
Yep.
The OG when it comes to masseuse harassment.
Yeah.
He was suspended 11 games and fined $5 million. I haven't seen Justin Tucker's fine.
I've not either.
I just saw he got a 10-week suspension.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's the fact that he's unemployed. So maybe that fine is like a percentage of their salary, and because he's currently not employed by any team, they can't attach a fine to it. And look, this ends his career. Essentially, what they did was say, you know, you're not going to sign with any team because he's, 36, 37 years old.
He'll be 36.
And he's coming off the worst kicking year of his career.
76%.
And you're not going to be able to sign him for 10 games. Yeah, like he's done.
The NFL did allow him, any team that signs him, he can be there, he can participate, practice, be around the facilities. The other thing is his 10-game suspension starts whether he's signed or not. So.
Oh, really?
Right.
Oh, jeez.
10-game suspension starts signed or not.
You know, it might come December, and there's a team that's got a kicker with the yips, and they're like, call up Tucker.
Right, because he could show up in November.
Yeah.
And he could be Mr. Clutch, or he could be a complete mental meltdown.
Yeah.
Because of what he's going through. But then, you know, if he shows up back on a field and you're like, oh, yeah, to those 16 women that, yeah you're just going to have to watch him. And, like, let's say he kicks a game winner in a wild card match. Or he kicks a game winner in a Super Bowl. Imagine being his victim and sitting there like,
yeah, and everybody's teammates are putting him up on their shoulders. Oh.
Now, remember, I was going to say he just did it, but the harassment accusations came from 2012 to 2016. That was I don't think that there's any accusations post-2016. I think everything fell from 12 to 16. Am I mistaken in that?
Sounds right. I'm not sure, though.
I don't think that there were
I don't think so.
recent accusations.
Yeah.
I think it was all from...
Now, are these civil cases, too? Or are they
I can't remember. I don't think that there was a criminal charge.
I don't think so either. All right, another edition of Whole World News coming up next. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Watching an unlikely champion like the Florida Panthers, they sucked forever. One of the most irrelevant pro sports franchises of the last 2 decades until 2022. They're the 8th seed, and they end up making a run to the Stanley Cup final. And ever since then, they've dominated this league. It takes time. The Panthers had to be patient. They got the right guy to lead it. It all came together for them. So now we're dreaming of a Stanley Cup here because we have an NHL team. You watch the Florida Panthers do it. The Stanley Cup going places that no one ever thought it would be. Why not here? Why not in Utah? You're thinking about, okay, what could the Utah Mammoth do to make this happen? And now it's a reality. Like, this is something the Mammoth can go do. And I think that Ryan Smith is going to be highly motivated to provide the resources to do it. And I think you got a general manager who could build a Stanley Cup championship team. The parts are in place here to be able to do something like this.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey guys, Alex Keary from the KSL Sports Zone. I'm sitting down here with Dale today, who has also been on the same program I've been on.
Thank you.
Why did you join the SLC Fat Loss Program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What were your particular goals with weight loss? I know it changes for everybody.
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Tell me about the goal then. Have you been able to meet it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I've still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it, so I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What do you think helped you the most with that success at being able to drop the weight with SLC Fat Loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
All right, so would you recommend SLC Fat Loss to somebody, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Thank you so much, Dale. To learn the success of losing up to 1 pound of healthy fat a day. And to start that own success story of your own, get a hold of the folks at slcfatloss.com. Here's the website again. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for cleaning projects, offering cleanings for HVAC systems, dryers, carpets, tile, upholstery, and more. Find them at allproutah.com. Call in the pros. They're here for you. allproutah.com.
If you want to save a lot of money on your fireworks this year, go to somedudesfireworks.com and watch our semi-famous, somewhat rednecky Chuck It video, and you will never buy your fireworks anywhere else. Some Dudes Fireworks, Lehigh High School parking lot, 10 to 10 daily.
Go! It's time to span the globe for the hard-hitting news you care about. Well, not really. But hey, at least we found it interesting. This is Whole World News on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Early in the morning, rising to the street.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, you hear the music in the background? Sublime? Well, guess what? Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. You'll win a pair of tickets to Saturday's X Games in Salt Lake City, including tickets to see Sublime. Tonight is Deadmau5. Tomorrow is Sublime. So whoever won yesterday got those Deadmau5 tickets. Now tomorrow they get Sublime.
Well, you know, one and the same.
Yes.
Like both incredible tickets. Give me Sublime.
Yeah. Lloyd was telling me that the Sublime lead singer, his son is now the lead singer, and apparently they sound exactly the same.
Yes, because it used to be the guy that had originally taken over for him was Roan, and it was not the same. This guy's son, Bradley Noel, it sounds just like him.
Well, get those tickets. Go have some fun.
All right, Hans, we're going to get a little political. Well, not really. I'm going to make Lloyd nervous here. But, you know, there's always this debate as to – it'll be fine, Lloyd. Don't worry. I'll walk the line. There's always that debate on when life really begins, you know, whether it be conception or whether it be birth or whatever the case is.
Keep Jake's mic off.
Well, Australia – let's go to Australia where a man in Grafton, Australia – is now going to receive a life sentence because of cattle rustling. But what did he steal? He stole about $100,000 worth of Wagyu cattle semen.
Oh.
To sell on the black market. And what they're saying is they're treating that as if he was cattle rustling. And so that carries a higher sentence than just normal theft in Australia, apparently this part of Australia, because they're saying he's essentially stealing cattle.
Ooh, he's in trouble.
100% Wagyu Australian cattle, $100,000 worth of that bull semen.
How would one go about this?
That part I actually do know, growing up on pig and cattle farms.
Yeah.
And it's not pretty.
What did he go into, like, the cooling station?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He wasn't part of the collection process.
He didn't sneak into the ranch.
No.
All right.
No, there's.
This is a rough one for you, Scotty. This is a rough one. That's great. He may be put to death.
Yeah, I would think so, because back in the day, you know, you steal cattle. That was.
And this is in Australia?
Event. This is in Australia where they do things even more a little different.
They're going to send Dundee in.
That's not a knife.
Dundee's going to come in and go, not a cow sound, but, you know.
Yeah, I got you. All right. Maybe this was a poor choice of stories. I should have done better on Friday. I'm sorry.
That's a good one, Scotty. It's a good one. It's got me antsy.
But it's got they exceeded the normal theft, and went to another level of theft.
Do you dare turn his mic on?
I do because
he knows.
I'm
And
not
Lloyd's
going to do
busy with
anything. I did it bad already once. I'm not going to do it bad again.
Lloyd's busy with the phones.
So how much did he steal?
$100,000 worth.
I mean, is that like a backpack's worth? Or
Did
he throw it over his shoulder like a Continental Soldier? Or, I mean...
A liquid nitrogen storage tank. I don't know how big this tank,
I'm
tank
being
is.
good, Lloyd. I promise you, I'm being good.
Lloyd, if you only saw what was going on behind the scenes here.
Hands is bad.
Yeah.
You picked a different one there, Scotty, for sure. That one was,
like-
there's too many layups on that one.
Like Woody Harrelson from Kingpin.
If I were to
That's
read that
right.
quote, I probably...
That's just...
So anyway.
That story is crazy.
I know, right?
They're going to catch him.
Oh, he's caught. He's
already caught.
been charged. Yeah,
Cattle-
no, he's going
cattle rustling.
He's going away for a long, long time.
Boy, get a rope.
All right, Jake's hanging out with us, as you can tell. How are you, man?
I'm good.
We got 28 vehicles we need to sell.
I got to sell actually 27.
27. All right, one off the board.
27. 27. We got like 3 or 4 new car deals working right this second. So hopefully we can put those down and take care of those people and put some dreams in driveways and you know what I mean and just keep going. But we have 27 left that we got to sell by Monday night. Monday night at 9 p.m. I have to have everything reported to Mazda. So I'm willing to do whatever it takes to find a car deal. And that could be, like I told you before, $1,000, thousands of dollars off, thousands of dollars more for your trade. Buy down the rate, whatever it takes, whatever the deal looks like for you. That's going to be the best. Let's do it.
If you've ever felt like I can't do it because of this, now's the time not to let that get in your way.
Yeah, for sure. Like, a lot of people think, hey, that's not for me. I'm 2 years out on my lease, or I still have 5 years left on my loan, or, or I'm up too upside down, or my credit's not really that good, or my credit's bad, or I don't have any money down, or, there's a lot of misconceptions in the car business where people think that they have to have all this money down and everything else, and that's not necessarily the case. You know what I mean? Like, basically, you come in, you sign, you drive this thing away. You know what I mean? Like, I'm here to figure it out, whatever it is. It doesn't matter what the problem is. I'm going to find a way around to get you the best deal possible.
There's a lot of people in bad cars out there right now, aren't there?
Oh, yes, there is.
People have really strung out a bad car. So if you're seeing that check engine light come on and your tires are bald and it needs new brakes and you're thinking, geez, is it even worth putting $1,200 into this $2,800
Keep that
piece
in your
of crap?
pocket and come get a brand new car with full manufacturer warranty, brand new tires, brand new brakes. You don't have to worry about any of that stuff. And Mazdas hold their value better than anything on the market right now.
How low of a lease can you get me on any of your new vehicles right now? If I came in with, let's say I've got a $3,500 piece of junk.
If you have a $3,500 piece of junk and you wanted to come in and get into a brand new car, I could get you as low as $229 a month.
Wow.
See, that's what people don't get. $229, and you got all the manufacturer warranties, and you're driving out in a new car.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer. It really is. I mean, at the end of the day, if you have kids, they're going to be going off to college. These cars are fantastic cars for those. We got great startup cars for those kids. Whether it's a three hatchback. The lower model on the 30s, you know what I'm saying? Like the S Select, those types of things, those things lease for really, really, really well. And it's very inexpensive and it's a fantastic car to have. Come drive one, because if you've never driven one of these, the product, it speaks for itself.
Yeah.
I promise you it really does.
It really, and we talk about this all the time. If Mazda is not on the top of your mind, I get it. I understand. It wasn't on mine until you came over here. And then I had a car that got banged up a little bit. You're like, here, drive this 5 a little bit. And pretty soon I bought a 5 from you because I absolutely fell in love with that. My wife now drives a 90 because she's saving a ton of money on gas and gets that third row. I mean, it just makes too much sense.
It really does, especially, we have these plug-in hybrids on the 90s and the 70s, and then we got the standard hybrid on the 50s. But, on the plug-in hybrid, you're getting 57 miles per gallon. Scotty can attest to that. I remember he bought it, and 3 months later he came in, he goes, dude, I filled up that gas tank twice in 3 months. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to save you so much money.
You owe it to yourself. Just come down, get information, tell them what your story is, what they can do for you, It's Tim Daly, Mazda, Southtown. And Jake and his crew, they're the best in the business and working with you, whatever issue you may have. Trust me, I've done a bunch of car deals with them in different situations. I got myself in a bad spot once, and Jake bailed me out. I didn't have to. In fact, he probably shouldn't have, but he did it anyway because he's a good dude. Hans has been taken care of multiple times. Come on down. Let's get you done. It's all right here at Tim Daly, Mazda, Southtown, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure sells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's
right, yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hands and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, we got ourselves an NHL draft coming up tonight. Wall-to-wall coverage right here on the Zone with most of the Zone staff participating.
Yeah, pretty much everybody.
What happened?
I agreed to host an event tonight up in Logan, and I forgot to tell Lloyd I could not be part of the NHL draft coverage.
Or did Lloyd just forget that you told him?
That's it. See, no. Here's the thing: when I screw up, I admit it. Like I'm like I forgot to. When I give Lloyd alcohol and then he forgets about it, and then he's like, "You never gave me anything." I'm like,
he puts it right back on you.
Yeah.
It has been a big news cycle. We started out the show talking about Ace Bailey and all the national reporting. And, Scotty, I just want to confidently tell Jazz fans that I fully expect Ace Bailey here this weekend.
Yep.
And I fully expect Ace Bailey to be in a Jazz jersey on Monday when he's supposed to be. And I'm basing that off Ace Bailey being there for our interview on our post-draft analysis. He showed up. He was happy. He was excited about it. I'm basing that off of some words coming from Sham Sharina, who went on with the punter.
Yeah,
McAfee, and said, this is what's expected. So I think the world should expect, and I say very confidently, I fully expect Ace Bailey to be here when he's supposed to be.
Yeah, I think that everybody needs to take a step back, take a deep breath, and just, don't worry about Ace Bailey. Don't worry about the Jazz. Spend your time tonight focusing in on the NHL and the Utah Mammoth and the draft. And picking 4th overall, the Utah Mammoth, helping make sense of it all tonight, Stephen Ellis, associate editor and prospect analyst for the Daily Faceoff, kind enough to join us. Stephen, how you doing?
Hey, Stephen.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're doing well. Fired up. NHL draft coming up tonight. The lottery balls went the way of the Utah Mammoth. They're picking 4th overall. What kind of talent is available for the Mammoth at that spot?
Well, the guy that most people are looking at here is Caleb Denoyer, and he's a guy that you talk to any of his teammates, anybody who's ever played with him or coached him, they've got nothing but incredible things to say about him as a person. And then you look on the ice, and over 80 points in the QMJHL. I think he could have got a lot more, but he actually played injured a lot, and he moved from center to the wing, and that kind of changed things for him. So it feels like it's a very good opportunity that Utah is going to bet high on him. If they don't even trade the pick, that's always a possibility too. Beyond that, I like Brady Martin, a really hardworking player out of the OHL. James Higgins was a projected 1st overall pick heading into the season. He's kind of fallen a bit. So there's a lot of really good options here, and I think it's not a super strong draft. It's one of the weaker ones we've seen in recent years. But when you're drafted 4th overall, you're going to be pretty happy with who you get.
How big of a day was that draft lottery for the Mammoth and their ability to move up to number 4?
It was huge because it gave them some opportunities that I think even if they don't end up if they do end up trading that pick, they can bring in some assets that can make them pretty effective right away. And we know the New York Islanders, that they're a team that's looking to maybe move into the top 10 again and get another pick. And Utah seems to be in a prime spot up there to make that happen there. But if they keep that pick, they're getting a guy who could be a potential 1st or 2nd line center for the team in the next couple of years. So that was huge, a much better player than they would have got outside of the top 10 like originally planned. And I think that's it's got to be a really exciting night regardless of what happens here for Utah.
What were your thoughts on the trade that brings J.J. Peterka to Utah?
Well, on the surface, you look at Peterka and you look at that offense, and that's a guy that so many people are really high on and really believe in it. Then you look at who they gave away, and I'm a big Kesselring fan. I think he's a very solid defenseman, could maybe be one of Buffalo's better players moving forward. But Josh Doan is nowhere near J.J. Peterka, and you look at what Peterka's been able to do on a bad Buffalo team. Now you're going to throw him into the top 6 of Utah with a couple of other good players, and especially if they get another good center in the draft. I think that was an absolutely worthwhile pick. They didn't have to trade any of their draft picks to make it happen, and it came at a price that I think was much lower than most people expected.
Where did things go sideways with Peterka in Buffalo? Because it seemed like there was some, I don't want to say animosity, but a strong desire to leave that team.
Yeah, like that's a team that has had a big issue for a long time being able to keep their talent around. And you look at the Reinhardts and the Eichels, and you kind of name from there. It's been a tough time for that team. When you look at, it was going to be very expensive to sign him. They've got some other contracts to sign, so it just felt like things were kind of falling apart. Who knows if there was anything else behind the scenes that made it happen, but in the end, it seemed something where just cap-wise it wasn't going to work. It seemed like an unfortunate end for a guy who was going to be a big part of that team, but that's a big draw for Utah.
On the heels of this Peterka move and this trade, it's kind of showing that the Mammoth are movers and shakers. Could you see them moving the 4th pick and trying to turn it into maybe another veteran?
I think so. I guess just the question is who would that be? And Noah Dobson would have been a name that I think a lot of people were looking at as probably the only guy that would have been worth a pick that high, but the Montreal Canadiens traded him today got him today for a couple of draft picks themselves. So it's kind of a tough one. Like, it almost feels like it has to be someone off the board, someone we're not expecting to be traded. And I don't know if we're going to see that happen. So it feels like their options to trade it are limited, but if the Islanders are calling and saying like, hey, like you guys already have a good pipeline, we'll give you a player, we'll give you the 16th and 17th pick, and you give us the 4th overall pick, maybe it's something that interests them.
You know, you bring up a few names of players that may be available for the Utah Mammoth, and I've heard Brady Martin's name come up a bunch. It seems like he's really caught fire over the last couple months in terms of his value. What really has gone into that ascent that has put him up atop a lot of teams' boards?
I think watching Sam Bennett having as good of a playoff run as he did really helped his case, because that's a guy who's got a lot of skill. You can play on the edge, and you saw how important he was when he got the Conn Smythe as the playoff MVP. And a lot of people look at Brady Martin, see a lot of the same things. And his skating's at a point right now where like that's still got to improve for him to be a truly effective player at the next level. But from people I've talked to, like, he didn't take being an NHL player, being a top prospect as seriously as many others at this age, because he also has a family farm. That's a big deal. He won't be at the draft tonight because he'll be doing some chores, and I think that's pretty interesting. But also, when you're dealing with cattle all day, you're built like a tank, and he's the hardest hitting guy in this draft. So once that extra offense shows up, and once that skating improves, and those are two things I can see him getting better at, he looks like he could be an absolute steal. And I think anyone kind of writing him off because he didn't have an explosive season in the OHL is looking at him in the wrong way.
Give me that name again.
Brady Martin.
Oh, okay. I didn't pick it up when you first mentioned it. Yeah, I've heard a lot about him. So he's like working chores, you said? Like, he's not going to be at the draft because he's busy with cattle?
Yeah. So his family's in Elora, Ontario, one of the biggest farming areas we got in Ontario. And his family's like a huge, like thousands and thousands of animals, massive farm. And like the whole family couldn't make it out. So he offered to kind of stay out and make sure that he could help out. And because he's always been kind of clear, like if the NHL doesn't work out, he's got a backup plan. And it is going to be the family farm. And I think teams actually love that out of him. It shows that he's physically dominant because of it. Like my wife's family, they are a farm family. I understand how much work goes to do it. So yeah, he won't be at the draft.
So as you look at the Utah Jazz, the way they're comprised, we talked about the trade. We talk about this number 4 pick. You talk about some of their top 3 players that they've got, and they've got some good scoring, and they were right there borderline about a month out. They had a real chance. If they could have made the run instead of St. Louis, they might have been able to get in the postseason. But you take a look at all things combined right now. Do you believe the Mammoth are a postseason team next year?
Right now, I don't, but we're going to have to see the next couple of days. I think the questions of, like, who's going to be the backup goaltender for that team, can they maybe get a bit more scoring help? But, like, there's still some depth questions, I think, for them, especially when you lose someone like Kesselring. But free agency is going to be big for them, and we'll see that on Tuesday. We'll see how active they were. Last year at this point, we were questioning kind of what Utah was going to do, and then they were the most active team on the draft weekend. So I think the team we see now and the team we see Tuesday night is going to look a lot different.
Do you expect a lot of fireworks, just not necessarily from the Mammoth, but overall tonight in this first round?
If you believe all the rumors, yes. And I always kind of look at I don't know if I trust it, but in a lot of cases, there's just so much talk about who's going where, which players could go where. And I think the big team to watch is actually San Jose at number 2. Like, depending on which people you talk to, either Anton Frondell out of Sweden or Michael Misa out of Canada, it's like, which one of those two guys do they take? And who they take can really shake up the rest of the draft. And San Jose's been rumored to be shopping their pick around. It seems like a lot of teams are shopping their picks. But we'll see. But I think it seems like a lot more likely to see a really big weekend of deals and moves, more so than we're used to.
How do you think our national team is shaping up right now?
Well, we're talking the U.S. Olympic team?
Yep.
Yeah, it's easily going to be the deepest we've ever seen. And I think what also really helped was watching them win the gold medal at the World Championship, a tournament they had not won in any of our lifetimes. And seeing guys like Logan Cooley and Clayton Keller and Tage Thompson and Frank Nazar, guys that were more bubble players heading into this tournament, have such a big showing, I think shows that this is the deepest U.S. hockey we've ever seen. And a large portion of this success comes down to things like the U.S. Hockey National Team Development Program at the U17 and U18 level, where the guys play together all year long, and they're churning out way more high-end talent. This isn't a strong draft for American talent, and it probably won't be again next year. But when you look at where the NHL teams are going and where the Olympic team is going, they've never been stronger. And I think it's only going to get better from here.
So the lost in a lot of the draft shuffles, and I know the Board of Governors met on the same day as the NBA draft, so that kind of flew under the radar a bit. But to see a 4-year extension of the CBA without a lot of drama involved, I think is really impressive. And the thing that really jumped out to me, a extension of the schedule to 84 games. Was that something that everybody was on board of, or did the players push back a bit on that?
I think the one thing that, I guess, to mention with that is that there's fewer preseason games. So actually, when you look at it, it is technically a slightly shorter season.
Okay.
I think for players, they want to be able to be rested and play at their full strength. But what we don't need is more 8-game preseasons. Like, that's what we have for next year, and it's ridiculous. It's way too long. And I think the fact that we're going to be going to these shorter preseasons are going to help. Maybe we're starting the NHL regular season a couple weeks early, and maybe we're not talking about the Cup final going on when everyone else wants to just go to the beach. So I think it on the surface, it sounds goofy because it feels like we've always been calling for fewer games. We know the NHL won't do that. Fewer regular season games, but now we're going to the point where if it still means less games overall and maybe better for the players, I'm on board.
Do you think Sidney Crosby retires as a Penguin, or do you think Pittsburgh moves him around? I mean, this is a guy that was back up in the 90s in scoring, and he's just amazing, a legend on the ice, and I think at the end of his career. But does he retire a Pittsburgh Penguin, or could we see him potentially moved and go somewhere else?
Well, it's a tough one, right? Because that's obviously not an easy player to trade. You're going to probably lose the trade no matter what if you're Pittsburgh, because when you're trading him specifically to a contender, a team that's ready to win the Stanley Cup and can get him one more trophy. But he's won a few already, which makes you think like maybe he just, in the last couple of years, he'll just play it out, stay in the city he's lived in for about 2 decades, or 3 decades, I guess, at this point, and just enjoy life. Just enjoy it. Don't worry about moving your family and moving everything when you're close to 40 years old and you only got like a year or 2 left. I don't know if he would want to do that. So I don't think we'll ever see him move, but at the same time, like, his name popped up in a lot more rumors than I think people expected this year.
Yeah.
So and again, we've got a year under our belt, and Hans and I are learning the game, not necessarily just the X's and O's of the game, but how the league works a bit. And part of this new collective bargaining agreement, guys can sign a 7-year extension with their team or 6 years in free agency. How much of a change is this? I saw Trent Frederick signed an 8-year extension, worth not a ton of money at $30 million, but were there a lot of 8-9-year contracts out there? And is this something that was done to kind of protect owners from themselves a bit?
Yes, 100%, because a lot of these times you see these guys will sign these long contracts, and by the end of their 8th year, they are like barely an NHL caliber player, whether it be injuries or whatnot. But there used to be a time in the NHL where we used to just get some totally like insane contracts. Like for the last couple of years, it has been that 8 years has been the max. But we got, I think it was Rick DiPietro signed a 15-year contract in the NHL. He played like 3 or 4, and then they got bought out, and it was a terrible deal. And Ilya Kovalchuk had a contract that was like 13 years, and it got like banned from the NHL. They had to redo a whole new contract. So it used to get like some crazy stuff by NHL standards, but it was not like insane money either. Like we were talking like Ovechkin, 13 years at $124 million. Like you do the math, that's not a ton of money in today's NHL. So we'll see kind of how that works out. I think we're going to see some higher money deals going forward, like McDavid asking over $15 million, over $16 million. Like that's going to be something that people are talking about. But having slightly shorter contracts, I think, means the player has a chance to move on at a certain point, maybe less guaranteed money, but at the same time, having more control over your future with maybe one extra year off the deal isn't a bad thing for the players, and for the owners, it just means maybe they'll stop signing so many stupid contracts.
Have we ever seen an NHL player in the draft try to flex his muscles and determine where he's going to go or what point in the draft he'll go, or at least try to manipulate what team he ends up on? Have we ever seen that in the NHL?
We did see one time where Eric Lindros was drafted first overall by the Quebec Nordiques, and he immediately told them he'll never play a game for the team. And he was traded to the Philadelphia Flyers and was a big part of that team for a while. But that was kind of really the only major time that's ever happened. And you don't see guys in like the 4th, 5th, 6th range to be like, oh yeah, I'm not going to play for you under any circumstance. Like there's probably been some situations of players bombing their interviews on purpose to try and maybe not get drafted by a team, but that's not really what we see in the NHL.
Well, we certainly appreciate your time. Great insight as always. Thanks for hanging out with us and always keeping us a little bit educated, and enjoy the draft tonight. Should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys.
There he is, Stephen Ellis, Associate Editor, Prospect Analyst for the Daily Face-Off right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, Jake's with us. We're talking hockey, not Bulls now, so that's good.
Jake, you were all in on the Mammoth, man.
Yeah, for sure.
NHL coming back around. You see the trade they just did?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They're going to be better, man.
Yeah, Doan had a nice little story about him. You know what I mean? And then they trade, which is, I mean, you're getting a lot more talent in return. So, but which makes sense. At the end of the day, you're running a business or a team, trying to get a championship. So, it's not all about sunshine and rainbows sometimes, but it's good for the Mammoth.
Well, what's good for you, the consumer, is when Jake needs to sell 28 vehicles, so you can come in and say, hey, I need this deal. You may not get that Wednesday of next week, but you could very well get it the next few days.
1,000%. I will absolutely give you a deal that you will never get again. Like, I can confidently say that I'm going to give you a deal that you're not going to ever get again, because I have to sell 27 more new cars. And so I am going to do whatever it takes. I told all the staff, I said, okay, Monday night, if we're not at our goal, start figuring out which one of you guys is going to buy a car.
I thought you were going to say start figuring out which one of you guys go.
No. I thought you were going to Alec Baldwin this thing and Glenn Ross.
Yeah.
You get a steak knife, and the rest of you are fired.
That's right. First place, Rolex. Yeah. Second place, set of steak knives.
So the crew's going to be buying cars.
Try coffees for closers, okay? Yeah, absolutely. The crew's going to, there's already a bunch of guys that are actually buying cars because of the deal that I'm doing for everybody. You're going to get a deal that my employees get. You know what I mean? Probably even better, because I don't want to have to get these guys, every year they're going to want to change cars on me now.
So this watch.
Here it is.
That watch costs more than your car. I made $970,000 last year. How much you make?
That's right.
You see, pal, that's who I am, and you're nothing.
That's about the only part of that line you can play on the radio, Lloyd.
For sure.
Yeah.
There's no question. Lloyd, see, he's being good too. So good job, Lloyd.
Yeah.
Hey, and by the way, the price on these Mazdas, Jake, your watch is about the price of some of these cars. Like, I mean,
what are you talking about? I have an Apple Watch, bro, and it's 5 years old.
I'm just saying, man, Mazdas are really affordable.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
I see where you went there.
I mean, I'm just saying, Mazdas are very affordable.
It's crazy.
Car.
We have, obviously the Daly organization has 13 different dealerships that we associate with, and we see the average car prices just go up dramatically so much. And, I mean, you're talking for big, 3-row SUVs, $120,000, $130,000. It's like, holy cow.
Is that where we're at now?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. I have a third row. My highest model is $60,000. 60. That's with
Peak
everything
in,
in
loaded.
it. Yeah, everything. And that's before discounts, rebates, anything I can give you. You know what I mean? So you're half the price on a third row vehicle that you're going to be somewhere else. So, I mean, at the end of the day, the Mazda isn't overpriced, holds its value better than anything on the market. It's so sound. The technology in it is, you get all standard safety features right from the base model. No other manufacturer does that. You have to pay for your different levels of, the S, the SC, in order to get all these different, safety features. We give it to you on the base model start.
The other thing too, Hans, is like I drove a 30 around a little bit. I'm like, man, Jake, I really love that car. And he's like, well, let's talk about it. And I'm like, well, I kind of want this color and I kind of want this feature and I want this and this and this, thinking like, he ain't going to be able to find that. And I show up today and it's driving through the lot. He parks. It's like, it's right there. Everything you want.
Right on your computer.
Yep, they're right here. You hear that, everybody? Those are the keys.
That's a good-looking car, too.
Oh, it's a beautiful vehicle.
That's it. Those things move. That's the turbo you said?
Yeah.
That's the Turbo Premium Plus. That thing, that scoots. Especially because of the weight to power ratio. That thing moves.
So that's the thing. You can come by and customize pretty much any vehicle you want, make it look the way you want. You want to put a little lift on it, whatever you want.
Yeah, you put a lift on your 5. I mean, you've seen us put lift on lots of our cars. I mean, we've lowered cars. We put lifts on cars. We've wrapped cars. I mean, you could do ski racks and, wheels and tires, and, you can black it out. We can murder it out. We can, we can do anything you want. Anything that you want to a car, we can do it.
Come by here. Again, this is there's other Mazda dealerships out there. I want you to only focus in on this one because you're going to get the best sales staff on the planet. You're going to get the best general manager. And I say that not just because Jake's one of my best friends on the planet, but because I fully trust him to take care of each and every one of you like you are his best friend. And by the end of it, you're going to feel like you're best friends with these guys.
Absolutely.
Because you come in here and you kind of feel like family. Nobody really wants to go out and go through the process of buying a vehicle. It's not fun, and sometimes it feels like it takes all day. You want to get people in and out of here as fast as you can.
Yes, we want to streamline the process because we understand that your time is important as well. And here's the thing. I tell everybody the same thing. Listen, if I'm not having you laugh, if we're not having a good time, I don't want you to buy a car from me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I want to break the mold. I want us to have fun. I want us to laugh. I want it to be a good experience, right? And if we're doing that, we're doing our job right.
Yep. And everybody who buys a vehicle gets a green Monster, too. How about that?
Yeah, green Monster. Mm-hmm. Is that you? Do you want a green Monster? I got you.
I was just kind of.
I see how you just.
I was kind of floating that out there.
Green Monster.
Green Monster.
Come in, man. Just check out these cars. You're going to love it down here.
On Auto Mall Drive, it's Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Watching an unlikely champion like the Florida Panthers, they sucked forever. One of the most irrelevant pro sports franchises of the last 2 decades until 2022. They're the 8th seed and they end up making a run to the Stanley Cup final. And ever since then, they've dominated this league. It takes time. The Panthers had to be patient. They got the right guy to lead it. It all came together for them. So now we're dreaming of a Stanley Cup here because we have an NHL team. You watch the Florida Panthers do it. The Stanley Cup going places that no one ever thought it would be. Why not here? Why not in Utah? You're thinking about, okay, what could the Utah Mammoth do to make this happen? And now it's a reality. Like, this is something the Mammoth can go do. And I think that Ryan Smith is going to be highly motivated to provide the resources to do it. And I think you got a general manager who could build a Stanley Cup championship team. The parts are in place here to be able to do something like this.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Utah! Get ready for high-flying action. It's your Salt Lake Shred take the field Friday, June 27th against the Oakland Spiders. Professional ultimate frisbee. It's more than a game. It's fast breaks, layout grabs, and big skies under the lights at Zions Bank Stadium in Harriman. Bring your crew, wear your jerseys, and feel the energy as the Shred defend their home turf. Kickoffs at 7 p.m. Tickets are going fast, so grab yours now at saltlakeshred.com. Kids 7 and younger get in free. Salt Lake Shred versus Oakland Spiders. June 27th, under the lights at Zions Bank Stadium. Be there. Be loud. Shred on.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Jay Stevens, host of the Utah Puck Report. Thanks to our sponsor, Larry H. Miller Toyota in Murray, where you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. And when you are part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Right now, get a new 2025 Toyota Tundra for only 2.99% APR for 72 months. Visit them in Murray or online at LarryHMillerToyota.com. 72 monthly payments of $1,519 for every $1,000 financed. On approved credit through Toyota Financial Services, price plus tax, title, license, and a $299 doc fee. Offer ends 6/30/25.
The wheel is loaded, and it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hanson Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hanson Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I'm going to hit send on an email I should probably not hit send on.
Do it.
Boom.
What do we got to lose?
Yeah, Lloyd, you're going to want to see that email that just came across. Hey, by the way, we got all kinds of good stuff going on right now. In fact, coming up next Wednesday, we will be live, at Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. You can order a half pound of burgers in time for your 4th of July barbecue. Pre-smoked by Kenny himself. You're good to go, folks. So let's get it done, man. Come to Kenny J's coming up on Wednesday of next week, and we've got you locked and loaded.
You know what? That's what we do in sports.
You told me to hit send.
Hey, no, I'm just. You know what? You wanna break out the beast in sports. Make us compete. That's what we do.
With that on mind,
I can't believe you did that.
Want you to know that Scotty and I will compete for your business.
Yes, we will.
And if you've got a product that you really need to sell, like you've come up with something or you're just starting something, maybe it's a restaurant, a bike shop, maybe it's a new massage parlor, or nails or something, Scotty and I will hawk it for you.
The bottom line is we feel like we can move some product for you, and we want to help you out. All you have to do is send the keyword HANDS, H-A-N-S, HANDS, to 57500. Then one of our friendly sales members will reach out to you, and if we can put something together for you, great. If not, that's cool too. But we just want to have a good conversation about what we can do to help you in your business.
That's right.
You know, we've been friends with Jake forever. That started as just a simple advertiser relationship, and now Jake's one of our best friends on the planet. Kenny J is one of our favorite dudes now. Like, when you are with Hans and Scotty, you're part of the family.
Jake now owns a house on top of the mountain because Scotty and I have each bought 5 cars.
Yes.
So Scotty and I will absolutely frequent your joint.
Yes.
We become good, close friends, and we tell our friends, and that's how it works. All you got to do is text HANTS to 57500. Put it in your phone, text HANTS, and we'll get right back to you.
57500. Text the keyword HANDS again to 57500. Yeah, he said it. Yeah, that's right, Don. He did say that. All right, time for Sports Roulette. We take some of the big storylines, we put it on our roulette wheel, we spin it, and wherever that little white ball lands is what we end up talking about. Lloyd, fired up.
He'll be there. Stop worrying.
Scotty and I have been talking about this all day, and I just want to ease all Jazz fans' minds and just say Ace is going to be here. Ace Bailey is going to be a professional basketball player. He's going to act like a professional, and he will be here. Coming on Sunday, he'll be ready to report on Monday. And all I would ask is for you to be there.
Yes.
Like, he's going to show up, and he's going to show up big. And what I would say is respond in kind. He's an 18-year-old kid that's got caught up in a crazy media machine that has spit out a lot of false.
Yes.
And it's crazy because people love to grab onto bits and morsels, and then they love to fearmonger because that gets them the clicks and the interest, and it generates topics. Scotty and I have been working really hard on this story, to bring you as many facts as we can. And I can confidently tell you, Ace Bailey is going to be here on Sunday, and he's going to report on Monday. Like, I feel very confident telling you that because he's a professional athlete.
Yes.
And he's a good kid.
Yep.
By all accounts, Scotty, you've done as much homework on this as I have. He wants to be a high-level athlete. He wants to be a professional. He wants to be respected, and he wants to win. And anybody that knows anything knows that you can win here in Utah. You can win.
The one thing that, again, we can't emphasize this enough, Ace Bailey is a really good kid. Ace Bailey is 18 years old. And I would hate for a fan base, which I understand. Look, Gordon Hayward broke your heart. The Donovan Mitchell thing didn't go the way you wanted. Like, I get all of that. I understand the track record of fans out there that get really super sensitive if there's any inclination that somebody doesn't want to be part of your community and your city and your team. I totally understand that. Don't take that frustration out on an 18-year-old kid who, by all accounts from him, wants to be here, wants to play for the Jazz, and just wants to focus on basketball. Right. There's so many other people that have opinions that could be around him that may have said some things or done some things. Don't let your opinion of Ace Bailey, the 18-year-old basketball player, be affected by what you may have heard from a national media guy.
Yeah, the potential phenom.
Yes.
Because he's potentially as special as anybody in this draft. Honestly, we could look down 3-4 years down the road and we could say, geez, the Jazz would have got the number 1 pick in the lottery and they would have ended up with Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
And they'd have missed on Ace Bailey. I'm just saying we've seen his crazy things in the NBA. Oh, Scotty.
Yeah.
You know, you've heard me talking about number 1 overall picks. Yeah, a lot of them pan out. A lot of them are great. And we do have a nice block of 3 or 4 consecutively that look to be potential NBA MVPs, guys like Paolo Banchero and others. But just remember, there have been a lot of misses, And Ace Bailey was projected as one of the top 3 and kind of tumbled a little bit. The Jazz have an opportunity, and Jazz fans, you got an opportunity to be a part of something big and great. And I've got a lot of belief in Ace Bailey.
There was every GM who said that they would have taken Kevin Durant over Greg Oden is lying. Everybody would have taken Greg Oden over Kevin Durant.
Every single one of them.
And look, I'm not saying that Cooper Flagg is Greg Oden and Ace Bailey's Kevin. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that this is an inexact science. You've got a special, phenomenal player coming to your town, and that's going to be part of this Jazz organization. This kid has got all the measurables you could ever hope for in a basketball player. The skill set is there. If he puts in the work, puts in the time, you have a chance to have a really, really elite-level player here.
Okay, so listening to one of my favorite NBA minds, and I listen from time to time, and I wanted to hear what he had to say about Ace Bailey. And I thought he said it really well. He said, you know how there's parents in Little League football that just ruin it for the kid?
Yeah.
And by the way, he didn't put it on the parents. He just said influencing sources would be more to blame for any of the negativity towards Ace Bailey than Ace Bailey is to blame. It's the people around him. So if you want to be mad at somebody, be mad at the people around him. But understand, he's a good egg. He's laser focused, and he's a committed kid. And he's going to be here on Sunday, and he's going to report on Monday.
Yep. And he will be a part of the Jazz, and off you go.
I have zero doubt.
This is going to be such a non-story, and it'll come up in the press conference. Somebody will say, well, you know what was the story there? And everybody will just be like, hey, you know what? We're just focused on basketball, and I don't know what else is going on and all this other stuff. And he's right, because the kid's just focused on basketball. That's it. He's just spending his time working about getting ready for his game and getting ready. This really is an opportunity for the Jazz to really better themselves, better this franchise. And it's going to be fun to see what happens when he starts playing Summer League ball. All right, Hans and Scotty will wrap up this bad boy. Coming up next, get you ready for JJ and Alex next right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Joined now by Rafael Barlow, Director of Scouting for NBA Big Board.
So excited for college basketball to start around here because the AJ Devons is going to play for BYU. This year a lot was made on tanking. I think we're going to see it again. What do you think?
I spoke with a college coach that was at the Team USA camp. He said that AJ has taken it up to another level. My question was, do you think he was bored in high school last year? He said, absolutely. He said, AJ should petition the league right now because he would be the best player in this draft if he entered right now. I'm not a fan of tanking, but it does make sense to tank, especially for a talent like that. If you're a fan base like Utah, you may not want to do it again because you haven't had much success with it. But AJ's special.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. Wildflower Meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
So you're a Forester?
Yep.
Seemed like a good car. Describe your dream job.
Work stinks, but I love commuting.
Lease a new 2025 Subaru Forester at Doug Smith Subaru for only $298 per month. MSRP $31,850. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. $3,199 due at signing. No security deposit required. JF2 SLDA C8 SH5 30755 OAC. Valid through June 30th, 2025. No one knows Subaru like Doug.
Do you need an electrician? Any Hour Services has a team of licensed electricians that can help with any size electrical project around your house. Whether it's help troubleshooting, installing a ceiling fan, replacing smoke detectors, or upgrading your old electrical panel, the electricians at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Standing here beside you, want so much to give you this love in my heart that I'm feeling for you.
Let them say we're crazy. I don't care about that. Put your hand in my hand, baby. Don't ever look back. Let the world around us just fall apart.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Check it out. Our two guys are here. We got not just Jake, we got Tyler here. How you doing, man? Hold on.
Let's get volume on there.
There we go. Now we got it.
And Hans kicked himself off so we could be on here.
We got another headset coming for for Hans.
I mean, that's respect.
Yeah. Well, he's also gotten in the car and he's left. But
he's like, I come early out. Here, take the mic.
They just want to have the mute button for me. So Hans is ready to hit that mute button.
So Jake says he's got to move 28 cars by Monday.
Or
now 27, right?
27.
Okay.
There's that game across the nation that's got a lot of momentum called pickleball.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're in pickle. We're in a pickle here.
Yeah, we're definitely in a pickle.
Pickle car. Yeah.
Pickle car.
We're in a pickle over here.
Yeah, that's right. Got ourselves in a pickle.
Well, the good news is you can get out of it.
That's right.
All you got to do is have people come in and trust you.
We just need a backhand, a heck of a backhand.
Yeah, that's it. A nice little spin.
Yeah, with a spinner.
Dude, I bet you do some damage on the pickleball court. I could see you getting after it.
Just the long reach.
Yeah, you got that long. You get in the kitchen and cause problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, the problem with me is I'm short arms, short legs, and so I got to run from side to side way too much.
Well, yeah, and you stopped going in the kitchen, period.
Yeah, period.
Like,
I don't go to the kitchen at all
You're
anymore.
done with the kitchen.
Me and the kitchen don't get along.
It's not fun to hang out with anymore.
I've heard that too.
Well, that's
I mean, from my perspective, yeah.
That's what's crazy. Like, some of the parties you guys that send us pictures from.
Yeah.
And you guys would all be at the beach taking pictures. Take a picture of Jake. Jake would still be there at the table with half a steak in front of him.
Now we get there, it's like, hey, do you have a vegan menu?
I'm going to have that omelet with egg whites.
The funny thing is that everybody around here knows, like, I still order the same. And so they, like, for instance, I got really big helping of nachos today. I guess it just came that way. And I had 5 chips. And one of my sales guys he was so pumped. He's like, oh, yeah, there's so much food.
I'm going to get more. Well, and the donuts here, I mean, yeah.
It's disappointing when I walk into the office and I see, like, a bag of Wendy's in the garbage, and I'm looking through the bag and there's still half a sandwich. Last time I came in there, there's a whole bag and half the food left in it.
At what point in your life would you have finished it?
Oh.
Like a month ago?
The day I found it.
he would have finished it when he saw it.
Last week. I saw two bite marks, and I'm like, man, I guess I'll bite right through the bite marks.
Jake, are you really throwing this away?
Yeah. I did say that, didn't I?
You did.
I talked about this, though. We need people to trust you guys. And, we've been on air together for so many years, 14, 15, 16 maybe years. We've been on air together. We've had a lot of listeners come through, and they've extended their trust to you guys and their purchases. And really, you need to sell 27 cars. And what we're asking you is trust us. Come down, trust Jake. If you need a car, come and just say, okay, you talk this big game. Now, let's put this on paper. Where can you get me in a vehicle? Because I need a new Mazda. I need a new car. I need something that I can trust and rely on. But we need people just to come down and check it out.
Yeah, just give us an opportunity. Give us an opportunity to show you what we can do.
How much does that cost?
Not a thing.
Okay, so here's the cool part. Even if you're looking for a used vehicle, there are a lot of Mazdas right now that we can probably do for less than a used car payment. That's how much of a pickle we are in.
Wow.
So
brand new car.
Just get down here. Let us do some magic. It costs you nothing to try. And to take advantage of our weak positioning right now in the market. We got to move some metal. Let's go.
So July 1 is what, Tuesday?
Yep.
So somebody's going to get a deal today, tomorrow, or Monday that they will not get on Tuesday.
1,000%. 1,000%. Yeah, I'm giving, like I said, I'm going to be here open to close every day for the next 3 days. I'm going to be working every deal that comes across that desk, making sure that I'm part of it. And I'm going to absolutely do whatever it takes to get these car deals.
It's a Friday. It's 3 o'clock. We're going to have sunny days the next couple of days. If you're just driving around, come on down to Southtown. Come find Mazda. Come in and ask for Jake. Jump in one of these cars. Take a test drive. See why we love the Mazda. And take advantage of it. That's what I'm asking you. Take advantage of it. And when Tyler says we can get you in to a new car for a lower price than a lot of these used, come take advantage of it.
And if you come around 7 o'clock, Jake will probably just be finishing a few bites of his dinner, and you'll have the rest that you can have.
You're not wrong. It'll be a very nice meal.
Yes. And you can come at it, like the bite marks will be on one side. You come at it from the other side, and
for
you'll be
sure.
fine.
And you never got to worry about anything.
No, you're all good. And remember, look, all these new vehicles and a good chunk of the used, but definitely the news are all going to have that forever warranty. I always keep coming through here and thinking, okay, this is going to be right. All right, we got rid of that. That was a bad idea. But no, you guys keep the forever warranty going strong. And Tyler, that's your baby, right?
Yeah, it's a no-brainer. Like it's a unique thing that only we offer at Tim Daly, and it costs you nothing. It's no extra fee for this lifetime full warranty on the powertrain. So get in here. How many times do I have to say this?
Yeah. Get in here.
Let's go.
Come check it out.
Yep.
It's all right here. Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown, Automall Drive. Go right to Jake and just say, and Jake's going to be here the entire time. You just say, Jake, I heard you on the radio. What can you do for me? This is my situation, and he's going to make it happen. Let's go. Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
You've built the dream, the home, the lifestyle, the legacy. Now it's time your windows and doors reflect that same $1 million standard. Whether you're designing a stunning custom home or upgrading the one you've loved for years, Peach Doors and Windows is here to bring that vision to life with precision, style, and craftsmanship.
The Peach specialty? High-end custom windows and doors that don't just fit your space, they elevate it. From sleek modern lines to timeless elegant finishes, they offer the kinds of craftsmanship that truly complements a $1 million space. And with Peach, the process is easy. No pressure, no gimmicks, just knowledgeable experts helping you find solutions to turn your someday project into right now.
Visit their spacious showroom, get inspired, and create something beautiful together. Peach Doors and Windows for the $1 million home you live in and the $1 million feeling you deserve. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or call 801-566-1255 today.
That's Peach Windows and Doors. Give them a call, 801-566-1255.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I told you we went to this country writers thing in Nashville where you saw these different people that write hits, but mixed in the middle was this old timer. He sang a song about his dog dying. I'm not kidding. Like there were people going, play a happy song, like yelling at this guy.
Be happy.
Be happy. Guy played like 3 songs and everybody was like, oh, I'm so depressed. Yeah. You know what? Read the room.
Yeah, right.
By the way, and he said before he sang the dog dying song, he's like, nobody's picked this one up. I can't figure it out. I can. The song was called For Pete's Sake, and the dog was named Pete.
It's a little on the nose.
I'm just coming to this theater to rock out on some country I barely like, and they gotta sing about a dog dying.
Dying dog, for Pete's sake.
Oh, it's so bad. So bad, dude.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
She bangs! She bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz.
Woo!
Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Happy Friday to you. Thanks for being with us right here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Happy NHL Draft Day. This is our second one, JJ. We're officially veterans of the process.
Experts.
Well, hold the phone. All right. I don't know who's an expert on any draft situation. The NHL's a very difficult one to wrap your brain around.
It's a crapshoot today. Based on everything I'm reading, it's like good luck guessing
there's a lot of names
going to be taken in the top 10.
Just in terms of differences that you have with the NBA draft, you had a consensus what 1 and 2 is going to look like this year. There are years that you don't necessarily know exactly who the number one guy is going to be, but that's pretty rare. Sometimes you know even the order 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe it gets shaken up a little bit. But it's not that it's chalk, but also the other thing that happens, JJ, is the expectation for the guys who are picked in the lottery in the NBA is you better get your butts here. More on that later. You better get your butts to whatever city you're supposed to be getting in, because there was supposed to be a press conference at my house last night at midnight. Don't you remember? You missed the invitation. No, but they're expected to come in and make an impact immediately. And whether or not that means that they're going to take the team to the playoffs the first year, that's not what we're talking about. What they're asking is that they're logging minutes on a floor in Summer League, then in the preseason, then into the regular season. Ace Bailey will be getting minutes on the floor immediately with the Utah Jazz. You might even see the same thing happen with Walter Clayton Jr., depending on how his summer and camps go. I mean, it's just that the reality
Why can't he be the starting point guard for the Jazz?
They are asking way different expectations of guys who are drafted in the first round of the NBA draft versus what you're going to get in the NHL tonight. So these are things that we're reminding people of, like, we are going to see guys drafted tonight, and especially tonight of what is being considered one of the lighter drafts, which, again, you don't know what that's going to mean until...
No generational talent in this draft.
We've had for the last couple of years your Macklin Celebrinis, who was it? Connor Bedard, who was with Chicago the year before that. The automatic, like, this is a generational person, and they will play year one for the club. But that is very rare. Even the number 6 overall pick that the hockey club got last year in T.J. Ginla, he ended up being awesome. See you in the developmental stages, and we'll get to you in a few years down the line.
After your hip surgery.
Right, and then the injury and all the other stuff that goes on.
We don't know. He's going to be here this summer, but we have no idea if he's going to be the club this year.
But they're not.
And that's okay.
But the process is they're not worried about it because it's all about development.
Right.
It's not as weird and long of a process as the minor leagues in baseball, but it's closer to that than it is with an NBA or NFL draft. Make sense? That's where we're at. We're going to be giving you as much NHL draft coverage as we can give you, but we're also very, very, very annoyed by the way that everybody is talking about us. And I'm not just saying Utah Jazz. That's what I'm not saying. I'm saying about the state of Utah continues to take image L's across. The branding L's continue to hit us. Strays that we did not ask for keep coming our way, courtesy of massive media outlets who have decided to make a story out of Ace Bailey not showing up for that special press conference.
That never existed.
They had a hot sandwich for him. It was sitting there on the table. They had his name on a drink, and it sat there. Nobody came to the door. That's not what happened. You're being absolutely lied to about whatever was supposed to be the process. I was so disappointed to see Jay Billis from ESPN be the guy who was involved in that conversation of, it's very strange. We don't ever see this. And if somebody's not going to report, it's a very difficult process for these teams. If somebody doesn't want to be in Utah, that's a shame because they don't really know about it. But, he didn't go to his opening press conference. And we're going, by the way, he was on with the local radio station that night he was drafted. He was on a Zoom call that night with the rest of media.
He didn't duck anything on draft night.
I don't know where in this process
he was on this station in Salt Lake City.
Folks got confused.
On Wednesday night.
Folks got confused with the report yesterday that said he didn't want to go to Philadelphia, to the point that they were maybe even willing to say he wasn't going to report, right? That was a story we read yesterday, but it just said a team in the top 5. But we knew that it was reflecting onto that Philadelphia side, which is where a lot of those teams thought that he did not want to go. The Jazz were looked at as a team that weren't necessarily interested in taking him, but I don't think he took that conversation and thought to himself, but if they do, I'm not going. There's no version of that happening here. And so I just want people to calm down a little bit. Maybe I'm telling myself to calm down a little. I'm getting frothy of the mouth here, JJ. I'm mad about it.
Good.
Because I just get pissed about the continual defending of what we've got going on here in the state of Utah. Like, is it not enough that you have Danny Ainge, Austin Ainge, Justin Zanuck, a franchise that has never really had a foot stepped in the wrong direction when it comes to absolutely doing everything that the league wants or desires for a franchise to do. David Stern always said it. I wish people acted more like what the Millers acted like there in Utah. When Ryan Smith took over, all he's doing is being a steward over the thing that was built here already, and he's not going to screw it up. In fact, he's only made it better since. So when you get these stupid steps backward from dumb outlets, other places in the country that make these assumptions as to how this thing went down, you said it earlier in our pre-show meeting. You said, I bet Ryan Smith is furious. I hope he hasn't thought more than 1 second about it, but he's a competitive dude, and you're probably exactly right. Our show brought to you by G2G Bars, and me being absolutely pissed. Maybe I'm hangry. You know what?
Get a Snickers in here. Or
no, the G2G bar,
there you
man.
Go.
The Snickers, I'll hit the sugar crash, dog.
Have you heard it has all natural ingredients?
It does. It'll help you out. So give it a shot. We want to make sure that you try the G2G bar, all in the refrigerated section at your local grocers. Let's kick off the program officially, and I'm going to keep yelling about this. And we'll jump in right here, and we'll talk about what this looks like. So it's the cut, top of the hour. Let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program, TRAJAN Wealth.com. That's Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. Trajan Wealth. All right, JJ, what are we supposed to think about what happened in the second round last night?
Are we going to break that down?
I want to look at it at least a little bit.
John Tonje can shoot. I don't know of his chances of making the roster, but the dude can shoot. He's 26, though.
Hey, they already took a 25-year-old right before this, right? Or no. How old's Walter Clayton Jr.?
Not quite that old.
23. I'm sorry, I was thinking of
Walter Clayton Jr., I believe, is 22.
Well, I was thinking of
he's 22 years old.
The super old guy. Oh, Tyler Shuck.
John Tonje is 24. I was embellishing. He's not 26.
Okay, so but Tonje, you'll recall, was the guy who absolutely, almost single-handedly took BYU out of the NCAA tournament. BYU had to go through his 38 points or 36-point performance against Wisconsin. And if you remember, John Tonje took over that freaking game by himself.
Who was in the crowd in that game?
Donnie Ainge.
And?
Was Austin Ainge there?
Ryan Smith was there.
Oh, for sure. Oh, yeah.
John Tonje picked a really good time to get hot in that NCAA tournament. I know he walked away from that game really sad, but that game made him some money.
That's the best scouting you can do, by the way.
100%.
They're like, hey, I'm going to hang out at the Final Four. Hey, pick Walter Clayton Jr. He's pretty awesome. Yeah, he is. He just won the national championship. Yeah, he was a single-handed, it was his team, man. He carried the Gators to a national championship. Tonje by himself almost beat BYU, just on his own, for that 3-seeded Wisconsin team. So, again, the role of the second round, it was funny last night because the Nuggets tweeted out during the 41st pick. I think they do this every year at this point.
They do.
What do they say? Oh, a quesarito would be really nice right now.
Yeah.
Just slap right now. and then I'm always like, gosh dang it. Just trolling everybody that, hey, we got the best number 41 pick in the history of the second round. But the reality is, JJ, you brought it up. Maybe we never even see this guy in a Jazz official uniform. Maybe the furthest he gets is with a Summer League jersey. But
there's no guarantees, and that was the worst second round in a long, long time because a lot of the guys
stayed in college.
Guys that were in the draft, like Tanjay, they had no more eligibility remaining. They had to go to the draft. And I think, considering that, the fact that the second round wasn't great, getting John Tanjay is a good pick for the Utah Jazz. So it's a guy that could play in the G League for them next year here with the Stars. And then you'll see. I don't know. He can shoot. Dude can shoot. He can light it up. And all three of the guys the Jazz took in this draft can shoot. So if you're looking for a theme or something to come away with what the Jazz were looking for in this draft, it was shooters, and they got them.
So not only, obviously, Con Knippel is kind of looked at as the consensus best sharpshooter in the whole
catch
draft.
And shoot, not like overall shooting.
No.
Dude doesn't create his own shot.
No. It's that corner three percentage. Is way up.
Exactly.
Yeah. What we're talking about here is, and I think that most experts, the way they look at it is the contested shot percentage.
Tough shots.
Ace Bailey and then Walter Clayton Jr. are the two best pressure shooting point creators and shot makers in those moments. Both of them have huge clutch numbers as well. And then obviously John Tanjay, same kind of a vibe.
Yep.
Now, again, when you say that this was the lightest round two we've seen in a long time, then it makes sense that for the Jazz to also move that draft pick, move off of that 43rd pick, I think it was what it was, or 42nd pick, or whatever it was going to be, and to give up the 21st to make sure that they got Walter Clayton Jr.
Terrific move.
And so then you look in the second round, and again, the wisdom on this is you have options, right? And you get John Tanjay into your camp. You get him maybe playing for the Stars for a while. Maybe, it used to be you just sent guys straight off to Europe, right, to develop, to kind of see what's going on. And you had their draft rights. You had their number. And
that's an option too.
Sometimes the Nigel Williams-Gosses of the world never get called back, right? And that happens.
And that's okay.
And they were phenomenal in college. They get picked in the second round. The NBA is not for them. The NBA is not for 99.999% of college basketball players. There's a reason why it's a two-round process.
Once they learn that, they go to Europe and find out I can make a lot of money overseas.
So overall, now that we have the Jazz draft in our back pocket, and we're about to look at and again, I'm not worried about what's going to happen because it has been announced that there is going to be a press conference that Ace Bailey is going to be out on Sunday, right?
Yes.
I saw the billboards coming in welcoming Walter Clayton Jr.
And John Tanjay.
I'm
sure
Tanjay.
There's one for Ace Bailey. I just didn't see it.
I guarantee it's going to be there. The whole thing is I do remember, JJ, they get him here quickly. But I never in my head had the idea, they get here the next day, and it's really weird if they don't. And so this whole thing pisses me off because, again, it's a hit on a franchise that doesn't need a hit, right? A franchise that does it all right. And unfortunately for Ace Bailey, he hired the wrong people. I don't know what the family connection with Omar Cooper is.
AAU coach.
I don't know if that translates into you being suddenly a good agent for a kid.
He's not even certified by the league.
Never been in this process before, and he thought he knew how he was going to do it, and he played it terribly. And the missteps that he has had has created a real headache for the future employer of his player. And it will likely, if the family is smart about it, it will move. And I hope that the Jazz get into his ear and say, hey, listen, I know you have a connection to this guy. I know you love him. But the NBA has experts that do this, and they certify them, and they look after you, and they make sure. Do you have agents who get way aggressive out of their shoes all the time? Absolutely, at every level. But you know what you don't have are guys who end up making the talent look worse. And that's a bad sign for Ace Bailey. And, he couldn't get into a gym and dribble a basketball faster so that everybody could forget this time frame, which has been an absolute disaster for him personally as a PR move. And I hope people are looking at Omar Cooper, but no one cares about Omar Cooper. All they're thinking about is Ace Bailey. And
that's the problem.
It reflects poorly on an 18-year-old.
That's the problem here. This is why this pisses me off, too. It's because this kid just wants to hoop. He's a good kid by all accounts. and now he's being talked about negatively across the country on social media, even by an NBA broadcast partner in ESPN. Like, how do the Jazz feel about their broadcast partner stirring the pot with this? And that's exactly what they did all week long with this. Ever since the draft, they built the narrative. And guess what? Utah got sucked into it again. Utah hating. You don't want to go play in Utah. Has Ace said one word about whether he wanted to play here or not? His agent hasn't even singled out the Utah Jazz because they haven't even talked to the media.
So what does he do? He throws out
ESPN ran with this narrative, and now it's
really dumb.
It's out of the genie bottle.
And so then you have Omar Cooper, who desperately tries to put a handle on this thing. And
he hasn't tried to do anything.
Well, though, what did he do? He had like an Instagram post or was it a tweet?
3 days later?
Let's go, Jazz.
Come on, man.
Hey, at Jazz. Hey, at Danny Ainge. Let's go. And a picture of his client. Hashtag ready to play ball. Hashtag I love Utah. Wink. Like, I don't care. This whole process has been a disaster for him personally. And the people who end up taking flack over it is Utah.
Ace is the victim in the great state of Utah.
All right, we got to make it up to him. I don't know how to do it, but
you know what? You know how? Come here, figure it out, play ball. Everyone here is going to love Ace. Yeah. He's a great kid, and it's going to take him some time, but he's going to be a great player. And we'll all laugh at this 2 or 3 years down the road.
Will we, or we're going to have to still?
Did we
just set back people's thoughts on Utah again another couple of years?
Well, that's never going to go away. This stupid narrative, and give Ryan Smith credit. He's fighting it like crazy, and he's done a lot to dispel that. But it just is. It's just we're going to take pot shots from the world forever because I don't know. Why not? Because it's easy. But people who live here know. Even talk to former players that were here. They never want but those that left regret leaving. This is a great place to live. It's a great place to work. Okay, we know that. So screw everybody else. Ace Bailey's going to figure out this is a great place to live and a great place to work. And he's going to be able to come here and just focus on ball, which is all he wants to do. He's going to have an outstanding head coach. He's going to be playing for an outstanding organization who has a great owner, great facilities, great place to live. And he's going to have $10 million to go do whatever he wants if he doesn't want to be here. Right?
All right.
What's the problem here?
Here's the problem, is that you have people on ESPN, and I love Jay Billis. I don't know why it went in such a weird, dark direction with all of this, but here's what it sounded like. Jonathan Giovanni and Jay Billis last night talking about this moment and acting like that there was some big thing that was happening when there actually wasn't. Here's what it sounded like. This is the thing that everybody was up in arms about.
As many of our viewers might be aware, Ace Bailey did not conduct a single known visit or workout with an NBA team. He was clearly determined to steer himself to a team outside the top 5. Many around the NBA believe that to be the Washington Wizards. I was told that his agent, Omar Cooper, told at least one team in the top 5 before the draft that his client will not report if they decide to draft him. Now, the Utah Jazz selected him regardless of all this. And now the big question is, are we going to see him in Utah anytime soon? I asked Omar Cooper his thoughts on his client's future in Utah, and he declined to answer those questions. He told me there's nothing uncommon about Ace Bailey's pre-draft process. 18 teams interviewed him. They all saw him work out at the NBA draft combine. They all have his medicals, his measurements. He's not the first player to decline or cancel workouts, which is absolutely true. Now, a press conference is scheduled in the near future for Ace Bailey and Walter Clayton. We're all going to see what comes of that if we get any more answers from Ace Bailey about what happened in the past few months.
I really appreciate that insight there, Jonathan. Thank you. Jay, you watched Ace play all through college. You called him one of the most talented players in this draft. What do you make of all of this?
It's odd not showing up right after you're drafted. Usually there's a press conference the next day. Everybody flies in that was drafted. So it's unusual. But if he wants to make an issue of this, he's going to have to sit out. And I'm not sure that's the right thing for a young player to do. But, he's got the choice to do it. He's not really a member of the union yet, but he's protected by the union.
Right.
Come on. You guys know better than this.
There was never any intention to sit out. There was no ducking of a press conference. None of that happened.
I guess it's just a sexy, thing to comment on. These kids these days, and they have the ability. They have the choice.
All
they
this
have
escalated for him not doing workouts?
I know, and then he's like, his rep never told me anything about what the Utah situation is. But then he started to go on and say, look, people decline workouts and interviews all the time. Now, a lot of times, I mean, think about it. We do this in the NFL a lot. Guys will miss especially like your Cam Wards and your Shedeur Sanderses will go, I can only hurt my stock going to the combine at this point, okay? I don't think I'm going to get any higher of in Shedeur Sanders' case, ended up being the weirdest draft weekend ever for a guy that we thought was going to be a top 10 dude. But that being said, like Shedeur Sanders got drafted by Cleveland, okay? At any point, do you think that it was like, man, I'm not reporting, man?
No, he was at minicamp.
He was there. He literally hit the pedal to the metal to get there to camp and got a big old speeding ticket for it. And in the end, all these guys want to do is get on the floor. Ace Bailey, the best thing he could ever do for his future as a basketball player, even if it is to not be in Utah, is to be the best player in Utah he could ever be. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to be able to if you want to be able to have an NBA career that matters, you've got to be there at the front end of it, acting like an adult. We've had 18-year-olds act like 18-year-olds before. Great. The problem with this is the people who are the most immature in this whole process so far are the freaking adults that are supposed to be protecting him around him. And so that's part of the deal. I know we have some sound from one of his reps. Is this the Andrew Whitlieb one? I don't know.
This is the agent who actually is certified that's going to be handling his contract.
Right, and he's talking about the actual people that are representing him.
Omar can't even negotiate his contract. He's not a certified agent.
Not allowed. So here's what Andrew Whitlieb said.
And yeah, no, he's thrilled to be going to Utah. Obviously, it's an honor to be selected in the top 5 of the NBA draft. And, we think he can do a lot of great things out there. He certainly should get a ton of playing time, and he'll have a lot of chances to show what he can do. So we think it's a great situation for him basketball-wise.
What was sort of some of that thought process going into the draft process?
Yeah, I mean, we focused, again, this was led by his longtime manager, Omar Cooper, who we're partnering with on this. And Omar really, focused more on fit rather than going third in the draft kind of thing. He wanted someplace where Ace could have the best possible basketball fit for his game. And we think Utah is one of the best places he could have gone.
Well, Andrew, I'm curious, what went into the process of Ace not working out with teams? I mean, obviously he was selected by Utah that he didn't have a workout with, but what went into the process of that? Because I felt like that was the biggest talking point as a result going into last night.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that was a story that was blown out of proportion. So many teams pick players that don't work out for them, frankly.
So you get the adult in the room who actually says all the things in that interview.
The professional agent.
That you were supposed to say the entire freaking time. Hey, he is excited. There is no indication he is absolutely going to report to Utah. He can't wait. He can't wait to just start playing basketball and start getting into it, man. We are so excited for it. That's the guy who should have been the one making the first comments. Instead, you had amateur hour with the guy who literally is an amateur and is not allowed to negotiate a contract. And then you heard, too, that they're like, hey, but make sure you take care of my guy, Omar Cooper. And so Andrew Whitlieb has to go, whom we're partnering with, and has to just take it. You know what I mean? Like, can't wait. Yeah, no, a lot of that's been worked through with a guy who is his longtime manager, starts gritting his teeth and going, who we've partnered with on this, because he's not excited about it, but Ace Bailey's trying to throw him a bone. Everybody has had this guy, right? LeBron had like his guy who was like his coach growing up, who he basically made like part of like the Nike. He had Nike employ him. Do you remember this whole thing? Like everybody's got like a, hey, I want you to take care of him. He helped me and my family on the way up, right? I'm going to take care of you, dude. And unfortunately, they gave Omar Cooper too much leash and a microphone. So there you go. What is the actual report here? The Jazz have reported that he's going to report on Saturday with the team. Sunday is when that press conference is planning. They're planning on having it. What else do you need to know about it? And now
he'll be in practice on Monday.
The Bailey camp is in damage control because of the dumb adults that ruined this kid's reputation, at least for the front end part. So
that's the shame. Ace deserved better than this because the kid is a great player and a great person. Now, you know what? I hope a week from now, he's going to be playing up at the Huntsman Center in the Utah Jazz Summer League, and you're going to have 10,000 Jazz fans show up there and cheer the heck
You're
out.
going to have a bunch of kids who are there yelling and asking for autographs.
And go up there and support this kid and show him that you don't care about any of this BS. Like, you just want to go see this kid succeed and have fun.
All right, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, Mike Folta, our guy. Mike Folta's back in the house, man. We're going to have a conversation with Mike. He's the play-by-play voice of the Utah Mammoth. He's going to come in and give us some thoughts about this draft process. Maybe you've been looking over the mock drafts like we have. It is a friggin' crapshoot this year. But what you do know, the Utah Mammoth are in that 4th position as to whom they're going to pick. It's up in the air right now. There are lots of different schools of thought, who they need, how the trade affected that conversation as well. Mike Folta is going to jump on with us here, and we'll talk about what that looks like going forward. We've got tons of NHL coverage here for you. Jay Stevens is going to show up. Trevor Lewis with the Los Angeles Kings, of course, local name here that everybody knows from a hockey standpoint. He's going to join us on the program as well. We're going to talk about what his early draft process was like, and that's a guy who's had a long, illustrious career. We'll talk about how that all started on his draft day. So many more things to go right around the corner. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
There's a new crash on southbound I-15 around 8th North in Orem. It is off to the right shoulder and causing delays a few miles back towards American Fork. Also, heavy delays on southbound I-15 in Murray due to a crash earlier near 52nd South. This extends from 45th South all the way up to the South Interchange at 66th South. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Joined now by Rafael Barlow, Director of Scouting for NBA Big Board.
I'm so excited for college basketball to start around here because the AJ DeVance is going to play for BYU. This year a lot was made on tanking. I think we're going to see it again. What do you think?
I spoke with a college coach that was at the Team USA camp. He said that AJ has taken it up to another level. My question was, do you think he was bored in high school last year? He said, absolutely. He said, AJ should petition the league right now because he would be the best player in this draft if he entered right now. I'm not a fan of tanking, but it does make sense to tank, especially for a talent like that. If you're a fan base like Utah, you may not want to do it again because you haven't had much success with it. But AJ's special.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional taste of Bar W Beef, where quality meets flavor. Bar W Beef is dry aged for 14 days, ensuring rich marbling and tender texture. Whether you're grilling, roasting, or pan-searing, you'll find cuts perfect for any occasion. Experience the bold flavors and impressive sizes that are ideal for special gatherings. Order today and enjoy free shipping on purchases over $150. Elevate your meals with Bar W Beef. Order online at barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
So it says here you released from the factory with your top down.
That's right.
You want to speak to that?
Well, I'm a Jeep. I'm a Wrangler. You can't tie me down. Am I a little on the spicy side? Sure. Are kids going to stare at the school pickup? Absolutely. But I helped build this country, doggone it. You ever hear of World War II?
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through June 30th. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left a tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in Lehigh, Provo, Harriman, South Jordan, and American Fork.
Whether you're building your $1 million dream home, giving your current home a facelift, or just trying to get it out of the minor leagues, Peach Windows and Doors brings the big league look.
Modern style, energy efficiency, clean lines, tough builds, and curb appeal that hits like a home run. Not sure what you need? No sweat. Peach has the coaching staff to get your home in the game. No pressure, no gimmicks, just solid game plans and pro-level results to help you knock it out of the park.
Come see for yourself big, beautiful windows that bring the outside in. Visit Peach Windows and Doors showroom, big enough to spark ideas, small enough to feel right at home. It's time to step up your game and make your house the MVP of the neighborhood. Why live in the minor leagues when you can swing like $1 million? Peach Windows and Doors, because real homes play like champions. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or call 801-566-1255 for your free consultation.
That's Peach Windows and Doors. Give them a call, 801-566-1255.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. It is JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I'm not yelling about basketball this segment, okay? I made a commitment to our producer, Alex. Made a commitment to JJ. I'm not going to yell about basketball and Ace Bailey in that whole situation. I got it all out. You know why? Because it's a special day for us. We get to get Mike Folta back on the program here with us. He's the Utah Mammoth Radio play-by-play voice. By the way, every Wednesday, the KSL Sports Zone gives away tickets. That's why we call it Win Ticket Wednesday. We've got tickets to see Adam Sandler, You're My Best Friend tour going on October 26th at Delta Center. That's right. Come see the Sandman. Tickets go on sale Friday, June 27th at noon, or you can win them on Wednesday all day long, all across all the shows. So join us then. You can win tickets to see Adam Sandler in concert. Join us on the program right now, the radio play-by-play voice of the Utah Mammoth, and a friend of the show who we gave a little bit of a break, but there's no such luck the rest of the way. You're going to have to join us more and more often the rest of 2025. Mike Folta, welcome back, buddy.
Guys, thanks for having me. And JJ, first of all, really good news. Was just talking to some of the to Bill Armstrong and some of the Mammoth execs, and they said that you should stay by your phone here this evening. You might be getting a ring in that 4 spot. Alex, I heard that they liked your abilities. I mean, we all know you've got hands like silk and skate like the wind, but I think the character is what dropped you
that's the thing
further down their draft board.
That's what GMs.
There was a lot of red flags that came up.
Lots of GMs were worried about the rap sheet. That's fine. That's fine. I don't need to go to Utah then. Take me to New Jersey, man. I'll fit in with the Devils. Mike, it's good to hear your voice again. It's also good for us to be able to chat some hockey. And I think that, I don't know, it shouldn't be a shock at this point that that Bill Armstrong and that front office are aggressive in trying to make this team not just better, but great going forward and making themselves the possible, Stanley Cup playoff team that they've been dreaming of putting together. They've been doing so much work for over the past few years to do. Tell us your thoughts first on the Josh Doan and Michael Kesselring for J.J. Peterka.
Yeah, I think one thing that's important to keep in mind is that the success, the contending horizon for this Utah team is still a couple years down the road when you're talking about competing for a championship. Now, with that being said, the goal this upcoming season is to take that jump and make the playoffs, which the team did not do this year. So even with trading away a couple young guys like Josh Doan and Michael Kesselring, who had great moments here in Utah and were great character guys, trading those young guys away, you're bringing in a more established, higher-end player. But this J.J. Peterka guy, he's only 23 years old, and he has his best hockey ahead of him still. I think that's what's the most exciting part about this trade is that, yes, you're giving up some youth, but you're also getting back youth. And so is Utah turning into a more of a win-now team with trades like this? Yes. But you also have to keep in mind that the success horizon is still in place for this team to be peaking within the next couple of years. But Peterka was scoring 27 and 28 goals on a Buffalo Sabres team that was near the bottom of the league. Yes, he was playing with really good players on that Buffalo team, but not an incredibly strong squad overall. And he's going to come to Utah and be an immediate impact player in the top 6. He's got great hockey IQ. He's elite offensively, has a really good shot, and scores a ton off the rush. And he's going to be a lot of fun to watch. You wore 77 in Buffalo, and if you wear 77 here in Utah, I think that jersey could go platinum.
So with the addition of J.J. Peterka, what does that mean for the rest of the offseason and what they might be wanting to do? Does that mean that they feel like they got that guy that they needed and they're going to, I don't know, not maybe go out and be more aggressive, or do you think they still got some other things on the table?
Oh, I think there's work to be done still. And from everything we've heard from Bill Armstrong the last couple of weeks, he's been saying that with this number 4 pick, this team is going to take a swing, whether that's actually drafting a player in that spot, whether that's moving the pick to bring in additional assets. But Utah's in a great spot because there's already a really strong pipeline in place with players who will be impactful within the next couple of years. So you don't necessarily have to bring somebody in at that 4th overall pick like some other teams drafting near the top of the board, like a Nashville Predators team that doesn't have as strong of a pipeline. They're right behind Utah at 5. Utah has a lot more flexibility than some of those groups. And I think there's still definitely work to be done. It could be the 4th overall pick. It could be other assets. I think Utah and other people have echoed this as well. Bill has echoed this. They want to get bigger and meaner up front. We saw that in the Stanley Cup playoffs with guys like Sam Bennett, Sam Reinhart for the Florida Panthers, Matthew Tkachuk. Those guys are hard to play against. They're big, they're mean, and they're mobile, and you need those guys not just to get to the playoffs, but to win in the playoffs as well. So adding some mobile size up front and down the middle of the ice as well is a priority.
As you look at the possibilities there, I see Caleb Denoyer's name comes up quite a bit in a lot of these mock drafts. But what's like and you're drafting for talent, right? I mean, we're trying to still wrap our brains around what the NHL draft is versus some of these other professional drafts that we cover. And because it is different, like in nature, finding a right fit really is a long-term fit. You know, in other drafts, you're going, we need a freaking backup quarterback, or we need a quarterback right now, and so they draft that guy. But when you're drafting 4th, the premium is on talent. What is the talent level of a centerman like Caleb Denoyer?
Well, okay, Alex, it's French. Denoyer. We're going to go with that here.
I tried to get all the S's out of there, but if you want me to really step it up, I want to do it. Well,
I've never heard him say it. Maybe it's Denoyers or something. I don't know. But we think it's Denoyer.
No, you are correct. It's Denoyer.
Do you have to go Denoyer? Like to really go full French on it?
We need to ask Bear how to properly pronounce it, right?
Well, exactly. He'll be right down the middle with the English pronunciations. But he's a really interesting prospect, Caleb Denoyer. He was playing juniors this last year. He's kind of deemed as one of the safer picks in that prospect range because he doesn't have as much of an offensive upside, you could say, as some of the other guys going in that range. But he's got a higher floor. The guy that people have been comparing him to is like a Jonathan Taves, who was a multi-Stanley Cup champion with the Chicago Blackhawks, Patrice Bergeron, who was a legend with the Boston Bruins. Now, if he turns into one of those players, you're laughing all the way to the bank. I think that would be a great projection for him and extremely aggressive. But that's kind of what people think that he could be, is one of those not as high of a ceiling, but a really high floor type guy because he's really good on both ends of the ice, really good defensively, good in his battles. He's 6'2". He could still fill out a little bit. He did play with Team Canada with T.J. Ginla and Cole Baudouin, who are a couple of other Utah draft picks from last year. So he's got some connections to guys already in the organization, but whoever takes him is going to be happy because he seems like a character kid who is valuable, not just offensively, but defensively as well.
I was following the mock drafts early on and well into the process here, and Porter Martone was a kid that was usually associated with that number 4 pick, and it seems like things have changed recently. What do you know about him and what he brings, and is there a reason why he might be dropping in the draft, or is this just part of the process of how the evaluations fluctuate during this process?
I think it's part of the process because I know what you're saying, JJ. I saw him up near 4 or 5 a lot, and then it seems like he's dropping closer to, right before 10 or something like that. I think part of it is the position. He plays the wing, and up near the top of the draft, centers and defensemen typically go ahead of wings because the center's a more typically seen as a more valuable position. And also, I think people watch these Stanley Cup finals, and they saw how important it is to get someone who can handle themselves physically in the postseason. That's something we've known for a long time. But watching the Florida Panthers go back-to-back, it reinforced that notion. And, look, Martone's a big kid. He can certainly handle himself. But there are other guys in this draft that their stock rose a little bit more because of the emphasis on the physical play in these last Stanley Cup playoffs. So I don't think it's as much of a case as of Martone dropping as it is other guys kind of climbing ahead of him.
We've heard other experts kind of breaking down the draft and talking a little bit about and we do this a lot with other sports, and it's hard to really grade a draft until maybe a few years down the line. However, I think because there isn't a generational name like your Connor Bedard's or your Macklin Celebrinis like we've had the last couple of years, what is the talent level of this draft look like compared to other years? And is there a version of like, it's not a lot of phenomenal talent coming out of this one, or is it overall a strong draft, and maybe the other ones have been top heavy these other years?
Yeah, there's not that number one consensus who's been the number one for the last several years, right? Like a Celebrini or a Bedard. You're absolutely right in that. Although I do think Matthew Schaefer, who we believe is going to go number one to the Islanders, he was injured this past year, so that kind of takes some of the shine off of, the hype around that number one overall spot, just because he wasn't on the ice for a lot of this last year. But it does appear to be a fairly deep draft up near the top. I tell you what, it's really fortunate for Utah to have moved up in the draft like they did. Utah was originally going to be 14th, but they won the draft lottery to get up to 4. From what a lot of the pundits are saying, they think that that first tier of players is somewhere around 8 to 12. That's kind of where the drop-off is, and the draft opens up a little bit more. So for Utah to get well within that range gives them a lot of flexibility to take whoever they want or have a broader range of players available to them at 4, or, again, to move that pick and potentially bring in an asset who can help the team right now.
One more name I wanted to toss your way was Brady Martin, a guy that shot up the draft boards recently after the Combine. What are your thoughts on him, and is he in play at number 4?
That might be a little rich for Brady Martin just because he doesn't have the offensive upside of some of these other prospects who are there. But I tell you what, you watch Brady Martin's highlight reel, and this kid is like a monster truck, just crushing people. Yeah. And I don't know if you guys have read up much on him, but he's a farm kid from Ontario.
Had no idea.
And
didn't know.
They love it. They love it. I feel like every guy in the draft in the NHL is a farm kid, though. There's like a feeling of that. Like the toughness is there with everybody. Sometimes it seems like.
Yeah, but like when you're hearing reports that he was milking the cows like earlier today and could potentially be a first-round pick or likely will be a first-round pick later tonight, those are the kind of stories that get people's imaginations turning.
We just think every player in the draft is a character on Letterkenny.
That's what it's like. We go full steam ahead on the stereotypes.
Isn't everybody a candidate like that
of these NHL players that are coming in? It's like they
we
all
have
work on
a
a
lot
farm.
of Canadians up near the top. There is James Higgins is a Long Island kid. He's up there, a Boston College product. But yeah, a lot of Canadians near the top of the draft, so that fits in.
Lots of Darryls and Squirrely Dans.
Yeah, yeah. I wanted to ask you about the idea of moving off of that 4th pick. It's a good spot for Utah to be in because they're holding the cards, right? They can determine what they want to do. If they want to make a home run pick in a guy that they love at 4, great. If not, they can start shopping around that 4th pick, which is what we've heard a lot of people want to do, is maybe shop that number 4 pick around. And is the idea that, hey, look, you can trade that 4th pick away and get a body that's going to be skating with you guys on the ice come this fall.
Absolutely. And I think, from what it sounds like is that pick has been in play. And Bill told us on our show, the Nashcast, that I do with Tyson Nash, he's told us last week that they're in every trade conversation. And that's kind of what we're hearing from some of these NHL reporters, whether it's Elliot Friedman or Frank Saravalli. They're reporting that Utah is sniffing around on a lot of these deals. And I would expect more moves to be made. We've typically seen Bill Armstrong as a GM. He's made his acquisitions via trade as opposed to in free agency. Now it's a little different here in Utah just because there's a more of an ability to spend in free agency than maybe what there was in Arizona. But nonetheless, Bill's MO has been to build via trade and build via the draft. Really interesting. Last year, guys, 2 days of the NHL draft, 29 trades occurred. Only 3 teams did not participate in a trade during the draft. Utah participated in 3 trades during the draft. So expect the Mountain Blue to be active.
All right. Well, it's another night. I'm sure you're going to be watching very closely, and you guys are going to be monitoring this one and having a good time with the new names that are going to get added to the fold, or if there's big draft movement and trades that go on as well. Mike Folta, radio play-by-play voice of the Utah Mammoth, joining us here on the program. Mike, have a great draft night, man. We're looking we're looking forward to chatting with you here as we get going with the summer here, man.
It's funny, guys. All the bigwigs are walking by me right now, and they're matching suits and dress shirts. Alex, you want me to put in a good word for you?
I feel like I'm too far gone, but like if you wanna go out there and just
well, Alex's agent wouldn't let him work out for anybody, so
I'm not going to show up for whatever press conference that you're going to put on anyway. Okay, that's my.
They probably don't have any idea he's any good.
There's 224 picks in this year's draft, Alex. So you've got a jersey with 224 on it.
I might look. maybe Mr. Irrelevant. Yeah, maybe that might be for me. All right, Mike, we appreciate it, man. We'll chat with you as the summer goes along here. Thanks a lot. There you go, Mike Folta, everybody. Man, exciting night for the Utah
You know what the most exciting thing about the night is? The unpredictability, because Utah has so many options.
Yeah,
they can trade the pick, they can keep the pick. There's a bunch of guys they can take that are in that range.
Yep.
And we have no idea who they're interested in. We know who they're interested in generally, broadly, but not specifically.
Yeah,
they've given us no hint as to who they like the most.
What you do know is that in our conversations we've had with Bill Armstrong in the past or with Coach, when they start to have these conversations about like they don't just do their homework. I mean, you've heard Bill Armstrong came on our show and goes, I remember like what guys looked like when they were skating 2 years ago. You know what I mean? Like that stuff sticks with GMs in the league if you're going to be effective going forward. So. All right, we'll take the break here. We've got more to break down. Starting up next hour, we're going to have tons to chat with as well. Travis Yost is going to join us in the 4 o'clock hour right at the top here. He's an NHL writer for TSN, and we'll get his thoughts on all the things that could be coming their way. And then Jay Stevens, host of the Utah Puck Report, is going to join us. Trevor Lewis, centerman for the Los Angeles Kings, and, of course, Utah natives. He's going to join us as well coming up in just a little while. We've got tons for you going on the rest of the evening. Stay with us. More to go. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
You should really write these crazy letters that in 250 years, people are like, this Jake Scott lived the craziest life. Like, they'll be like, you listened to his radio show and his life was pretty flat, but man, these letters are colorful.
Nowadays, that's how you get arrested. Because nobody writes letters anymore. So, like, if you start writing some unhinged letters, like, Zodiac. People are showing up at your door. Yeah. You could send some unhinged emails, and people will dismiss it. You write out an unhinged letter and mail it to somebody.
No fly list.
Yeah, immediately.
This guy bought stamps. Let's keep an eye on him.
I mean, honestly, I could say whatever I want to over the radio, and nobody's there to give it a second thought. But I write that thing down.
He meant it. This guy meant it. This is a threat.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Utah. Get ready for high-flying action. It's your Salt Lake Shred take the field Friday, June 27th against the Oakland Spiders. Professional ultimate frisbee. It's more than a game. It's fast breaks, layout grabs, and big skies under the lights at Zions Bank Stadium in Harriman. Bring your crew, wear your jerseys, and feel the energy as the Shred defend their home turf. Kickoffs at 7 p.m. Tickets are going fast, so grab yours now at saltlakeshred.com. Kids 7 and younger get in free. Salt Lake Shred versus Oakland Spiders. June 27th, under the lights at Zions Bank Stadium. Be there. Be loud. Shred on.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous You Don't Need a Warranty warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our You Don't Need a Warranty warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of $1 going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months OAC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
Any Hour Services can help with any size plumbing project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance or plumbing repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at kslsports.com.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. We have ourselves coming up at the top of the hour. Travis Yost from TSN is going to join us. Love having Travis on the program. The energy he brings. Covers the NHL for TSN, and so obviously getting to know a little bit what's going to go on with this draft process tonight on top of all the experts we're going to bring in over the next few hours. It's just going to be a little bit of a waiting game, and I love the idea. Mike Folta just said, hey, the top brass just walked by where he was at, in the facility, and trying to figure out what they're going to be doing and who they're going to be picking, and it's an exciting time. But you heard him too. It was interesting he said that. He goes, look, they don't feel like they're championship contenders, but the next step is get yourself to the playoffs. Yeah. And I don't know, maybe is there a version of the NHL having an Oklahoma City Thunder situation? This might be it, right? Like, in terms of young guys coming in.
Some might want to argue that the Panthers have been that.
Yeah.
Because what have they done forever? But that's if you take a deeper dive, that's not really the case. But, yeah. Yeah, well, if you can build this and add the right pieces. And so the Panthers, they drafted really well, but they also brought in guys on trades. Matthew Tkachuk.
They did with
Sam Reinhart.
Brad Marchand during the middle of the year.
A lot of the guys they brought in were via trade, and it's all worked out. So you use all the resources available, put it together. It can happen quickly. But usually it takes time.
So my buddy Matt, who's a hockey head, is like he's kind of the guy leaning on. Like, are we getting this right? He shot me a screenshot of that Austin is one of these cities that now is talking about, hey, we want an NHL franchise too. We see it's kind of going pretty well. Would you rather have an NHL franchise or an NBA franchise? Because it's going to cost you. Right now, the franchise expansion fee for the NHL, according to Frank Saravalli of ESPN, is $2 billion of a buy-in. Now, the $2 billion, that sounds like a lot. I don't know what the buy-in for an NBA team is yet.
We'll find out soon.
Right.
And Seattle it's going to be more.
Seattle and Vegas are going to have to figure out what that's going to look like. And it's going to be if the NHL is $2 billion just to get in on the prospect of having a team in your city, that means the team is worth that as soon as they walk into town. That means that Ryan and Ashley Smith got a freaking steal. That means that the NBA, as soon as the NBA walks into Vegas or into Seattle, it's probably likely going to be already worth $4 to $5 billion as soon as they start up.
SEG paid $1.2 billion for the Coyotes franchise and moved it here. $200 million of that was the relocation fee. It's taking $2 billion just to get the franchise.
Yeah. Nothing more Utah than getting your NHL team on a coupon.
Wow.
On a coupon.
SEG made an incredible financial move there.
Hey, I've got a coupon for. I know.
Hey, Commish, can I get a discount?
I've got
a promo code there. The Zone. Can I use that? Can I get 10% off?
Get 50% off of your franchise fees today. All right. Speaking of giving stuff away, because we love free things here in the state of Utah.
Yes, we do.
Oh, my goodness. I've got some stuff to give away right now. Pair of tickets to the X Games on Saturday. That includes a concert featuring Sublime at the same time. That's a freaking 1998 called X Games and Sublime all in one stop. You can win those tickets right now. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-9663. Caller number 12 gets a pair of tickets for this Saturday, tomorrow, to see the X Games and a concert featuring Sublime all in one stop. So there you go. 801-575-ZONE. Give us a call right now. We'll take a break. Travis Yost is going to join us next right here, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Attention RVers! In 57 years, Motorsportsland has never had a sale like this before. We've got over 100 new models coming in and our lots are already almost full. We've got to clear out inventory fast, so we've selected over 100 new travel trailers, fifth wheels, and toy haulers to sell to you at or below dealer cost. Like our 2024 Encore Venue off-road travel trailer, MSRP at $30,000, normally priced at $25,000, dealer cost at $22,400, and this week only priced to you for below $17,000 with amazing financing options. Or our 2024 28-foot Stealth toy hauler fifth wheel, MSRP at $99,330, normally priced at $83,500, this week only $67,743. Save more than ever before on your dream RV. But these deals are disappearing quick, so visit a Motorsportsland RV Center today.
Let Motorsportsland help you get away.
Motorsportsland.com.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. That's VAXAssist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Aloha! Dreaming of sandy beaches and ocean breezes? JTV's Tropical Treasure Sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win a fabulous Hawaiian getaway for two with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of at least $99 when you opt in for emails. Don't miss out. Visit jtv.com/sweeps and enter by August 3rd. JTV, where paradise awaits.
So you're a Forester.
Yep.
Seemed like a good car. Describe your dream job.
Work stinks, but I love commuting.
Lease a new 2025 Subaru Forester at Doug Smith Subaru for only $298 per month. MSRP $31,850. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. $3,199 due at signing. No security deposit required. JF2 SLDA C8 SH5 30755 OAC. Valid through June 30th, 2025. No one knows Subaru like Doug.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This 4th of July, celebrate red, white, and wow at Monster Jam World Finals, the biggest family event of the year. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place. And the biggest festival-style pit party of the year, all included with your ticket. Monster Jam World Finals. First time in Salt Lake City, July 4th and 5th. Rice-Eccles Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission and BKD Tires.
Discover the art of adventure in Cedar City, the gateway to parks and plays, starting with the Utah Shakespeare Festival or Perro and Gap petroglyphs. Next, head up to High Elevation Recreation that ends with unique shops and savory bites. Learn more at visitcedarcity.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KCNS FM Colville, 1280 KCNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
Wow. This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Early in the morning, rising to the street. Light me up that cigarette, I'll strap shoes on my feet. Got to find the reason.
Welcome on back, everybody. Happy Friday to you. Happy NHL Draft Day. Happy post-NBA draft. I'm glad to have that thing in the rear view with this whole Ace Bailey stuff. Oh, my gosh. I could go the rest of my life without hearing whether or not he's going to show up to a press conference or not. Come on. Gosh darn it.
Omar Cooper takes his place in Utah sports history.
Who is more damaging to the reputation of their client? I'm trying to think of, like, massive screw-ups.
Oh, who was Gordon Hayward's agent? I forget. I mean, he was a really prominent agent.
Well, I was going to say,
or something like that?
Well, but you know what he did, too, though? He got him paid, man. You can't say
he did his job.
Paid.
I mean, Gordon wanted to go to Boston.
Yeah.
I mean,
but
he did his job.
Took an image hit.
Jeez.
Took an image hit.
The way that was handled was sloppy.
Well, the reality is that you get a very
Mark
different...
Bartelstein of Priority Sports.
Don't you get a very... I think LeVar Ball, maybe LeVar Ball and Omar Cooper. Those are the two, like, most meddling non-agents in the history of the NBA. Actually did worse for their kids. And the reality is those kids are pretty darn good.
Yeah, they
you
are.
Know?
They didn't need your help.
My heavens. Thank heavens we don't have to deal with that with the NHL. I mean, I know there's egos out there, but when you're talking about guys that are on the farm.
I don't know. I heard that Brady Martin's junior hockey coach is a whack job.
I heard Brady Martin is milking cows at the draft. It's part of a demonstration. All right.
We're making all that up.
That's not true. But apparently he was on the farm this morning. All right, joining us on the program right now. By the way, our show brought to you by G2G Bars, all natural ingredients and no preservatives. The G2G Bar is the perfect protein bar. Let's kick off the hour with the cut right here. And Travis Yost joins us from TSN, so let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And this portion of the show brought to you by an incredible selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram. It's your Doug Smith family of dealerships now welcoming the Mitsubishi brand into American Fork. Nobody knows cars like Doug. Give him a shot. Travis Yost joins us right now. I was up in Canada last week, Travis, and TSN is obviously heavily represented, of course, every TV station that's sports related is TSN. And so I thought, our guy Travis Yost, he's a TSN guy. But I was trying to scout people out in Banff, any hockey players. Sadly, just a bunch of us tourists up there. So I didn't do my job as a scout. But welcome to the program. Happy NHL Draft Day here, buddy.
Did you just sneak in that you were in Banff? Was that? I mean, that hurt because that's one of the nicest places on earth.
It is.
So nicely done.
And for people in Utah, like, we know the mountains. We know, like, mountain lakes and beautiful peaks and things like that. And it was different, man. I'm not saying it's, like, better. I'm saying it was a different version of what I've been used to. And, man, I've been shorted my whole life of that place, man. So it was a really, really cool place to go. But, yeah, you're right. But now we're all back to work, especially you. And this time of year is very aggressive in terms of all the things you got to get figured out. This is a head scratcher of a draft for us. It's not good for us. We're already starting to learn. We're already trying to learn this league year after year. This is only our second draft, as we covered last year for so much of it. But this is one of those drafts that we can't really wrap our head around. There's not a generational talent like we've seen the last 2 years.
There's not. The one thing that we know about this draft is 1-2 seems. By the way, I was dying at your Ace Bailey comments. By the way, short list of, as you were talking, short list of players who might be in the same boat as Ace Bailey would be Ohtani's agent and Fred Taylor, formerly the Jaguars agent. I think both of them got rinsed by their agents. But nevertheless, going to the draft.
No NHL agents, by the way.
No. The one thing we know about this draft, and where I think there's a very interesting wrinkle for Utah, is 1-2 seems to be very heavy consensus that it's going to go Schaefer and Misa 1-2. So you can effectively take those two off the board. It would take a miracle for either of those two to get as far as 4. But that poses a really interesting question. We were talking last week a little bit about this, but Anton Frondell, Swedish player, very it's easy to draw a comp to an Alex Barkov type player because of the European connection and the way they play. Very robust, very early on as quality two-way players. That is the name that, Frondell is penciled in as the, in many mocks, not all of them, as the third likely name off the board. That'd be going to the Blackhawks. But if he slips, to me, that, just like we were talking about last week, like, hey, if J.J. Peterka is available, you make that call. This would be the version of that for Utah at the draft. If Anton Frondell slips out of that 3 slot, that I think that Utah not only keeps the pick, but uses it there and further entrenches their forward pool. And then, by the way, that opens up a new question or discussion about whenever you're drafting inside of the top 5, you're going to get an impact forward who's probably 1 year or less. In some cases, they already are NHL ready. It's definitely a young man's league in the modern era. There then becomes a question of, we now have this really promising stable of forwards. Does a trade idea manifest here to backfill Kesselring as part of the Peterka trade? I mean, there's a lot of machinations there. That said, if Frondell does slip, there's kind of a Gatling gun of names, whether it's Brady Martin or Porter Martone, James Higgins. We've heard the Islanders are looking to cash in multiple first-round picks that they just recently acquired in a Noah Dobson trade to move up there. So there is going to be a flurry of activity, likely starting at 5, maybe 4. I am fascinated to see if Frondell goes 3, though, because that will ultimately dictate, I think, how the next few picks shake out.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Athletics' latest mock draft. Just picked one for fun, and they got Schaefer, Misa, and Frondell going. And if that's the case and Utah's on the board and they've got to pick somebody, we're hearing it's been all over the place. I mean, who knows? But this Danaway is the guy that seems to be slotted there at number 4. What do you know about him and why would that be the choice at 4 over some guys like James Higgins or Porter Martone?
So, I think it's a good comp with Higgins because in his case, very strong two-way. His pedigree is a very strong defensive player. That's kind of what he's billing himself as. And on top of that, tremendous postseason success playing in the Quebec Junior League. Higgins is an interesting name for 2 reasons. Number one, I think the Islanders, he is a Long Island boy, as is Travis Yost for that matter. But James Higgins is a very... I don't want to say one way because I think it diminishes it, but you're drafting him for the agility, the playmaking, the offensive skill, and hoping you can round out the defensive play. And that's not to say he can or can't, but he's more of the highlight reel collegiate player. He was, by the way, James Higgins a year ago, if you go back and look 12, 14 months back, James Higgins was number 1-ish in many of the mock drafts, kind of neck and neck with Schaefer there. So, the other thing, too, is if let's say Frondell does go 3, and let's say Utah does see Higgins as the next best available, let's be honest, there is a very real probability that Utah's draft board does have Higgins as the 4th best player. Do they look at engineering a trade in that spot right there with the New York Islanders, especially in light of the Peterka deal? You've got another forward in your group. Do you trade back and maybe you pick up a first and a second-round pick, and a lower first and a second-round pick, and leverage some of the new draft capital further down the draft, maybe to address the blue line? There's a few ways they can go with it. Let me say it this way, though. If Utah was in an uncomfortable position with, are they going to draft Ace Bailey or not, and what does this end up looking like? They are in. I'm blanking on the phrase, but let's call it the driver's seat for what they can do with the draft here. We're talking about a team that was already, and I say this complimentary, mediocre relative to the competition, a fringe playoff contender a year ago. Their trajectory is upwards, not downwards, based on the moves they have made going into next year. it would not be crazy for them to trade down from this pick. It's kind of a luxury they're here. They are certainly not the fourth worst team in the league, or they're not even remotely close to it. So is there a possibility they actually trade down? I think that's on the table now in light of the moves this week.
Yeah, I think Bill Armstrong, having the cards, that he's got the power play to be able to make sure that he does what he wants. And obviously what made that possible also during all of this was the trade that we saw, of course, them pull off. And nobody loved to see Kesselring and Doan leave, but I think that I think that being able to make the move that they did, how did they improve that forward line with the trade that they made this week, and what does it make this draft look like for this team? Obviously, it does make the ability to be able to move around a lot better.
It's a huge deal. I honestly, if I could grade that trade, it's an A. And the player they acquired is an A+. Let me work in reverse order here. Let me talk about Peterka first. We were talking last week, and his name was on the rumored trade block, and it didn't really sound like the Sabres wanted to move him. A guy who scored, by my count, 54 goals in the last 2 seasons, those and cost-controlled and young with upside trajectory. Those are typically not players you want to trade. But also when you're a franchise in the midst of a 14-year playoff drought and you're hearing a lot of smoke that certain guys don't want to extend or re-sign there, as was rumored with Peterka, I think the Sabres had to look around and say, okay, what can we reasonably get for this guy if we cannot extend him? Because if we don't extend him, we know an offer sheet's going to come. And I'll say this. The 54 goals in over a 2-year stretch for a very young player is very impressive. To me, the really important part of Peterka, though, is how he fits into this top 6. I mean, you look at Utah's top 6 forward group now and compare it around the league. It's not Edmonton or Colorado, but, man, I mean, compare them to a Vegas or a Dallas. They really are not that far off at this point, especially if you're bullish on the development of guys like Gunther and Cooley. Clayton Keller is already an all-star caliber player. They are just loaded with weaponry. And if you want to get away from just goals, there's more to the game. It's about creating goals, not just scoring goals, even though Peterka is a goal scorer. If you look at advanced measures like goals above replacement, which really measures the totality of a player's impact, offensively, defensively, all game states, penalty kill, power play, his numbers, Peterka's numbers over the last 2 years, and I put this table on Twitter earlier in the week, they compare to guys like Tim Stützle in Ottawa, Alex Barkov in Florida, Sam Reinhart in Florida, Jack Hughes in New Jersey. I mean, we're talking about first-line caliber talent. And now let's talk about the acquisition cost. To me, Kesselring was an extremely promising player. I thought he was one of the big breakout players of the inaugural season in 2024-2025 for Utah. And let's just be honest, replacing a top 4 defender is not the easiest thing in the world. So there's some degree of a step backwards there. But from a trade totality perspective, it's not to rain on Josh Doan, but do you know how many weeks separate the age gap of Peterka and Doan? It's 2. They are 2 weeks apart. And we talk about Doan, I think professionally and respectfully, as it's still a developmental player. We're talking about Peterka as this guy slots in to every second line in the league, and on probably some of the talent thinner teams, maybe even a first line for that matter. So to me, if you're making a 1-for-1 trade and you're trading a second pairing defenseman for a guy who's capable, we've already seen, of scoring 30 goals in a given season, that's a trade you make 7 days in the week. Grade A from Bill Armstrong. Well done. And by the way, a 5-year, $7.5 million contract extension. Yeah, year one, the cap hit might be a tiny bit rich, but with the cap growing so significantly, we saw this in the NBA about 4, 5, 6 years ago when the new Turner deal kicked in. The cap ceiling is going to rise dramatically. That means you can take on way more risk from a cap hit perspective. And I contrast this. We just saw, and I don't want to get into too much minutia, but Edmonton signs a fringe, third line forward, Trent Frederick, on a cap hit that's it's a $3 million cap hit. They sign him for 8 years, and the argument is, well, the cap's going up, so of course his contract's fine. And it's you can still take on term risk, right? And the point with Peterka is they kind of found that sweet spot of a 5-year deal. He will age at and through the prime of his playing career while only making a little over $7 million a year for a guy who likely factors to score 30 goals a season, that's a bet you make 7 days a week again.
I thought that they would have to put a draft pick in there to make this deal happen. They didn't. How did they make this deal happen? And I guess basically what I'm asking is, what's wrong with the Buffalo Sabres?
It is. You know what? It's well, again, I'll work in reverse order. Winning begets winning, losing begets losing, right? And yeah. I've made this point about the Vegas Golden Knights 1,000 times over, but there is a reason that players want to play in Vegas, and it is not just because Nevada's state income tax is generous and favorable to players who live there. I am sure that weighs on them, but people want to win titles. They want to play with other good players. And when you have a culture of losing, as the Sabres have done time and again, and by the way, kind of oddly, and this is coming from a Bills fan for that matter, very interesting dichotomy between how the Bills are run and how the team spends on them versus how the Sabres are run and how the team spends on the Sabres. Very loose in the pockets versus very tight, respectively. And this is not the first or second player who has somewhere between explicitly said versus strongly inferred that, he's not really interested in spending a long period of time in the Sabres organization. It does make me feel bad to some degree for the Sabres because it is hard to retain talent when that is your culture. But, that is the boon, that is the tailwind that got Utah, that put Utah in the driver's seat. And I will say, I am just going to be honest, maybe I'm too upside heavy on Peterka, but I really don't see what the counter argument is to that. And two, this would not be the first or second or third bad trades that the Sabres have made in the last couple of years. And by the way, let me go one step further. The single fleeting concern about Peterka, which I would acknowledge, even if you're talking directionally is fair, is way more of a scorer and secondarily a playmaker. The defensive game leaves a lot to be desired. And you know what player I heard that about? I heard that about to a T about Jack Eichel, who then went on to win a Stanley Cup and now is probably known as a better defensive player than he is offensive player for the Golden Knights. Funny how that works.
Travis Yost, TSN, that's where you can find his byline, and does a phenomenal job of talking to us about all this stuff and helping us understand a little bit more about what goes on with this NHL draft. If you are the Utah Mammoth and you have the ability to be able to make a trade, what do you get for a fourth overall pick in terms of quality of talent that can make an impact now?
Oh, fascinating question. I'll say this: if Utah trades out of that pick, it is likely that it is going to be not for some impact player coming back to their roster. It is much, much like orders of magnitude more likely. You guys can clip farm this when I'm wrong, by the way. But it's much more likely that they trade. It's a one-to-many deal where they're trading a first for a lower first and a second or something to that effect. You see these trade downs commonly in all four of the big leagues. But if I look at it from Utah's perspective, and it's like, hey, look, if there's any, it all depends, just like the NBA, right? It all depends how their board shakes out. If they see it the way I see it, and I'm just one person, right, where there's maybe a little bit more of a clear top three, and then maybe from 4 through 9, it's a little bit more mysterious and ambiguous, and my confidence might wane a little bit. Maybe trading down to the 15th, 16th pick and getting a pick in the 30s. That to me is very, very desirable because, one, you're doubling up on the assets. It goes without saying. And two, if you really have lost, relatively speaking, confidence that you're going to be able to select a year 1 or year 2 impact player in that sweet spot, 4th overall, and you think it is muddied, a trade down to secure more picks is just going to be a much more likely outcome. That's not to say that there aren't names out there that couldn't be traded as part of the draft day experience, but 4th overall is a super valuable pick, and unless you're securing meaningful assets, in terms of real impact players who are not commonly traded in this window, it's likely it's more of a trade down and pick up a couple picks in the process.
In terms of guys that could be drafted tonight, Travis Yost, who is also from Long Island, not on the board, not on the big board, but we still love having his insights. And I'll tell you, Travis, we just love being able to chat with you and dip in and understand a little bit more about this game and understand a little bit more about how the draft process works in the NHL, man. We appreciate it. We'll chat with you when the season gets a little bit closer and as everything kind of shakes out here with this draft process as well.
Amen to that. And for the record, I project as an 8th rounder. So when you guys see the 8th round come in, look for my name, all right?
Okay. All right.
Good luck on that way.
He's not Mr. Irrelevant. He's Travis Yost.
That's right.
How dare you? Okay. All right. We got lots going on in the program. We will return, and we're going to have our guy, our Utah Mammoth insider for KSLSports.com, Cole Bagley, join us next. Our coverage is just going to keep ramping up here. Our roundtable will be filled out, of course, by about 5 o'clock. We're going to be having lots of extra voices in here. Kevin McCloskey, of course, who helps us out so much, a former NHL draft pick himself, and also the GM of the Utah Outliers is going to join us. Also, Utah Puck Report host Jay Stevens is going to join us, and we're also anticipating Trevor Lewis of the Los Angeles Kings. Also, of course, did a year at Brighton as he played hockey for that team before he moved out to Colorado. But Utah's own, we still claim him, JJ. We still claim him. And if you can believe it, he's like a veteran of the NHL now. If you can believe how long ago
it's been 20 years, almost 20 years since he was drafted.
Yeah, and we'll get his insights as to what that draft day looked like for him. And what the state of hockey has looked like, of course, is as the American team still keeps getting built out. It's one of the deepest national teams we've seen in a long time. But how far that team has come and how far hockey has come in the United States as well. So Trevor's going to dip in and talk to us about his draft process and what a draft looks like in 2025. Stay right here with us. More to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
There's a new accident on I-80 westbound between 7th East and State Street in Salt Lake. This appears to be a multi-vehicle crash that is completely blocking off the right lanes. Delays extend back towards 13 East. We also have heavy delays due to an accident on southbound I-15 starting at 53rd south in Murray up towards 132nd south in Draper. Advanced Window Products, get $2,500 off 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
BYU jumped into the Big 12 for their own game, and they're going to get theirs. And they got their money together, and they got the recruiting together, and they came in all cute and happy, like, we're just grateful to be a partner. Oh, our broadcast, oh yeah, we're one of 2 in this country that can run our own broadcast. Hey, we'll be cool with it. Whatever bone you can throw us. And, oh, what's that? 4 years integration to full revenue? Okay, that's fine, whatever. And then it's like, bam, we're going to take the number 1 recruits. We're going to sign 5 stars. We're going to get in the game with money, and we're going to compete. We're going to go from a 13th pick to the number 3 team in the Big 12, and we're here to make this nasty. So what do you know about Amway? Can I sign you up or what?
Can I get 3 people under you and let's all make some money?
Because I'm looking for diamond status. I'm here to freaking compete.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss and SLCFatLoss.com. You've heard us talking about the good folks at Salt Lake City Fat Loss. And the reality is that you can go to the website right now and just check out real stories of real people who this program has worked for them. We're a couple of those people. You can look and see our videos on there and see how far the progress has come for us. Because if you're looking to drop weight, it's never an easy prospect. I never will try to paint a picture for you that things are supposed to be easy when it comes to dropping weight or to keeping it off, which has been the biggest problem for me. But for Salt Lake City Fat Loss, it's been the thing that has worked the best. Out of all the programs that I've tried, I've dropped weight, but putting it back on has always been a part of it, it seems like. And with SLC Fat Loss, I've had the success of taking it off, dropped 65 pounds, and now I've kept it off for more than a year, and that's better success than I've ever had on a program.
And the reason why you're able to keep that weight off is because you gain the knowledge that you need to understand how to do that. You learn how to plan your meals and plan how you do things when it comes to food and consumption that's going to help you keep your caloric input down, right? There's all these skills that you learn from this program that are going to help you long term that you don't learn otherwise. Look, if you use pills or injections or prepackaged meals, that's fine. Whatever you want to do, whatever allows you to have success. But usually those things don't last long term. Salt Lake City Fat Loss is going to give you the skills you need to be able to keep weight off long term, and that's the key. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and I've kept that weight off over the year, and I feel so much better. I look better. Everything's better. It can be better for you too. If you are looking for a program that's going to work and it's going to get you the results you need, it's going to help you reach your goals, it's going to hold you accountable, but at the same time be supportive and help you get through anything you need, this is your program. Go to their website right now to learn more about it. slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Every new day is a chance to be kinder to your body and your mind. U of U Health is here to help you build strength and confidence every day. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, Utes Athletics, and the Utah Grizzlies. Take the first step today at uofuhealth.org.
Don't miss the Salt Lake Shred. Take on the Oakland Spiders Friday, June 27th at 7 p.m. at Zions Bank Stadium. High-flying, fast-paced, ultimate frisbee. Grab your tickets now at saltlakeshred.com.
The Garden Restaurant is reimagined space with exceptional taste. Opening June 30th in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu, dine in, grab and go, patio seating, or online ordering. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant, next to Temple Square.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name.
You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
A Monday warrior, mean strike. Today's Tom Sawyer, mean pride.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us on the program. Thanks for hanging out with us on an NHL Draft Day. We are, of course, covering all things NHL Draft today. We've got our roundtable coming up in just a few minutes here. Host of the Utah Puck Report, Jay Stevens, is going to join us. Trevor Lewis from the Los Angeles Kings also going to join us as well. Awesome time to be able to jump in and chat some hockey, of course. Anytime Trevor Lewis is around, always good to be able to chat with him. In the meantime, our Utah Mammoth insider for KSLSports.com, he is Cole Bagley, joining us on the show right now. Cole, thanks for being with us, man. Happy Draft Day.
Yeah, same to you. This is exciting. You know,
here at the draft festivities for the Utah Mammoth, just across the street from Delta Center. And, we're just about 25 minutes away from getting this thing going and probably 35, 40 away from seeing what Utah is going to do with that 4th overall pick.
Yeah, just set the scene for us real quick. What are your thoughts as they go into this? I know the draft board's all over the place. Nobody knows who's going to be taken after 1 and 2.
Well, yeah, I think, if Utah does stay where they're at, I think names to keep an eye on are definitely Porter Martone or Caleb Desnoyers, 2 very talented forwards with good size, and I think that they would be a good fit if Utah does stay put. But I also, don't be surprised if Utah is moving. Don't be surprised if that means up or down. There's definitely some reports starting to surface here that Utah's a team to keep an eye on in terms of whether or not that 4th pick might be staying or going.
What would be that swing for the fences? Would it be to trade that pick away, or is that number 4 spot just too valuable?
Swinging for the fences would definitely include moving up and potentially moving up to 2 or 3. There's definitely, I think 1 and 2 are potential generational talents, and then when you get to 3 through 7, those are very good players. And so are you comfortable with just staying at 4 and getting a very good player, or do you think that you can pull something off and jump up a few spots to get potential generational talent in a guy like Schaefer or Misa?
Looking at what the league's doing, like you got the Islanders that are doing some things. How crazy do you think things could get tonight? What are the possibilities of multiple trades or transactions with a lot of the stuff that you're hearing?
Well, according to Elliot Friedman, the craziness has only just begun. There's already been a few trades here and there. There's been some extensions. Sam Bennett actually just moments ago signed an extension with the Florida Panthers, which is not shocking. So, he's going to stay in Florida for a long time, which I'm sure disappoints a lot of teams that were hoping to get a crack at him in free agency. But no, I think this is a draft where, I think there's a lot of teams in a position to play, whether that means trying to move up, trying to move down, or trying to, consolidate assets and move into a much higher draft pick or move out of a draft pick to see if they can get some win-now players. I think we're going to see a lot of movement here tonight.
As you watch some of these, the available players that are out there, what's the premium in an NHL draft like this for guys? Is it when you look at the talent level of these guys, because there's not a generational name like a Macklin Celebrini or a Connor Bedard like we've seen in other years past? What is the possibility that you get a steal of a guy in that front end, and how long until these prospects really come into a program do you actually see them start to make an impact of a team like this? Some of these names that you see, like when we had T. Jaginla that we saw drafted early for this team last year, they moved up to get him. When you see that and you wait and you kind of have to have those prospects get better, how long until you hear the names tonight that are in this draft start to hit the ice for NHL teams across the league?
Yeah, I think guys like Schaefer and Misa are players that they could play right away, depending on where they land. If those guys do in fact go number 1 and number 2, regardless of the team that's picking them, I think those are guys that are going to play right away, or maybe at most are a year out from making their NHL debuts. But then you get into pick 3 through 7, 3 through 10. Those are probably guys that are 2 or 3 years away. It just depends on how quickly do they acclimate to the NHL? How quickly do they transform their bodies and get stronger and get bigger to a way that they can handle, not only the speed of the game, but as well the physicality of the game. That's generally the biggest thing, because these guys are 17, 18 years old. They're 170 pounds soaking wet. That's not a body that's ready to go and battle in the trenches, with guys like Sam Bennett or the Tkachuk brothers. So, if you're selecting at 1 or 2 in this draft, I think you're getting a guy that's probably ready to go. But if you're beyond that, it's probably 2 or 3 seasons.
Everyone says best player available. I believe that they're going to look for the best player available, but Utah also has positions of need. What are those needs based, and not just for the Utah Mammoth, but in their organization?
Utah needs a true second line center. As good as Barrett Hayton was this last year, he's just not quite the level of a centerman that you want on your second line. I believe he would flourish more as a third line center, and that the team itself would be much better off if they had Barrett Hayton on the third line. And then if you can find more of a true 2C, that's just enhancing your offensive abilities. That's creating a lot more depth. And a lot of it is, they just need some more size. Even after the Peterka trade, if you look at Utah's top two lines, they're not that big. It's Clayton Keller, it's Logan Cooley, it's Dylan Gunther, Nick Schmaltz, Barrett Hayton, and then whoever, and then Peterka, of course. Most of those guys are all under 6 feet tall. And so you need a 2C and you need some size. And there's a lot of centers in this draft, and there's a lot of size in this draft.
All right. Cole Bagley, he's our Utah Mammoth insider for KSLSports.com. He's covering the draft. Of course, anything that is movement for this team across the draft all evening long, hit up Cole on X and follow his stories as well. He's going to have all the best insight. We appreciate it, Cole. Have fun with the draft, and we'll dip in, of course, as things start to develop.
Thanks, guys.
There you go. Cole Bagley, everybody. All right, let's take a break.
Good scene setter.
We'll come back. It's exciting, man. We had Mike Folt on earlier going, "Hey, here come the brass! Everybody walking around in their matching suits." Ryan Smith's not wearing a suit though, right?
No chance.
Absolutely not. I can't have him start wearing
maybe
suits
a
now.
blazer, but probably not.
I can't have him start wearing suits now. Come on, we gotta have the owner of the Mammoth repping like he always does.
Hoodie and a hat.
Come on. We'll take a break here. We'll come back. We'll dip in with Cole, of course, as the night goes on here as well. More to go around the corner. We've got with us the host of the Utah Puck Report, Jay Stevens, and Trevor Lewis of the Los Angeles Kings. Stay right here with us. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The main trouble spot still looks to be southbound I-15 in Murray, starting at 45th South as you make your way down towards Utah County. Delays still linger. Also seeing very slow speeds in Davis County on I-15 northbound, starting in Layton and continuing as you make your way up to Ogden. For system install to fast fixes to deliver award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services, call Whipple Service Champions today for the win. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Nepoulos here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
What the Jazz didn't do last night is they did not reach on Ace Bailey by any means. The guys drafted right behind him, Trey Johnson, Jeremiah Fears, Yegor Dehaman, they probably don't have as much just natural skill as he has. Plus, he's got this physical body. Like, the Jazz didn't just draft a physical freak with no basketball skills. They got a good combination of skills and measurables.
They don't have to sell anything with Ace. When they drafted Trey Burke, they really had to sell it that he's a winner.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't really good at anything.
Right.
Dante Exum, you had to sell that he's going to learn to shoot. There's really nothing that you have to, sell it with this dude. The ceiling is there. He's super skilled. He's huge.
No, this isn't the Jazz trying to be smarter than anybody in the room. In fact, I think they're just not overthinking it. It's a huge player with a ton of skill. Great. That's the sell. That's what you're excited about.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This 4th of July, make your barbecue the star. Kenny J's Barbecue has pre-smoked half-pound Utah-raised prime brisket burgers. Just finish the cook at home. Pre-order by July 3rd, pick up on the 4th. Call or text now to reserve yours. 801-230-5396. From the first bite to the last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at kennyjsbarbecue.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where smoke meets flavor.
Register for Jazz Youth Camps and Clinics. Brought to you by PB Fit. Whether you're a beginner interested in learning basketball basics or an advanced player wanting to hone your skills and techniques, there's a camp for you. Let's go! All kids ages 4 to 17 are welcome. You'll get the chance to learn directly from Utah Jazz Camps and Clinics coaches and Jazz personalities at select camps at various locations throughout Utah, even the Jazz practice facility. If you love the Jazz and the game of basketball, this is an opportunity you can't miss out on. Register for your spot now at jazzyouth.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home. It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites. The raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
So it says here you released from the factory with your top down.
That's right.
You want to speak to that?
Well, I'm a Jeep. I'm a Wrangler. You can't tie me down. Am I a little on the spicy side? Sure. Are kids gonna stare at the school pickup? Absolutely. But I helped build this country, doggone it. You ever hear of World War II?
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork during the Employee Pricing Plus sales event, now through June 30th. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Every day, your local Salvation Army is there doing the most good, fighting hunger, homelessness, and hardship. Join us. Donate today at 160years.org and learn more about the Salvation Army's remarkable journey.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on The Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. Happy Friday to you. Thanks for being with us here on the program. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Awesome day for us right here in the great state of Utah. The Mammoth, of course, on the board at number 4. Are they going to keep that pick? We don't know. What we know is that a lot of young men's lives are going to get changed over the next few hours. That's a really fun prospect. I love the idea of just all the work finally culminating in a pick into the NHL and to a team, and finding yourself into a franchise that likes you, that loves you. And one of those people who went through that same process, of course, is Los Angeles Kings' Trevor Lewis, formerly of Utah. But, of course, during the offseason, Trevor lives in Utah as well. Trevor, thanks for being with us on the program.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
Well, at this point, JJ and I were both just talking about how crazy it is because we both worked in this building for about 20 years, which has been about the length of your NHL career. Imagine being where you are now to where you were as a kid who was trying to find his way into the NHL. What was that draft day process like for you as you waited for your name to be called on draft night?
Yeah, it was actually pretty nerve-wracking. You know, you kind of don't really know what's going to happen, and you see other guys slide a little bit, and you know, you just don't want to be the guy that goes to the draft and, you know, doesn't get taken till later in the 5th or 6th round or something. But you know, it's a long day. It's a fun process, but it can be a long day, and you kind of have everything going through your mind until your name finally gets called, and then it's everything that you've ever dreamed of since you were a kid playing knee hockey or roller hockey or whatever, and acting like you're in the NHL. So it's a pretty long process. It's a pretty emotional process, but once your name finally gets called, it's a dream come true.
I can't believe it's been 19 years since you were drafted. Working in TV, I ran the video of you walking up and getting the jersey and shaking the commissioner's hand and everything like that, and it was an amazing moment. And been around when you brought the cup back to Utah twice, and here you are now. It's just crazy how everything comes full circle, but now we have the NHL in Utah. How cool has it been for you to see the league land here in your hometown?
It's been awesome. I mean, I didn't think certainly that I'd have a chance to play it in Utah, an NHL game, and certainly not while I was still playing. So it's been amazing. I think just I wasn't here during the season, but just to hear from family and everyone and see how much support they got, and it's pretty special. And then to actually be able to come back and play was and have so many family and friends at the game was pretty cool.
We always in the last few years, we're always like, okay, you got the Kings coming into town for the preseason game. That was as good as it got for us. We never imagined that it would be that it would turn into a franchise here in town. But we were talking about this too, USA Hockey, and just kind of where the hockey stands in the States right now. We were talking about how all the expansion franchises and all the cities that are out there, not one Canadian city is mentioned in the expansion process. All the cities that are vying for a team are all American teams. In places like New Orleans and Austin and Houston, places that
they're all in the South.
Yeah, you go, there's no way. But now with Florida champions like every other year now, it seems pretty wild. What's the state of hockey now in the U.S. compared to what it was when you were coming up as a junior?
Oh, it's crazy. I mean, you see World Championships here, the U.S. wins gold, and it's just it's amazing how much it's grown. And funny story is I took my son's learn to play hockey here, and I took him to Murray Ice Rink the other day, and I couldn't imagine all the kids out there and how many kids, and then it's amazing what an NHL team does to a city and how much hockey it brings. It was really amazing to see how many kids were out there and how many kids wanted to learn, and I think that's just a credit to Ryan Smith bringing a team here and doing everything he can to help out the community.
You were the 17th overall pick in the 2006 draft, and you have a lot of young kids now in the draft tonight that are hoping to get picked early. But you looking back on it, could you have been put in a better situation? How important was it for you to go to the right organization instead of, being the number one overall pick or being a top 5 pick or anything like that?
Yeah, it was amazing for me. I mean, the Kings organization has been so good to me, and I think just being picked there, I wasn't ready for to step into the NHL right away. I needed a few years, and the organization and the development they have there was huge for me. And if I would have went somewhere else that didn't have that, I don't know if I would have had the career I've had. And I can't thank the Kings organization enough for believing in me and giving me that much support. So it's been an amazing ride.
You talked about your kids coming up in the game and trying to learn it and figure it out. And are there going to be other Lewises whose names are going to be called one day in the NHL draft?
We're gonna try. I don't know. We're just getting into it. So, but it's been fun just to see him want to go out there and and learn and skate. And he's been skating for a little while, but he just started to do it with a stick and puck. And it just brings back so many memories of going to the rink with my dad and doing the same thing. So we'll see what happens, but hopefully there'll be another Lewis in the NHL.
We'd love to see it, Trevor. Hey, I just want to ask you, I know I've kind of asked you before, but in that preseason game this year against Utah, you got to take the overtime penalty shot that how they finished the overtime, and you got booed. Did that?
Yeah, I think it was it a Lou or a Boo?
It probably was a Lou.
It had to be a Lou. There's
Yeah.
no way we're going to boo you here.
You know what?
That's right. Let's go with that.
Don't put it past Utah fans, though. I mean, come on.
I wasn't quite sure either, but my dad was trying to tell me it was Lou, so I don't know.
Anything to keep the love alive. No. They love you. They love you here.
Well, were you kind of surprised by that, though? Like, I was surprised. And I was with your dad when it was happening, so I thought it was pretty entertaining to see it happen. And you knew it was in jest, right?
Yeah. No, it was awesome. I mean, just how loud the building was, even in preseason, how excited they were was. I still get chills, thinking about it. So it's just special to see how excited everyone was, and then obviously the year they had and the support they got was awesome to see.
Trevor Lewis, always love having you on the program. Always love being able to chat hockey with you, especially on a draft day as we get going here. But we appreciate all the insights here from you, and we'll let you get back to it. Our understanding is you're on 100% parenting duty right now. You're doing the.
I'm solo dad to 3 right now, so it's a bit of chaos.
Dude, you're in the trenches, man.
Yeah, hey,
we're surviving here.
This whole room can understand that. All right, this is we've been there, man, but we love it. We appreciate you taking some time, and we'll chat with you again.
All right, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Love you, Louie. Thanks, buddy.
Trevor Lewis.
Mr. Hockey in Utah.
You know what's crazy is like, you think about the path that he had to take was, he's got hockey in the blood, obviously, 2 Canadian parents, and then they're like, hey, we're going to figure this thing out. We're going to get right, and we're going to get you playing, man, and let's get it going. And he goes and he plays, and the opportunities here just weren't enough. And I don't think you'll be able to say that ever again. For the way that things are going right now,
I hope players don't have to leave the state to develop and get great.
Had to go to Colorado to develop the rest of the way. At 14 years old. After 1 year at Brighton, and then they go, look, the opportunities are better there. And I just think that there's no such thing now going forward.
Yep.
You're going to have the opportunities now, and I think you're going to start to see in the next 15 years guys built out where they were at. By the way, host of Utah Puck Report, Jay Stevens, is going to join us the rest of the way here out as well. Happy draft day to you. It's a Friday. We've got tons to get to as well. Stay here. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
SLC Fat Loss and SLCFatLoss.com. You've got to figure out a way to be able to not just have the success on dropping weight, but keeping it off. And the best way to do it is to partner with somebody like SLC Fat Loss, who focuses on making sure that you drop the weight quickly, but that you're also taken care of when it comes to keeping the weight off. You have so many programs that say, hey, yeah, you tell people how much weight you lost, and then we move right on to, I don't want to talk about what happened afterward. Nobody wants to. But the reality is that JJ, you and I have had this success in the program, and I dropped 65 pounds when we started it, and I've kept it off of the past year, and it's just been awesome.
What is the point of doing a weight loss program if you're not going to keep the weight off? That's the main focus of Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Sure, they're going to help you lose a lot of weight fast. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days during the reduction phase, but then after that, they're going to help you lose that weight. And I've been able to keep that weight off for a year now, and I wasn't able to do that with some other fad diets and other things that I tried to do to lose weight, right? So this is a program that works. If you've got weight loss goals, you want to lose weight, you want to lose it fast, but you want to lose it for good, this is the program for you. Go to their website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Go check out, learn all the questions you have, learn answers to those questions, and you can even talk to them on the phone and get all those questions answered. And if you want to do the program, tell them JJ and Alex sent you. You'll get $200 off. Go to the website right now, slcfatloss.com.
You've built the dream, the home, the lifestyle, the legacy. Now it's time your windows and doors reflect that same $1 million standard. Whether you're designing a stunning custom home or upgrading the one you've loved for years, Peach Doors and Windows is here to bring that vision to life with precision, style, and craftsmanship.
The Peach specialty? High-end custom windows and doors that don't just fit your space, they elevate it. From sleek modern lines to timeless elegant finishes, they offer the kinds of craftsmanship that truly complements $1 million space. And And with Peach, the process is easy. No pressure, no gimmicks, just knowledgeable experts helping you find solutions to turn your someday project into right now.
Visit their spacious showroom, get inspired, and create something beautiful together. Peach Doors and Windows for the $1 million home you live in and the $1 million feeling you deserve. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or call 801-566-1255 today.
That's Peach Windows and Doors. Give them a call, 801-566-1255.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandswimspasale.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The Garden Restaurant is reimagined space with exceptional taste. Opening June 30th in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu, dine in, grab and go, patio seating, or online ordering. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant, next to Temple Square.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Utah Mammoth push to the playoffs begins tonight. You're locked on the Utah Mammoth NHL Draft Night Roundtable Show on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on in. It's officially our NHL Draft Roundtable special right here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. We're going to be carrying you up all the way through 7 o'clock, and we're going to keep going. As long as this Utah Mammoth team is looking to make some moves. Last year at this time, there was some movement. This team obviously made a couple of waves, and they made some moves around to make sure they got TJ Ginla. What does the 2025 draft hold for this team who has so much more on the table when it comes to what their goals are going to be featuring for that 2025-2026 season? The Mammoth are poised to be that team not just on the cusp of the playoffs. They're hoping to make that push. And what does that turn into? The possibility of a championship window that could open up over the next few seasons. That's at least what they're hoping. That's what you plan for. And the top brass for this Utah Mammoth team are, of course, heavily steeped in all of the draft coverage. and what they're going to be able to do to make sure that they get you a team here on the ice across the street at Delta Center that is going to be not just competitive, not just a fun team to watch, but also one that's going to be in those Stanley Cup playoffs. It's a playoffs or bust kind of a feel for this team now. It's been the developmental side of things, but now it's the reality of how far have those developments brought you as a team. JJ, we've talked about this a lot. We've talked so much about how this team has tried to do so much in the off seasons, in the drafts, in their trades. You saw, of course, this week to be able to pull off the trade that they did to fleece this Buffalo Sabres team. I mean, come on.
Oh my.
That's the way it felt.
Was their GM drunk?
Listen,
serious.
When the trade kept coming down, when all the rumors were happening, it was like, yeah, but there's still something. There's a contingency still in here.
It was like, they want the number 4 overall pick.
What that was maybe some other draft picks, maybe some other thing, and it was almost like you already got from the team. I don't know what the negotiations looked like. But I think that to be able to pull off the trade that they did, it's not fun to send off Josh Doan. It's not fun to be able to send off Michael Kesselring. Those are guys that people here in the state of Utah really started to like. But
sure.
This is the nature of it. But they've added another really, really young prospect. And obviously, when you've got a guy who's already scoring almost 60 points a season, that fits right along with what you've already got. You needed that top 6 to be able to put on the ice, and, man, it's a young group. And I just think that the opportunity this team has tonight, they're sitting in a really, really good spot, the proverbial hockey catbird seat to make those picks. Joining us tonight, Kevin McCloskey. He is the GM of the Utah Outliers. He's also a former NHL draft pick himself. He's also a guy who knows a few things about hockey. He brought his signature folder that he brings, and he's going to have a lot. First of all, Kevin, thanks for joining us for year 2 of the NHL draft. We did this for 7 hours last year. Let's pray to the hockey gods we don't have to do it for another 7 this year.
Well, at least it's air conditioned today.
Yay!
Last year we were outside. It was about 119 degrees.
It
was crispy.
And and here we are for round 2.
Not hockey weather last year for the draft for us.
Jay Stevens, Utah Puck Report, also joining us here in the studio as well. Jay, thanks for being with us, man. It's a good day to follow the Mammoth.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here. Last year I was with you guys, but from Vegas doing the draft. That was a lot of fun.
Hey, look,
kind of wish it was there every year. To be quite honest with you.
I think they had a thing. I thought that was like the best possible solution.
Yeah. So this year, LA, right? Isn't that what we're?
Yes, LA, and it's like they only brought the top 60 players. They didn't want scouts. They didn't want.
Yeah.
I vote for the Sphere every year.
Agree. The Sphere it's because of the vibe that was there. It's because of the energy that was around it. And, obviously year 1. And I think, wasn't it, did Ryan Smith get booed when they walked up there for the first time, too?
Yeah.
It was something weird like
and
that.
He's like, what are you booing me for? I haven't done anything yet.
Hey.
He's just wearing his Gary Bettman Halloween mask.
That's probably what it was. That's where the booze will come out, is when you start shaking hands and hugging the commissioner. But you guys, right off the bat, this is a team that this Utah team, of course, has a lot going on for it. And youth is the name of the game for these guys. And speaking of youth, you help develop a lot of young players, Kevin. And when you watch teams put guys out on the ice, it's a gamble, but you try to make it the least amount of a gamble as possible. You want to get these guys developed as much as possible, and that's what this team is doing, and they're getting a lot of young scorers on the ice for them.
It is so hard for Bill Armstrong and any NHL general manager, scouting staffs to project an 18-year-old young man where he's going to be at 25, 23. It's just darn near impossible. You have kids that develop early, they grow early, but do they really continue? And listen, it all evens out in the end, and some are better than others, but it's a hard thing to do to predict 18-year-olds.
It really is, yeah.
I was looking at the JJ Peterka news this week, and we were over the moon about it because the consensus was that hey, they got a great deal out of this thing, and you never love to give up big names, yet at the same time, you're getting a bigger name back, and you're getting a guy who's got a lot of upside. Jay, when you saw this, I heard you talking a little bit about how you may have thought like that the Mammoth may have gotten not as much for their buck as they thought, but I think overall, have you changed your mind over the past couple of days about JJ Peterka and maybe how this trade went down?
Yeah, 100%. And it wasn't that I was saying. I just thought it was a steep price to pay because we don't know the full potential of Josh Doan yet. With Kesselring, we've seen what he can do and we know what he can do. I think Josh Doan has a big upside. I know Peterka does, and he's only 23.
They're the same age.
So, they're 2 weeks apart in age, yeah.
And that's what's amazing to me is that to bring him in. So when you trade a 23-year-old for a 23-year-old and then throw in Kesselring, basically, and I thought when they were talking about the contingency, I'm like, are they looking at somebody on our roster that has a no trade? So then I started getting a little bit nervous looking to see who we had that had a no trade. But no, when it all washed out, and you see Peterka and what he can do, and imagine him. I don't know if you've looked at the highlights of him, but on the right side and Gunther on the left side, and Keller setting those two up on a power play unit, that finally gives us that scoring touch that we missed last year, because our power play was so predictable. So I was on board. I think maybe the fandom got me a little bit because I was at the locker room every day. I really like Josh Doan.
You knew those guys, yeah.
Yeah, he is as quality person, and Kesselring as well, as you can get. And I think that kind of culture sometimes goes further than talent. When you can get that winning culture in a locker room like that, and Kevin, you can attest to this more than anybody.
So important.
It beats talent. If you have guys that love to work and love each other and go out there and battle all the time, you have what you need to go far in the playoffs, and it's that I'll die beside you mentality that is hard to get. And those guys had it, but I haven't met Peterka yet, but I'm excited about him.
I think the Peterka trade for me was a signal that Bill Armstrong is ready to be aggressive this offseason. They mean business. Like last year, they had TJ Gillen. They took him in the draft. They added, obviously we know how big of an impact that they made with the trade market last year and completely reformed the back line and gave themselves a star in Sergachev that they desperately needed. Now they're going all in, that we're going to make the playoffs next year. We're going to be a factor in this league. That's at least the sign that I got from that move. And what we're about to see tonight is the next step in that.
Part of that trade, and it didn't make the footnotes, I think happened several weeks ago when Bill Armstrong and the Mammoth signed Bott and Simashev.
Yes.
6'5", he's 20. He's already played 145 or 50 games in the KHL, which is every bit as good as the American League. That kid appears to be NHL ready. He steps in as a number 6 right away, so they don't miss Kesselring at all.
Right.
Oh, here we go. Okay. And so I think that signing several weeks ago had a lot to do with making that deal and the availability to move Kesselring.
We saw that. Obviously, the defense side of things for this Mammoth club got to be crowded, right? But it's a good thing to have because you've got massive guys who are coming in. Both Simachev and Boot are big bodies that are going to come in and they're hoping can make an impact very, very quickly. But that you're exactly right, Kevin. I think that part of it is that when you have those things start to come down and they start to signal like, hey, these are going to be these are our D-men. These are the guys that we want to build a future around from the defensive side of things. Then maybe other defensive guys become a little bit more expendable. But more importantly, you're adding to the scoring that this team, that everybody looked at and said, hey, yeah, you've got some great hot shots that are young that are going to be really, really good on this team. You might need to add something else. And I think what doesn't help as we go to the first pick of the NHL draft right now, let's go right to the podium in Los Angeles. Let's take a listen.
With the first overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the New York Islanders are proud to select from the Erie Otters, Matthew Schaefer.
Most great hockey players come from great... All right, Schaefer, not a surprise to go first. He was the odds-on favorite. Speaking of Erie Otters, Connor McDavid, also part of that lineage of Erie Otters, of that same group. I love all the junior teams and their names and nicknames and stuff. I was thinking about too because it's at some point Trevor Lewis, who was on here with us, was a Des Moines Buccaneer, and I thought no weirder place to have Pirates than in Des Moines, Iowa.
How do I get one of those hats?
Oh, they're there, they're out there, and that's going to be my next move. No, but this wasn't the super talent that we've seen the last couple of years, like in a Connor Bedard and a Macklin Celebrini. But this is a guy that everybody looks at and says, no, if he goes to the right team, he could be playing immediately. Does he play pretty quickly for this Islander team that picked first?
Well, they just traded Noah Dobson a couple hours ago to Montreal, so I think that was a clear indication that he's going to be there next year. And he didn't play past the World Juniors. He got hurt in the World Juniors and missed the rest of the year. So I think he played like 20 games this year.
Crazy.
So that hurts him in his development. That kid can freaking skate. He can flat out fly. He's a big, strong body, left shot D, and he can skate. So be interesting to see if he sticks. It's tough as an 18-year-old in this league.
So when you're 18 and they put you on the ice in year one and you're 18 turning 19, what are the biggest things that are the toughest thing to develop on an NHL sheet of ice?
Strength. Just you're playing against men. They can knock you. They can whack you with a backhand, and you go flying into the boards. It's strength.
And speed of skating, I would assume, is also part of that. Like people are at a different level. Skaters don't miss in this league.
And you're playing against the best of the best of the best, and they've got experience and they've got more patience than you're used to. So you think, it's going to be super fast, but then these guys pull patient moves that you don't see in juniors, and then you're playing. You're 18 and you're dominating at juniors, and then the next year you're in the NHL and you're 30 pounds lighter than everybody else, and it's
getting whacked.
It's a whole
Look
new
at
world.
Bernard. He had a rough go this first year.
And
this kid's bigger though.
The more they talk about you before you get drafted, the more the guys want to welcome you to the NHL.
Well, and we were talking about how these initial contracts that they get as rookies. This is not NBA or NFL money. This is a max $950,000 salary. And then some bonuses that come with that as well. And so these guys are coming in, and all these teams are rolling the dice. Even on a pick in a draft like this, you're rolling the dice on a guy like him because you don't know what Schaefer's going to look like in 5 years. I don't know when the peak is. What's like a peak age for what you see in the league this year? Is it 22? Is it 24? What's like when GMs look and go, that's when you should be, if you come into the league and you start playing when you're 19 or 20, what's the peak? Is that what it is?
27 is what most GMs look at. I know that's what Bill Armstrong looks at. Kevin,
he could be 8 years in the league by then.
Yeah.
If you started 18, this kid will be 26. It'll be his 8th year in the league.
Yeah, look at Keller. I mean,
that's kind of where he's at. That's what I was going to ask. Is that's his age group, and are we seeing kind of where he's at? And obviously, a 90-point year for him in the development that he's had. This team obviously looks at him. He's got the C on the sweater. There's a reason for that.
I was sitting at the Air Force Academy last weekend with a guy named Doug Schmale, same birth year as me, 19.
I forgot that we talk about everything in birth years with Kevin
in
McCloskey,
1957, played about
Every
1,100
coach,
games in the NHL, and we talked about when do they peak? When do they start to decline?
Yeah.
He felt in his career he started to decline at 29, and he played 16 years.
Has that changed in the 2025, 2026
yes,
NHL?
Travel, air travel, food, training, but still, it's tough to be 35, 36 to keep up with the speed against the McDavids of the world in their peak, as Jay said.
As we're looking at it,
this
JJ,
is cool.
you've got
I'm watching the draft right now, and Schaefer just went up. They have the way the draft's set up is the teams remotely, and so they're up on the screen, and the front office is talking to Schaefer right now, and he's just bawling. He's just in tears.
That kid's been through a lot of challenges lately. 3 deaths in his family.
Oh, you got to be kidding.
His mom died of cancer, and then his billet mom died of cancer right after. I saw
his billet mom died first. His mom died 2 months later, and he went back like a month later, and the owner of the Erie Otters died.
Oh, my goodness.
So that kid, he said all along, Jay, and I know you've been reading a lot up on the Schaefer kid here, but he said he knows his mom's with him, and it's going to be a really emotional deal when they call his name.
It sure was. I mean, he's balling. It's pretty cool to see it. You realize just how important this is. Moving forward now, the Sharks are on the clock, and now we begin a run of possibly 6 straight centers. Kevin, why is the center position so valued at the top of the draft?
Well, it's the middle of the ice, right?
Yeah.
I think if you're big on the back end, I like 6'5", that they're going to move into the lineup, and you're big down the middle, look at Barkov. Barkov blocks shots. He's 6'2", 6'3". He's a big man. Big down the middle and big on the back end, and obviously big goalies is a big deal, Jay.
Yeah. If you're not a 6'5" goaltender, they're not even looking at you anymore.
Are you kidding?
Even
Really?
Even if you're phenomenal 5'11" goal. Like the Avalanche have a kid in their system that was here, Trent Miner, phenomenal goaltender.
Undersized.
Yeah, he's undersized. That's what everybody says about him.
Dustin Wolf, though, Calgary.
Again,
I was going to say the Calgary kid's a little bit shorter, right?
Another undersized goalie, but one of the best goalies in the league and one of the best athletes in the league.
Yeah.
His skating ability is unbelievable.
Anaheim's got a goalie in Dossel.
Oh, yeah.
That kid can play, and he's 6 feet.
Speaking of goalies, I know that the Mammoth, one of the big question marks is who's that backup goalie going to be for this team next year. You have to wonder about what the situation is with Connor Ingram, but also the team has to look toward either the road runners, obviously, or where they have to start looking around. What does that look like in terms of development? Do they draft, and how high do people draft goaltenders who are really, really good goaltenders?
Goaltenders don't typically go very high in the draft. Marc-Andre Fleury, was an exception. Goalies take a little longer to develop. It's such a mental game as well. It takes longer for them to mature, and you see goalies. You'll see second round, but you'll see fourth round goalies. And the craziest statistic about goaltenders is how many of them get drafted that actually play for the team that drafted them. It's like below 50%.
Small.
Way below 50%. It's around 35%. So you draft a kid, you bring him in, you let him play in your minors, you let him finish his junior career, and then you trade him for somebody else before you really get a look at him in your system.
Look at the trade they got Seth Jones for. They gave up who's their backup this year? They sent first round pick, been in the system for 4 or 5 years.
Knight.
Spencer Knight.
Yeah.
Off to Chicago.
What's his birth year, Kevin?
He's a 99, a 98.
Spencer Knight is a 98.
I always love it. Now, we haven't talked about how, the lottery itself ended up breaking so well for this Mammoth club because you have and for the Islanders, frankly, in that part too. You have the Islanders picking first, and they shouldn't have been there. They're the Mavericks version of the NHL.
And imagine if they can trade up and get Hagens here in a minute,
right? And then here's the thing too,
which is what they're trying to do.
You've got San Jose and Chicago, who have been your number one picks the last 2 seasons. San Jose last year, Chicago the year before that, and then Utah picks fourth. In terms of value, what did they win on that lottery night in terms of value, being in the fourth pick? Because even if people say, well, it's not the heavy draft that we've seen in years past, regardless, the fourth pick is very, very valuable, and they ping pong ball their way right into it, and that's a massive bit of value for Bill Armstrong to be able to for him to be able to get. I know we're a couple of moments away from the San Jose Sharks to get their pick, but what does that value at 4 look like for this Utah Mammoth club?
The 39th pick in this draft is going to be in the Hall of Fame. They just don't know where these kids are going to project. That's my point.
Right.
A little sarcasm. You just don't know how it works,
Yeah.
So I think it's valuable, more than 14 by a country mile, but you just don't know with these kids. It's so hard.
I think anytime you're drafting top 5, you're expecting that kid to really compete to make the roster that year. And when you're drafting past that, you're expecting that kid to go back to juniors and then play in the A. Like you know that he's going to be part of your team, just like what they did with Trevor. Like he was just talking about on the show a second ago, is they drafted him and then he was with the Buccaneers, but then they sent him to the Owen Sound, if you want to, the Owen Sound Attack, if you want to get another cool hat. And
I'm taking a list right now.
It's a small rink.
Yeah. So anyway,
there.
that's the difference. Is you expect a top 5 pick to really potentially make your roster this year, especially if you bring in a big body like we're hoping the Mammoth do.
You're looking for this San Jose Sharks team, who are next up on the board, and their pick is in. They're going to be walking to the podium. Boy, these nervous 18-year-olds. It's just so hard to watch.
I think we already know who this is going to be.
And I think that for the most part, Misa's like is the odds-on favorite right there. What's interesting is that all the experts at 3 and 4, they have Denoyer, and then Frondell. I think those are the 2 names that you're wondering who's going to be there for this Utah club. But
Kevin and I were just arguing about this.
I love Frondell. I saw him play 6 weeks ago in Dallas at the U18 Worlds. And that kid's a player. He plays in all. He's a 200-foot player. He's strong. He's big. He hits. He finishes checks. I'm hoping he falls to 4, and then we'll see if Bill agrees with me.
My Everett Silvertips out of the WHL. They've got a guy in there, and his last name is Bear. I think that might be a good fit somewhere. Now he's a little further down the draft order, but
sounds like a football player.
I know. Listen,
hey, get him in the second round.
Any Bear ties we have, we'll always kind of go to those. So you've got San Jose at 2, you've got Chicago at 3, and then Utah waiting for that first pick of the first round for them, which is going to be pick number 4. What do they do with it? Everybody talks about how many trades happen on draft day itself. I never know what it's going to be. There's a lot of smoke that GMs throw out there, and a lot of rumors.
Lying season, right?
It's always more rumors than it is actual like pulling off of what we see. They do this in all the drafts. The NFL guys do it. The NHL guys do it. The NBA guys do it.
I thought I've had a pretty good read on most NHL drafts. I'm not really surprised. Bill Armstrong surprises me every time he does anything, and it's always for the better. Like he just seems to be a master of finding stuff. I'm still interested to see how Iginla pans out, but it's hard to say anything negative about what he does.
We're going to go to the podium right now. The San Jose Sharks have their second pick in the NHL draft as they walk up in Los Angeles. Let's take a listen.
It's time for the second pick in the NHL entry draft. Making the selection for the San Jose Sharks is someone born and raised in San Jose. She's a WWE superstar and 2-time WWE SmackDown champion. I give you Bayley.
Hello, Los Angeles hockey fans. It is a huge honor to be here tonight and a huge honor to represent my San Jose Sharks. Hey, you better watch them boos, all right? So without further ado, with the second overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the San Jose Sharks are proud to select from the Saginaw Spirit, Michael Misa.
No shock there. Misa going second. It starts to get interesting after this second pick. Another centerman, but like we said, guys who can make it happen on both sides of the ice. Obviously, when you look at guys, every person you've talked about so far, Kevin, has been that's a big human, and that's a big body.
That does not look like an 18-year-old.
These guys are born
mature.
now. We talked about what it takes now. These guys get in there and they are big bodies and they do a lot. 6'1", 182. He's going to be a player, but he's also one of these guys that they say could actually probably come in and maybe make an impact pretty quickly for this Sharks team.
I think he plays right away. And one of my favorite things, and there's a couple other people we'll talk about, when a scouting report says imposes his will, that's the guy you want. And there's 3 guys that go top, and Misa's obviously one of them. He imposes his will on the other team. He makes them do what he wants them to do, and he just bullies everybody out of his way. So phenomenal player, and we have a few of those left.
Handful of them. We're going to take a quick break. Speaking of breaks, as we're going to see Chicago on the clock here, and then Utah with the pick right after Chicago. So anticipating in the next 20 minutes, you're going to get that either a first pick in the draft for the Mammoth or some movement that makes it to where another team is there. And then I always love the prospect of some trades right before this thing. Let's get it going. We'll take that break here. We'll come back. Our NHL Roundtable. This hour brought to you by the good folks at Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth. That's TrajanWealth.com for all your trusted local needs in retirement. We'll take that break. More to go right here. Our NHL Roundtable continues on 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
An Australian hiker travels to the American West to walk a wilderness trail.
Wasn't afraid to be out on his own.
But Eric Robinson vanished in the high Uinta Mountains.
I remember thinking, Eric, what were you thinking, mate?
I'm Dave Cawley. Join me on my podcast, Uinta Triangle, where I travel the world to answer the question, what happened to Eric Robinson? Follow Uinta Triangle. That's UINTA Triangle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Are you ready for the ultimate baseball experience? Introducing the Cage Baseball, Utah's first high-tech entertainment-based batting cage. Just the fun parts of baseball. Whether you're a rookie or all-star baseball player, everyone can experience the thrill of hitting a home run. Swing away with friends, families, coworkers, maybe even a date night. The Cage Baseball, just off Redwood Road around the corner from the Maverick Center. Use code THEZONE for 10% off your 1-hour session. Step up to the plate at the Cage Baseball.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of $1 going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months OAC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
This 4th of July, make your barbecue the star. Kenny J's Barbecue has pre-smoked half-pound Utah-raised prime brisket burgers. Just finish the cook at home. Pre-order by July 3rd, pick up on the 4th. Call or text now to reserve yours. 801-230-5396. From the first bite to the last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where smoke meets flavor.
With complete coverage of the NHL and the Utah Mammoth, this is your NHL Draft Night Roundtable Show on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. It is our draft coverage for the NHL this evening. Our roundtable continues. Alex Curie here, Jeremiah Jensen, of course, to my right, as usual. We've got with us in studio Kevin McCloskey. He's the GM of the Utah Outliers. He knows all that there is to know about how to get good in the NHL in 2025. You gotta
start young.
You gotta drive the big bodies. You gotta be 18 years old and be a big body. You just can't be pushed around by these big guys. And then, of course, Utah Puck Report host Jay Stevens joining us in studio. You had a conversation with Trevor Lewis right before we did. It's been impressive. I mean, speaking of guys who are, he's 38.
Yeah.
He's I don't know what is left in the tank in terms of what teams want. I think he signed another 1-year deal with the Kings last season, and right. I don't know if he's in that same spot this year if they were going to want to sign him again. But that's a guy who's had an 18, 19-year career, and we're talking about how hard it is to have a long career. But that's what all these franchises are hoping, is that these guys will work out to be 20-year deals for them. If not for them, that maybe that they could get to that spot at 25, 26 years old and really start producing. But that's what they're betting on right now on a draft night like this.
I'll tell you, one of the good things about Trevor is how amazing his parents were and how amazing his dad was. And it's the same. I was around Zach Parise when he got drafted as well, and both of their parents said the same thing. This is where it starts. Now the work actually starts. Now you have some money in the bank so that you can be – this is all you do.
So, Kevin, should we be upset if Anton Frondell goes here? How disappointing would that be for Utah?
Well, I don't know that Bill would take him, number one, but yeah. I like Frondell. I've seen him play live, and that helps a lot, seeing a kid live. I just think the kid's a workhorse.
All right, Chicago got their pick in. They're going to be right there at the podium, the commissioner walking up, and here's what we have for the third pick of the draft.
You can raise it a little more. I'm not that sure. Now, announcing the selection for the Chicago Blackhawks is one of the most iconic players in franchise history, as well as a recent inductee into the Hockey Hall of Fame, Jeremy Roenick.
What's up, LA?
Hello to all my Chicago Blackhawk fans, and a special shout. Yeah, I know. Go Hawks. And a special shout out to all you who are watching with us back at the official Blackhawks draft party in Chicago. Want to give a thanks to the LA Kings and the city of LA for hosting this incredible event. Also like to give a great shout out to all the firefighters and first responders who've done such heroic work here in LA. You guys are truly all the heroes. As we enter 100 years of Blackhawks hockey and celebrate the franchise's centennial upcoming season, I am honored to be here representing the incredible Blackhawks alumni and welcoming a new player to our storied hockey legacy and heritage. With the third pick of the 2025 NHL Draft, the Chicago Blackhawks select from Djurgården, Anton Frundell.
This kid's a two-way stud. He was.
Here come the boo birds from JJ. The Swedish kid ends up going Anton Frundell. That's a name that I think that everybody, people were saying if he was still available at 4, man, that'd be a great pickup. I don't think a lot of people look and say there's a bunch of bad talent in this draft before that 5th pick. But regardless, you said you saw him in person. What is it about guys that you watch in person that you look for? Obviously, big bodies. He's another one of these guys kind of cut from the same cloth. That's 6'1", 200 pounds. But what is it that makes him different? What is it that makes guys different at 18 that are able to make that impact and make teams want to take them this early in the draft?
Well, they can think, number one. Number two is the compete level at that level is very, very good. But I like to look at a kid and see how many shifts he takes off. When the puck's not around him, the puck's across the ice, what's he doing to support the puck? You only have the puck on your stick 80 or 90 seconds a game if you're really good. So you better support the puck the other 19 minutes that you're on the ice. And I think he does that very well. Finishes checks, and that's why I was real high on him. And he's obviously good offensive. He's played against men. Team he played on last year, the average age was 26 years old.
Oh, really?
In the Allsvensson League, which is their American Hockey League.
Yeah.
He'll play in the top league this year in the SHL. And I just thought the kid competed really hard in all areas of the ice. So that's why I liked him so much.
Okay, Frondell's off the board. So Utah is now on the clock. Porter Martone, Caleb Dinaway, and James Hagans are all on the board. Who are you taking, Kevin? That's who they get to choose from.
Denoye's on everybody's mock draft.
I only get to pick for one team, and it's not the Mammoth. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see. I don't have any inkling as to who they'll take.
Let me ask you this. What are those three? What are their skill sets? What makes them valuable?
Well, they can all score. You got to be scored at this. If you're going this high, you can score.
Yeah.
And Denoye's a good-sized kid. He's out of the Quebec League in Moncton. They had a big year this year. He puts up a lot of points. And I guess the question is with all of them, how will they play and how will they move to the next level? I don't think he's ready to play in the NHL yet. So if they pick him, he goes back to junior in my estimation.
There you go.
Well, and that's
because I think there was some hope maybe that this guy could contribute earlier than later, but
maybe you end up and maybe we're at the cutoff now of guys who we're going to see get shipped off to the other leagues that they're going to get developed into. Right? I don't know. If whomever Utah takes at 4, that person's going to get developed for a while, right? Isn't that the?
Well, it's like Iginla last year. He goes back and sadly got hurt with his hip, but it's a hard league to play in at 18.
Yeah,
it really is. There was one player this year played in San Jose that played in the NHL this year, I believe, from last year's
draft.
How
did Celebrini what's the consensus on how his year went as an 18-year-old?
He was terrific. He's 18. He's playing against guys that are a lot bigger and stronger than him. What do you have, 20? How many goals do you have, 22 maybe?
Yeah, well, he had Will Smith too, right? Will Smith was also an 18-year-old playing for.
But he was a year older. I thought he was in the previous draft.
Yeah, so you had an 18 and a 19-year-old both playing in the NHL, both doing really well, both putting up points.
On a team that's in last place.
Yeah, but he as good as he was, guys, he was not the Rookie of the Year.
No, that came out of nowhere. And that kid's 155 pounds in Montreal.
Lane Hudson was their Calder Memorial Trophy winner.
When did Hudson get picked in his draft class? Then I'm trying to think of when that happened.
Good question.
Because in my mind, he was a 3 years ago guy. And
I'll answer your question.
You're exactly right.
He's an 04 birth year.
2022 NHL entry draft, second round, 62nd overall.
How cool is that? Cool is that?
And see, when you and it does make a difference. Maybe it's not like everything else. As the Mammoth are on the clock, now they've got 3 minutes to make their selection. I would anticipate, maybe they get it in a little bit earlier. Tony Finau, by the way, supposed to be making the pick down in L.A. They're having people walk up and representing. And by the way, this is our first time to see the logos officially.
Looks really nice
up in the up in the rafters at these big arenas right now. As the Mammoth are now on the clock officially as the Mammoth and not just the hockey club. First time. This is a big deal, but as you see these names pop up and as you see these names come across, I think that the Mammoth are in a good spot here. Would we have already heard if there was going to be a trade, or would they go to the podium and say there's been a trade?
Right then, yeah.
He's good when he walks up. We have a trade to announce.
Okay,
that's
right.
his
So
MO.
They don't do the NBA thing.
Yeah.
Where they make the poor guy go up there, put the hat on them. We all know. And we all know you're not playing for the Suns. I hate that.
That has happened, though. The NHL has done that.
Are they going to make Finau make the announcement? Utah's made a trade. That'd be quite interesting for them.
Back to Lane Hudson. My joke a few minutes ago about Utah picking fourth, and I said the 39th pick is going to be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
If this kid keeps going, he's 62nd.
He's on track.
He hangs up 12 years like that, and he's probably in the Hall of Fame as a 62nd pick.
Great point.
So, and, we've seen the same type of thing, the fourth rounders, the fifth rounders. It's just like every other pro league where you go, you couldn't predict, but the situations that teams get in. That's what I was going to bring up is that we talk about it in other leagues. You've got to be in the right situation. There is always talk about how deep the developmental pool is here for the Utah Mammoth, and maybe you can speak to some of that, Jay, too, because this is a front office that has a very, very deep scouting pool, but they also have a lot of young guys that are up and coming. That's kind of the strength of this team is how much their development program is very, very good.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say one thing, too, is Pavel Datsyuk, one of the greatest players of all time in the NHL, sixth round.
Sixth rounder.
Hey, there you go.
Sixth round. Nobody knew anything about him. And with Boot and Simashev, the reasons they were even not the first and second pick overall in the draft was because nobody could see them play that year because of COVID and the Russian wars. But, yeah, you've got so much depth, and we also have a ton of depth, and we have a ton of picks coming up in future drafts, too. So we have talent, and we can get more talent.
The Utah Mammoth have their pick in, so it's just moments until we're going to see the commissioner come up and then introduce Tony Finau, who will then take 3 or 4 minutes to thank all of his family.
And knowing Tony, he's going to get to the point pretty quick.
And then they're going to announce Porter Martone.
You think that's what it's going to be?
That's what I've been saying for like 2 months now.
Okay.
Well, stick with it. Don't move
I'm
away.
trying.
Okay.
I'm trying.
I guess Denoye is the...
Denoye
He's
and
awesome.
Martone. We've seen those names.
All the mocks recently updated all have Denoye being the guy. Let's see.
The commissioner heading to the podium. The pick is in for the Utah Mammoth. The 4th pick overall in the first round. Let's hear it from the podium in Los Angeles.
There's a bit of a pun in this, so bear with me. Staying on course, the next pick is for the Utah Mammoth. Joining us from Utah is one of the PGA Tour's longest hitters and most decorated athletes, Salt Lake City native Tony Finau.
Thank you, guys. Tony Finau here, coming to you from Salt Lake City, Utah. Super stoked to be here to make this pick on behalf of Utah and the Utah Mammoth. Being a Utah native myself, having an NHL team in Utah has been absolutely incredible. Our inaugural season, I thought, was incredible. It was great, and I'm so looking forward to seeing the team grow with this incredible player. Now, I got to be honest with you guys. When we changed the name to Mammoth, I'm like thinking to myself, what kind of noise does a mammoth make? Well, I don't know what type of noise a mammoth makes, but I know what type of noise we make right here in Utah. Can I get a one more time for those in the back? With the 4th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Utah Mammoth are proud to select from the Moncton Wildcats, Caleb Denoye.
Caleb Denoye. There you go, Caleb Denoye.
You got some of the pronunciation.
Well, listen.
Tony's never played golf in Moncton, apparently.
Well, I don't think.
And he's never had to read French names either.
Moncton.
Right.
I spent a month there one night. Isn't that what Kramer said about El Paso?
Hey, who knows on the lower tours? Maybe he did spend a night in Moncton.
All right, so what do you get with Denoye versus any other options that could have been out there? Bigger guy, 6'2", 180. Again, he's one of those centermen. You're seeing this kind of as a theme right here. What are they getting with Caleb Denoye then as you look at the draft board here? And a guy who he's obviously a scorer. He's done a lot. He's very, very young, but he's a guy that it was already has like some family. Obviously, his brother was picked by the Flyers a couple of years ago. Like many others, he's in a hockey family. But what are the Utah Mammoth getting in Caleb Denoye?
They're getting a big kid, which is what they wanted, and they're getting, like we were talking about before. One of the things I really liked about in the scouting reports is he's got the ability to impose his will. He's got great shot selection. He's not afraid to take on defense either. One of the things we were talking about when you want to look at somebody, what do you look at out of a forward when you're trying to pick somebody up? You want to look at somebody that's not afraid to go right at the defenseman and be able to take him. He has a confidence to take him. He also has a confidence to enter the zone and set up in the zone. He's got a lot of tools.
He wins 62% of his faceoffs. That's important.
That's ridiculous.
Now, it's in junior, right? The other thing, John, I'm on a program called InStat looking at film here. He's got 2 minutes and 30 seconds of shot blocking. So we like that. And so he'll play in the defensive end of the ice. Obviously, he's very offensively gifted.
When you talk about a guy being a shot blocker, that's the kind of stuff that Bill Armstrong loves, right? Where
you have to. That's how you win. Florida Panthers.
Yeah, dive in front of a puck and don't care. Throw it out there for your team. Let's get bloody. Hockey's not an easy sport. As he's sporting, by the way, that's the first time officially in the flesh we've seen a
player in a Utah Mammoth
jersey.
In
a Utah Mammoth jersey. It's got the Denoye number 25
on the back.
How cool is that? We've got right now the interview with Denoye, Bill Armstrong, and the brass of Utah interviewing their newest draft pick. Let's take a listen.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Said it's unbelievable. How excited are you to be here in this moment?
So excited. Can't wait to get things started. Thanks a lot for your trust and belief.
Yeah, you've been our guy since the moment we jumped into 4. We can't tell you how impressed we were watching you down the stretch, driving your team into the championship. It's been impressive to get to know you and your family, and we're so excited. It's an incredible opportunity for us to pick at 4, and even a more incredible opportunity to get you in our selection.
Thanks a lot. Can't wait to be in Utah.
Bill, not too long ago, you said that having this number 4 overall pick would be a game changer for your organization. How do you anticipate him changing the game for you guys?
Well, we do believe he's a game changer. It's he can do everything. He's a two-way center that can provide offense, and he can play defense. And just watching him down the stretch, he put his team on his back as a 17-year-old, and he led him down the road to a championship and coming out of the Quebec League. And it's hard to get centermen. He's one of the good ones, and we're really looking forward to him coming into Utah.
What's that like to hear?
Oh, it's incredible, especially coming from a great organization like Utah. Can't wait to be there.
We'll soak this in. Enjoy every moment. Congratulations. Everybody, Caleb Denoye.
Thank you.
Caleb Denoye, heard him for the first time, and you got to hear Bill Armstrong tell him how excited they are to have that kid coming this way to Salt Lake City. Denoye, you pointed it out, JJ, 49 assists, 35 goals, but that's 84 points in 56 games. This is a guy, and you heard Bill Armstrong talk about it too. He took his own young team on his back, and they were able to get a lot out of him. And so this is a guy I think people are pretty darn excited about. But more importantly, the thing that he just dropped in there, and maybe you say this because you're a GM of an NHL team, but what was the as we're watching the full Mammoth brass there at the draft room at Delta Center? What is that? 58 people that are around the dais there that are all clapping, and now they're on to their next draft pick right there as Bill Armstrong and Chris Armstrong stand up and presumably to go out and get a breath of fresh air and go, okay, that's in the books at least.
Make some surprise trades and create drama.
All right. Well, hopefully. It's nerve-wracking, though, right? And then they finally get their guy. But when they say their guy, that's what they said, is that from the beginning, since they got number 4, they had their eyes on Caleb Denoye. That's really good to hear.
Yep. Also, to your point in the points, 9 and 21 in the playoffs, so 30 points in 19 playoff games. So that's to Bill's point, like he put the team on his back. They won the Quebec Major Junior Championship. They did not fare well in the Memorial Cup, but to me, it's far more impressive to win your league than to go win an 8-day tournament. So that's just a bonus. But he looks like, as I say, any guy that will block shots like this kid does right now is terrific.
Yeah, you can see why they took him. He's got the size. They talked about size. This team needs to get bigger, right?
He's light. He's got weight to gain. That's 18.
But he's got the frame.
That's exactly
and
right.
From a scouting perspective, you can't add the height.
Yeah, let's do it.
You can add the weight. One more point I want to make. Oh, he's going to go to. Let's hear the interview.
Let's take a listen because ESPN's interviewing him right
now. I got
now.
one point I'll make
He's got that
after.
sweet Mammoth gear on. Let's take a listen to Caleb Denoye.
Push back there.
I don't know. Did she cry? Honestly, even me kind of tried to soak it in, but went by fast.
One of the things you say is when asked why a team should draft you, said, because I win. Where does that confidence come from?
Well, it's experience too. Everywhere I've been so far in my young career, I've had the chance to win, and it's values that my parents kind of gave us to me and my brothers, that whatever you do it to win, and hopefully I'm looking forward to bring cups to Utah.
Absolutely, and I know they're looking forward to it. Thanks so much, Caleb.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Good luck.
Caleb Denoye, his first interview with ESPN there after he chatted with the team as well. Let's take our next break here. We'll come back. The Preds are on the board, and we'll likely have a pick for you after we get back from this break. So the NHL Draft Roundtable continues right here. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Garden Restaurant is reimagined space with exceptional taste. Opening June 30th in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu, dine in, grab and go, patio seating, or online ordering. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant, next to Temple Square.
Have you seen those turtle billboards up and down I-15? Well, it's just a fun way to get you to visit anyhour.com to learn about our coolest summer sweepstakes. Every week this summer, AnyHour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer. When you get an estimate to replace your air conditioner or purchase a new air conditioner from AnyHour Services, you're automatically entered into our weekly drawing. If your name is drawn, AnyHour will pay for your air conditioner up to $8,750. No purchase is necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Hi, this is Jay Stevens, host of the Utah Puck Report. Thanks to our sponsor, Larry H. Miller Toyota in Murray, where you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. And when you are part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Right now, get a new 2025 Toyota Tundra for only 2.99% APR for 72 months. Visit them in Murray or online at LarryHMillerToyota.com. 72 monthly payments of $1,519 for every $1,000 financed. On approved credit through Toyota Financial Services. Price plus tax, title, license, and a $299 doc fee. Offer ends 6/30/25.
Amanda, every business needs IT help. And sometimes you've got that guy who already works for your company who knows how to do this stuff, but sometimes you don't. Or the guy who knows the IT stuff, that's not his actual job.
Right. So Les Olson IT they can be your 24/7 help desk. They can support your existing help desk. They can do advanced cybersecurity protection. Maybe just come and take a look. Are you subject to phishing or ransomware or other things? What are the cyber threats you're facing?
And you've got to make sure that your data is secure. So both cloud and data backup solutions, they can help you with that. Plus, everybody's got to use a computer. That's where hardware comes in, infrastructure support. You don't have to know all this stuff because Les Olson IT knows it.
And most of the time, they can help you fix whatever's going wrong remotely, just off your computer. Plus, of course, they have copiers and printers. They always will at the very best price.
Les Olson IT is your trusted local IT partner. They've been in business for 70 years, and they've got 9 locations from Logan to Las Vegas.
Find out more at lesolson.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
The Utah Mammoth push to the playoffs begins tonight. You're locked on the Utah Mammoth NHL Draft Night Roundtable Show on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
With the 5th overall selection, the Nashville Predators in the 2025 NHL entry draft select from the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds, Brady Martin.
Brady Martin, you knew that name because he was the kid who has been working on the farm, decided not to go to the draft there in Los Angeles, hanging out with his family. But he gets picked 5th on a lot of mock drafts. Had Brady Martin in that 8, 9, 10 range. Gets taken 5th by the Predators, a team, by the way, guys, that underperformed massively compared to what they had done the year before. They thought maybe they were going to take another step. They took a step big time in the wrong direction, winning only 2/3 of the amount of games that they had won the year before. And I think that was the biggest shock of teams of massive disappointments across the league.
They won the offseason. Well, they didn't win much during the season.
They won the age in the offseason. Marcia Show.
Right.
Mid-30s.
We thought
Stamkos, mid-30s.
What made them think that going old was going to help them? It's just...
Don't know. I mean,
look at the Panthers. They're not old. I mean, now outside of going and getting Marchand, right? They've built that thing. They got a nice...
Bennett's 28. He just re-signed today.
Right. You're looking at late 20s, your core guys. Like, you don't win big in this league with 35, 40-year-old guys when they're your primary dudes.
Welcome to our roundtable here as we keep you going here at the NHL Draft. He's Kevin McCloskey across from me, Alex Curie here, JJ to my right as always, and then, of course, Jay Stevens from the Utah Puck Report as we get this get the coverage going. The Utah Mammoth have taken their 4th pick overall in the first round of the draft. Their first pick being number 4, Caleb Denoye. Montcalm, a place that you don't really necessarily I don't know. You said you've been to that tiny rink out there. I feel like you've probably been in a lot of these different...
I've been to Owen Sound, not Moncton.
Okay.
Moncton's actually got a big rink. They've got like 8,000. So Owen Sound's got about 3.
People total or 3,000?
3,000 seats, yeah.
They literally play in a barn.
And 3,003 people in the town.
Hey, I had a little bit of a windhorse moment there while I was watching. I was paying attention.
Are you saying what's going on in Utah or this what's going on somewhere else?
Yeah, what was going on in Utah. Maybe I'm wrong. But I'm watching the draft room. And, okay, I'm going to share this after the Flyers pick goes.
The commissioner's walking up to the podium as the Philadelphia Flyers have the next selection in the draft.
Selection for the Flyers, a legend in Philly, probably next to Rocky, their most famous athlete, an NBA analyst, a great friend of the NHL, and a great friend of mine, coming to us from Chicago, Sir Charles Barkley.
Hey, Gary, how you doing? Man, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me tonight.
Great to have you with us. So tell everybody what you love about our game.
Well, there's no BS that goes on in hockey. They don't have load management. They just want to get their name on the Stanley Cup. I admire these guys. I respect them. They just want to win the Stanley Cup. And at the end of the day, that's all sports should be. And we're all trying to win the championship. But if you give it your best, that's all you can do. That's why I love the hockey, their mindset.
We love that you're a fan of the game. We have some business to do. Why don't you make the pick?
Well, Gary, number one, I want to thank you for being a friend. You've been a friend a long time. And I want to say welcome back to Philadelphia, Rick Tocchet. And with the 6th pick, my Flyers take Porter Martone from the Brampton Steelheads.
Porter Martone, the first winger. Martone, the 6th overall pick in the first round, and that was your guy. What did you like so much about Porter Martone out of Brampton in the OHL? Jay, that was the guy you thought maybe that Utah would pick. You were kind of crossing your fingers for. What did you like about this kid so much?
He is absolute sandpaper, man. With the way he plays, he's in your face. He's exactly what you want, and it makes so much sense that he goes to Philly too. Like he's just the games I got to see him play, the tape that I saw of him. He's got a good sense of when to get open, but he's also not afraid to get right in front of the net, and he'll take the puck. I talked about challenging defense and try to beat defense. I've seen a few of the films on him where he just tries to go through the defense. He's not trying to deke around him or anything. He just has. He's got that sandpaper. He's going to agitate you. He's going to throw you off your game in about 5 different ways, and he's going to beat you with skill. I was really excited about him.
I'll tell you an interesting story if we have a sec.
Yeah.
So Porter Martone during COVID is from Peterborough, Ontario, and he has a family friend call up the Toronto Canadiens U16 coach. Says, "You've got to take this kid." I've never heard of the kid. He says, "You've got to take this kid." He brings him down for a skate, watches him for 5 minutes. Says, "You're coming to play for me in Toronto." Porter Martone starts texting with Michael Hagee, who plays in the NHL with, I think, Montreal.
Mm-hmm.
They start texting. This kid's 14 years old. They're texting face-off plays in the summertime. So the kid's mind is very good. And you don't see many 14-year-olds that go to a new team, 90 miles away from home, live with a family, and they're texting face-off plays and really getting after it in the summertime prior to the season.
You also don't see a lot of prospects at 18 that are 6'3", 215.
6'3", 215, not a bad
Look
body.
at him.
That's
Exactly
the body
what
that we were talking
That's
about.
why
Those big bodies.
we talked earlier in the draft
Put
about
him with boots.
Utah looking for size. We all thought Martone was going to be the guy at 4. Obviously, that wasn't the case, but you can see why a lot of people thought he'd be a good fit for Utah. That kid he's big.
Yeah.
He's really big, especially for a left winger.
Man, the Flyers, I know they're kind of down right now, but they have some of the best kit. They have some of the best sweaters in all of hockey.
Classic.
Man.
They
It's such
do
a
it,
good look.
and they're in good hands. Danny Briere is a great GM. He's kind of starting over. He had to go in there and kind of shake things up a little bit. Maybe a little biased since he's been on my show in this building a few times.
Wow.
Like, before anybody knew about the NHL in here, I had Danny Briere walk through here.
Let me ask you this, JJ.
Hipster Jay over
I'm not
here.
going to let you get. Yeah, you've totally never heard this
I was
band
on the
before.
hockey way before you guys were.
I'm not going to let you. We're not going to go to break until I hear your Brian Windhorst moment, your windy moment.
so,
What's
yeah.
going on in Utah here?
So I'm watching that, and they do their whole thing that they're supposed to do. The second they sign off, they stayed on the camera, and Bill and Chris Armstrong
They ran out of the room.
They ran out of the room. They don't have another pick tonight, guys.
Right. Or do they?
What was the urgency?
Yeah.
Why were they in such a rush to get out of that room?
I like it.
Well, they
Because
have
if they just
telephones.
took their pick, they get back and they light their cigar if they're into that thing, and they celebrate the first-round pick, and then, in an hour or two, maybe they get ready for round 2, right?
Yeah.
For a cigar, for those who celebrate.
Why were they running out of the room?
Okay, don't.
Is there a conspiracy
more to come.
here?
Don't get us
I'm
going.
just throwing it
JJ.
out there.
Let's
There's
take
a reason
break.
to continue to pay attention to the draft tonight.
The Boston Bruins are on the clock, and we're hoping to maybe get that 7th pick overall in the first round. When we return to our NHL roundtable here, draft coverage continues right here. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Stay with us.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
think road safety's a single-player game? Not so fast. Before driving through a crosswalk, put away distractions and watch out for pedestrians and cyclists. The best way to win? Share the road. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. With complete coverage of the NHL and the Utah Mammoth, this is your NHL Draft Night Roundtable Show on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
NHL Draft. The Boston Bruins select from Boston College.
How cool is that?
Oh, wow. How about Sandman making the pick for you?
Pretty sure that was Happy Gilmore.
Oh, sorry. That was Happy making the pick in his Bruins gear. But James Hagan's next name off the board there. Boston Bruins, Boston College kid. That's a pretty fun thing to be able to have. Welcome back. It's our NHL Draft Roundtable. That happened live just now. Sandman making the pick for the Boston Bruins, and they get James Hagan's. That was a name that was also thrown out there. Maybe that's a guy who would still be around. You could have had him at that between that 4 and 7 spot. The hockey club get Caleb, or the hockey club, excuse me, the Mammoth get Caleb Denoye, and then you see these picks come in, and Boston gets James Hagan's, 5'11", 186. And this is an interesting moment here too, because now that you're getting into that number 8 pick with Seattle, but this is one of those American Team USA junior guys that has made an impact. We were talking about how far Team USA has come, and he's one of those names. And I would assume he'd be headed back to Boston College right after this to develop, or how does it work now?
He'll go back to Boston College for at least a year.
Yeah.
So Boston's rebuilding, so he'll probably get there sooner than later, but I don't think he's strength-wise ready.
Okay.
It made a lot of sense. He was projected to go so much higher at the beginning of the year, and it's not that he slid necessarily as much as other people just really were performing well. Surprised that he slid down, but it makes perfect sense to see him go to Boston.
Yeah.
As we try to figure out a little bit more about what's going on there in the draft coverage, of course, Cole Bagley, our Utah Mammoth insider for KSLSports.com, is going to join us here momentarily. The pick was in for this Mammoth club. Caleb Denoye ends up being the pick. Cole Bagley joins us on the program here on our roundtable. Cole, what's the vibe with the brass there at the Utah Mammoth? You were able to see them make the pick, and they were very excited about getting him. They said this was their guy from the beginning. What's it been like as you see the reaction of everybody with the program or with the franchise?
I'm just glad it's over. I'm just glad that the pick is in and we don't have to worry about it anymore. But no, Utah got a good one. As we talked about earlier, the needs that they needed to address were to add another center and some more size, and that's exactly what Denoye offers. He's been kind of a consensus top 5 selection for the last month or so, and it doesn't surprise me at all that he was high on their radar. I think what he does best is be an offensive threat from anywhere in the zone. He's able to consistently, place the puck in dangerous areas for himself or his teammates, whether that's driving at the net, surveying the zone, or getting in the dirty areas and in the crease. This is a great player that Utah's adding.
He wasn't the only big guy that we thought they might be targeting. Brady Martin ends up going 5th, and we just saw Porter Martone go to the Flyers. What separated Denoye from those others?
I think, Denoye's ability to step up when it really matters. He was just the QMJHL playoff MVP with 30 points in 19 playoff games and led his team to a championship. Guys to have similar stat lines in recent years, and I think, recent might be gracious, but guys like Sidney Crosby and Nathan McKinnon, did that in the same setting. So, to be in any conversation with those two is definitely a good enough to, I think, set you apart to go above Martone and Martin.
You talked about how you're glad that the pick is in. They made the pick, and now they can kind of have that sigh of relief. Or is there more work to be done for this Mammoth club in this draft? Do you think they still have the ability to be able to kind of move around? At this time last year, we started to hear some of the movement that was happening. They got aggressive during the draft and made some moves. So, or do you feel like the vibe there is right now that their draft is over for this evening?
Yeah, I get the impression that the draft is probably over for them for this evening. They got their guy, like Bill was talking about, and those are the moneymaker picks, as Bill has said many times over the last week or so. They got the 4th overall. You saw his reaction when it originally happened, and now they've got their guy.
Cole Bagley, he's our Utah Mammoth insider for KSLSports.com, and he's across the street here from us and watching this thing go down. So now with what the team has set
hang on,
up,
guys, it looks like we might be getting Bill Armstrong.
All right. All right, we'll
I'll join you later.
All right, Cole's going to hit the podium there with Bill Armstrong, the general manager of the Mammoth, and then we'll check in with him in just a little while. We appreciate it. We'll take that. We'll let him get to it. So there you go. Let me see here. Was he saying we're going to get Bill Armstrong? Or was he just going to hand the phone over to him? That would have been nice.
Yeah, right.
Say, hey, hand the phone over to him. Hey, who's this? Just the local radio.
Bill's going to speak to the media. We can probably hear about that later.
Yeah, we'll probably get to some of that audio a little bit later.
Jay, you were saying you had some thoughts on why Denoye might have been the guy. I just asked Cole why, but I want to get your thoughts.
So I'm going to add on to all the things Cole just said, is that the search for a true second-line center, and Denoye really fits that bill. He's not the size we were looking for, and I mean he's got good size, right? Just 6'1",
6'2", sure.
Okay, almost 6'2", and 180 right now. He's gonna get the size. I think this is a kid I think he goes back to juniors this year, and I think in the next 2 or 3 years this becomes our true second line center, which, Logan Cooley tried really hard to be a second line center this year. A second line center's job is really a lot about shutdown. And when you hear Bill talk about this defensive offenseman, it's hard to have somebody that's going to play that role because it's the hardest. It's next to goaltending. I think second line center is the hardest job in the NHL because your job is to shut down Connor McDavid or Sidney Crosby or whoever the top center is, the top line guy on the other team. Our second line center is going to get him.
Gary Bettman hitting the podium right now as the Seattle Kraken make the next pick. They're the 8th overall pick in the first round. Here's Gary Bettman introducing whoever is going to introduce the selection for the Kraken.
Please welcome Jerry Bruckheimer to make the next selection.
Hello, LA. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a thrill to be a part of this fantastic draft. So, our selection is from the Brantford Bulldogs, Jake O'Brien.
Another center, Berkeley Catton, Beniers. Seattle's starting to get
Jake O'Brien. He's another centerman taken by the Seattle Kraken 8th overall pick. Buffalo's on the clock now, and Jake O'Brien, that's the name we also saw. I mean, it's funny when you see these names now and they're coming up, and a few months ago maybe they were at that 4th and 5th slot in some of these mock drafts, and O'Brien was one of those guys who was between about 5 and 7 a month and a half ago, and how it's crazy how a month changes things, right?
Forget Jake O'Brien, shortest intro.
Oh yeah, hey, you know what?
Thanks for Bruckheimer, who's known for epic movies, to just get to the point.
He didn't. You know what? He didn't have.
We get out of here 10 minutes earlier
but
now.
Bruckheimer couldn't play. He couldn't explode anything on the stage. That would have been his signature. Explode something on the stage, make the pick, and walk off.
There's a reason why he's a director and producer. He's not much for words.
I'm like, what's going on with Bruckheimer making the pick? He's the co-owner. He's one of the co-owners of the Kraken. So that's a pretty cool minority ownership for the Seattle Kraken. But Jake O'Brien goes, another big man, another centerman, another guy who is likely going to be headed over into in 66 games, 32 goals, 66 assists. That's an active person on the ice. That's what you want to see out of a kid, and who's, by the way, our producer Christian actually pointed it out too. He goes, "Look how big some of these cats look compared to these guys they're skating against in their different leagues that they're coming out of." And O'Brien is one of those guys, 6'3" and 18 years old, knows how to score. The OHL's not a league that messes around, and if you're able to have that kind of success, 98 points in 66 games, that's quite productive.
Yeah, I think the OHL and the Western League are a step above the Quebec League and the USHL here in the United States. So they put out more players than the Q, and they get a lot of high draft picks. That is for sure.
That's 6 centers and 8 picks.
Has that changed have you seen that shift over the years, or has it always been centerman or the premium in the draft?
It's year to year.
Yeah. And if you've got like a pure scorer, they're like, that guy, give me that left wing that scores a million.
Best available.
Points. Yeah, whoever's there talent wise, then that's what you've got there. You were gonna ask Jay a question.
I was going to ask Jay a question. He was talking about the second line center. I think one of the reasons why the Panthers are so bloody good is Barkov, who's a top center. Okay, there was a stat going into the Stanley Cup Finals in 41 playoff games for this year and last year. When he played 5-on-5 against 41 goals against, there was 5 players they named. He'd been on for 4 goals against 5-on-5 in 41 games.
Yeah, I've been singing his praises for years.
And he scores.
Yeah, he's unbelievable.
22 points in the playoffs this year.
One of the most complete players in the NHL with Barkov.
Phenomenal.
And their third line center is Tkachuk.
What's a projected line look like for this Utah Mammoth team next year? I mean, obviously, if things kind of stay pat as they are, kind of where they're at, but where does Petertek kind of work into that all of this, and where do you see these lines kind of? I guess a lot of it has to do with how they mesh, when they get with one another on the ice, and you try to figure out what these groups look like.
Sorry.
Go.
I was going to say, without seeing where Boot's going to fit in, because I'm pretty sure Boot makes the roster this year. I was really surprised. Like, I know there was some deals.
Why else would they come over, right?
Yeah.
Don't you expect them to be on the roster this year?
Yeah, but they do know there is the chance. They do know there is the chance of going back down to the AHL.
Typically, in the NBA, if you bring someone over from Europe, in the past at least.
To Jay's point, they're on two-way deals. They can go to Tucson if needed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Without having to clear waivers.
That makes sense. Tucson makes sense.
Yeah, which is the big deal. So you can bring them over. They don't make the roster. They go down. They make 10% of what they were going to make in the NHL.
Right.
They still get decent money.
Don't forget about the signing bonus, 1/3.
And the signing bonus is what really entices people to come over, although the KHL pays a lot too. But I'm not sure where Boot fits in yet, but I've got Keller, Cooley, Gunther on line 1, and I've got Schmaltz, Hayton, and Peterka on line 2. But that's different with our power play. The power play unit gets really exciting with I want Gunther and Peterka on each side with Keller up top and Sergachev back quarterbacking everything. Sergachev is a slow, patient quarterback on D, and then maybe you throw Ian Cole back there as your D guy. But that first power play unit for us with Peterka just became, I think, 50% more potent than it was before. I think that really gives us we've got shots on both sides. Gunther and Peterka can both just shoot at will, and then you add Cooley and Keller in there, and it's just nasty.
Let me throw this out there, and I'll let you two debate this. Okay, you just said all those names. The Utah Mammoth still have some money to spend this offseason.
Yeah.
If they're going to go shopping, what do they need to add? I'm not talking about names. You can throw a name out there if you want, but maybe positions or what specific need do they need to throw into that mix when they're out there looking for free agents?
One position, goalie.
Oh.
Okay.
They need a goalie.
Yeah, a starting goalie?
They need a guy that's going to push Vejmelka.
I agree they need a guy that's going to push Vejmelka, but I think Vejmelka came out of a shell last year and started becoming an elite level NHL goaltender. I've heard rumors of Georgiev being available, and there are some other goalies that we could.
Well, some UFAs. I'm not big on older players. Jake Allen's been very good in that role. He's too old, I think. But I think goaltending is going to be a big deal.
It definitely can be. I'm still going to be singing the second line center thing. I think we just really haven't answered
Hayden,
it yet.
Right?
What's that?
Hayden should probably be a 3.
Yeah, exactly.
But I don't know.
I want
okay.
Barrett,
So let's say second line center out there.
Yeah.
Where do you go?
Well, the guy I was singing forever and ever and ever came through and just had this unbelievable playoff run and ended up getting the Conn Smythe and then signed himself a nice.
Your Sam Bennett pipe dream is now officially dead.
You can't. Yeah, you hang your hat on one of the most sought after guys out there.
What's the state income tax in Utah or anywhere else? 8 or 10%?
No, I know why he's staying in Florida.
$64 million.
Florida. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah. He just saved himself $3 or $4 million. But
look,
now Bennett's off the table. What's out there?
So
there's nobody famous from Buffalo.
Buffalo keeps. Well, look, maybe they're really hanging their hat on whatever their pick's going to be.
Tage Thompson does keep coming up, though, right? Like Tage Thompson keeps coming up, and people keep talking about him. And now, if you're saying Buffalo is blowing it up and they're going to go into a rebuild, and if they're willing to get rid of Peterka, are they willing to get rid of Tage Thompson?
Let's head to the podium here. I think the lead singer of Goo Goo Dolls is making the pick here for us.
Is he still with us?
Sure. I guess he is because he's out there on the stage. Let's take a listen.
From Buffalo?
Yeah.
All right. With the 9th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Buffalo Sabres are proud to select from the Seattle Thunderbirds, Radim Murtka. Yeah.
Not a lot of vowels. Murtka gives you, it looks like the shorthand. Radim Murtka out of the WHL Seattle Thunderbirds. That's the team I grew up watching a little bit out there in the, what were they in the 80s? I'm trying to think. What was the Thunderbirds' old team name back in the day? They've been the Thunderbirds since like the
Totems.
mid-80s. But were they the Totems before
Seattle
that?
Totems in the old Western
Yeah,
Hockey
so, talk about big bodies, 6'6", 220 on Radim Murtka. And
From Czechia.
And he's our first D-man taken off the board, I think, out of all the guys that have been picked.
Outside of Schaefer.
He's very good. He was also at the 18 Worlds for the Czechs. He's outstanding.
Man, that guy, look at him on the skates right there. He's 6'10" on the skates.
He's a monster.
He's huge.
Seattle got upset in the playoffs early. And he jumped on a plane and went to Dallas to play for the Czech Republic.
Okay.
So they were lucky to get him at that tournament.
Well, when you're looking at how big these bodies are on D, how big of a deal is it to have those big bodies on defense, and why is it such a premium now?
Wow. Big boys knock people over. They can move pucks. You just look at how many big defensemen are in the league now. And we've got one of the best young ones coming.
Is it Boot? Who's or is it Simichev?
No, Simichev, yeah.
But we also have Mav Lamoureux, who's got the size.
He's 6'7".
He's 6'7".
He's got the mindset.
6'5" with Simichev too.
Yeah, can you imagine the towers back there? But it's important because one, you need that guy to clear the path for your goaltender. It's all those things. Can they block shots? Can they body guys in the corner? Can they win pucks in the corner? And mainly, can they clear a path in front of your goaltender? So if some annoying little center wants to come and stand right in front of your goaltender, if you got Marchand or you got Kachuk standing in front of your goaltender, you need some size to push that guy out. Size and patience, too.
Well, blocking out is so important. I mean, even as a smaller defenseman, my preference is big. Big, strong, and fast will always kill little, strong, and fast, in my opinion. But
you can't teach size, right?
But technique is so important in blocking out and getting ahead of the forward coming from the corner, getting to the crease, getting to the front of the net. So there's a lot of technique to that, but it helps to be 6'6".
We'll take another break here. Our NHL Draft Roundtable continues here around the corner. You've got myself, Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. We're going to take you all the way up till 7 o'clock, and Jake Hatch is going to walk in, but our roundtable continues on. Kevin McCloskey, GM of the Utah Outliers, and pretty much as good of a breakdown as you can get of some of these young talents across the board. And then Jay Stevens, of course, host of the Utah Puck Report, joins us right here on our roundtable. Let's take that break. We'll come back. More to go. The picks are still coming in, and we're almost to that 10th pick. Anaheim is going to have that 10th pick. We'll probably get it during the break. So stay here. Stay dialed in. More to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Are you ready for the ultimate baseball experience? Introducing the Cage Baseball, Utah's first high-tech entertainment-based batting cage. Just the fun parts of baseball. Whether you're a rookie or all-star baseball player, everyone can experience the thrill of hitting a home run. Swing away with friends, families, coworkers, maybe even a date night. The Cage Baseball, just off Redwood Road around the corner from the Maverick Center. Use code THEZONE for 10% off your 1-hour session. Step up to the plate at the Cage Baseball.
Hey, my name is Nee Addy, and I'm the Chief Marketing Officer of Philo, the TV streaming service that puts its audience first. What does that mean? It means no hidden fees and no long contracts. It means 24/7 customer support with real people. And it means the easiest and most affordable way to watch the stuff you love to watch. Live TV from networks like A&E, BET, Nickelodeon, and Discovery. All the groundbreaking blockbusters from AMC+. A huge library of movies and shows on demand that you can stream now or save to rewatch for up to a year, and fast forward through commercials. We even have more than 100 channels that are always free, even if you pause or cancel your subscription. And the best part, TV shouldn't break the bank. So all of this is just $28 a month when you sign up at philo.tv. Check us out risk-free, that's philo.tv.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of a dollar going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months OAC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you want your air conditioner to last, keep a clean filter, rinse the outdoor unit off occasionally, and have it serviced each summer. Small things can help you avoid unexpected breakdowns. But if it does break down, Any Hour technicians service all brands and will never pressure you into thinking that replacing it is your only option. And remember, every week this summer, Any Hour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer as part of our coolest summer sweepstakes. No purchases necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
The Utah Mammoth push to the playoffs begins tonight. You're locked on the Utah Mammoth NHL Draft Night Roundtable Show on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. JJ and Alex guiding you through here on our NHL Draft Roundtable. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. We've got Kevin McCloskey in studio here with us, and Jay Stevens, of course, also walking you through here. We're anticipating the Utah Mammoth first pick of the draft, the 4th overall pick. Caleb Denoye going to join us here in just a few minutes, the freshly minted member of the Utah Mammoth. He's going to join us on the program, but this is a young kid, and he's got a lot in front of him. He's going to hit the developmentals. It looks like the Anaheim Ducks are going to get their pick at number 10 as Gary Bettman walks up to the podium here and introduces whoever's going to be making the pick for Anaheim. Let's take a listen in Los Angeles.
Jackson and Marguerite Moreau.
That's it. Quack, quack. Let's go.
Thank you.
Yeah! How we feeling tonight, hockey fans? All right.
love to hear it. With duct tape gear, no coach, and zero chance of winning until we got a lawyer with community service hours and a limo.
I think what we're talking about is 33 years ago, Disney made a movie about a scrappy Pee Wee hockey team from District 5. And then somehow it turned into Flying V's and Knuckle Pucks and maybe even a very special Triple D.
Thank you. Man, it's good to be here with you guys tonight. All right, Ducks fans, let's do this. With the 10th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Anaheim Ducks are proud to select from the Brandon Wheat Kings, Roger McQueen.
There you go. One of the better names of the draft as well, out of the WHL. Roger McQueen out of the Brandon Wheat Kings. Oh, you gotta love a Wheat King. Wheat King sounds like a cereal, like something in the 40s that my grandparents had eaten or something. But Roger McQueen, he's a centerman. He gets picked by the Anaheim Ducks, and the next pick in the draft is going to be Pittsburgh. And we're also anticipating Caleb Denoyer coming in as well. I don't know where these WHL and OHL teams stack up. You had talked about how some of these, some leagues are better than others, but where's the best place to develop guys? And where does like the college game in the U.S. stand compared to some of the other developmental leagues that are out there?
Really good question.
It's a changing landscape right now.
It changes all the time.
Really good question.
It doesn't change all the time, but it's changing right now with the new NCAA rules.
You guys are getting the hockey world's getting hit with NIL questions and transfer portal questions too.
For sure. So here's what I would say: in the Western League, the Ontario League, and the Q, you play to win the Memorial Cup or to win your league championship. You've got to play 90 plus games. In college, you play 36 games, and then if you make it to the regionals and what have you, so you play half the games. You train more, you lift more, you have to have better time management because you do have to show up in class once in a while. So I think there's a trend going towards the college game right now because you play less and train more, which is better for the NHL teams in development.
I've read that James Hagan's playing less than 30 games this year may have caused his stock to drop, not because of what he did, but because the other guys played so many more games and accomplished so much more, it helped their stock rise. One thing I want to note, we're at pick 10, no trades.
What
I
about
thought
all
we
that,
were supposed to see
some
some drama
some
tonight.
crazy drama?
Yeah,
we're a third of the way through, and we'll probably get out of here at about 11:30. The way it's going.
Maybe we don't want
Bring
trades.
the guy back from Seattle.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm telling you, boy, that made me feel old too. The two stars of the original Mighty Ducks. It's a 33-year-old movie now. JJ, you're old, man. Sorry about that.
Yeah, Marguerite Moreau is 48 years old.
No way.
Yeah, so it's 33 years ago. She was 14 in the movie, so she's probably had a birthday this year. That adds up to 48.
That's right.
Yeah. I'm surprised that she was only 14 when they did. Normally they're like, she's 14 years old in the movie, but she's really, 24.
18,
Yeah, whatever it is now.
Ralph Macchio.
The Anaheim Ducks are the Anaheim Ducks have been one of these franchises that's just seems to not be able to get out of their own way. Although they did make some improvements this year, it felt like they took a couple steps in the right direction, didn't they?
They did. Their Zegras experiment. They really expected him to be one of the most prolific scorers in the NHL, and he's amazing with highlight reel goals. He just lost some of his consistency. He never grew into that body. We keep talking about you draft him at 18. They're in the league the next year, and they get banged around quite a bit. And he just kind of didn't turn into the player they thought he was going to turn into. And now he's a flyer. So kind of a surprise. Special place in my heart for the Ducks because the game I played for the Grizzlies happened to be in the Ducks organization. And they all reached out to me. Like the coaching staff, I think it was Bruce Boudreau at the time, called me. And it was a big deal. They seem to be a really good organization. It just hasn't worked out for them a lot of time. What was it? 15 years ago they won the cup?
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
The Ducks.
Anaheim. Yeah. It seems crazy because they've had they've been one of the more disastrous franchises though for a while. I mean, San Jose and Anaheim, there in California have had a real struggle to be able to kind of build back up from times that they've had some success. But when you talk about the West, I always look at these teams in the West, and the Pacific Division is not as crazy of a division as the as you see like in the Central. The Central is just absolutely stacked, and they're going to keep getting better. But the Ducks ended up last year with 80 points. The year before that, they only had 60. So they've improved on the win totals, and it's a team also that if they're going to make some improvements, they might be one of those teams that the Mammoth are going to have to be ahead of in the standings to be able to maybe steal a wild card or go a little bit higher in that playoff process.
And they had Joel Quenneville, who went to Chicago with 4 young star players that were coming into their own games. Anaheim has the same thing, and Joel produced there with 3 cups. He's a big addition to that organization.
And they have great goaltending and great goaltending depth. And I do think they lose Gibson this year. I think they trade Gibson pretty quick here.
I don't think they're too worried about it.
No.
Let's stay in the West for a minute here, because there are teams that are problems for the possibility for this team, for this Utah Mammoth team to go to the playoffs. The Canucks, the Flames, those are both teams that scored over 90 points last year and did not make the playoffs. And you've got teams like the Blues, the Wild, who are going to be back again. The Avs are a 100-plus point team from last year. So were the Stars. Obviously, the Jets had the most wins in all of hockey, and the most points in all of hockey. But I wonder where these teams go. Who's the rising team from the bottom of some of these divisions in the Western Conference, and who are some of these teams that might fall off? That some of the talent window starts to close a little bit for these teams. Who do the Mammoth have to be able to jump over to be able to get in the spot to where they can actually make the playoffs next year?
Well, just where we ended at the end of last season, we were chasing Colorado, St. Louis, and Minnesota, and we kind of left. We didn't worry about the Predators and the Blackhawks because they kind of did themselves in. I think it's going to be the same case this year. Winnipeg just got better. Like I know it's an experiment right now to bring in Jonathan Taves, who hasn't played a game in 2 years and was just recovering from long COVID. But Winnipeg got better. They should have been a lot better and gone. I think everybody was surprised that they weren't in the Stanley Cup Finals this year. But the Avalanche are at that part, right? They've got to hit now. Their guys are at their peak ages. So you think they've got to hit now? I think they got better. So we're going to be chasing St. Louis and Minnesota for that final spot in our division. So in the Central Division, Kevin, what do you think?
It's interesting with the coaching change, and we don't know who's going to take over Dallas. They've got a heck of a team there.
Yeah.
So that's going to be really fascinating to see how that unfolds. Winnipeg, terrific regular season. They just can't seem to get over the hump in the playoffs. Connor Hellebuck, fantastic goalie.
Best regular season goalie in the last few years.
But he's like Mitch Marner. He's the Mitch Marner of goaltending to me.
How dare you?
You're right though. You're right. But
he's the Mitch Marner of goaltending.
Yeah, I mean he got to the
Mitch
playoffs.
Marner's 0 for 6 or 0 for 7 in Game 7s, and he'll get you to the playoffs. Send him on the bus to
Hellebuck ended up with like an 85.5%
but it's been
save percentage
consecutive
in the playoffs.
years.
Yeah,
It's not so, and if that's a cruel thing to say, I don't know. The stats don't lie.
Yeah.
So
Pittsburgh is the next one on the clock here, and their selection is in. Gary Bettman, the commissioner, hits the podium and introduces who is going to introduce their selection, the number 11 overall pick in the draft. Let's take a listen.
The 11th pick in the NHL draft. Please welcome one of Pittsburgh's all-time greats, Chris Letang, and his son, Alex.
Good evening, LA. It's pretty special. Never had a chance to be drafted, so I guess the Penguins sent me here to announce it, and it's a great experience for my son. So without further ado, the Pittsburgh Penguins are proud to select
from the Calgary Hitmen, Benjamin Kindle.
Another center, right-handed shot, reads the play really well. Just one of those smart hockey players that Kyle Dubas is going to try to accumulate, Megan.
And a comparable player is an Ehlers for Kindle. Yeah. Puck carrying, comfortable with the puck on his stick.
He was ranked 6th in the CHL in shot assists per 60 among forwards, over 20, meaning he's creating a lot of passes at
Benjamin Kendall, centerman out of the Calgary Western Hockey League team. And this is a kid who's a native of British Columbia. And, at this point, you start picking all these 18-year-olds and you hold. By the way, the Calgary Hitmen, another one of the best mascots out there, just an actual murderer is your mascot. Caleb Denoye, we're anticipating a conversation with the newest pick for the Utah Mammoth, and we're hoping to get him on the horn here live. While we do that, we're watching also because Pittsburgh has got the 12th pick in the draft, and we've got ourselves, obviously if you've got the 11th and 12th pick, if you're Pittsburgh, do they move something around here? Is Utah part of that conversation? Let's go for a quick conversation with the newest member of the Utah Mammoth. He was picked this evening, the 4th overall pick in the NHL 2025 draft. He's Caleb Denoye. Welcome to the program, and welcome not to Utah yet, but when you're going to get out here, you're going to see the beauty of it out here. Caleb Denoye, how does it feel to be a member of the Utah Mammoth?
Oh, it feels great, honestly. Being drafted by such a great organization and such a good place as Utah. It's a surreal feeling.
Before I ask you a question, I want to confirm we're saying your last name correctly. Denoye?
Yeah, exactly.
Nailed it.
Denoye.
Sweet.
Nailed it.
What conversations did you have with Utah prior to the draft?
Oh, I had the chance to meet them a few times and go over to Utah a few days ago. So already had the chance to visit the city, and obviously for me, relationship and connection are really important, and really saw a great fit with the staff and the organization. So really happy and looking forward to get started there.
Didn't know you already made the trip out here. What are your first impressions of Utah and the organization?
Gorgeous, honestly. Quebec, where I'm from, is pretty beautiful, but the mountains and everything over in Utah was unbelievable. So I really like it.
We had the opportunity to have on every week here with us on our program the coach. What are your impressions of Bear, and what are the conversations you had with him about what an impact you could have with this team going forward into the future?
We're talking about Andre.
Andre, yeah, Bear Torrey. Yeah, we love the coach.
Yeah.
You guys have the same accent. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, Andre, exactly. But never had the chance to meet him yet. But obviously heard a lot of great stuff about him. People really have some good words about him in Quebec. So really looking forward to meet him.
How do you think about the fit here with this organization? I'm sure you had those kind of conversations, and you still got plenty of development left to go. They're not going to rush you into anything, but what are your thoughts on your fit with this organization?
Oh, well, it's great for the fit on nice. We'll see as things go on, but obviously for me, as I said, the fit mentally is there. We have the same mindset. I saw that I see that they love to win, and I love to win too. So it'll be exciting for the future.
Caleb, Kevin McCluskey here. I have a couple questions for you. One is, everyone talks about your offense and you're a winner. I noticed you win 62% of your faceoffs and you block a lot of shots. How does that fit into your game?
Yeah, well, it's the intangibles in my game. Since I started skating, it's values that my parents taught me and my brothers and I. So take a lot of pride in being a good person, a good teammate, and also all these intangibles of working hard and starting on the face-off dot.
Caleb, you've got such potential offensively on scoring goals, but you're also known as a great shutdown forward. What's more exciting to you? Do you like shutting guys down more, or do you like scoring goals more? What's your favorite part of your game?
Oh, I love setting up some plays. I love defending. Obviously, think that good D leads to good offense, but obviously I love to make some plays and score some goals and make the players around me better.
Caleb Denoye, he's the newest member of the Utah Mammoth, picked 4th overall in the NHL 2025 draft in Los Angeles, and he'll be here in Park City taking swings on the ice in the next few days. We're looking forward to it, Caleb, and welcome to Utah, man. Thanks for being on the program.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
There you go. Yeah, I thought that accent sounded familiar.
Oh, yeah. French-Canadian.
Got the old, oh, you mean André.
That was awesome.
That was
what a great
awesome.
kid. Well spoken.
You know what? And not only that, like, is excited. Like, you can't, you earn so much more of, like, that fan. The fans will absolutely attract themselves to you when you are just, like, you know, honest and open. And unfortunately, as fans, we end up getting to know these guys maybe a couple years down the line. But
how about the stealth mode that he was already here?
Yeah.
That was interesting. As soon as
that was
he
an
said
interesting
it, right?
nugget. I saw it. I was like, oh, wait.
Yeah, I was there a
what
couple
the-
days ago. Oh, really?
And I-
Jeez.
Yeah, I've already got an apartment.
I'm actually right outside your studio door right now. Oh,
I had a swig. I'm getting the whole Utah experience.
I got 10 punches on my swig card.
I want to thank my friends at Swig for everything that,
You asked if he's talked to Bear yet, and he's uncertain about the nickname. But I would say one thing that obviously it's English second language, French first language, probably helps him a little bit when Bear's trying to communicate with him. And also Mario Duhamel is also French Canadian, so he'll learn, and most of it's in English. But if there's ever one-on-one, I'll bet you those conversations are in Parlez-vous Français.
Yeah, the cuss words especially.
Yeah,
We're
right.
going to need Russian, French, and German translators this year.
I love it. Let's take another break here. We'll come back, and we'll hopefully, we did see a trade mid this conversation, but now we thought maybe it would involve Utah, but the Pittsburgh Penguins have traded their 12th overall pick. They picked 11th, and they had a 12th pick, and they traded it to Philadelphia. I saw the big trade, sounder come up on the screen, and I was like, oh no, we're gonna be talking with Denoyer, and then guess what? You're gonna see a trade. Nope, Utah not involved.
Our guys ran out of the room right after the pick.
Oh, to make another trade.
Well, I don't
Maybe that's
know.
what it was for. All right, we'll take another break here. We'll come back. Our NHL Roundtable continues right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Dick's epic 4th of July sale is on. Get summer ready with 25% off select Stanley drinkware. Get 20% off Igloo coolers and water bottles and select bog bags. Buy one, get one 50% off DSG coolers, canopies, chairs, and water bottles. $200 off Callaway AI smoke irons and TaylorMade QI10 drivers. These deals won't last. Stock up for summer now, in-store or online at Dicks.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm here with Blair. Thanks for coming in.
Pleasure to be here.
It's so great to see you. So how much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just 60 days.
That's incredible. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk about the scale for a minute. Were you surprised at how quickly that number went down?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
Tell me about the biggest benefits that you've seen with Salt Lake City fat loss.
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Thanks so much for sharing another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
With complete coverage of the NHL and the Utah Mammoth, this is your NHL Draft Night Roundtable Show on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
With the 12th pick in the NHL Draft, the Philadelphia Flyers select Jack Nesbitt.
All right, so Philadelphia gets their second pick of the first round. They ended up getting that 12th pick traded to them from the Pittsburgh Penguins, and they take Jack Nesbitt. You just heard the call right there. We're seeing a theme here: big bodies, centermen in a lot of cases. You brought it up though too, Kevin. You said, yeah, but a lot of these guys are wingers. Where's the difference? Where's the delineation there of guys who are centermen versus wingers, and who's going to tell them what their reality is on that role when they come to the team that they get to?
Well, let's go back to last year's Iginla. He played center in Seattle, got traded to Kelowna. They moved him to the wing, and he scored a lot of goals. And when we asked him, he said, no, I want to move back to center this year, and I don't think you get a true, read on that because he got hurt.
Right.
So, and it was like we were all looking at each other like, that kid played on the wing and scored 50 goals, and he's going to demand to go back to center.
Why are you going to move?
That's exactly right.
Why would somebody want to make that move, though? Is because they want to look like the more versatile kind of
Just
passing
comfort?
facilitator,
Well,
or what is it?
It's a different position, okay? There's a lot more defensive responsibility when you're playing the pivot, the middle, the center. You've got a lot more zone coverage to cover. Some teams play man-on-man, but it's just a lot more defensive responsibility, and some kids are cut out for it. And I love Connor McDavid. Okay, he's got to learn how to play in his own end of the ice. He'll never, I would say never, he's going to be challenged to win until he sucks it up and learns how to play in his own end of the ice.
A little bit of defense.
There were a couple glaring mistakes in the Stanley Cup championship that Connor McDavid made on getting back and taking the wrong guy and costing them goals. Two for sure that were his.
He's 8 years into this. He doesn't know who to pick up. Like the goal that Tkachuk scored.
Yep, that's
was
the one.
his guy. He dove to the puck area, and Tkachuk was wide open. It was a freebie.
Yeah,
he can't make those mistakes,
No.
and until you commit to that, it's challenging to win in this league in the playoffs. The video game guys get to the playoffs, tough to win,
especially against that Florida team. My goodness.
Florida's interesting. They just extended Sam Bennett 8 years, $8 million per, $64 million to keep him there. Does that make it to where there are some extra guys who might be not really part of that championship roster who may be available? Would Utah want to put their hat in the ring for a possible piece that might be dangling out there from a team who might not have all the money to be able to sign every person back again?
Yeah, that's the hope. When you have, you have money to go out and chase free agents, you're looking for winners. Everybody wants to bring in a winner, right? And if you look at Florida's roster and look at who are free agents on their roster, then you start really looking at, potential. Well, Florida, Edmonton, you could go even Winnipeg. You look at these teams that are winning, and they can't afford to keep all those guys for all those years. And as guys come out of their first and second contracts, they're looking for more and more money. So yeah, you start looking at guys, and if you want to look at Ekblad and pick up Ekblad now, that's not who everybody thought was going to be available.